Stephanie Scott was born on October 14, 1988, in Sydney, Australia. She was the second youngest of 5 children born to Marilyn and Robert Scott, affectionately known as Bob. The family made their home in Canawindra, a small town with around 2,000 residents located in the central western region of New South Wales. Growing up in the serene and peaceful surroundings of their family farm, Stephanie and her siblings formed a close-knit, loving family that cherished the simple joys of life. Stephanie was an extraordinary child raised in a healthy, joyful environment brimming with love. She was not only beautiful and intelligent, but also possessed a kind, gentle, and compassionate personality. Known for her sense of humor, Stephanie loved playing pranks. Her loved ones described her as noble, affectionate, and down-to-earth, always willing to lend a helping hand. Putting others before herself was a fundamental aspect of her character. With her infectious joy and radiant smile, Stephanie could brighten anyone's day. Even from a young age, she displayed wisdom beyond her years, listening without judgment and offering the best advice. Her empathy and ability to inspire were remarkable, and she despised cruelty, especially towards children and animals. As a teenager with a keen sense of fashion, she became a role model for her peers. After finishing primary school, Stephanie attended the high school where her father worked. It was there that she met Leeton Woolley, a charming classmate who shared her passion for football. They quickly became friends and both took part-time jobs at a local supermarket. Spending so much time together became like a member of the Scott family. Upon graduating from high school, Stephanie chose to follow in her father's footsteps and pursue a career in education. Erin supported her decision, even though it meant she would have to move to Wagga Wagga for university. The distance made them realize their true feelings for each other. In May 2010, during Erin's 21st birthday party, their friendship blossomed into a romantic relationship. Despite the physical distance, they maintained their bond through frequent visits, shared holidays, and constant communication via phone and text. Their relationship grew stronger with each passing day, and everyone believed they were meant to be together. After Stephanie graduated and returned home, she received a job offer in another town. The couple moved to Leeton, a small agricultural town in New South Wales. Before they left, Marilyn, proud of her daughter's achievements, gifted Stephanie a graduation ring. Once settled in their new home, Stephanie began her career teaching English and drama at Leeton High School. She was incredibly happy because teaching was undoubtedly her true passion. Her dedication to each student was evident. She didn't just impart knowledge, but also took a genuine interest in their feelings and thoughts. Stephanie became a mentor to many of them, her remarkable personality making her very popular among the students. She also earned the admiration and respect of her colleagues. Her ever-present smile reminded everyone that fulfilling one's vocation was a key to happiness. A joyous event took place on April 11, 2014. Stephanie and Erin got engaged. They set their wedding date for exactly a year later. Stephanie poured her heart into planning their wedding, meticulously attending to every detail to ensure their guests would enjoy the day as much as she would. Erin supported her every step of the way, even taking dance classes with her so their first dance as a married couple would be perfect. They also made reservations for their honeymoon in Fiji, convinced it was the most romantic destination for any couple in love. They never imagined their plans would be tragically cut short. On March 2, 2015, a new employee joined the company contracted to clean the school where Stephanie worked. His name was Vincent Stanford, a 24-year-old born on December 21, 1990 in Tasmania. Vincent had an identical twin named Marcus. When the twins were 3, the family moved to the Netherlands. His father eventually returned to Australia and lost contact with them, leaving his mother to raise the children alone. Vincent's childhood was typical, but as he grew, he became increasingly withdrawn and had severe difficulty socializing. His behavior problems at school escalated, earning him the nickname Psycho due to his violent outbursts. According to later reports, Vincent began having homicidal thoughts around the age of 7 or 8. At 12, he attacked his teacher, attempting to strangle her. As a result, he was expelled and sent to a behavior school for socially maladjusted children. Later, he was admitted to a psychiatric center for teenagers, where he was diagnosed with autism and oppositional defiant disorder. This diagnosis indicated his challenges in forming friendships and relationships. After his release, Vincent tried to enroll in university and join the military, but both attempts were unsuccessful. In 2013, he returned to Australia with his mother and siblings. Vincent appeared quiet and reserved with his distinct Dutch accent and had no friends or social contacts. He found the company of others stressful and cycled through various jobs before being hired by the cleaning company servicing Stephanie's school. Vincent's troubling behavior soon resurfaced. Unbeknownst to anyone, he began watching female students during lunch and secretly in the bathrooms. He fixated on a 12-year-old girl, stalking her both inside and outside school, taking daily photographs and documenting her movements in a notebook. He seemed to be planning to abduct her. It was later discovered that he also stalked 2 women working in nearby shops. By Easter week 2015, less than a week before Stephanie and Aaron's wedding, the couple was invited to a party in their hometown. Stephanie couldn't travel because she needed to prepare lessons for her substitute teacher and finalize a few details for the reception. Aaron didn't want to go without her, but wanted to see his parents and best friend before the wedding. On Friday, April 3rd at 12:30 p.m., Aaron left for his hometown. Unaware that it would be the last time he would see the woman he was about to marry, the young couple kept in touch through calls and text messages. Aaron attended the Saturday night party and then stayed at his parents' house. He and his fiancée spoke on the phone, saying their goodnights around 10:30 p.m. On the morning of Sunday, April 5th, 2015, Stephanie left her home to go to the school. While on her way, she sent a text to Aaron detailing her plans for the day. Around 11 a.m., she parked her red Mazda 3 next to the school. Then she walked a few blocks to pick up the school keys from a colleague who lived nearby. Her coworker accompanied her back to the school and watched as she entered and locked the front door behind her. She went up to the second floor to the English teacher's lounge, where she sat down to work on her computer. Unexpectedly, Vincent was also in the building. Hearing noises, he passed by the lounge and saw Stephanie for the first time. Despite working there for over a month, he had never met her and had no idea she would be there. As he later confessed, upon seeing her, he felt an overwhelming urge to take her life. Vincent went home to retrieve what he called his assault kit, which consisted of a bottle of lubricant erectile dysfunction pills, several condoms, and some flexible handcuffs. It took him about 10 minutes to go and return. Upon arriving back at the school, he stayed downstairs, waiting for Stephanie to come out. Around 1 p.m., Stephanie sent an email to the bus driver who would transport the wedding guests from the ceremony to the reception hall, confirming that she had made the final payment to secure the service. An hour later, she finished her work, turned off her laptop, and packed up to leave. She retraced her steps back to the main entrance, walking down the corridor towards the large metal gate. Almost there, she encountered Vincent. She smiled and wished him a happy Easter. As she was taking her keys out of her bag, Vincent grabbed her from behind and covered her mouth with his hand. Terrified, the 26-year-old tried to scream for help and kicked and scratched, trying to escape. But he overpowered her and dragged her down the hallway into a dark photo development room. Once inside, Stephanie tried to flee, but Vincent violently pushed her to the floor. He used his left arm to pin her down by her throat and began savagely punching her face with his right fist for almost a minute, repeatedly, until she was unconscious. He then put on a condom and sexually assaulted her. Afterward, he took out a knife and inflicted several severe wounds to her neck. Once he was sure Stephanie was no longer breathing, he left the knife on the floor and went home to eat lunch. At home, he made himself a cheese sandwich and drank some coffee. Later, he returned to the school to clean the scene. Vincent washed the knife in the maintenance room and collected the items that had fallen from Stephanie in the hallway, including her car keys. He then moved her Mazda to the other side of the school. Returning to Stephanie, he placed yellow adhesive tape around her neck to contain the bleeding. Vincent placed a plastic sheet in the trunk of the car and put Stephanie's body on top. He closed the vehicle and re-entered the building, where he used a high-pressure cleaner to wash the crime scene. By then, It was past 3 p.m. Vincent left the school and drove Stephanie's car to his home, parking it behind a large shed in his backyard. He then walked back to the school to retrieve his white Toyota Hilux. Upon arrival, Vincent removed the floorboards from the darkroom, which were soaked with the young woman's bodily fluids. He loaded the wooden planks into his vehicle and returned home. Meanwhile, Aaron tried calling his fiancée, but she didn't answer. He found it odd, but thought she might be deeply focused on her work or that her phone was on silent or out of battery. Before leaving his parents' house, he sent a text to confirm if they would go out for dinner when he got back, but received no reply. By around 7:30 p.m., Aaron arrived at the home they shared, surprised to find neither Stephanie nor her car there. His concern grew when she still hadn't responded to his messages. He decided to drive around town to look for her, checking at the high school, friends' houses, and the main street, but saw no sign of her car. Although increasingly worried, he thought pre-wedding nerves might have driven her to stay elsewhere for the night. So he returned home and tried to sleep. In the early hours of Monday, April 6th, Aaron woke up frequently at every noise, hoping Stephanie had returned. Meanwhile, Vincent had driven Stephanie's car with her body in the trunk to Coco Para National Park. Once there, he placed her on the ground, removed her clothes, and covered her with branches. He then doused her with gasoline and set her on fire. Vincent gathered the removed clothes, the car's sun visor, and the plastic sheet used to cover the trunk and placed them in a bag. Before leaving, he picked up the gasoline canister. Vincent returned home, left the items in the shed, changed his clothes, and abandoned Stephanie's car near an irrigation canal. After 7:30 a.m., he drove around town, disposing of Stephanie's belongings in various trash bins along the main street and near a sports complex. However, he kept her driver's license and engagement in graduation rings. Meanwhile, Aaron had risen early to send another message to his girlfriend but received no response. He started calling friends and the Scott family, but no one had heard from Stephanie. By then, Aaron was convinced something was wrong and went to the police station to report his fiancée missing. The news caused a stir in the peaceful community, which quickly mobilized to search for her. The police immediately launched an operation and triangulated Stephanie's cell phone, but it was either turned off or not functioning. Checking her bank accounts revealed the last transaction occurred on Easter Saturday, and there were no recent social media posts or interactions. When detectives interviewed Stephanie's family, they were seriously concerned and made it clear she wouldn't disappear voluntarily, convinced something terrible had happened. At 8 a.m. on April 7, 2015, the police requested information via social media and the press. The case quickly garnered extensive coverage. A distraught Aaron appeared on television, pleading for his fiancée to call him. Detectives visited the high school searching for clues and inspected Stephanie's classroom. They checked the alarm system to confirm the time she had deactivated and reactivated it, establishing the duration she had been on the premises. Forensic services and a canine unit also arrived to search for evidence not immediately visible. By late Tuesday afternoon, a large group of Stephanie's family and friends gathered, desperate to enter the school, fearing she might be held captive on the grounds. The police convinced them not to force entry. It was then that a neighbor mentioned seeing Vincent, the school cleaner, working on Easter Sunday with his vehicle parked at the institution. Officers went to his house and, when questioned, Vincent admitted being at the school briefly to take out the trash. He denied knowing or seeing Stephanie there and wished them luck in their search, a comment that aroused suspicion in the detectives. The next day, April 8th, they decided to question him again. Since Vincent wasn't home, the police asked his mother to tell her son to contact them. Vincent had gone to the post office to mail a package containing Stephanie's rings and license to his brother. He then texted his brother to ask him to keep the package safe. By around 11 a.m., Vincent arrived at the police station and gave a statement to the detectives. He claimed he had been cleaning the school all weekend and hadn't seen anyone else there, except for some skateboarders who were later identified and interviewed. He added that he went to a supermarket afterward to buy food. This detail caught the officers' attention since they knew the name store was closed on Sundays. They contacted the store manager, who confirmed they were closed for Easter. An hour later, a special task force was activated to investigate the suspicious disappearance of the teacher. The team was composed of specialized agents and was implemented when cases became complex in Australia. The first thing the agents did was interview Vincent's employer, who told them that all his workers had time off for Easter, so Vincent shouldn't have been at the school those days. Detectives then called Vincent to confirm the supermarket story. He repeated his false account, making him the prime suspect. At 6 p.m., the detectives arrived at Vincent's residence. He wasn't there, but his mother and brother were. His mother consented to a search of the house. In Vincent's room, they found a set of keys on a red and white cord matching the description of the keys given to Stephanie by her colleague to access the school. They also found an empty condom wrapper and some unopened ones on the floor. Outside, they noticed fresh tire tracks leading from the front of the house to the backyard that didn't match Vincent's truck. At the end of the tracks, they found a used condom and yellow tape, prompting the agents to declare the area a crime scene. Vincent's family was escorted to the police station. Meanwhile, Vincent had returned to the location where he had abandoned Stephanie's body, taking photos. As he later revealed in an interview, he returned to see if she was still there or if wild animals had taken her. Unbeknownst to him, a group of Boy Scouts camping in the park had taken a photo at 5:34 p.m. that day, which would later be crucial. When Vincent returned home, he told the detectives he had been taking photos. A digital camera was on the passenger seat of his truck, and in the back were wooden planks with reddish stains. The vehicle was confiscated, and detectives asked Vincent to accompany them to the police station. Upon turning on the camera, the investigators saw the first image: burnt human remains in a bush, resembling a woman's body. At the station, Vincent continued denying any contact with Stephanie or her car. Although not yet under arrest, the conversation was recorded with his consent. They questioned Vincent about the various scratches on his face and right forearm. He explained that a week prior, he had hit his head and collided with tree branches. As for the photos found on his camera, Vincent claimed they were from a horror movie he downloaded from the internet because he found them amusing. After the interview, Vincent was placed under arrest and given the opportunity to speak with a lawyer, which he declined. However, he agreed to undergo several forensic tests, including a medical examination of his injuries with photographs and measurements, as well as nail scrapings and a mouth swab for DNA analysis. Once the results were in, the investigators had no doubt. Vincent was charged with the crime against Stephanie Scott, denied bail and taken to jail. When Vincent's brother learned of his brother's arrest, he opened the package and found Stephanie's driver's license and photographed it before burning it. He kept the rings, awaiting further instructions from Vincent. The detectives analyzed Vincent's truck. The GPS system had recorded a trip to Cocopara National Park, and material found on the wheel arches indicated the vehicle had traveled on a gravel or dirt road. Additionally, a closed condom and a cell phone were discovered under the passenger seat. The stains on the wooden planks recovered from the truck were confirmed to be biological fluids matching Stephanie's genetic profile. On the morning of April 9, 2015, the police notified the Scott family of Vincent's arrest and the charges against him, including the photos found on his camera. They withheld the fact that the remains were burnt. However, the information about the burned body leaked to the national media, devastating Stephanie's loved ones. That same day, at 9:30 a.m., a car matching the description of Stephanie's car was found. The area was declared a crime scene, and the vehicle was taken for forensic analysis. Specialists found traces of fluids in the trunk and on the rear bumper, which matched Stephanie's DNA. There were also traces of Vincent's genetic code. A subsequent thorough forensic examination of the Stanford residence uncovered the plastic used to cover the Mazda's trunk and an empty gasoline can behind the shed. Inside, they found Stephanie's keys, a red bra identified by her family, and the sharp weapon used to kill her. In a closet, they discovered a bottle of lubricant, several condoms, and flexible handcuffs, all stained with the victim's blood. They seized a computer from Vincent's bedroom, was later examined by the Electronic Evidence Unit. The hard drive contained numerous images of crimes, sexual assaults, and other disturbing content involving animals, as well as bomb-making materials and surveillance photos and videos of women and students. They also found that Vincent had spent the early hours of April 5th searching the internet for information about knives and had previously researched about abducting women and teachers. Additionally, he had looked into leg cuffs and made an online purchase of flexible handcuffs and a dagger-style knife. At 8 a.m. on April 10, 2015, a witness came forward at the police station, reporting that around 4 p.m. on Monday, they saw a vehicle resembling Vincent's parked by the main irrigation canal. The man said he saw someone throw a laptop into the water before running back to the truck and leaving. The next day, police divers retrieved the device. Forensic technology specialists dried it quickly, downloaded its contents, and confirmed it belonged to Stephanie. Despite police efforts, Stephanie's body remained missing. News outlets published photos of Vincent's vehicle urging anyone with information to contact the police. The scouts who had been in Cocopar National Park on April 8th responded to this call. A photograph taken by one of the boys showed Vincent driving his white truck, leaving the area where he had allegedly abandoned Stephanie's body. Thanks to this lead, near 5 p.m. on April 10th, the day before Stephanie's scheduled wedding, police found charred human remains in a narrow scrubland strip in the park, near a road. Upon analysis, the body was identified as that of the missing teacher. On what should have been Stephanie and Aaron's wedding day, April 11th, 2015, Vincent requested to speak with the lead investigator. Vincent finally confessed to the crime, stating that he had gone a bit crazy and felt an overwhelming urge to take Stephanie's life. He admitted to hitting her about 40 times but offered no reason or emotion behind his actions, suggesting his mental problems had resurfaced. When asked why he had a knife with him, Vincent explained that he kept it in the cleaning room as a tool he had previously used to open something. On April 13, 2015, an autopsy revealed that Stephanie died from blunt force trauma to the head. She had hematomas on the right side of her face, a small laceration on her eyebrow, a fractured nose, and an eye injury consistent with severe impact. Additionally, there were 2 knife wounds on the right side of her neck, with the right internal jugular vein being severed, though no associated hemorrhage was found along the cut's path. On April 21st, Vincent was interviewed again to clarify the details of his confession and to locate Stephanie's rings. Vincent revealed that his brother Marcus had helped with the rings. The next day, after 1 p.m., Stephanie's funeral was held, attended by over 1,500 people, including family, friends, students, and community members. They gathered at the location where she was supposed to marry Aaron. Many wore black with a touch of yellow. Townspeople tied yellow ribbons to trees along the route to the funeral. Stephanie's family and friends shared beautiful tributes about her reflective nature and care for others. On May 9, 2015, Vincent called his twin brother Marcus, asking him to sell the rings. Marcus, in an act he later described as misguided loyalty, pawned them for $705 in Adelaide. In a subsequent phone call, Vincent instructed Marcus to buy a plane ticket to visit him in jail and give the rest of the money to their mother. Marcus followed these instructions and visited Vincent on May 20th. 2 days later, Marcus was interviewed by the police. He denied receiving any packages from his brother and had deleted their text messages. Due to the case's uproar, Marcus and his father decided to move to a different city, where Marcus started working on a flower farm. However, on June 9th, authorities visited Marcus' new home. During the search, they seized a camera, a pawn shop receipt, and his mobile phone. Marcus was arrested and taken to New South Wales, charged as an accessory to murder, and placed in the Unitary Correctional Facility. On August 5th, during questioning, Marcus stated he never understood why Vincent sent him Stephanie's belongings, expressing confusion and anger. 7 months later, on March 31, 2016, Marcus pleaded guilty. On July 19, 2016, it was Vincent's turn to appear before the same court where he pled guilty to aggravated sexual assault and murder. Psychological evaluations revealed a pattern of social and interpersonal deficits, including an inability to experience emotions, extreme detachment, and indifference to others. It was clear that he harbored violent thoughts, which, when stressed, could reach an intolerable level. He scored high on scales of perversion and violence, though his psychopathy tendencies were low. According to the presented tests, Vincent told the forensic psychologist that being around people was stressful and unpleasant for him. He claimed the crime was not premeditated and that while he did not enjoy committing it, doing so helped reduce his overall tension and overwhelming need to kill the young woman. A month later, on August 24, 2016, Marcus was sentenced to 15 months without parole for being an accessory to his brother after the crime. The judge described his actions as absolutely atrocious, shameful, and unforgivable, noting that despite being driven by misguided loyalty to his brother, Marcus had abandoned morality and human decency in favor of a criminal's interests. Marcus' sentence was retroactive to his arrest, so he was released on September 9th of the same year. Despite nearly 60,000 people signing an online petition to appeal his sentence as insufficient, Marcus expressed regret for helping his brother and publicly apologized, assuring he no longer wanted anything to do with Vincent. He returned to his father's home, but they had to move due to local hostility. They relocated to a rural town in New South Wales, keeping a low profile. A month later, on October 10, 2016, court sessions resumed for Vincent's sentencing. Stephanie's mother took the stand to speak about the emotional impact of the crime. One of her most poignant statements was lamenting that her daughter spent her wedding day in a morgue, without vows or a wedding dance. The video of Vincent's police confession from April 2015 was then shown. As everyone listened in shock, Vincent sat with his head down. Finally, on October 12, 2016, the judge announced the sentence. In his verdict, the judge described Vincent's behavior as deeply disturbing, noting his fluctuations between despair and unmet expectations, leading to deep-seated hatred. He declared the case fell within the worst category and left no doubt about Vincent's guilt. Vincent Stanford was sentenced to 15 years without parole for aggravated sexual assault and life imprisonment for the murder of Stephanie Scott. Upon the verdict's announcement, the public showed support. Just 2 weeks after Vincent's sentencing, another tragedy struck the Scott family. On October 31, 2016, while chopping trees, Bob lost his life when a trunk fell on him at the family farm. In 2018, the Scott family initiated legal action against the New South Wales Department of Education and the cleaning company that employed Vincent, citing ongoing nervous shock, a legal term for permanent psychiatric distress following a relative's death. In June 2020, both parties reached an out-of-court settlement with details kept confidential, and the Scotts received compensation. Aaron managed to rebuild his life. 5 years after the tragedy, on July 7, 2020, he announced his engagement on social media. He got married in December of that year and 2 years later, welcomed a daughter named Sienna. Many consider Stephanie Scott's murder one of the most heinous crimes in recent Australian history. Such a cruel and inhuman act shook the entire country. Savannah Gray Wind was born on August 9, 1995, in Belcourt, North Dakota. Her parents, Norberta and Joe Gray Wind, were Native Americans. She was a member of the Spirit Lake Sioux tribe. Shortly after Savannah's birth, the family moved to Fargo, but they returned to the reservation when she was 9 years old. Growing up in a vibrant, multicultural community rich with colorful traditions, Savannah was immersed in nature and surrounded by the love of her family, which she valued above all else. This circle also included her grandparents and 3 siblings. Savannah was a horse enthusiast with a caring soul and was known as a committed student with average performance at Warwick Public High School. It was during her studies there that she met Ashton Matheny, who, like her, was a member of the Spirit Lake Sioux tribe. Their romance quickly blossomed, and by 2010, they were certain they had found the love of their lives. Though they dreamed of starting a home together, it was still early. However, Ashton's daily interactions with Savannah gave him a glimpse of her maternal instincts, as she adored children, particularly her nephews, whom she helped raise with great joy. Later, Savannah attended Lakes Region State College and earned a degree as a certified nursing assistant, which led to employment at a senior care home. When the home was acquired by a large American company, she was transferred to Fargo in January 2016. To keep Savannah company, her entire family moved to Fargo, renting a modest ground floor apartment. At that time, Ashton lived and worked in Minneapolis, about 270 miles away, making efforts to visit her regularly. During these visits, they discussed saving money to eventually move in together. In the apartment above Savannah's lived the couple Brooke and William. Brooke, born on July 4, 1979, had a troubled past despite growing up in a normal family in Florida. She was always a problematic young woman, and her relationships over the last 2 decades showed she was obsessive, had poorly controlled aggression, and a knack for intimidating people. At 17, in 1995, Brooke gave birth to a daughter from her relationship with Aaron Edwards. After becoming a mother, she worked as a pet store animal technician and a sales representative. However, one day, she left the state without explanation, abandoning her husband and daughter. She then led a life on the fringes of the law, ending up imprisoned in Missouri for passing bad checks and later in Texas for violating parole while working as a waitress in a Chinese restaurant. When her daughter turned 14, Brooke had some virtual conversations with her through a social network, maintaining brief contact, always behind Aaron's back, who hadn't heard from his ex-wife since she left. Throughout those years, Brooke had numerous lovers, which she boasted about until she remarried in 2006, this time to Carl Cruz, a carpenter from Minnesota. The couple had 2 children, and Brooke worked as Carl's administrative assistant. After 3 years, Brooke left for a period, and upon her return, Carl discovered she kept meticulous records and diaries detailing rather peculiar matters. The most shocking entries included detailed accounts of her various lovers and, more disturbingly, comprehensive reports on births and pregnancy terminations. Brooke kept meticulous notes that included a list of items needed to dispose of an unborn child: scissors, knives, tweezers, gloves, and oxytocin to induce contractions or cause a miscarriage. In 2010 and 2011, she visited Australia, and during one of these trips, she suffered a spontaneous miscarriage. Doctors informed her that she could no longer have children. At the end of that year and the beginning of the next, Brooke was arrested for attacking her husband, Carl, with a knife. After regaining her freedom, she traveled back to Australia using a false identity. In a sworn statement during a custody battle for their 2 children, Carl wrote that she often fled from her problems, citing her trips to Australia as an example. Living life on her terms, Brooke met Andrew Murray, a chef from Katoomba, through a dating app. She quickly moved to the Blue Mountains and married him. However, Andrew soon discovered the countless lies surrounding his new wife, who had concealed her true identity, the fact that she had children, and that she had been previously married. Despite her deceit, Andrew fell in love and decided to salvage their relationship. He stood by Brooke's side but soon grew uneasy about her obsession with real-life crimes. Brooke's fixation on criminal psychology and famous criminals became her sole reading material and favorite conversation topic. Initially, Andrew saw it as a peculiar but harmless hobby, but his perspective shifted when she began threatening him. Andrew became alarmed as her behavior grew increasingly aggressive. He suggested she return to the United States to care for her children, but this only worsened the situation. Brooke threatened to report him to the authorities and attempted to terrorize him, making him believe the police were after him. Exhausted by her delusions, Andrew went to the nearest police station, offering to cooperate with the authorities, as he had nothing to hide. The officers informed him there were no charges against him and suggested something was wrong with his wife. Andrew recounted the torment he endured, including threatening texts and immigration documents with false names. 6 months and 10 days passed from Brooke's arrival in Australia until her return to the United States in October 2012. Back in the US, Andrew maintained contact with Brooke for 2 weeks, contemplating a move to reconcile their marriage. However, he soon realized it was futile. Concerned by her erratic behavior, he alerted the Fargo police about the potential danger she posed. However, the police seemed indifferent to his warnings. Eventually, Andrew severed ties with Brooke and moved on. Back in the US, Brooke engaged in a prolonged custody battle with Carl for their 2 children. Around the same time, in late 2012, she began a relationship with William, a few years younger than her. Details about William's background are sparse, but it is known that he had recently completed a sentence for child neglect and abuse after bringing his son to the hospital in January 2011 with fractures near his right ear. The whirlwind romance led Brooke and William to move into an apartment in the same Fargo building where Savannah's family lived. William, blinded by what he believed to be unbreakable love, dreamed of building a home and family with Brooke. Although Brooke initially reciprocated William's feelings, she hid her significant difficulties in conceiving. Meanwhile, Brooke faced the frustration of the court granting exclusive custody of her 2 children to her ex-husband, Carl, while she only had visitation rights. Brooke made a living through temporary jobs, either in stores or various nursing homes. Over the months, her feelings toward William changed, as reflected in her diary. On December 23, 2014, she was diagnosed with anxiety at a Fargo medical center and was told she had post-traumatic stress disorder. To make matters worse, the following year, Brooke received a medical report about a growth in her gallbladder, darkening her mood even further. By that time, she wrote in her personal notes about a shadow that seemed to be consuming her true personality. Throughout that year and the next 2, their relationship oscillated between routine calm and occasional conflicts. Given the tragic events that later unfolded, investigators believe Brooke was likely seeking a solution to fulfill her desire to be a mother again and to prevent William from leaving her. While Brooke's life seemed to be spiraling into chaos, Savannah and her boyfriend Ashton's relationship appeared increasingly promising. At the beginning of 2017, they received the wonderful news that they were expecting their first child. The family's jubilant reaction to the news only heightened the couple's excitement for their bright future. Ashton doubled his efforts to achieve their long-awaited independence and marriage. In the fall of 2017, the doctor informed them they would have a girl, filling them with joy. Around that time, their upstairs neighbor, with whom Savannah's family had only a courteous relationship, approached the pregnant young woman with an invitation to smoke an illegal substance. Savannah refused and immediately informed her family about the absurd proposal, especially given her advanced pregnancy. From that moment, Norberta and Joe, Savannah's parents, viewed Brooke and her boyfriend William with suspicion. Saturday, August 19, 2017, began like any other day. At 22 and in her 8th month of pregnancy, Savannah looked radiant but understandably tired. She eagerly awaited her baby's due date. Shortly after noon, Brooke called Savannah to her apartment for help with sewing, explaining she needed her to try on a dress. Despite her distrust, Savannah agreed to help. Once inside, Brooke became hostile, accusing Savannah of mistreating her cats. At 1:30 p.m., Ashton sent a message to Savannah, which went unanswered. Suddenly, the 2 women engaged in a physical fight, and Savannah fell, hitting her head. The impact left her unconscious, and Brooke took the opportunity to fetch a knife. Using the sharp object, Brooke performed a cesarean section without medical knowledge, driven by her desire to steal the baby. In excruciating pain, Savannah tried to rise and saw in horror as Brooke removed her baby and placed her in a bathtub. Without proper medical attention, Savannah was severely weakened from profuse bleeding, and soon after, her heart stopped. Worried for his daughter and suspicious of the strange neighbor, Joe knocked on Brooke's door but received evasive responses. The details of William's involvement in the crime vary, with investigators debating 2 scenarios. In the first, William arrived after Savannah's tragic end. In the second, upon discovering the bloody scene, William tied a rope around Savannah's neck to ensure she had no signs of life. According to the reconstruction of events, what is certain is that Brooke showed the newborn to William, declaring they finally had a family. William then cleaned the crime scene, gathering all evidence, including shoes and blood-stained towels, and disposed of them far away. The couple discarded Savannah's body in the Red River on the outskirts of Fargo, near the Minnesota border. Meanwhile, Savannah's family, desperate after countless unanswered calls to her phone, reported her disappearance that same Saturday afternoon. Officers arrived at their home at 5 p.m. and, after a brief conversation with Norberta and Joe, learned where Savannah was last seen. They immediately went upstairs and knocked on Brooke and William's door. The initial visit by the police to the apartment revealed nothing suspicious, so they left. However, a few hours later, still with no news of Savannah's whereabouts, the officers returned to Brooke and William's apartment for further questioning. Meanwhile, investigators interviewed Ashton, whose alibi was corroborated the next day. Consequently, on Sunday, August 20th, 2017, the police visited the couple's residence for the third time. Despite Brooke and William sticking to their story and no incriminating evidence being found, the officers left empty-handed once again. Ashton took matters into his own hands, dedicating every moment to informing locals about the case and asking for their help in finding Savannah. During those anguished hours, the soon-to-be father couldn't stop replaying his last conversation with his girlfriend in his mind, hoping to find a logical explanation for her mysterious disappearance. Determined to follow the only viable lead, the timeline of events, the police took William to the station for an interview. He did everything he could to handle the situation. Meanwhile, back home, both he and Brooke had to care for the newborn, which involved buying necessities for feeding and clothing her. They also began informing their acquaintances that they had become parents, news that quickly reached the investigating officers. Suspecting that Savannah might be held captive somewhere, the police started tailing the couple. Finally, on Tuesday, August 22nd, 2017, the police raided Brooke and William's apartment. After moving the sofa that had been placed against the door to block entry, they found a chaotic scene. On the bed, they discovered a newborn baby, just a few days old, who was immediately taken to the emergency room. Though Brooke refused to answer the police's questions, both she and William were taken to the station. There, William revealed that when he arrived home that Saturday, Brooke was holding the baby and frantically trying to clean up the scene. His disclosures began to unravel the gruesome story. On Thursday, August 24th, 2017, Brooke and William were formally arrested and charged with conspiracy to commit murder, conspiracy to commit kidnapping, and providing false information to the police. Fortunately, the baby was in good health. Genetic tests would later provide crucial evidence against those who took Savannah's life. 3 days later, Savannah's lifeless body was found on the banks of the Red River, wrapped in plastic and adhesive tape. The subsequent autopsy revealed she had been a victim of homicidal violence, though it was unclear whether she died from blood loss or airway obstruction. Genetic tests confirmed that the baby was indeed Savannah's. The child was placed under the care of the county social services and later given the name her biological parents had chosen. Ashton shared an adorable photo of himself holding the baby on social media, a moment of overwhelming joy amidst the tragedy. A candlelight vigil in memory of Savannah was held on the evening of Wednesday, September 6, 2017. The following morning, Thursday, September 7, 2017, a funeral service took place at First Assembly Church. The funeral ceremony was open to the public, drawing nearly 1,000 mourners who joined Savannah's family and friends to pay their final respects amidst tears. Native American songs filled the air as Savannah, remembered as a kind and loving girl, was honored. The town's mayor offered words in memory of the late mother. Many attendees wore red shirts symbolizing not only Savannah's loss, but also the countless other indigenous women who had met similar fates. After the service, a horse-drawn carriage carried Savannah's casket to the cemetery, followed by 10 horses, one of which was riderless. Only Savannah's family attended the burial, placing various items on her coffin according to their tribal beliefs to accompany her on her journey to the afterlife. In later interviews, Ashton shared that he suffered from recurring nightmares following the tragic events. However, the support from friends and the community was overwhelming. One significant gesture was the creation of a fundraising account in his and his baby's names to help cover essential expenses. Granted legal custody of the baby, Ashton focused on her well-being. With the help of Savannah's parents, he spent his days bathing, feeding, and changing the baby, ensuring she had everything she needed. As he later shared with the media, Ashton realized he had become both father and mother. Brooke's trial began in early December 2017 at the Fargo courthouse. At 6 months old, Savannah's baby was seen in her father's arms during the hearings, where Ashton learned in detail the twisted circumstances of Savannah's death. The prosecutor emphasized that Savannah's baby took her first breath as her mother took her last, seeking a life sentence without parole for Brooke, whom she called dangerous and heartless. Brooks' attorney requested life with the possibility of parole, arguing that in his 38-year career, he believed everyone could change, pointing to Brooks' acceptance of responsibility. In February 2018, at the sentencing hearing, moments before the judge announced the verdict, Brooke apologized to Savannah's family for the pain she had caused. She acknowledged there was no excuse or way to undo her actions. Ultimately, Brooke was sentenced to life without the possibility of parole for the crime against Savannah. William, having accepted a plea deal and cooperated fully with the investigation, avoided charges of conspiracy to commit murder and to take the baby. Instead, he faced lesser charges of conspiracy to kidnap the baby and providing false information to investigators. However, the judge designated William as a particularly dangerous offender due to his prior conviction for child neglect and abuse, increasing his sentencing possibilities from 20 years to life imprisonment. During his sentencing hearing, William expressed deep remorse. However, during the victim impact statement, Savannah's mother expressed that William's supposed remorse was insufficient. She urged the judge to apply the full weight of the law, condemning William and his girlfriend's actions as atrocious and twisted. The judge heeded her plea, sentencing 33-year-old William to life imprisonment as a particularly dangerous offender. Despite this, he was given the possibility of parole. William later appealed his status as a particularly dangerous offender, and in August 2019, the North Dakota Supreme Court ruled that the designation was inappropriate. Consequently, a new sentencing was ordered. The second hearing took place on October 7, 2019. Although the judge disagreed with the decision, he aimed to be as severe as possible, sentencing William to 20 years in prison. Beyond the court and complex judicial processes, Savannah's loved ones strove to regain a sense of normalcy, especially because they believed that Savannah's baby deserved a full life, not one overshadowed by grief. For Ashton, every moment with his daughter was particularly precious after surviving such a nightmare. After enduring such a stressful and painful time, Ashton told the press he felt relieved that life for both of them had become much more tranquil and stable. The young father devoted himself to studying business administration at a local community college. Given their financial constraints, Ashton was looking for a better-paying job alongside his obligations. He was very grateful for the support from the fundraising account, using the money to buy a vehicle and renovate their modest home. Sonia Carmen Herrick was born on May 27, 1951 in Quebec, Eastern Canada. Little is known about her early life and home environment. The first notable events in her life trace back to her teenage years when she met David in Montreal. The two fell deeply in love, according to stories from that time. When David decided to move to California, USA in 1972, Sonia followed him. Despite her adventurous spirit, Sonia had other dreams. She longed to marry and start a family. Their differing life goals eventually led to the end of their romantic relationship, but they remained friends. A few months later, another man entered Sonia's life, Michael. Sonia's happiness on her wedding day to Michael was captured in photographs, her radiant smile reflecting her joy. Soon after, their happiness seemed complete with the birth of their first child, Sasha, in 1977. David, maintaining his close friendship with Sonia, was named Sasha's godfather. Sonia was recognized for her sewing skills and independent entrepreneurial spirit. However, not everything was rosy. After giving birth, she struggled with postpartum depression, which worsened when Michael faced career difficulties. Their marriage began to strain, with David witnessing the tension between Sonia and Michael. To clear her mind, Sonia took Sasha and moved to Carmel, a picturesque community in Northern California known for its white sandy beaches, artistic vibe, and stunning views. Although Sonia had not yet made any drastic decisions about her marriage, she considered divorce. In Carmel, her long hair, striking beauty, and charisma made her a well-known figure. She also became notable for driving a Mercedes-Benz convertible. Her career took a positive turn when she became a rising star at Levi Strauss, working as a sales representative. In Carmel, Sonia formed a genuine friendship with another young mother, Caroline McBride. Their daughters attended the same school, which promoted children's freedom and creativity. This nurturing environment allowed Sasha and her friend to grow up happily. Around this time, a new family moved in across the street from Sonia and Sasha. The family consisted of Jean and Walter and their son, Michael Scott, known as Scott. Scott, 25, was studying photography at the Monterey Peninsula Community College. His volatile personality and poor manners made him a notorious figure in the neighborhood. Despite having no known criminal record, Scott was an odd and intimidating character with limited social aspirations. While Sonia was regaining control of her life and progressing steadily, some unsettling events began to occur. Caroline recounted that she received several mysterious phone calls with no one on the other end. Sonia also felt that she was being watched. One night in mid-September 1981, Caroline was visiting Sonia when they heard heavy footsteps outside the window. According to Caroline, Sonia did not know her neighbor Scott. While the subsequent investigation could not definitively link Scott to the phone calls or the strange occurrence in the garden, the later events strongly suggested his involvement. In the early hours of Thursday, October 15, 1981, Sonia dropped Sasha off at school and then returned home. It was then that Scott broke into her house. He managed to subdue her. The young mother, only 30 years old, fought valiantly against her attacker. Unfortunately, Scott overpowered her and soon assaulted her. Using Sonia's own stockings, he strangled her and fled the scene. Around midday, Caroline knocked on her friend's door multiple times. Worried by the lack of response, she opened the door, and what she found would be etched into her memory forever. Just a few feet from the living room, she saw Sonia's partially clothed body on the floor, stockings tightly wrapped around her neck. Her purse was nearby, its contents scattered on the floor. Caroline got into her car and drove through the neighborhood, screaming for help, thinking the attacker might still be inside Sonia's house. Emergency services contacted the county sheriff's department, and Detective Williams was one of the first to arrive at the scene. Along with obvious signs of forced entry and struggle, the detective noted a significant detail on the victim's body: a broken ring fingernail, suggesting she had scratched her attacker. Initially, the detective could not identify the object around her neck, but later realized they were stockings. Detective Williams then interviewed Caroline, and immediately a suspect emerged. The detective quickly reached out to Michael Stone, informing him that he was the prime suspect without disclosing details. Unaware of the reason for police interest, Michael hurried to the station. He was told the terrible news upon arrival. Despite being cooperative, Michael's status as Sonia's ex-husband made him a natural suspect. However, Williams soon realized that pursuing this lead solely based on their relationship was unwise. News of the crime quickly spread through the community. Initially, residents of the picturesque coastal town were in disbelief, but soon a profound fear took hold. In a place where such a crime seemed unthinkable, trust among neighbors eroded. Detective Williams continued his investigation, which led him to focus on Sonia's neighbor, Scott. He approached Scott, who was injured, and claimed his injury was self-inflicted while cutting acrylic sheets in his backyard. Throughout the conversation, the officer noticed Scott's nervousness, stammering, and mumbling. These observations led the detective to consider Scott a potential suspect. These initial impressions were documented in an official report, which also included opinions gathered from interviewing various neighbors. When police spoke to Scott's parents, they learned he had given them a completely different explanation for his injury, claiming it resulted from a fight at school. To verify Scott's story, the police examined his workbench and the acrylic sheets, but found no bloodstains. When they interviewed one of his friends named Michelle, she initially said that Scott mentioned getting the scratch in an argument. Later, however, she confessed that Scott admitted being at the crime scene that morning. As authorities built their case against the prime suspect, Sonia's loved ones bid her a final farewell. The tragic actions of Scott left young Sasha bearing an unbearable burden. She suffered from night terrors and traumatic nightmares, often seeing herself as Little Red Riding Hood chased by a terrifying wolf. She would wake up screaming every night. On Monday, December 19, 1981, Scott was arrested at a traffic light for 2 outstanding speeding tickets. A detective from the Monterey County Sheriff's Office in California approached Scott's vehicle with a warrant for his DNA. Although Scott requested to speak with a lawyer, he denied him this right. This marked the beginning of several errors that negatively impacted the case. Once at the station, Scott was booked, fingerprinted, and photographed, with the police aiming to capture an image of the cut on his cheek. They proceeded to interrogate him about Sonia's murder, which was legally questionable. During the interrogation, Scott claimed he had an affair with Sonia and was at her house the day of the crime, but denied any involvement in the fatal attack. Additionally, after typing up the interview reports, investigators destroyed the original case notes. With the interrogation report in hand, the deputy district attorney noted inconsistencies in Scott's account. Scott was subjected to a polygraph test and failed. At that time, DNA evidence as we know it today did not exist. The samples collected at the crime scene only allowed for blood type and other genetic markers to be identified. The tissue found under Sonia's broken nail revealed a blood type that did not match Michael's, her ex-husband. Soon after, Scott was charged with first-degree murder. Initially, Scott's trial was scheduled to begin on March 7, 1982, but repeated delays pushed it to November of the same year. One of the first to testify was a forensic serologist, an expert in biological fluids, who examined blood, semen, and urine from both the victim and the accused. He testified there was no evidence of sexual assault on Sonia's body. Next, the chief forensic pathologist from San Francisco and an expert in reconstructing sexual assault scenes stated that the evidence of such an assault did exist, particularly noting the bruises on Sonia's body. Michelle Wilson, Scott's close friend, testified for the prosecution. However, her testimony was confusing as she retracted her earlier statements, denying what she had allegedly said Scott had told her about that day. Michelle admitted that the passage of time had made her unsure about the events, leading to her being reprimanded during the following day's proceedings. On November 13, 1982, Scott's parents denied seeing a scratch on their son's face. Meanwhile, some witnesses placed Scott near Sonia's home, and the prosecution insisted the scratch on his face resulted from a struggle with Sonia. When the defense attorney requested additional time to review witness statements, the trial was further delayed, leaving the year 1982 to end without resolution. In April 1983, the defense moved to dismiss the murder charges against Scott, which the judge denied. However, the judge expressed doubts about Scott's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. On June 20, 1983, the judge criticized the investigators' procedures as unethical and illegal, pointing out that Scott was interrogated while in a psychologically weakened state. Consequently, he dismissed the murder charges against Scott. This was a significant blow to both the prosecutor and the police team. Scott seemed to have gotten away with it, but his relief was short-lived as he was brought to trial again in August 1983. As expected, he pleaded not guilty. 2 months later, the case was impacted once more by the initial haste of the police, who had interrogated Scott without honoring his request to speak with a lawyer. This time, a judge from the Montgomery County Superior Court invalidated the evidence obtained during Scott's arrest and interrogation, deeming it illegal. This allowed the defense to argue that their client had been harmed by what they called tainted evidence. During the hearing on November 17, 1983, neighbors provided varying accounts of Scott's whereabouts that day. An emergency physician from the local hospital testified that the laceration on Scott's face was consistent with a scratch from a fingernail. The credibility of the witnesses' reports negatively impacted the prosecution's case. Compounding the issue was the fact that the investigators' original notes had been destroyed. There was no way to verify what was said and what the officer had noted, making it impossible to contrast with the typewritten statements. The defense attorney pointed out discrepancies between the typewritten statements and the witnesses' testimonies on the stand. On November 24, 1983, Scott claimed he had been playing softball the day of the crime. Apparently, none of his softball teammates were contacted. 2 weeks later, when the jury failed to reach a unanimous verdict, the judge declared a mistrial. Scott, visibly relieved, spoke to the press outside the courthouse, stating that he was not surprised by the decision as he had always maintained his innocence. and felt he had been falsely accused. Following the 2 judicial setbacks, the prosecutors dismissed the case, concluding that the available evidence was insufficient for a conviction. Scott then lived as a free man, finding work as a forklift operator for a well-known American retailer of tools and home goods. In 2007, he also secured employment as a school bus driver for the Salinas Unified School District. Simultaneously, he coached Little League Baseball, earning the affection of both the children and their parents. He continued living in the area, becoming a father and grandfather, and was never accused of another crime. In stark contrast, Michael, Sonia's ex-husband, became the focus of public suspicion in the absence of a convicted culprit. This scrutiny led Michael to leave the country and move to Canada. As Sasha grew older and fully understood the events, her anger grew, a rage fueled by the lack of answers and the fact that her mother's killer had never been caught. As a teenager, she turned to the detective in charge of the case, seeking to understand why the investigation wasn't reopened. Beyond emotional support and explanations related to bureaucracy and the law, he couldn't do much more for her. Resolving to ensure her mother's crime was not forgotten, Sasha channeled her energy into advocating for victims, dedicating herself to restorative justice, an approach that encourages offenders to take responsibility and recognize the harm they've caused through discussions with victims and community members. This work brought her immense satisfaction and allowed her to demonstrate great professionalism. In 2009, a significant event brought new hope for justice for Sonia. With the detective of the case retired, a new detective was assigned to the case. By then, investigators had a tool unavailable in the 1980s: DNA testing. The following year, a forensic expert from the California Department of Justice began testing old samples, including the blood found under Sonia's nails. The sample yielded a male DNA profile. The goal was to compare it with a sample of Scott's DNA stored in small vials for nearly 30 years. However, at some point over the years, these vials had broken, spilling their contents into the envelope containing Sonia's nails. The material was so severely degraded that they could only generate a weak male profile from it. Although he believed Scott was the suspect, he wasn't entirely certain. To confirm this, they needed a new DNA sample from Scott. Lacking the necessary funds and resources, the county sheriff's office couldn't obtain it, and the case was shelved again in 2013. Many years passed without any progress until late 2020, when the county district attorney formed a task force focused on dozens of cold cases with available DNA evidence. A new detective was assigned to revisit Sonia's case. He dove into the old files and consulted past detectives to discuss the details. The deputy district attorney then collaborated with the detectives to re-examine all the evidence, deducing that some of it could now be tested with DNA technology that wasn't available when Scott was first tried. They discovered that Scott still lived and worked in the same county and soon obtained a judge's order to collect his genetic material. The new DNA sample and the crime scene evidence were sent to the Department of Justice laboratory for analysis. The results revealed a conclusive match. Consequently, Scott, now 65 years old, was arrested at his home in Seaside and detained at the county jail on suspicion of murder. His bail was set at $1 million. The news shocked many residents, including students who had relied on his daily transportation services. The Salinas Unified School District faced scrutiny from anxious parents, understandably outraged that one of their bus drivers was allegedly involved in such a heinous crime. Swiftly, the district initiated the process to place Scott on administrative leave. Upon hearing of the arrest, Sasha, then 44 years old, was overwhelmed with happiness at the prospect of long-awaited justice. Scott's new trial began on January 30th, 2023. Although it was expected to last several weeks, it concluded in just 8 days, ample time for the defense to thoroughly cross-examine all witnesses. Scott's fate was sealed on Tuesday, February 7th, when, after nearly 6 hours of deliberation, the jury convicted him of first-degree murder. They also found true a special circumstance allegation that the crime occurred during the commission or attempted commission of a rape, making him eligible for a life sentence without the possibility of parole. Victim impact statements included heartfelt words from Sasha and her father, Michael Stone, who spoke about how the crime had profoundly affected their lives. In April 2023, Sasha took the stage as an inspirational speaker at the National Crime Victims' Rights Week ceremony in Salinas, California. Speaking to a crowd that included many who had lost loved ones to violence, she painted a realistic picture of the impacts of trauma and violent crimes. Sasha emphasized that overcoming such devastation required developing inner strength, resilience, humility, compassion, grace, generosity, and forgiveness. She concluded her speech by paying special tribute to her mother, who remained her motivation for her work. 2 months later, on June 12th, Michael Scott, 67, was sentenced to life without the possibility of parole for the 1981 murder of 30-year-old Sonia Carmen Hierek. Although the detectives never had the chance to meet Sonia, finding her killer more than 4 decades later meant a great deal to them. As the first detective in charge of the case, he had wrestled with the ghosts of not strictly adhering to the law, feeling a debt to Sasha, whose pain had always stayed with him in some way. Now, he was certain he had done everything possible to deliver the justice Sasha so fervently sought. The case of Danilo Cavalcante. On July 3, 1989, a child was born in the municipality of Estu in the state of Maranhão, Brazil. The boy was given the common Portuguese name Danilo. This child experienced a tough upbringing. He wasn't spoon-fed or comforted with bedtime stories. No one took him by the hand to school when he reached school age. Instead, like many children in his impoverished neighborhood, he grew up on the streets. The environment for adults and children in Brazil's favelas is marked by oppressive poverty, low living standards, and high unemployment. All these factors contribute to a thriving street crime culture. When growing up in such conditions, amid dirt, poverty, and lack of basic human necessities, one's instincts for self-preservation kick in. People survive as best they can or choose to. Unfortunately, most often, someone who has known only violence from childhood may take the same violent path, since they know no other way. Our story today delves into horrific brutality and relentless obsession that can destroy lives. Such events unfolded recently. In 2019, Sarah Brando eagerly awaited the arrival of her younger sister Deborah and her 2 nephews, Ian and Yasmin, at the airport. After a failed relationship with her children's father, Deborah, who was 30 at the time, driven by a genuine desire to provide a better life for her children, moved from Brazil to Pennsylvania to live with her sister. The family quickly adapted to their new environment, enjoying their cozy home and improved living standards. Deborah Brando and her sister Sarah were inseparable. They worked together at a cleaning service and often stayed connected via phone calls throughout the day. Their lives were quiet and happy as they embraced their newfound circumstances in another country. However, an unexpected acquaintance altered their destinies forever. In 2020, while spending a day off with her children at a park, Deborah met Danilo Cavalcante, a compatriot who was 31 years old at that time. A trusting relationship swiftly developed between them. Danilo was attentive and kind to both Deborah and her children. Deborah fell in love with her Brazilian neighbor Danilo Cavalcante and believed she had found a dependable partner. After several months into their relationship, they rented a small house together and began living as one cohesive family unit. After some time, Danilo, whose temperament was often hot and emotional, began to lose interest in the apparent perfection of their family life. As he grew closer to Deborah, his jealousy and obsession intensified. Mistrust without basis gradually transformed into a need for total control over the relationship. Frequent conflicts erupted between the couple, often culminating in violence. Danilo would drink heavily every night and return home as a completely different person, almost like an angered animal. He demanded complete submission and obedience from Deborah, punishing her severely in front of their children when she resisted. Despite her strength and efforts to defend herself and protect her children, the situation became untenable for Deborah. Unable to endure such treatment any longer, she moved back to her sister's home. After numerous threats from Danilo, Deborah sought protection by going to the police and subsequently obtaining an order of protection from the court that prohibited him from approaching her. Despite her attempts to distance herself from him, Danilo pursued her aggressively, often resorting to threats of violence if she even considered ending their relationship permanently. Fearing for her safety, Deborah decided to investigate Danilo's background. She reached out to acquaintances in Brazil through social media and unearthed startling information about his past life and his reasons for coming to the United States. To her shock, she discovered that Danilo was not who he had claimed to be. On November 5, 2017, in Brazil, Danilo had fatally wounded a 20-year-old student named Walter Jr. Moreira dos Reis by shooting him 5 times near a restaurant in Figueirópolis for something as trivial as a car repair debt. Investigation revealed that the two men were friends before this tragic incident occurred. Following the crime, Brazilian authorities issued an arrest warrant after granting the prosecutor's office's request for preventive detention. However, Danilo managed to leave Brazil through Brasilia International Airport due to procedural disagreements within the judicial system that delayed registering this decision in the National Warrant Registry. This discovery left Deborah stunned as she realized how much danger she was truly in by merely being associated with Danilo Cavalcante. It wasn't until 7 months after the crime that Cavalcante entered Puerto Rico illegally. In June 2018, a warrant for his arrest was issued in Brazil. Upon entering Puerto Rico, Cavalcante obtained a fake ID and eventually settled in Chester County, Pennsylvania, where his sister lived. Upon discovering Danilo's true identity, Deborah issued an ultimatum: leave her alone, or she would reveal his identity. Unfortunately, this decision proved fatal. On the evening of April 18, 2021, Deborah was walking with her children outside her house. The children were playing catch while Deborah chatted quietly with an elderly neighbor. When Danilo Cavalcante approached and pulled Deborah aside for a conversation, the neighbor looked on but did not intervene. The discussion initially appeared calm. However, at one moment, Cavalcante produced 2 knives and attacked her. Deborah fell to the ground as he stabbed her multiple times. Despite her children's pleas for him to stop hurting their mother, he continued in a frenzy, inflicting a total of 38 stab wounds. A neighbor witnessing this brutal act attempted to administer emergency aid and stop the bleeding while Deborah's daughter ran to get help and call emergency services. Deborah Brando was rushed to a hospital but succumbed to her injuries. Meanwhile, Danilo Cavalcante fled Pennsylvania to evade capture and remained on the run for several hours until apprehended by Virginia State Police. He was extradited back to Pennsylvania and placed under arrest pending trial. On August 16, 2023, in Chester County, Danilo Cavalcante's trial for first-degree murder commenced. The investigation revealed that Cavalcante had refused to accept the end of their relationship and had been intimidating Deborah through regular domestic violence since 2020. During the trial, Deborah's sobbing child testified, repeatedly recounting the terrifying events of that day. It took the jury only 15 minutes to convict Cavalcante. He was sentenced to life imprisonment without parole. Following the verdict announcement, Cavalcante was transferred to Chester County Jail in Pocopson, where he awaited transfer to a federal prison. On August 31, 2023, around 9 a.m., an inmate managed to escape from Chester County Jail. Utilizing a chimney, he scaled the wall between 2 narrow hallways and ascended through the chimney to the roof. Avoiding the barbed wire fences, he broke free. Surveillance footage captured him in the tight space between 2 walls in the exercise yard. He used his arms and legs to ascend upward, eventually running across the roof. From there, he climbed over the fence and pushed through the barbed wire to gain freedom. Prison officials were well aware of vulnerabilities identified after Igor Bolt's escape and believed they had addressed them adequately. Officials thought that adding barbed wire after a similar escape attempt by an inmate named Igor Bolt just months earlier would prevent any jailbreaks. Acting Warden Howard Holland stated that according to court documents in May, inmate Igor Bolt had climbed onto the roof of the jail and jumped to a less secure location but was captured less than a mile from the prison within about 5 minutes. In response to this urgent matter, the prison was closed, initiating a massive search for Danilo Cavalcante, considered particularly dangerous. Alerts were issued everywhere. Danilo Cavalcante, age 33, with black hair, possibly armed, and very dangerous. The escape of such a dangerous felon gained significant media attention. The search for this fugitive was broadcast daily across all media channels. The Pennsylvania State Police Chief overseeing the search held regular press conferences and briefings, providing residents with precise information about this special operation. He urged residents not to stay on the sidelines, but to take an active role through vigilance and observation to help determine the perpetrator's route. And it worked. About a few hours after the escape, Danilo Cavalcante was spotted walking along a road about 2 miles from the prison. With the help of reports from local residents, Cavalcante was seen by a camera in the early morning hours of September 2nd. Police set up a search perimeter around the area, securing roads and railroads that run through it to prevent Cavalcante's potential escape, and put up a $10,000 reward for any information leading to his capture. Authorities began searching within 2 miles of the jail in the heavily wooded area of Pocopson Township in Chester County. A local resident saw the fugitive in a creek bed just days after the escape, but he fled into the woods before police could find him. The search continued, and the perimeter expanded after he spent about a week on the run. A security camera captured Cavalcante at Longwood Gardens, a popular botanical garden nearly 3 miles from the jail, just south of where law enforcement initially searched for him. There's a lot of ravines, tall fields, high grass, a lot of cover for a guy who is 5 feet tall and 120 pounds. Robert Clark, Deputy U.S. Marshal for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania, stated on September 5th that in addition to tough terrain, searches had difficulty with extreme heat and humidity lasting for several days. After a week of desperate searches for Cavalcante, the number of officers involved grew from 250 to almost 400. The search team was strengthened not only in numbers but also in equipment. Helicopters flying over began playing a recorded message from Cavalcante's Portuguese-speaking mother, begging him to surrender peacefully. The next morning, Cavalcante was spotted by a security camera on property located about 2 miles south of the prison. Police moved in and set up a new perimeter around this facility and Longwood, as well as nearby schools. These areas would be closed while search efforts continued. Police conducted an intensive search over several days until eventually, Longwood Gardens briefly reopened with limited access before being forced to evacuate and close again following another sighting of Cavalcante. On September 7th, law enforcement doubled the reward for information leading to his capture, from $10,000 to $20,000. After nearly a week of searching, tension was palpable. Locals knew a man convicted of murder was on the loose, yet authorities had not disclosed how Cavalcante escaped from prison. In Chester County, Philadelphia residents were instructed by police to lock all doors and windows, secure vehicles, and stay indoors. CBS News reported that 34-year-old Danilo Cavalcante had escaped from a Pennsylvania prison. The intense search pressed on until a significant development occurred on September 9th. Cavalcante somehow managed to breach the search perimeter in Longwood Gardens. He was seen on a video intercom, standing on the porch of a former colleague's home near Phoenixville, almost 20 miles northeast of the search area. Cavalcante cleverly altered his appearance. He shaved and donned new clothes and remained undetected as he moved across the state. He stole a van from a local dairy store and drove it to Phoenixville with hopes of getting help and shelter from acquaintances. On the morning of September 10th, authorities discovered an abandoned stolen van with an empty gas tank in a field in suburban East Nantmeal. The search area then shifted to the northern part of Chester County. Cavalcante's movements once again prompted changes to the search perimeter on September 11th. As investigators continued their efforts, Cavalcante was listed on Interpol's most wanted list, and the reward for information regarding his whereabouts was increased further. That night, emergency services received an urgent call from a local resident who reported that a man matching Cavalcante's description had broken into his garage. In self-defense, the homeowner fired multiple shots and hit him 7 times. Surprisingly, Cavalcante managed to escape and stole a .22 caliber rifle with both scope and flashlight attachments. Police arrived swiftly at the scene and discovered Cavalcante's sweatshirt and shoes nearby. Once they confirmed his identity and recognized that this dangerous felon was now armed, local authorities urged residents in South Coventry to lock all doors and windows, secure vehicles, and stay indoors whenever possible. This fugitive remained particularly dangerous, and his escape had deeply concerned area residents. Several school districts even canceled classes as precautionary measures to ensure safety. On the day after Cavalcante was seen on surveillance video, police expanded the search and urged residents to keep their doors locked. A new search perimeter was set up in South Coventry Township, which was tighter than before because authorities believed Cavalcante was now surrounded. The search continued throughout September 12th. Around 1 a.m. on September 13th, an aircraft with thermal imaging technology spotted Cavalcante in the woods. However, due to bad weather, police had to wait until sunrise to approach, as the surveillance plane could not operate safely. The significant breakthrough occurred in the early morning hours of September 13th when authorities found out that a security alarm had gone off just after midnight within the final search perimeter. According to Bivens, an officer of illicit drug enforcement, the aircraft using thermal imaging technology detected a heat signal around 1 a.m., shortly after the alarm was triggered. Ron Johnson, a retired Missouri State Highway Patrol captain, mentioned that technology played a major role in this operation. He said law enforcement faced many challenges for a long time but managed to pick up the heat signal from a DEA spy plane just in time. At around 8 a.m. on September 13th, police found Cavalcante asleep with the rifle he had stolen from a home 2 nights earlier. Danilo Cavalcante, a dangerous criminal, tried to escape by crawling into thick undergrowth. However, a police dog named Yoda subdued him by biting his head and holding him until police arrived. Lieutenant Colonel George Bivens stated at a news conference that Yoda caused Cavalcante minor head injuries during his capture. Cavalcante was questioned by the police immediately after his capture. He revealed that he survived on watermelons and creek water and traveled only at night. He even admitted he almost got caught by an officer while hiding at one point. His plan was to steal a car and travel to Canada. Since returning to prison, Cavalcante has been charged with multiple crimes related to his escape, including burglary, trespassing, and theft. Following his capture, local and state officials, including Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, expressed gratitude to all law enforcement officers who assisted in the search for high-risk felon Danilo Cavalcante. Chief George Bivens, who led the search, discussed the multitude of challenges that law enforcement officers faced during the operation to locate Cavalcante. He highlighted the intense heat and thunderstorms that occurred in the area during the search. Additionally, he noted that each of the search perimeters was established in heavily wooded areas. The search team was composed of approximately 500 law enforcement officers, including Pennsylvania State Police, FBI, ATF, and U.S. Marshals, who thoroughly searched the area around the escape scene. In the wake of Cavalcante's escape, police set up a perimeter spanning several miles in each direction. The Chester County Jail Board, responsible for overseeing the jail, faced heavy criticism from local residents for their failure to prevent Cavalcante's escape. Residents pointed out that the jail had previously been given an opportunity to implement necessary security improvements after Igor Bolt's attempted escape on May 19th. Those enhancements could have potentially prevented Cavalcante's escape, since he used the same method as Bolt did. Following this incident, the prison terminated the prison guard who was on duty during Cavalcante's August 31st escape. Prison officials stated that this guard had a chance to spot Cavalcante during his breakout. In response to public concern, and days after capturing the fugitive, Chester County Jail announced they had installed a tin roof over the area where Cavalcante scaled 2 walls to access and eventually escape from the facility. Alongside this measure, various other security enhancements and improvements were also implemented. Clearly, there are questions that Chester County officials will need to address regarding how the suspect managed to escape, especially considering this prison's history, said Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro. He emphasized how crucial communication and cooperation among all law enforcement agencies and local residents were during this extensive search effort. Thanks to these combined efforts, Danilo will now never go free again. On May 2009, in Wausau, Wisconsin, USA, a terrible crime took place. An 18-year-old girl named Brianna Marie Schneller was the victim. For the small town, such an event was shocking, particularly since the girl's death was the result of actions executed with unimaginable cruelty. However, more shocking than the crime itself was the motive behind it. Brianna had a vibrant personality, loved Mexican cuisine, music, and dancing, and she was fond of roller coasters. She was very diligent and performed well academically. She was the top student at Everest High School in Washington, said Craig and Lori Schneller, her parents. She had a trip planned to Tennessee that summer. The young lady was the only one in the state of Wisconsin who had made it through the qualifying rounds of a competition held by a renowned national nonprofit organization for students in professional and technical fields where she was to present her project. Brianna aspired to pursue higher education in restaurant management and dreamed of someday starting her own business in the food service industry. Therefore, she worked part-time at the El Moscow restaurant in Rib Mountain to earn money and gain the necessary experience and skills. Friends, colleagues, and even patrons described her as a kind and responsive person. She was just a month away from significant milestones in her life. She was about to graduate from school and marry her beloved 22-year-old Sebastian Ramirez. Initially, her parents objected to their relationship and the age difference. In their view, their daughter had matured too quickly. However, after getting to know the young man better, they trusted him. It was evident that he genuinely loved Brianna and had serious intentions regarding their future together. The couple moved in together, renting an apartment on 12th Avenue in Wausau along with Sebastian's 19-year-old brother, Hugo. Outwardly, it seemed that the trio got along well and lived peacefully. Many envied their friendship. The brothers supported Brianna's interests, as they also worked at a restaurant called El Tequila Salsa in the same area. It is possible that one work day was when Sebastian and Brianna met each other. In any case, no one expected that a horrific tragedy could disrupt the plans and dreams of the two lovers. The morning of May 2nd, 2009 began as usual. Sebastian was the first to rise in the house. He didn't want to wake the girls sweetly sleeping beside him. It was a day off and she didn't need to rush to school. While the young man was in the shower, Brianna woke up. They exchanged sweet greetings and discussed their plans for the day. Meanwhile, Sebastian tried to wake up Hugo, who had come home in the early morning and had clearly overdone it at a party the night before. After that, Sebastian left for work, which was only a 5-10-minute walk away. His younger brother followed soon after. The girl stayed home alone. She exchanged messages with her mother and then got on with her tasks. That day, Hugo felt restless. He had a headache from too much drinking and regretted overindulging. Struggling to focus, he decided to swap lunch breaks with a colleague, and at 1:20 p.m. he headed home to catch some sleep. When he entered the apartment, nothing seemed unusual at first. However, as he walked further, he noticed a disorder in his brother's and his girlfriend's room. For some reason, Brianna was lying on the floor. Hugo rushed to her and asked what happened, but she did not respond. He didn't immediately notice the blood. The young man moved the towel that had been covering her face and screamed. She was unrecognizably disfigured. He grabbed the phone to call the emergency services, but his hands were shaking and his mind was foggy. Nevertheless, he knew he had to act, and he ran to his neighbor's apartment, a floor below. Through tears, young Ramirez tried to explain what had happened and asked the woman to call for help. At 1:30 p.m., the emergency services received a call. Despite it being a Saturday, the day was far from peaceful. Unfortunately, incidents often occur on days when people are supposed to relax. The woman on the other end of the line reported that she was calling on behalf of a neighbor. He had asked her to summon emergency medical services for his brother's girlfriend. The unfortunate woman lay on the floor with cuts on her body and a disfigured face, showing no signs of life. Police and paramedics were dispatched to the address immediately. The parking lot of the apartment building was crowded, but one individual stood out from the crowd and approached them. It was Hugo Ramirez. He led the officers to the apartment. The young man could barely speak, so he simply pointed out the shocking scene. At the center of it all lay Brianna, her body bearing deep wounds. Stab wounds were evident on her chest, neck, and wrist. The officers asked the young man to leave the room while forensic specialists began their examination. One speculated that the victim had been lying there for some time, as the blood scattered everywhere had already started to dry. It was clear she had fought back, as evidenced by the defensive cuts on her arms. However, the assailant had overpowered her. The crime scene was rife with evidence. The first thing the forensic team noticed was a bloody iron lying on the floor, broken with some pieces scattered nearby. It appeared that the criminal had used it to strike her face. 2 knives lay in the bathroom sink, one missing its sharp tip. Blood was found on the soap, leading investigators to speculate that the criminal had used it to wash their hands. But the bloodied shoe print left on the carpet drew more attention. Overall, the examination of the dwelling revealed several curious details. There appeared to be no signs of forced entry, suggesting that the victim knew the wrongdoer or that he had some way of gaining entry to the apartment. Another notable detail was the scattered bills ranging from $1 to $20, amounting to a substantial sum. Hugo explained that these were tips they had accumulated at work, so much so that they were just placed anywhere. At first glance, nothing seemed to be missing from the apartment. Everything pointed to the fact that Brianna was the target of the attack, not robbery. This was confirmed by the broken knife tip found in her body. What kind of force was necessary to break a knife? Who could harbor such feelings towards a young woman? And most importantly, what could have been the cause of such unprecedented cruelty and aggression? Eager to shed light on the matter, law enforcement officers were keen to speak with the girl's relatives and close friends, especially as they needed to convey the dreadful news. In the police department's office, Craig and Lori Schneller awaited news. They had heard that something terrible had occurred at the home where their daughter lived, but unfortunately, they had been unable to contact her. With heavy hearts, they went to the police station seeking answers. The officers had to confirm the parents' worst fears were indeed true. There was no greater sorrow for parents than to endure the loss of a child. The devastating news split the Schnellers' life into before and after. Authorities provided photographs of Brianna for identification. The process was a mere formality, as her identity was already established, but protocol required it. Due to the horrific injuries, not all photographs taken at the scene were shown to the family. Only those that showed part of her face were displayed. Once confirmed, the Schnellers could hardly believe what had happened. After consulting with a psychologist, Craig and Lori were able to answer a series of questions. They were eager to assist the investigation and catch the person responsible, so they provided as much information about their daughter's life as possible. The parents insisted that she had no known enemies or ill-wishers, at least to their knowledge. It was also revealed that Brianna's mother was the last person she had communicated with. That morning, Lori had taken Brianna's car to the auto repair shop and had messaged her daughter around 10 a.m. to inform her. Brianna had responded. This means that the tragic incident occurred after she spoke with her mother and before Hugo's arrival, establishing a timeline for the events. The police launched a comprehensive investigation. The first to be invited for an interview by the detectives were the Rodriguez brothers, Sebastian and Hugo, who were questioned separately. The fiancé of the victim, Sebastian, reported that he woke up at 9:15 in the morning, had a brief conversation with Brianna while getting ready for work, and then woke his brother. By 10:15, he was already at the restaurant. He learned about the incident after receiving a phone call. Hugo's account matched, stating he left the house about 10-15 minutes after Sebastian. He returned home at 1:20 p.m. because he was feeling unwell and wanted to rest. However, his illness and fatigue vanished when he discovered Brianna lifeless. After that, everything seemed like a blur. He explained that he was so stunned that he couldn't think straight on how to react properly. His mind shut down and his hands trembled, leaving him to run to a neighbor and ask for help. The Ramirez brothers were credible and their distress appeared genuine. However, the police had often encountered convincing performances before, so they needed solid proof of their innocence. It was entirely possible that one of them was the perpetrator and the other was covering for him. Therefore, detectives inquired about their relationships with each other. Sebastian declared his love for Brianna and his anticipation for their upcoming wedding. Hugo was asked if he had any grievances against his brother's girlfriend or if they had quarreled, to which he responded negatively. He also clarified that despite her attractiveness and charm, he had no intentions toward her because he valued their good relationship and would never interfere with Sebastian's happiness. Brianna was like a sister to him. The interrogations lasted for hours, yet neither brother aroused any suspicion. After taking DNA samples from the young men, they were allowed to return home. To confirm or refute the Ramirez brothers' alibis, detectives interviewed employees of El Tequila Salsa restaurant and reviewed the establishment's surveillance footage. Sebastian and Hugo's accounts were corroborated. The theory of a domestic-related crime was dismissed. Then who was the murderer of this innocent young woman? Could there be a predator in the city? Perhaps he had been watching Brianna earlier and had learned much about her. Maybe on a day when she was alone, he executed his criminal intent. The investigation continued. By this point, the autopsy results had come in, confirming the initial suspicions of the police. The sequence of the crime was reconstructed as follows. Brianna first sustained a blunt force injury to the head, likely with an iron. Then the perpetrator cut her throat, followed by multiple stab wounds to her body. The ferocity and relentlessness of the attack were evidenced by the number of wounds, which were so numerous that even experts couldn't tally them. At least 2 of these injuries were immediately fatal. The young woman fought fiercely for her life, as indicated by the foreign DNA found under her nails. Later developments revealed that earlier statements claiming nothing was missing from the home were incorrect. The victim's phone had disappeared. Sebastian discovered the loss and promptly informed the detectives. This piece of information became a critical lead, as once the police received this new clue, they began searching for the mobile device. Rihanna's cell phone provider reported that her phone was still active and provided its location. It turned out that the phone had been nearby all along, specifically within the premises of the restaurant where Sebastian and Hugo worked. The investigation grew more complex with the brothers' undeniable alibi, and one of them reporting the missing phone against the backdrop of suspicious coincidences. Detectives urgently traveled to the specified location, but upon arrival, they found that the coordinates led to the parking lot of a shopping center housing the restaurant. It appeared the sought-after item was in one of the trash bins. After a brief search, a plastic takeout bag with the logo of El Tequila Salsa was found inside a container. Within the bag were the girl's phone, 2 mismatched gloves, and a pair of women's underwear. One of the gloves was stained with blood. This unexpected discovery shifted the narrative, as theories about a predator and a crime driven by intimate motives began to gain traction. The bag and its contents were sent to the laboratory for further examination, potentially still holding fingerprints or DNA from the perpetrator. When shown a photo of the contents, Sebastian recognized his girlfriend's underwear. The investigation proceeded with numerous interrogations of the restaurant staff. On May 5th, everyone was asked to provide DNA samples and undergo examinations for any scratches or injuries. Additionally, both the external and internal surveillance footage of the building and neighboring establishments was thoroughly reviewed. The police had a considerable task ahead of them to determine who had disposed of the bag. Initially, a kitchen worker attracted attention because he was notably late for work, arriving when Brianna was already lifeless. However, the young man had a malabar. He had been stopped for speeding on his way to the restaurant. Nonetheless, reviewing the surveillance footage proved invaluable to the investigation. Another individual, the 24-year-old kitchen manager Raul Pons Rocha, became a person of interest. On the day of the crime, he left the building at 10:18 a.m. wearing a brown hoodie and returned at 10:53 a.m. without it. During questioning, he was asked about his whereabouts and intentions. Raul explained that he had gone to pick up his friend Luciano, a dishwasher at the restaurant. Interestingly, Luciano lived in the same building as Brianna, Sebastian, and Hugo. When asked how long his errand took, he said about 20 minutes, but there was a problem with the timeline. What happened in the remaining 15 minutes? Raul refused to explain. Meanwhile, Luciano confirmed Raul's story, saying they did not stop anywhere on their way to work. However, the 15-minute discrepancy continued to trouble the detectives, and Raul's behavior raised questions. He had cuts on his hands, which he attributed to working with knives. Raul was clearly suspicious, but there wasn't enough evidence for his detention. By May 9th, it was established that on May 2nd, at 1:16 p.m., a single employee exited the back door of El Tequila Salsa, and at the same time, only one person approached the trash bins. Identifying the suspect took little time. When his name was announced, the investigative team was not surprised. It was not Sebastian or Hugo Ramirez, as initially thought, but the suspect Raul Ponsaraca. When a search warrant was obtained for his home, curious details about the manager's life emerged. Under the mattress of his bed were found 4 pairs of women's underwear, several adult videos, along with a brown hoodie and a glove resembling the one found in the trash bin. On the same day, Raul's DNA samples were sent for comparison with those found on the plastic bag. A strand of female hair found on his clothing was also analyzed. Everything pointed to the victim, Vriana. It was just a matter of matching the test results. Raul was arrested on suspicion of first-degree murder. When it became known that the alleged perpetrator had been found, Sebastian couldn't believe his ears. He never thought his colleague capable of such cruelty. The main question that troubled him was, why did he do it? They hardly knew Brianna and had only seen her in passing. Raul had always seemed like a kind and cheerful guy, someone who wouldn't hurt a fly. But the answer was found. The trial of Raul Ponsaraca took place in 2011. Despite the lengthy investigation, Ponsaraca never admitted guilt and consistently denied any involvement in the crime. However, the prosecution presented compelling evidence. The defendant's DNA was found on all key pieces of evidence: the iron, the knives, the plastic bag and its contents, and under Brianna's fingernails. Additionally, a shoe print found on the carpet at the crime scene matched the size and pattern of the suspect's shoes. The investigation painted a clear picture of the events. On May 2, 2009, Raul arrived at work at 9 a.m. En route to the restaurant, he passed the victim's house, a place that had long piqued his interest. Not seeing her car, he assumed she was out and saw it as an opportune moment to enter her apartment and take what he desired. The accused had a peculiar habit of collecting women's underwear, the evidence of which was found under his mattress. After the Rodriguez brothers arrived at work, Raul left the restaurant under the guise of picking up Luciano. Instead of signaling his friend immediately upon arrival, he entered the victim's apartment. He easily unlocked the door and entered. It appears he went into Brianna's room and began rummaging through her belongings. He was likely caught off guard at that moment. Otherwise, he could have excused his unexpected presence by claiming he was looking for one of the brothers and that the door had been opened. Realizing the absurdity of the situation and fearing recognition, he struck her with the first object he could find, an iron. He then slashed her throat with a knife, followed by inflicting multiple injuries. The investigation concluded that the process of taking her life seemed to gratify him, as evidenced by the excessive number of wounds inflicted on the poor victim. It also noted that Raul used multiple knives during the attack. Afterwards, the culprit tried to cover his tracks by washing his hands and removing his jacket, as he still had to meet Luciano and drive him to the restaurant. He then resumed work as if nothing had happened, which was captured on the kitchen's video recordings. When many staff took their lunch breaks, he seized the moment to dispose of the bag containing the evidence in a trash bin. Shortly before the trial, Raul stated that he indeed met with Brianna, but did not end her life. However, he suspected who might have done it and named a former restaurant employee. According to the defendant, he saw this acquaintance at Brianna's house on the day her life was tragically ended, thus confirming that he indeed entered the Ramirez apartment. However, when he left, Sergio stayed with Brianna, apparently having an argument. The defendant's statement raised additional questions and investigations. The information he provided was subject to verification. Moreover, the individual he mentioned was abroad. Nonetheless, authorities managed to contact Sergio. He even appeared at the trial to testify his non-involvement and refute Raul's slander. The young man easily proved that he was not in the country on the day of the crime. Weeks before, he had left to care for his gravely ill father in Mexico. Apparently, the defendant hoped that contact with Sergio would not be established, thereby sowing a seed of doubt among the jurors. However, his plan failed. The defendant merely emphasized that he had no qualms about falsely accusing an innocent person of a heinous crime. It was clear that he felt no remorse for his actions. During the trial, Brianna's relatives, as well as Sebastian and Hugo, were present. The young men struggled to contain their emotions, prompting officers to repeatedly call for calm. Ultimately, Raul Pons Rocha was found guilty of the crime against Brianna Schneller, as well as burglary. He was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. He is serving his sentence at a correctional institution in Walpoin, Wisconsin. Following the verdict, the victim's father stated that his daughter's case had become personal for many involved, as they all have families and children. He shared that he has not parted with a Father's Day card Brianna gave him, cherishing every memory of her. Greg Schneller confessed that Brianna's death broke his heart, and he lost faith. No information about Sebastian Ramirez is available. It is only to be hoped that he has closed this tragic chapter of his life with a sense of completeness and has been able to move forward. One day, his brother Hugo appeared on a television show discussing the ordeal they endured. Raul's actions were fatal for Brianna. He not only ended the life of a beautiful young woman, but also devastated the hearts of her family. Things could have been different if the young man had not chosen to cover his tracks. He might have gotten away with clumsy explanations and apologies to the girl. At most, it would have ended with a confrontation between him and the Rodriguez brothers. It is unlikely the victim would have reported him to the police. And even then, the incident could have been resolved with minimal harm. The case of Milleke van Doorn. Milleke grew up in a typical family with her parents and two sisters in Zaanstad, a city in North Holland, Netherlands. Milleke was a well-behaved child who stayed out of trouble and was friendly to everyone. Having just graduated from high school with a good reputation, she was looking forward to a bright future. However, her life took a dramatic turn one summer evening. That summer night changed everything for Milleke, and her story became a national sensation. On the evening of Sunday, June 7, 1992, Milleke attended a birthday party for a friend, which was held in an apartment in a local building. The building looked almost the same back then as it does today, except for the taller trees that surround it. Milleke left the birthday celebration early to catch the last bus home, but when she arrived at the bus stop, she realized she had missed it by 30 minutes. Unbeknownst to her, the bus schedule had been adjusted due to the Pentecost holiday. She had another option to get home, taking the train from the station located half a mile away on the same street. However, she never came home. The next morning, the pastor of St. Joseph's Church, which is near the train station, made a disturbing discovery while on his morning walk. He found a body floating in a pond adjacent to the church and immediately called the police at 8:54 a.m. Within minutes, detectives arrived at the scene, and the tragic news was soon delivered to the Van Doorn family, leaving them in a state of shock and grief. Milleke's body was pulled from the water, bearing signs of a violent crime. Injuries on her neck, face, and body, including multiple stab wounds, were evident. She was also found partially undressed. In an attempt to conceal the crime, the perpetrator had covered the body with reeds, but this effort failed, leading to its discovery. The news of Milleke's tragic death was devastating for her family, who had envisioned a bright future for her. The autopsy provided some information about the crime. The presence of semen and pubic hair in Milleke's body suggested a sexual assault. The fact that there was no water in Milleke's lungs indicated that she did not drown in the pond. Instead, she had likely been killed elsewhere, and her body was later hidden in the water in an attempt to disguise the crime. The exact time of Milleke's death remained unclear, with possibilities ranging from immediately after she left the party to several hours later. Milleke's body was found in the water, which made it impossible to determine the time of death by body temperature alone. The pond was where her body was dumped, but it was not the location where she was actually killed. The police were searching for the original crime scene, where they expected to find evidence due to the severity of Milleke's injuries. A key piece of evidence was that one of her shoes was missing, which could potentially lead investigators to both the crime scene and the perpetrator. The police distributed flyers with information about the case, including the fact that one of Milleke's shoes was missing. They asked the public to report if the shoe was found, and eventually the second shoe was discovered. At the time of the investigation in 1992, DNA research was not advanced, and DNA samples taken from Milleke's body did not provide any useful leads for the detectives. The investigation began with interviews with Milleke's family to determine if she had any conflicts or enemies. However, the family reported that Milica had no conflicts with anyone and was doing well personally. She had a boyfriend around her age and they rarely fought. After learning that Milica attended a birthday party on the night she died, investigators spoke to all the guests, including her boyfriend. However, numerous interviews did not produce any leads, and everyone reported the same story, that Milica had left the party just before midnight and planned to take a bus to her neighborhood. Unfortunately, none of Milica's friends were aware that the last bus had already departed by the time she reached the bus stop. In 1992, mobile phones were not widespread, making it difficult for investigators to determine if Milica had boarded the bus or reached her destination safely. After ruling out her friends as suspects, the police began searching for witnesses who may have seen or heard something on the night of the crime. They conducted door-to-door interviews with residents in the area where Milica's body was found, gathering a significant amount of information, but few specific details. Several witnesses reported hearing a woman scream briefly at night, but it was not alarming enough to prompt them to take action. Others claimed to have seen a man of Turkish appearance riding a bicycle toward the location where Milica's body was discovered. As a result, investigators shifted their focus to the Turkish community living in the Kogervel neighborhood. Some young men from the Turkish community had previous run-ins with the law, drawing the attention of investigators. However, despite months of inquiry, the police were unable to identify a suspect. The men they questioned denied being near the pond on the night of the crime, leading to a stalemate in the investigation. 6 months after Milica Van Doorn's murder, a significant discovery was made when a roofer working on the roof of St. Joseph's Church found one of Milica's shoes. This shoe had been on the roof the entire time, but it was unclear how it got there since the only way to access the roof was by ladder. The conclusion was that the perpetrator must have deliberately thrown the shoe onto the roof while at the pond, but the reasoning behind this action remains a mystery. Unfortunately, any potential evidence that may have been left on the roof was erased by harsh weather conditions over time. Years went by, and Milica's case remained unsolved, causing immense pain for her parents. Despite the passing of time, the police revisited Milica's case, conducting multiple interviews with local residents in an attempt to uncover new information. Additionally, the case was featured on several television programs, which led to an influx of calls from the public with potential leads. However, none of these efforts resulted in a breakthrough, and the identity of the suspect remained unknown. The authorities had the perpetrator's DNA samples on file, waiting for a breakthrough in testing technology. By analyzing these samples, forensic experts inferred that the perpetrator was likely a male of Turkish origin residing in the Kogerveld area in 1992, aged between 16 and 30 years at the time of the crime. To narrow down the search, nearly 200 men from the area voluntarily provided cheek swabs for DNA testing, but unfortunately, this effort did not yield a match. Almost 20 years after Milica's murder, a significant breakthrough occurred in April 2012. The Netherlands amended a law making it possible to conduct DNA kinship testing. By analyzing the autopsy results, evidence, and the perpetrator's behavior, investigators created a psychological profile of the suspect. The profile suggested that the perpetrator was a resentful and frustrated individual, angry at women in general. Milica was likely an accidental victim who happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. The perpetrator may have had a brief conversation with Milica before attacking her violently and threatening her. After satisfying his urges, he killed her to prevent her from identifying him. For several weeks after the crime, he kept a low profile, possibly pretending to be ill to avoid social interactions and conceal the scratches he sustained during the struggle with Milica. The police profiler described the suspect as a hot-tempered, selfish, and critical individual with few friends, poor relationships with girlfriends, and an inability to handle criticism. Based on this profile, investigators estimated that the perpetrator was between 18 and 25 years old in 1992. In April 2016, investigators reopened the case of Milica Van Doorn, which had gone cold for over 20 years. A new lead emerged in June 2016 when a report was filed mentioning the names of 2 Turkish men who had lived in Zandvoort in 1992, around the time of Milica's death. Notably, both men had left the area shortly after the incident. The police aimed to determine if these two individuals were connected to the crime. Tracking them down proved challenging, and it took over a year to locate them in Turkey and obtain the necessary DNA samples. Finally, the DNA analysis did not yield a match with the DNA evidence found on Milika's body. In 2017, authorities used DNA typing technology to re-examine the Milika case. As a result, the police contacted 133 men of Turkish origin who lived in the area where the body was found in 1992, asking for voluntary DNA samples to compare to the crime scene DNA. The goal was to analyze the Y chromosome pattern, which is passed from father to son, to identify potential relatives of the perpetrator. The authorities assured the men that their DNA would only be used for this case and would be destroyed afterward. Most of the 133 men agreed to provide a DNA sample. Only a few refused. A total of 126 men participated in the study. The police appreciated their cooperation, saying it was a testament to the community's desire for justice. After a month of analysis, the results showed that the DNA of the original perpetrator was not among the samples. However, the DNA of a man who was unknowingly related to the perpetrator was found. On Monday, December 10, 2017, the police arrested the suspect who had evaded capture for 25 years. The man, 47-year-old Hussein, had refused to submit his DNA for verification, but a clever investigation led to his downfall. Since local laws prohibit sharing suspects' personal information, his full identity and photo were not made public. A breakthrough in the case came when investigators cross-checked DNA profiles of relatives, focusing on those who, like Hussein, had refused to provide a sample. Coincidentally, Hussein's brother had willingly provided his DNA to the authorities, unaware of its potential impact on his sibling. This helped the investigators build a list of people connected to Hussein through family ties, ultimately revealing his identity as the suspect who had managed to stay hidden for nearly 2.5 decades. The police obtained a warrant to take a DNA sample from Hussein without his permission. A comparison with the DNA samples from Milika's body showed a perfect match, providing strong evidence against him. As a result, Hussein was formally charged with the crime. During his 2018 trial, Hussein claimed he was not guilty. Initially, he said he was possessed by an evil spirit and couldn't remember the attack. Later, he changed his story, saying he had a secret relationship with Milika, which is why his DNA was found on her body. He claimed he had to keep the relationship a secret because he had recently gotten married. However, the judge didn't believe Hussein's new claim for two reasons. Firstly, he only made this statement a year after his arrest. And secondly, no one could confirm that Milika and Hussein even knew each other, let alone had an intimate relationship. Milika's family testified during the trial. Milika's sister spoke directly to the suspect, saying that he had kept silent for years, hadn't cooperated with the police when they asked for a DNA test, and had continued living freely in the neighborhood. She accused him of going on to start a family and having 4 daughters and called him a monster who had ruined Milika's life. She expressed her disgust that there were men like him who used and exploited women, treated them like trash, and then simply moved on with their lives. The other sister expressed her disappointment and frustration that Hussein had not taken responsibility for his actions or shown remorse. Instead, he had made a surprising claim of a secret relationship with the victim and complained about his own family struggles. She pointed out that Hussein's family could visit him in prison if they wished, but she could only visit her sister's grave. She hoped for justice, believing that her sister deserved it after meeting a terrible end. It was a deeply emotional day for Milika Van Doorn's family. When her father was given the opportunity to speak, he was filled with anger and said that Hussein's silence for 25 years was cowardly. He found Hussein's treatment of Milika to be extremely disturbing and was shocked by the news of her death. On December 11, 2018, Hussein was found guilty of Milika's murder based on DNA evidence. The court determined that the murder was committed to cover up another crime, a sex crime. Hussein was sentenced to 20 years in prison and ordered to pay 10,000 euros in compensation to Milika's family. Notably, Hussein refused to be present in the courtroom during the sentencing and instead remained in a cell outside. In February 2019, Hussein appealed his 20-year prison sentence, and it was reduced to 19 years and 7 months. But finally, he did not get to serve the full reduced term. Hussein was found dead on June 13, 2022. According to his lawyer, he died shortly after exercising despite receiving emergency medical treatment. The attempts to revive him were unsuccessful. This story is about 26-year-old Elle Edwards. On Christmas Eve 2022, she was celebrating with her friends in a pub in Alley Village, Liverpool, UK. The gal was real vibrant and beautiful. She worked as a cosmetologist in a local beauty salon and was also an assistant to a dermatologist. Elle was naturally positive and mighty kind, which allowed her to win over even the most demanding clients. Elle was pretty and had become an excellent specialist in her field. The gal was cheerful and always smiling, but at the same time, she remained determined, constantly moving towards her goals and dreams. On December 24, 2022, her sister Lucy flew in from Dubai to spend the holidays with the family, and Elle eagerly awaited her return. They decided to celebrate this long-awaited event in style. So the girls and their friends headed to the local pub. Here they had a great time, laughing a lot, dancing and singing karaoke. In the merry atmosphere, no one noticed that a person to whom kindness was alien was nearby. Around 11:50 p.m., an emergency call came in. As they were exiting the pub, no less than 12 shots were fired, and 2 of them hit Elle. She suffered a gunshot wound to the head that proved to be mighty serious. The dispatcher directed emergency services to the scene. They urgently arrived at the pub, loaded the gal into an ambulance, and took her to the local hospital. However, she died on the way, as her injuries were incompatible with life. When the police informed the victim's family about the tragedy, they were in a state of shock. No one believed it, and no one understood how this could have happened to her. No one suspected that this beautiful and cheerful girl could have had deadly enemies. In the early stages of the investigation, the detectives had no leads. The assailant had attacked unexpectedly and disappeared mysteriously, leaving only a shell casing and the bleeding victim at the crime scene. The attack was sudden but well-planned and gave Elle no chance of survival. But was the gal the true target of the attack? Or did she become a random victim of a madman? An unknown car stopped near the pub entrance, and minutes later the shooting started. In addition to the deceased, 4 other men received gunshot wounds of varying severity. All of them were young people aged 22 to 33 who were spending the evening in the establishment and lived in nearby towns. Initially, police were inclined to believe that the murdered woman was a random victim. It was known that criminal gangs were operating in the area periodically. The shooting was likely a routine showdown between their members. However, all of this was just conjecture, which would have to be proven or disproved in the course of the investigation. So the detectives delved deeper into the victim's personality and the witnesses to the crime. The victim's relatives were at a loss as to who could have wanted Elle's death, as the girl seemed to have no ill-wishers or enemies capable of such horrors. The detectives decided to interview other witnesses and the victims of the unknown criminal's gunfire. In addition, law enforcement officers requested the pub owner's video surveillance recordings. It would be necessary to talk to dozens of people and analyze several hours of video recordings. Several police officers were working on the extensive investigation. It was necessary to answer several difficult questions. There were too many victims of the attack. But was this spontaneous aggression? Or did the perpetrator pursue a specific target? All witnesses to the incident were interrogated. However, checking mobile communications data took more time. The media were notified to assist in the investigation. Law enforcement officers urged anyone with valuable information to come to the police station. First and foremost, this concerned possible video recordings made by random eyewitnesses, on any of which the car in which the aggressor arrived might appear. After the crime, the police held a meeting with local residents. The purpose of this communication was to persuade people possessing valuable information to share it with law enforcement officers. It was assumed that someone might have seen the moment of the attack or known the criminal. People were urged not to be afraid of the criminals and the local feuding clans. Community leaders supported local residents during this difficult time. In addition to the conversations, activists went door to door and communicated with the neighbors. Specially trained officers worked with the family of the deceased. They began to provide them with support in connection with the heavy loss. In the course of this work, it was established that the perpetrator had left the pub parking lot in a dark-colored car. Eyewitness accounts regarding it may differed. It was dark and it was difficult to make out anything, but the most likely was a dark Mercedes-Benz. Later, this was confirmed after checking the outdoor surveillance cameras. The killer did not immediately open fire. He drove up to the parking lot and observed the pub visitors for some time. He sat in the car so that he could freely see the entrance and most of what was happening inside. Apparently, he was choosing the most convenient moment for the attack. After a few minutes of surveillance, when L came out, the criminal quickly got out of the car, fired 12 shots, then instantly got back behind the wheel and disappeared. Investigators, after studying the recordings, made an important conclusion. The attacker was alone. No one helped him. It was not possible to trace the exact location where the perpetrator fled. Therefore, the detectives went door to all local residents, describing the car and recounting the circumstances of the incident, trying to establish the identity of the killer. Patrolling the streets was carried out around the clock, and this yielded results. Just 2 days after the shooting, detectives detained 2 suspects, but no names were mentioned until all the circumstances were clarified. However, it was not possible to prove their involvement in the crime, in particular because the murder weapon was not found. After that, the detectives made a statement to the public, saying that they would not rest until the unknown shooter was punished. All this was intended to calm the local residents, who were outraged by the rampant crime and the powerlessness of the authorities. It was also assumed that the attack had been provoked by a feud between local gangs. In this case, L would be considered a random victim. However, all this was also just an assumption that remained to be verified. In the course of the investigation, it was possible to establish that the potential targets could have been Jake Duffy and Kieran Sockold, members of the local Beechwood gang, who were spending the evening in the pub. It became known that they had been in a long-term, fierce conflict with another group claiming this territory. On December 29th, the police arrested another person, but he was not the one who opened fire. The suspect had a solid alibi that excluded him from the list of suspects. However, the detectives suspected that he had participated in the setup for the attack. Around the same time, the dark Mercedes car in which the killer had left the pub parking lot was identified. But due to the lack of direct evidence, the name of the third suspect was also not disclosed. There were some difficulties with the found car. The car was traced through video surveillance systems and identified thanks to the cameras. But law enforcement officers were too late. On December 31st, the police department received a report that a fire had started near the scene of the shooting. When the special services arrived at the scene, they found a dark Mercedes similar to the perpetrator's vehicle, which was engulfed in flames. The vehicle was completely burned out. Valuable evidence was lost in the flames. The perpetrators clearly knew that the police were on their trail, so they decided to destroy one of the direct pieces of evidence, despite the fact that the fire did not completely destroy the car. It was confirmed that it had been used during the shooting. However, the Mercedes did not belong to the perpetrators but had been stolen shortly before the attack. Presumably, the arson was committed intentionally to complicate the investigation after the murder of competitors. On January 11th, 2 more suspects, a 22-year-old man and a 23-year-old woman, were delivered to the police department. They were arrested in Central Wales. The man's name was Connor Chapman. He was well known to the police. He had an extensive criminal record that he had accumulated over the past 5 years before the murder of L. Edwards. Connor had started with daring lawbreakings and gradually sank deeper into the abyss of crime. One of his first serious crimes was a car theft under aggravating circumstances. He had repeatedly become a suspect in robberies, hooliganism, and threatening behavior. Once the young man was involved in a chase with the police, after which he abandoned the car and hid in the bushes nearby. When they detained him, the criminal said that he did not understand what chase they were talking about and that he was there just waiting for a friend. In this case, he became the real star. The detainee's data ended up in newspaper headlines. Connor Chapman was from Birkenhead, Liverpool. His parents had left him at an early age, so his grandparents had formalized guardianship. It was in their house that the hero of the story moved. The teenager dropped out of high school shortly before the exams. In general, he studied poorly and no special hopes were pinned on him. He was always considered a problem child. The young hooligan first became a defendant in a court case in 2014, when he was 14 years old. Connor was accused of shoplifting. As early as 2016, he committed another crime. His involvement in the theft of a car was proven when the young man was detained in a stolen vehicle. He did not have a driver's license or insurance, which was a violation of the terms of his suspended sentence. In 2017, high theft was added to the storage of prohibited substances. During this period, he was also under police supervision, so he had again violated the restraining order. As a result, he was banned from accessing several parts of the city. Connor was not allowed to appear in public places, as he clearly posed a threat to society. However, as early as 2019, he violated the ban again. The patrol detained him in a public place. The young man had a knife and prohibited substances with him. In the same year, the general public first heard about Connor Chapman. He appeared on the pages of the local newspaper after an unsuccessful attempt to escape from the police in a stolen car. The city patrol noticed a stolen Audi on the streets and ordered the driver to stop and get out of the car with his hands up. However, the 18-year-old Chapman did not obey, provoking a chase. During the short flight, Connor committed a large number of traffic violations. In particular, he accelerated to more than 80 kilometers per hour in areas with a 30 kilometers limit. He repeatedly drove into oncoming traffic and in the end crashed into the curb. At speed, the car was thrown aside and turned around. The driver could not continue the journey, so he got out of the car and ran away. However, even here he was unlucky, as the patrol caught up with him in the bushes just a few hundred meters away. In his defense, the young man said that he was waiting there for a friend. But the deception was obvious. Connor's lawyer explained in court that his client had fallen under the influence of a bad company. The court found him guilty of the need to release the budding criminal. He was found to have attention deficit disorder and a number of other disorders identified by private specialists during the trial. Despite this, due to numerous violations and potentially dangerous behavior on the road, he was sentenced to a term of up to 8 months in prison for 2 months. The young man also received a ban on driving a car, which was in effect after his release. Thus, the budding criminal had achieved 14 convictions for 30 criminal episodes by the time he reached adulthood. It was obvious that he had no intention of changing and categorically refused to fit into society. Everyone understood that he was potentially dangerous, but legal grounds for isolating him from society had not been found. This was due to the fact that so far no person had been seriously injured by his inadequate behavior. The public was outraged by the powerlessness of the authorities. Everything was shaping up so that the criminal elements could do nothing until they killed or maimed innocent people. And that's how it turned out. In January 2020, the court again sentenced Connor Chapman, this time to 10 months in prison. He was again caught in a public place with a cold weapon and substances in his pocket, a whole bouquet of violations. During this period, the police openly appeared on TV channels, urging the public to beware of this young man. After serving his sentence, he again got involved in crime and was wanted for at least 5 criminal episodes. When he was caught, the young criminal said that he had spent more time behind bars than free, and he did not seem upset about this, but rather proud of his achievements. However, Connor had no intention of stopping there. By the age of 20, his service record had expanded again. By this point, he had received 19 sentences for 43 crimes. But in the summer of 2022, the inadequate young man found himself free again. This happened just 6 months before the death of L. Edwards. During this period, Connor was again brought before the court. His lawyer tried to play on pity, telling the story that the first child of the young man was born while he was in prison. At this point, his girlfriend was pregnant with a girl. The young man claimed that he had rethought his life and wanted to get on the path of correction. Of course, these were loud, false words. The only thing he wanted was to get free and return to the path of crime. During this period, The police already knew that he was a member of one of the local criminal gangs engaged in the sale of prohibited substances. However, the criminal was tried not for these serious crimes, but for burglary and theft of 2 electric motorcycles. On December 24, 2022, a skirmish broke out between 2 rival criminal gangs. They began to argue over the division of the territory near the wooden church in Beechwood Estates. They failed to reach an agreement, after which the young gangster decided to take revenge. He armed himself with a submachine gun and waited for about 3 hours until he tracked down his targets. He wanted to kill Kieran Sockled and Jake Duffy, who had gone to the pub for rest. Shortly before midnight, the criminal drove up to the parking lot and began to observe. He identified his victims and waited for the right moment to attack, then ran out of a car and fired 12 bullets into the building. He managed to seriously injure Duffy, but despite the threat to his life, he survived the attack. However, the unlucky Elle Edwards was not so fortunate. 2 bullets hit her in the head. The young beauty fought for her life but died in the arms of the medics on the way to the hospital. The girl accidentally met the killer's targets that evening and did not even suspect that the festive revelry could end so tragically. The pub was crowded. Then 1 person was killed and 4 were wounded. One 22-year-old man was shot in the leg. A 24-year-old young man was wounded in the arm and a 33-year-old man in the wrist. None of these injuries were life-threatening. Elle's friends tried to provide her with assistance and perform artificial respiration right on the spot. However, this was not enough to save her life. Elle's sister Lucy was unharmed. She lived in Dubai and flew home to celebrate Christmas with her family. Just minutes before the attack, she had left the establishment, so she was not affected at all. Later, Lucy recalled how she had wanted to take her sister with her, but the girl wanted to stay with her friends. On January 25, 2023, the funeral of the young girl took place. Hundreds of concerned people came to say goodbye to the random victim of gang showdowns. The body was brought to the local church in a hearse drawn by 4 white horses. Even the pub that had become the site of the girl's last celebration was closed that day as a mark of respect for her memory. The owner of the establishment published a message of support for Elle's family on his official social media page. Connor Chapman was charged with a whole list of charges, the main one of which was murder. It became known that the perpetrator had an accomplice, namely 20-year-old Thomas Waring. After the arrest and during the searches, a video recording was found on this young man, which had been made shortly before the attack. In it, Connor is handing over a weapon and saying that he is going to settle accounts with someone. After the attack, they together hid the stolen Mercedes to get rid of it later. The murder weapon was never found. However, the killer's DNA traces were found on one of the shell casings fired. It was obvious that it was Connor who loaded the weapon before the attack. In addition, red gloves were found during searches in his house, which were clearly visible in the CCTV footage from the morning. After the crime, when the perpetrators had abandoned the car, they ordered a taxi under a false name. They used the driver's services to cover their tracks and confuse the investigation. Around 5 a.m., they returned to the place where the hidden car was located. Here, the criminals tried to cover their tracks. However, something went wrong. Ultimately, they decided to get rid of the car by setting it on fire. Thomas Waring was found guilty on all charges brought against him. In July 2023, the court sentenced him to 9 years in prison. This modest sentence was due to the fact that he had not yet managed to accumulate such a wide criminal history as his accomplice. Jake and Kieran were wounded in the moment of the attack, but both managed to survive the assault. A look at their lifestyle made the aggression of one of the members of the rival gang quite understandable. Both were members of the local Beechwood gang, which was openly in conflict with another group claiming this territory. It became known that on December 23, 2022, just a day before the attack with firearms, they had already been attacked. On that occasion, another person from Connor Chapman's group had assaulted them. Both were beaten but did not receive serious injuries. Apparently, they considered this a random fight and calmly went to relax in the pub. While the shooter awaited his sentence in the case of the murder of the innocent victim, both targets of his attack were already in prison. Kieran was sentenced to 27 months in prison for an attack on members of the rival criminal group. Another 9 months were added to the sentence for the fight. His friend was sentenced to 2 years and 9 months for a similar offense. Obviously, they were trying to avenge the attempted murder. Prohibitive court orders were also issued against both of them with a whole list of restrictions. Of course, this method did not allow protecting citizens from this gang of criminals. However, in case of further violations, more severe punishment could be applied to them due to ignoring the prescriptions. The public was outraged that potentially dangerous members of criminal gangs were getting away with minimum sentences after each crime. The bans were clearly ineffective and did not contribute absolutely anything to public safety. This became especially obvious when it was found that Chapman already had a ban on visiting the region where the pub was located. But this did not prevent him from stealing a car and coming to the public place, despite the fact that he also had a driving ban. The events that had occurred once again raised the question of toughening punishments and revising the existing norms of the legal system. However, so far this flawed system has not suffered any serious changes. At the trial on the case of L's murder, Connor tried to refute that it was he who appeared on the CCTV footage. According to him, during this period he was at home, packing Christmas gifts. However, a sufficient amount of evidence was collected to expose the lie. The hearings on the case lasted 3.5 weeks, during which all the circumstances preceding the attack were revealed. It became known that the reason for the attack was only the competition between the two criminal gangs dividing the territory nearby. The defendant did not even know the victim. He simply did not care about her fate, as well as the fate of all the other innocent people in the bar. He was driven only by blind fury, which he could never control. After the attempted murder of 2 competitors, Connor planned to flee to Spain to cover his tracks. He used a stolen car and also got rid of the murder weapon, trying not to fall into the hands of the police. He avoided using any mode of transport. The detectives detained the criminal literally at the airport. After the arrest, Connor tried to deceive the police, claiming that the Mercedes he was seen driving on the day of the murder was not stolen. According to him, this was a common car of the criminal group, which they used for the distribution of substances. The guy claimed that he was not behind the wheel of the vehicle and also continued to convince the jury that he did not open fire that evening. He was desperately trying to get out of the situation. The defendant stated that he had only just learned that someone from the criminal group had used the vehicle for an attack on the pub. Before the jury retired to consider the verdict, the father of the innocent victim made a short speech. He sincerely hoped that the criminal would never again be able to spend Christmas with his loved ones in freedom. The jurors came to a unanimous decision after 3 hours of discussion. In their opinion, Connor Chapman was guilty of all the charges brought against him. He cynically committed the crime and did not repent of the fact that he accidentally killed the beautiful 26-year-old girl. The whole life that lay ahead of her, he took it away. Instead of remorse, the heartless Connor spent several days carefully getting rid of all the evidence and traces of the murder that could link him to this bloody event. The motive for the attack was the competition between criminal gangs. On July 7, 2023, Connor was sentenced. He was sent to serve a life sentence with the possibility of parole after 48 years from the start of serving the sentence. After the verdict was announced, the victim's father victoriously raised his fist. The incident provoked a wave of public outrage. The residents of the city could not feel safe, knowing that they were at the junction of the confrontation between criminal gangs dividing spheres of influence. They knew that these people had a large amount of firearms and were not afraid to use them, as proved by the murder of L. The girl's father said he wanted to set up a foundation to support victims like his daughter. He believed that the main goal would be to fight to reduce the number of weapons in the hands of civilians. Vanessa Marquardt was born on June 17, 1989 in the small town of Leominster, Massachusetts. Her parents divorced soon after her birth, but Vanessa's father remained very involved in her life. He stayed in the same town and tried to spend as much time as possible with his daughter. From a young age, Vanessa developed a strong love for nature and sports, thanks to her father. They often went hiking, skied in the nearby mountains, and visited the ocean to enjoy the beach. Later on, Vanessa became passionate about yoga and jogging, even taking part in 2 major charity marathons. Vanessa was also dedicated to her education and aimed to build a successful career. After high school, she went to Boston University and earned a degree in communications. She worked at several local companies before landing her dream job at Google, which led her to move to New York City. Vanessa was excited about her new job and worked hard to move up in her career. Even with her busy schedule, she made time for charity, trying to help others. Vanessa also tried to visit her family as often as possible. They lived in a small town called Princeton, not far from her hometown, which was about 180 miles from New York. In early August 2016, when Vanessa was 27, she visited her family for the weekend and stayed at her mom's house. She spent time with relatives, caught up with friends, and planned to head back to New York on Sunday, August 7th. That morning, Vanessa spent some time at home with her mom, and in the afternoon, she decided to go for a jog. With a few hours left until her bus, she had plenty of time to enjoy her run. She decided to run along the road near her mother's house. Although there were a few other houses along the way, they were mostly hidden by dense trees. Vanessa was supposed to be back in about half an hour. She never returned. Her mom started to worry, knowing Vanessa still had to pack and catch her bus. She tried calling her, but Vanessa didn't pick up. About an hour after she left the house, Vanessa's phone started going straight to voicemail, making her mom even more anxious. She kept trying to reach her daughter, but there was no response. Her last hope was that Vanessa might have decided to meet some friends or visit other family members before heading back to New York. Her mom contacted all their relatives, but none of them had seen Vanessa. Fearing something bad had happened to her daughter, she decided to call the police. Officers spoke with her mom and began searching along the route Vanessa was supposed to jog. Her relatives and friends quickly joined the search, hoping to find her safe and well. Vanessa's bus to New York was scheduled to leave at 5:30 p.m., and everyone hoped she would show up by then. But when the bus left without her, it became clear that something serious had happened. Vanessa was very responsible about her work and would never miss the last bus. The search went on for several hours. The local police department requested assistance from the state police, who sent several officers with search dogs. Vanessa's father actively participated in the search and was extremely distressed. At one point, the police even had to ask him to go home because his anxiety was disrupting the process. Around 8:20 p.m., one of the search teams headed deeper into the woods, less than a mile from Vanessa's mother's house. The dogs led the officers in a specific direction, and soon they discovered a human body on the ground. Despite numerous bruises, the police immediately realized it was Vanessa Marcotte. Her clothes were missing except for one sneaker lying near the crime scene. In addition to the bruises, there were clear signs of burns on her body, and the sneaker was also partially burned. The police thought that the perpetrator might have attempted to dispose of the body and evidence using fire, but failed. They also suspected that Vanessa had been assaulted, which could have been the motive for the unknown killer. Detectives noted that along with the victim's clothes, her headphones and smartphone were also missing. Since these items were not found anywhere near the body, the perpetrator might have taken them. The body was handed over to medical examiners while the police began searching for suspects. Residents of Princeton, who quickly learned about what had happened, were shocked and scared. Their small town was considered very safe, and the last murder had occurred over 30 years ago. Now, with the news of Vanessa's murder and the horrific details, the town plunged into panic. People feared that the killer might be one of their own and worried that he could strike again. Medical examiners determined that the cause of death was strangulation. Vanessa had also sustained numerous injuries, some indicating that she had tried to fight off her attacker. Skin particles were found under her nails, and DNA analysis revealed that they belonged to an unknown man. Investigators immediately entered his DNA profile into the FBI database, but no matches were found. Despite this, the DNA profile became their only major piece of evidence. Now, the police could compare DNA samples from suspects with this profile. They also knew that the attacker likely had fresh scratches on his body, which could help identify him more quickly. Regarding the burns on Vanessa's body, experts found traces of an accelerant and determined it was gasoline. It seemed like the perpetrator had tried to use it to destroy evidence and the body right after the murder. The medical examiners couldn't conclusively determine if Vanessa had been sexually assaulted, but detectives continued to consider it a primary motive. They also didn't rule out the possibility that the attacker might have known the victim and had personal motives. Detectives put all their efforts into finding the perpetrator and turned to the local community for help. With Princeton's population of just 3,000, many residents knew each other, so the police hoped someone might have crucial information. They also asked people to be on the lookout for a man with fresh scratches, and soon their efforts paid off. A witness came forward, saying he had been driving along the road on the day of the murder around 12:45 p.m. He saw a dark SUV with the hood up on the roadside and a Latino man standing next to it. The man was of medium height and solid build, appearing to be between 20 and 30 years old. The witness didn't recall any other details since he had driven by at high speed. The only detail he could provide was that the man had short hair or a completely shaved head. An hour and a half later, the witness drove back along the same road and noticed the SUV was still there. This time, the hood was down, all the windows were closed, and the man was nowhere to be seen. The witness added that he hadn't thought much of it at the time, but after hearing about Vanessa's murder, he realized he might have seen the perpetrator. Another witness reported seeing Vanessa that day as she headed toward the road. According to him, a car was following her. The driver first passed by, then turned around and started following her again. Unfortunately, the witness couldn't see the license plate or remember any other details about the car. Soon, detectives received another lead. A witness working at a ski resort 10 minutes drive from Princeton noticed a suspicious man with a scratched face. This man was caught on surveillance camera and the witness provided the footage to the police. Thanks to the footage, they quickly identified the man and began investigating his possible involvement, but soon concluded that he was likely not the killer. A DNA analysis later confirmed this and the man was cleared of suspicion. Over the next few weeks, police received more than 1,000 tips, some of which seemed very promising. They diligently checked each one but repeatedly hit dead ends, failing to get any closer to catching the culprit. Detectives investigated local residents as well as people from other towns. They also looked into owners of dark SUVs, but none of these efforts yielded results. Vanessa's family couldn't sit still and wanted to contribute to the investigation. They put up flyers with information about the case in nearby towns and launched a website with all the details about the case. Despite the large number of tips and the community's involvement, with each passing week, investigators grew more and more discouraged. They had checked hundreds of men in the area and looked into Vanessa's acquaintances, but each lead ended up going nowhere. Several FBI profilers studied the case and concluded that the person who killed Vanessa most likely didn't know her and committed the crime spontaneously. They suggested that he might have driven by, seen Vanessa, and decided to assault her. They also noted that the perpetrator was likely living in Princeton or nearby towns or regularly visiting Princeton, possibly to see relatives or for work. Given the brutality of the attack, the profiler speculated that the killer might be a sociopath, making him harder to identify. Sociopaths not only lack guilt but are also skilled liars. The murderer could have acted completely normal after the crime, as if nothing had happened, and avoided drawing attention to himself. In the following months, the case made little progress, even though the local police department continued to work diligently on it. However, the more leads they followed, the less likely it seemed that they would be able to identify the perpetrator. But everything suddenly changed 9 months after the murder in a quite unexpected way. In April 2017, a state patrol officer was driving through the town of Worcester, about 18 miles from Princeton. At one point, he spotted a black SUV with a Latino man with short hair behind the wheel. Vanessa's case was well known among the police in the area, so the officer immediately recalled that the driver's appearance and vehicle matched witness descriptions. The patrol officer quickly grabbed a pen and wrote down the license plate number on his hand while the vehicle was still in view. Upon returning to the station, he checked the plate and found that the SUV was registered to a 31-year-old Angelo Ortiz, and he passed this information along to the detectives. Ortiz had no criminal record and had been living in Worcester with his girlfriend and 3 children for less than a year. Officers went to his house to request a DNA sample, but there was a problem. When Ortiz opened the door, they realized he barely spoke English. Fortunately, one of the officers knew Spanish, and Ortiz's girlfriend, who was also home, helped translate for him. During the conversation, Ortiz provided a DNA sample which was immediately sent to the lab. While waiting for the results, detectives decided to dig deeper into Ortiz's background. They discovered that he worked as a delivery driver, transporting packages from a warehouse to various post offices in the area. This indicated that he knew the area well and frequently visited nearby towns like Princeton. Detectives also requested GPS data from Ortiz's smartphone, and the results were quite intriguing. Although the carrier could only provide approximate data based on cell towers, it showed that Ortiz was in Princeton at the time of Vanessa's attack, specifically in the area where her body was found. Digging deeper, police learned that after the murder, Ortiz made a purchase at a gas station in a neighboring town, just a few miles away. He bought only $5 worth of gasoline, as shown by his bank records. He had filled a small gas can, and as we recall, traces of gasoline were found on the victim's body. All of this strongly suggested to the detectives that Ortiz was likely involved in the crime. Soon they received the lab results. His DNA matched the skin particles found under Vanessa's nails. With confirmation of his involvement, the police finally arrested Ortiz. He denied any involvement in the murder, so the case went to court. With the evidence they had, including DNA results and GPS data from the day of the murder, the prosecution was confident they could secure a conviction. However, an unexpected problem arose. When Ortiz hired lawyers, they claimed that the police had obtained his DNA sample illegally, meaning it should be excluded from the evidence. They argued that the language barrier prevented Ortiz from understanding what was happening and from giving consent to the DNA collection. Ortiz insisted that he had signed a document he didn't understand and only provided the DNA sample because his girlfriend told him to do so. This situation posed a major challenge for the prosecution. Even with the undeniable DNA match, the defense's request could have jeopardized the case and led to Ortiz being released. The matter was deliberated for quite some time, but ultimately the judge decided to uphold the DNA test results. Despite this, Ortiz still refused to confess, and the preparations for the trial dragged on for several years. Throughout this period, Ortiz remained in jail as he was unable to pay the $10 million bail. In total, the wait for the trial lasted over 6 years from the time of the murder, with multiple delays for various reasons. For Vanessa's family, who had already suffered an immense loss, the waiting was extremely painful. During this time, investigators gathered more information that cast Ortiz in an unfavorable light. Though he had lived in the city for less than a year, Ortiz had earned a bad reputation. Several women in his neighborhood told police that they found Ortiz extremely unpleasant. He often made rude, intimate comments about them, and they were afraid to be near him. A former employee of the Princeton post office shared some interesting details. She frequently encountered Ortiz at work because he had been delivering packages. Almost every day, he made inappropriate comments in Spanish about her and another employee, seemingly unaware that she understood the language. She felt very uncomfortable every time he came by and was genuinely afraid of him. Moreover, this woman often walked to work along the same road where Vanessa had jogged. After hearing about Vanessa's death, she could no longer bear to live in the town and moved out. Eventually, the prosecution decided to offer Ortiz a deal, giving him a chance to be released, at least in old age. Without the deal, he would likely spend the rest of his life in prison. So after some consideration, Ortiz agreed, and in October 2022, he pled guilty before the judge. As is often the case, the terms of the deal did not require Ortiz to provide any details of his crime. He only needed to admit his guilt, which he did. While the deal might seem unfair, the prosecution secured pretty strict terms. Ortiz was sentenced to 20 years for robbery, as he had taken Vanessa's phone and headphones, and received a sentence of 25 years to life with the possibility of parole only after 45 years. This means Ortiz can seek release only after he turns 81. Tragically, Vanessa's father, who had been awaiting justice for his daughter's murder, passed away just 10 days before the sentencing due to health problems. At the trial, His ex-wife stated that he died of a broken heart and unbearable grief caused by the murderer. Ortiz himself showed no signs of remorse or regret during his sentencing. Instead, he asked his lawyer to read a statement on his behalf. The lawyer stated that Ortiz understood why Vanessa's family saw him as a monster. However, he asked them to remember that he is also a person with a family that had supported him throughout the ordeal. He apologized to his own family for the pain he had caused them, but did not apologize to Vanessa's relatives. Ortiz was then sent back to prison, where he remains to this day. After Vanessa's death, her family and friends founded an organization named in her honor. Initially, they focused on offering self-defense courses for women, but over the years, their goals have expanded significantly, and now they work on a wide range of issues related to women's safety and the prevention of violence in all its forms. From the outside, the England family seemed like the epitome of perfection. Every Sunday they attended church together, demonstrating exemplary piety. However, few people in their circle could imagine the secrets hidden behind the closed doors of this respective household. The story of William and Sandler began back in 1983, when they first met at church. He was 18 and she was only 16. With their parents' blessing, the young couple soon got married and settled in the small town of Logan. Bill Amen considered himself a deeply religious man. Working as a builder, he dedicated his free time to serving at the Evangelical Church of the Tabernacle of Faith, located near Nelson Villa. There, Bill played musical instruments, while Sandra, being a housewife, supported her husband in his spiritual pursuits. In 1984, the couple welcomed their firstborn, son named William Jr. To avoid confusion, the church community called the father Bill and the son Will. As the years flew by, Will gradually grew up. In 2001, when he turned 17, he met 15-year-old Summer Cook during a church service. The circumstances of their meeting remarkably resembled the love story of Bill and Sandra. The young couple dated for 3 years, and when Summer reached adulthood in 2004, they got married. The newlyweds immediately moved in with Will's parents in their spacious house in Logan. That same year, 39-year-old Bill Inman proclaimed himself a spiritual leader. He transformed his garage into a makeshift church and began holding services there. Despite the skepticism of local residents towards the self-proclaimed pastor, his mysterious home church gradually began attracting parishioners, first neighbors, and then their acquaintances. People came to pray, find solace, and leave donations. In 2005, Will and Summer became happy parents of a boy named Alex. However, along with the joys of parenthood, the young couple faced financial difficulties. Bill's church activities did not bring in substantial income, so the family decided to try their luck in another state. In search of a better life, the Inlands moved to Florida in 2006. In their new location, Bill and Will quickly found work in the construction industry, building hotels. Meanwhile, Sandra and Summer took care of the home and raised little Alex. However, after just 2 years longing for their hometown, the family returned to Ohio. Unfortunately, during their absence, they had lost the right to buy back their previous house in Logan. They had to rent another place in the rural area of Vinton. Almost immediately after returning, in 2008, Will and Summer became parents again this time. They had a daughter named Kaylee. 2 years later, the couple's third child, a girl named Alana, was born. Despite the challenges of raising young children, the young parents tried to set aside time for themselves. Almost every weekend, they left the kids under the care of Bill and Sandra, who gladly took on the roles of grandmother and grandfather. For the elderly couple, their grandchildren became the true meaning of life. In the spring of 2010, Bill Inman officially became a pastor heading the Church of the Tabernacle of Faith. Together with his wife, he also founded a charitable organization called Ranch of Mercy, aiming to help the underprivileged, those who had lost their jobs or homes. Bill dreamed of building a large shelter for orphans and widows with his own hands. However, there was a lack of funds to realize this plan. That's when Bill came up with the idea of holding a lottery. By selling tickets for $10 each, he hoped to raise the necessary amount. The lucky winner would receive a new house or $200,000. Additionally, Bill promised to raffle off 99 other valuable prizes. Information about the lottery was disseminated through local media and advertising. Bill personally went door to door, urging people to join the good cause and purchase tickets. He assured that the proceeds would go towards building a shelter for the needy. In total, Iman managed to sell 100,000 tickets and raise $1 million. The prize draw was scheduled for September 2010. While Bill was engaged in charity work, problems were brewing in Being Man's personal life. In June 2010, Summer confessed to her husband that she wanted a divorce after 6 years of marriage. Shortly before this, she made a bitter entry in her diary. "I'm so tired of pleasing everyone. So exhausted. Don't I deserve happiness? Don't I have the right to fall in love again and feel loved in return? Maybe it's not the best time, but I have to tell Will the truth. He needs to know that I don't want to be with him anymore. I need to be alone, figure myself out, understand who I really am. Because right now, I'm just a slave who follows orders. I love my children endlessly and wouldn't trade them for anything. But I don't want them to see their mother simply obeying someone else's will. I don't know how Will is going to react to this. Maybe he'll get furious, try to take the kids and run away, or start threatening, hurting me. I think we should have equal time with the children. I know his parents will be against it and will try to convince me to stay. But I understand that it won't change anything. Yesterday, Will asked me what I want and I couldn't answer because I only know what I don't want to be unhappy, to feel trapped. But I remained silent. Every day, all I can do is cry and sleep. Nothing more. Just don't know how to get out of this situation and make everything all right. I hope that the next time I write here, I'll have found the answer." Summer filed for divorce and moved out of the Inman's house with the children and essential belongings to her parents' home. She didn't want to deprive Alex, Kaylee, and Alana of communication with their father, so she allowed them to see Will and his parents. 2 months after leaving her husband, Summer started a romance with Adam Peters. At the same time, she got a job as a cleaner at a bank located in the center of Logan. The woman had no education, so she couldn't find other work. Meanwhile, September and October passed, but the house lottery promised by Bill from Ranch of Mercy never took place. Moreover, it turned out that the construction of the prize house hadn't even begun. The organization was in no hurry to return people's money for the tickets. In early December 2010, the Inmans were informed about the need to vacate their rented housing due to debt. Upon learning this, Summer came with Adam to pick up the belongings that were left there. However, Will and his parents didn't let their former daughter-in-law in. Summer called the police and complained that her husband, whom she was divorcing, was threatening her and wouldn't give back her personal belongings. When law enforcement arrived, continued to refuse to let anyone into the house, threatened to shoot Adam, and even got into a fight with a police officer. In her statement, Summer said that before the wedding, she and Will had an ideal relationship. But after getting married, he changed abruptly, started controlling her every step, being jealous, and making groundless accusations. He dictated to his wife what to do and when, interfering in the most intimate areas of life, eating habits, household chores, even sexual relations. Samna couldn't even get enough sleep without her husband's permission. He effectively kept her under house arrest, forbidding her to leave the home. He hid her mobile phone and keys. The woman admitted that Will dreamed of having 12 children with her and even planned to take a second wife. He could often be seen on websites for polygamous families where he posted his explicit photos. Will threatened to kill Summer if she dared to leave him. Once he even took her beloved cats, drove them somewhere, and then lied that they had escaped through an open window. He laughed, saying she would never see them again. After his wife's accusations, Will tried to justify himself. He claimed he took away her phone and keys because he suspected her of cheating. As for the cats, he simply took them to a shelter because they were scratching the furniture and attacking family members. Will was prohibited from approaching Summer and was sentenced to a fine and probation. At the same time, a custody battle erupted between the two families. The Inmans filed a police report accusing Adam Peters of being dangerous to Alex, Kaylee, and Alana. A terrifying event occurred late in the evening of March 22, 2011. 25-year-old Summer was finishing her shift at the bank. As usual, she cleaned up the workspaces and went outside around 11 p.m. to take out the trash. Before that, Summer had sent a message to Adam, whom she was supposed to meet after work, but he never saw his beloved again. Worried, Adam went to the bank after midnight. He didn't find Summer, but near the dumpster, he saw her belongings, her phone, keys, a running player with headphones. A little further in the bushes lay her jacket. Adam called the police and informed Summer's parents about her disappearance. At first, the family thought the woman might have been delayed at work or lost her personal items, but the bank's security service assured them they hadn't seen her after the end of her shift. When law enforcement arrived at the scene, several witnesses were already waiting. 2 women who were out for a jog at the time said they had witnessed Summer being abducted by unknown individuals an hour earlier. According to them, when the woman approached the dumpster, a white Ford Crown Victoria, driven by a blonde, pulled up. 2 men in black balaclavas jumped out of the car, grabbed Summer, and forcibly pushed her into the back seat. The victim resisted, screamed, and begged for help. One of the witnesses tried to intervene, but the female driver sprayed pepper spray in his face. After that, the kidnappers fled with Summer. The women immediately ran to the nearest police station and reported what they had seen. However, for some reason, law enforcement treated their statement with skepticism, even suspicion. They decided that the witnesses had made up this story for fun. A whole hour passed after Summer's parents contacted the police before they finally arrived at the crime scene. Unfortunately, it was too late. The missing woman could not be found while the trail was still hot. News of the abduction of 25-year-old Summer Inman instantly spread through the local media. Hundreds of concerned residents of Logan rallied to help with the search. But days passed, and hope of finding the woman alive faded. The parents of the listing tried not to think about the worst. A few weeks before the tragedy, Summer had posted a photo on Facebook with Adam and the children. In it, they looked like a happy family. Seeing this photo on Adam's page, Will Inman became genuinely enraged. There had long been a quiet confrontation between these 2 men. It turned out that Summer had met Adam even before deciding to divorce her husband. In the spring of 2010, Peters got a job working for the Inmans, taking care of their house and yard. That's where he fell for Summer. Initially, the woman rejected Adam's advances, but eventually gave in. In her diary, there was an entry. When our eyes met, I realized that the devil had taken hold of me. I didn't listen to the voice of God. I tried to stop myself. My mind screamed, "Run, get out of here now." But I stayed and allowed Adam to embrace me and then delve deeper. I regret it. I am guilty. Meeting Adam was the beginning of the end for Summer and Will's marriage. The woman realized that she wanted to be happy, to love and be loved, so she filed for divorce. 5 days before Summer's disappearance, Will tried to challenge the amount of alimony in court. He didn't want to pay his ex-wife $150 per child every month and asked to reduce the amount to $50. After all, at that time, his annual income was only $6,500 a month. Will, along with his parents, fought for sole custody of the children, but the judge rejected their demands. Bill and Sandra missed their grandchildren very much, as they were the meaning of their lives. After parting with Summer, the elderly couple had noticeably lost weight and become haggard. In March 2011, shortly after Summer's disappearance, the police found the Inman family. Bill, Sandra, and Will were hiding in the home of Bill's mother, a 70-year-old woman from Jackson County, Ohio. During the interrogation, all 3 unanimously assured that they were not involved in Summer's abduction. They claimed that on the night in question, they had gone to Cleveland to look at a new house. On the way, the car broke down and they had to spend the whole night repairing it on the side of the road. They only returned home to Logan in the morning. The Inman said that they had always treated Summer well and rarely argued with her. But ever since Alan Peters appeared in their home, a dark streak had begun. Bill, Sandra, and Will called Adam a bad person who had destroyed a once happy and strong family, were interested in the white Ford Crown Victoria parked near the Inman's house. They confiscated the car's GPS navigator and checked the route. It turned out that on the afternoon of March 22nd, when the kidnapping occurred, the car was in Logan. In the evening at 5:30 p.m., The GPS was turned off and only turned back on the next morning, March 23rd, again in Logan. No evidence of the Inman's trip to Cleveland could be found. Moreover, according to telephone records, all night from March 22nd to 23rd, the suspects were in Logan. Then information came in that on the morning of March 23rd at 7:30 a.m., Bill, Sandra, and Will were seen at a car wash. They took the car for a full interior cleaning. Summer was not with them. After that, the Indians went to Cleveland, where they changed tires at an auto repair shop. The mechanic found it strange that Bill decided to replace almost new tires with old ones. Allegedly, he simply didn't like the previous ones. The inmates also tried to change the appearance of the car. Bill removed the police spotlight he had once installed near the side mirror. After the arrest, Bill tried to convince his elderly mother that they were not guilty of anything and that these trials were God's punishment. However, after several hours of interrogation, realizing that all three of them faced the death penalty, Sandra gave in. The woman confessed that it was them who had kidnapped Summer on that fateful night. The men in balaclavas were her husband Bill and son Will. According to Sandra, the abduction was entirely her idea. She only wanted to scare her daughter-in-law so that she would allow Will to see the children. When Summer was pushed into the car, Will tied her hands, feet, and neck with plastic ties. The woman fought and screamed, and then suddenly fainted. Will noticed that Summer was showing no signs of life. He wanted to cut the bindings and free her. He shouted to his mother, "Mom, where's the knife? I can't find it." While the family was frantically searching for the knife, a few minutes passed. It was too late to save Summer as she had suffocated. Sandra swore they didn't want to kill their daughter-in-law, only to scare her in order to settle the custody dispute over the grandchildren and have the opportunity to see them at least on weekends. On March 29, 2011, a week after the abduction, Sandra showed where they had hidden the body. Summer was thrown into an abandoned well on the grounds of the church the Inman family attended. The Church of the Tabernacle of Faith is located near Nelsonville, 30 kilometers from the bank where Summer worked. Once, Bill Inman had participated in its construction, and 28 years ago, under the arches of this temple, he and Sandra got married. When the police lifted the concrete lid of the well, a gruesome sight met their eyes. Summer lay at the bottom, her body thrown in head first. The victim was wearing the same clothes as on the last day of her life, a black t-shirt with the words, "Have an anger problem, I have an idiot problem." The autopsy showed that Summer had died of strangulation. There were no other injuries on her body except for marks from the plastic ties on her neck, wrists, and ankles. Sandra said that she had initially planned to throw the body into the river, but then she decided that in the church well, no one would definitely find it. The woman admitted her guilt and expressed sincere regret for what she had done. Soon, trial took place. 49-year-old Bill and 28-year-old Blill did not plead guilty to Summer's murder. They barely spoke during the hearings and avoided looking her parents in the eye. Only Sandra repented for what she had done and tried to take all the responsibility upon herself. She repeated that the abduction was her idea. Delivering her final statement, the woman begged for forgiveness from Summer's parents through tears. Emotions were choking Sandra, but despite this, everyone understood that she sincerely regretted what had happened. "Summer was like a daughter to me," the woman sobbed. "If I could turn back time, I would never have taken this horrible step." In 2012, the court passed the sentence. Bill and Will Ingman received life imprisonment without the right to early release. Sandler was sentenced to life in prison with the right to parole after 15 years. The church friends and parishioners unanimously claimed that Bill was in charge of everything in the Inman family. He was the one making the decisions. No one believed that the idea of the kidnapping belonged to Sandra. Everyone knew that Will had been a spoiled boy since childhood, with his parents indulging his every whim. The defendant herself understood that her husband and son were just as guilty as she was. But Sandra tried to take the blame until the very end, hoping to soften their fate. Alex, Kaylee, and Alana remained under the care of Summer's deceased parents. For a long time, they could not explain to their grandchildren where their mother, father, grandmother, and grandfather had gone. The tragedy of the Inman family serves as a warning about how hidden anger, jealousy, and the desire to control someone else's life can lead to fatal consequences. Bill and Sandra, who were a model of piety and family values to everyone, turned out to be real tyrants to their daughter-in-law. Summer became a victim of a toxic relationship where her will and desires were suppressed, and attempts to break free cost her life. Will, raised in such a suffocating atmosphere, grew up selfish and unwilling to compromise. His obsession with the idea of getting his wife and children back at any cost ultimately turned against him. The Inman's terrible crime forever destroyed several families, deprived 3 small children of their mother, and a grandfather and grandmother of their closest person. Yara Gamaradio was born on May 21, 1997 in a small Italian town called Bimbate di Sopra. This quiet place, not far from Milan, has a population of just over 7,000 people and is known for its peaceful life, old architecture, and beautiful nature. Yara's family had lived there for generations. She had loving parents, an older sister, and 2 younger brothers. Yara loved her hometown. She went to the local school, had lots of friends, and was very active in gymnastics. Just a few hundred yards from her home was a big sports center, and Yara went there almost every week. On November 26, 2010, when she was 13, she planned to swing by the gym quickly to return a stereo to her coach. Around 5:15 p.m., she said goodbye to her parents and headed out, saying she'd be back in about an hour. Yara's parents weren't worried about letting her go out alone. Despite her age, their town was very safe and the walk to the gym only took a few minutes. But that evening, they started to get concerned because Yara was late. By 7 p.m., she still hadn't come back, which was unusual. At 7-Eleven, her mom tried calling her, but it went straight to voicemail. This really worried her parents, so they immediately contacted the police. The case was referred to a police department in a larger nearby city. About 7 miles away, and an experienced detective, Letizia Ruggieri, was assigned to handle Yara's disappearance. She immediately sent officers to the town to start the search and also called in the military police for help. After talking with Yara's parents, they went to the gym to piece together her last movements. Yara's coach confirmed she had come by around 5:30 p.m. Her friends also said they saw Yara, chatted with her, watched her do some exercises, and then saw her leave for home. The police also learned that at 6:44 p.m. Yara had sent a text to a friend, which was the last time anyone heard from her. So, the investigators determined that Yara disappeared somewhere between the sports complex and her home on her way back. They split into several groups, with one combing the streets and another searching for witnesses and other clues, like CCTV footage. Several people who were near the sports center that evening reported seeing a girl who looked like Yara. They said she was speaking with 2 men near a red car, but the police couldn't confirm if it was really her. They searched the entire sports center but didn't find Yara. Meanwhile, local and military police officers were scouring the streets, fields, and the banks of a small river running through the town. Firefighters and volunteers also joined the search, but no one could find Yara. The detective then called in canine units. The search dogs picked up Yara's scent from her belongings, but instead of leading the police from the sports center towards her home, the dogs indicated that Yara had moved in the opposite direction, towards a small town called Mapello. Letizia also requested Yara's cell phone location data, which showed that her phone had connected to a tower in Mapello at 6:49 p.m., just 5 minutes after she sent a text to her friend. Given the distance from the sports center, it was almost certain that Yara couldn't have gotten there on foot, so she must have been transported by a vehicle. At this point, Yara's trail went cold, and the police had 2 main theories. The first, and most likely, was that she had been kidnapped. The second was that she might have run away, but there were serious doubts about this. In her last message, she had made plans to meet a friend the next day, making it hard to believe she would decide to run away just minutes later. Despite their doubts, the investigator interviewed all of Yara's relatives and friends, but nothing indicated any issues at home. Letizia ordered wiretaps on the phones of all family members and several dozen other people. She took a bold step and requested cell phone location data for every phone that was in Mapello on the evening of Yara's disappearance. If it was indeed a kidnapping, perpetrator's phone would have connected to the towers in the area, but identifying the culprit would still be extremely challenging. In total, the police received information on 15,000 phones that were in the town that evening. They attempted to scrutinize each of these individuals, and a special team was set up to monitor thousands of numbers that seemed suspicious for various reasons. Meanwhile, active searches for Yara continued, but day after day, they yielded no results. Letizia began to doubt that they would make any progress this way, and her last hope rested on the cell phone numbers, one of which had to belong to the kidnapper. Within a few days, the police had listened to thousands of hours of phone conversations, but none of them were related to Yara's disappearance. This continued until late November, when one of the officers suddenly heard a highly suspicious phrase. A man on the phone said, "Forgive me, Lord, I didn't kill her." Investigators quickly identified the man as Mohammed Fikri, a construction worker from Morocco who lived in the same town where Yara's phone signal had last been detected. The police tried to locate him, but there was a problem. The team monitoring the phone conversations was listening to recordings with a few days' delay because it was impossible to process so many calls in real time. Fikri's call was only heard 3 days after it was made, and by the time the police became interested in him, he was already on a ship heading to Morocco. All of this looked extremely suspicious, so the Italian authorities decided to intercept the ship. They found the man, arrested him, and brought him back to Italy. Meanwhile, investigators uncovered another chilling clue. They found Fikri's car and discovered a mattress with bloodstains in the trunk. The mattress was immediately sent to the lab, but here the police faced an unexpected twist. The blood didn't belong to Yara, apparently wasn't even human. Upon further analysis of the cell phone recording, it was revealed that Fikri had said something completely different in his native language, and the officer had mistranslated the second part of the phrase. After conducting additional checks, investigators confirmed that Fikri had nothing to do with Yara's disappearance, and they had to release him. By that time, Yara's case had become one of the most well-known topics across Italy, with extensive coverage in the national media. Millions of people followed the search efforts, hoping she would be found alive. When news of Fikri's arrest hit the papers, many were convinced that the kidnapper had finally been caught, so the news of his innocence came as a shock and disappointment. It meant the investigators were back to square one, with no other leads to help them find Yara. The police continued to monitor phone conversations, search for other evidence, and do everything they could, but nothing seemed to lead anywhere. This continued for exactly 3 months, until February 26, 2011. On that day, a man from a small town 6 miles from Yara's home went to one of the many nearby fields to fly his remote-controlled airplane. But the airplane had some issues, and he had to land it in a spot with tall, thick grass to prevent it from crashing into the ground. When he went to retrieve it, he noticed a pile of rags. At first, he didn't think much of it. Then he saw boots sticking out from under the pile and decided to call the police. Officers found a human body under the rags, but the level of decomposition made it almost impossible to visually identify the victim. However, when Letizia arrived at the scene, she immediately knew it was Yara. She was wearing the same clothes she had on when she went to the sports complex 3 months earlier. Near the body, they also found her iPad, house keys, SIM card, and the removable battery from her cell phone, but the phone itself was nowhere to be found. Italy's most renowned forensic pathologist was brought in to examine the remains and concluded that the cause of death was multiple stab wounds. She also found no signs of assault, but the fact that some of her clothing was removed led investigators to suggest that this was the motive. Experts also found fibers on the body that were commonly used in a specific type of fabric. This suggested that the killer might work in a related manufacturing facility somewhere in the area. Additionally, they found 2 foreign DNA samples, one on the victim's gloves and another on the battery of her smartphone. However, there were several issues. The samples were quite small, making it difficult to extract a full profile. There were also no matches in the various databases. So, the investigators found themselves at another dead end. But 2 months later, Letizia received an unexpected call. Experts from the lab reported that, upon further investigation of the victim's belongings, they had discovered biological material on her underwear, and the analysis yielded a full DNA profile of an unknown man. With the killer's DNA in hand, Letizia divided the officers into different teams and assigned them specific tasks. Some were responsible for collecting DNA samples from Olive Yarda's relatives, acquaintances, and everyone at the sports complex. Others focused on analyzing cell phone location data, compiling a list of numbers belonging to people who traveled from Yarrastown to Mapello that evening, and then collecting their DNA samples. Given the scale of these tasks, she had to wait weeks for results, which were slow in coming. Even with 3 laboratories across Italy working on the DNA samples, the process could take years. In the following months, the police collected thousands of DNA samples, but none matched the killer's profile. Meanwhile, Letizia kept thinking how to get new leads, and soon she had an idea. Not far from the field where Yara's body was found, there was a nightclub. Letizia knew that killers often leave their victims' bodies in familiar areas, and this club had a reputation for being a hotspot for people with criminal records and other shady individuals. So she decided to try this theory and collect DNA samples from all the visitors of that nightclub. Letizia assigned several officers to stand guard at the nightclub on Fridays and Saturdays, collecting DNA samples from everyone entering. Since all clubgoers had membership cards, investigators could access information on everyone who had visited the club in the past. Although Letizia knew the chances of success were slim, she wanted to try everything in her power due to the lack of other leads. And soon, she received a call from the lab. DNA from one of the visitors matched the killer's profile. The man's name was Damiano, but there was a problem. The match was only partial, and Damiano was quickly cleared as a suspect since he was on another continent at the time of Yara's disappearance. But still, this was a significant breakthrough. Experts assumed that since his DNA only partially matched the killer's profile, Damiano must be related to the actual perpetrator. Letizia and her team began investigating Damiano's family to identify the most likely suspect. Since this was before genetic genealogy became common in criminal investigations, this method was new and extremely challenging. They soon made a surprising discovery. Damiano's mother had worked as a housekeeper for Yara's family for 10 years, but left the job a few years ago. When she found out that someone from her family might be the killer, the woman was deeply shocked. Despite this revelation, the search for the suspect dragged on for many months. Letizia eventually concluded that none of Damiano's immediate relatives were Yara's murderer, which meant they would need to investigate hundreds, if not thousands, of distant relatives. As months passed without progress, the media began accusing Letizia and her team of incompetence and reluctance to work on the case. Several politicians joined in, trying to have the detective removed, but they were unsuccessful. Despite the heavy pressure, Letizia continued to do everything in her power to identify the killer. She and her team examined various family trees and archival records dating back to 1716. They had to review thousands of individuals, repeatedly hitting dead ends. This continued until September 2011, when investigators finally made a breakthrough. One family tree led them to a man named Giuseppe, who was already deceased. However, his widow had preserved some postmarks with his saliva, and experts managed to extract a DNA profile. The results showed that Giuseppe was very likely the father or grandfather of the killer whose DNA was found on the victim's underwear. Giuseppe had 2 sons, and investigators obtained their DNA samples, but they faced another unexpected disappointment. Although the results showed a close match, neither of the sons was the killer. This left Letizia stumped. The killer had to be closely related to this family, but none of the male members showed a complete match. The only remaining possibility was that Giuseppe might have had a child with another woman, a child his family knew nothing about. Detectives focused on this lead, but uncovering such sensitive information proved extremely difficult. They interviewed thousands of people who might have known or seen Giuseppe during his lifetime. Nearly a year later, they got an intriguing clue. Since the 1960s, Giuseppe had been visiting a spa complex in a small town near Milan without his wife. He stayed there for 2 weeks every May and never brought his family along. Letizia requested records of all visitors to the spa complex during those years. To her surprise, these documents were still available, and investigators began examining them. They compiled a list of all the women who stayed at the spa during the same time Giuseppe. This process stretched over a year, but Letizia still couldn't get any closer to identifying Giuseppe's possible lover. Meanwhile, the media caught wind of what they were doing, and the theory about a secret child sparked widespread interest across Italy. Journalists eager to capitalize on this attention began their own searches for children born from extramarital affairs. To their surprise, they uncovered many such stories. In one small village, for example, they found 5 such children. This continued until 2014, when investigators finally made some progress. With the widespread attention on the case and the search for Giuseppe's possible lover, the police received numerous tips, but all of them led to dead ends. But in the summer of that year, they received a tip suggesting that Giuseppe might have had an affair with a woman named Esther Artsufi. Reviewing their records, investigators suddenly discovered that they had already collected a DNA sample from Esther 2 years earlier. However, the results showed she was not related to the killer. Still, Letizia decided to request a new analysis, and the results were shocking. It turned out that the initial expert had mistakenly compared the killer's DNA with Yara's DNA instead of Esther's. When a different expert re-examined the correct samples, they found that Esther was indeed the killer's mother. With the long-awaited confirmation in hand, Letizia discovered that Esther had 3 children, including twins, a boy and a girl, who fit the age profile. Although the twins were considered the children of Esther's legal husband, investigators suspected that in reality Giuseppe was the biological father. Since the killer was clearly male, they focused on Esther's son. At the time of the investigation, he was 42 years old, worked as a construction worker, and lived with his wife and children in Marpello, the same town where Yara's cell phone signal had disappeared. Letizia quickly came up with a plan to obtain his DNA sample without spooking him. She learned that he used a specific road every day and arranged a sobriety checkpoint there. The man, unaware of the real reason, blew into the breathalyzer, which was immediately sent to the lab with his saliva. Almost 4 years after the murder, Letizia finally received long-awaited confirmation. His DNA fully matched the biological sample found on Yara's underwear. This man's name was Massimo Bassetti, and on June 16th he was finally arrested. Bassetti denied any involvement in the crime and claimed he was innocent, so the case went to trial. During the preparations, investigators uncovered several alarming facts that indirectly implicated Bassetti. His browser history showed searches of an unaccepted nature related to minors. On the evening of Yara's disappearance, his cell phone was located in her town but was turned off at 5:45 p.m. and not turned on again until the next morning. Bassetti's car was captured on surveillance footage near the sports center on the same evening, just minutes before Yara vanished. The car had no license plates, making it difficult to identify the driver before Bassetti's arrest. Was confirmed to be Bassetti's vehicle. Interestingly, fibers from his car seats matched the fibers found on the victim's body. The prosecution also called a witness who lived in Yara's town. The woman testified that on the evening of the disappearance, she had gone outside to take out the trash when she saw a car speeding by her house. According to her description, the vehicle resembled Bassetti's car and she saw a child inside. She added that she heard screams coming from the car. Police also discovered that Bassetti frequently stopped at a pizza restaurant on the same street as Yara's home. This suggested that he might have seen her long before the abduction and possibly had been planning the crime in advance. Regarding the surveillance footage, Bassetti claimed he was simply driving home from work that evening, but investigators found that he did not work that day, which was confirmed by his colleagues' testimonies, CCTV footage, and cell phone location data. The trial began in the summer of 2015, a year after Bassetti's arrest, and it quickly captured the attention of millions across Italy. While most people were sure that Bassetti was the killer, no one could have anticipated the twists this trial would reveal. The prosecution's version was clear. Bassetti had likely been watching Yara for days or even weeks before deciding to abduct her after she left the sports complex alone. He then took her to the field where her body was later discovered and killed her. The main theory was that Bassetti had intended to assault her, but for some reason he didn't go through with it. Bassetti's wife testified that he was home with the family having dinner at the time Yara went missing, but this was contradicted by CCTV footage near the sports complex and 3 witnesses who saw Bassetti's car at the time he claimed to be at home. The defense argued that their client was innocent. Bassetti himself claimed he often had nosebleeds, which could have gotten on his clothes and tools. His lawyer suggested that the real killer might have somehow come into contact with Bassetti's blood before the crime, which then ended up on the victim's underwear. The defense also challenged the DNA evidence, claiming that a mistake might have been made. They explained that there are two types of DNA, one that changes significantly between relatives and another one that changes very slowly over generations. The DNA found on the victim's underwear was of the slower changing type. The defense argued that it could belong to anyone related to Bassetti, whether close or distant. But the prosecution's experts countered this, insisting that Bassetti's DNA matched the evidence beyond any doubt. But that wasn't the defense's main argument. During the trial, they dropped a bombshell that caused a huge stir. They named a new suspect, a gym instructor named Sylvia. It turned out that after the body was discovered, experts found Sylvia's blood on the sleeve of Yara's jacket. Sylvia's father revealed that when she came home after Yara's disappearance, she had been crying all night. Investigators also discovered that Sylvia had sent a few messages to her brother on that evening, but both of them deleted it shortly after, so the content of the messages remained unknown. Sylvia herself claimed she couldn't remember why she acted that way, what she had written to her brother, or how her blood ended up on Yara's clothing. In court, she refused to answer questions, just saying, "I don't know." Despite the lack of any clear explanation for these unexpected revelations, there was enough evidence to convict Bassetti. In the summer of 2016, he was sentenced to life in prison, and his lawyers were unable to overturn the verdict. It's worth mentioning that the day after the verdict, his wife visited him in prison and confessed that none of their 3 children were his, admitting she had been unfaithful with several other men. It's also notable that Esther's 3rd child wasn't from her legal husband or Giuseppe, but from another man. Since then, Bassetti has remained in prison, but the story of Sylvia and her blood continues to trouble many who followed the case. Some people find it so suspicious that they question Bassetti's guilt and suggest that he might have been wrongfully accused, with the DNA evidence potentially being manipulated. Nevertheless, this case remains one of the most high-profile in modern Italian history, and all evidence was carefully examined by the country's leading experts, making the likelihood of Bassetti's innocence extremely low. Case of Kristen Rossum. She could have been a scientist, but she chose a different path. Blonde Kristen Rossum, a chemistry graduate from San Diego State University, could have had a brilliant future. Instead, she is serving a life sentence in the Central California Women's Facility for the crime against her husband. Ralph and Constance Rossum had 3 children and were preparing them for an undoubtedly bright future. The children received education from top schools, were tutored, and participated in clubs and sections for talent development. However, the fragile and impulsive Kristen broke, unable to keep up with the pace in pursuit of the ideal. Lying, skipping classes, and the desire to escape reality first introduced her to a sense of ease and oblivion after consuming alcohol. But soon, alcohol stopped providing the desired effect of tranquility, and she became dependent on the controlled substance methamphetamine. Methamphetamine, meth, is the most addictive illicit substance in the USA. Causes paranoia, clouds judgment, euphoria, and hallucinations. Kristen's erratic behavior and detachment from real life caught her parents' attention. After a long conversation, she admitted that she had been addicted to the substance since high school. This behavior was a severe blow for a family of university-educated professionals. After several months of numerous conflicts with her parents, 17-year-old Kristen secretly ran away to Mexico with friends for a holiday. There, she met a man by chance. Tall, handsome Gregory DeVilly, 7 years her senior, seemed like an angel who would save her. And he did. Greg fell in love with the bad. He took on the role of a parent and responsibility for her well-being. With Greg's support, she managed to get a job at a local forensic department as a toxicology assistant. Her skills impressed the employer. Her addiction was forgotten, which worked in her favor, as her job in toxicology provided access to seized controlled substances. As a forensic assistant, graduated from university with honors. Her teachers and employer praised her, handing her the Best Student Award. unaware of the reasons for her love of the chosen profession. Her relationship with Greg lasted about 5 years and ended with a grand wedding on June 5, 1999. Kristen's parents adored Greg and were at ease for their daughter as she had climbed out of the pit of dependency and confidently stood on the road to a promising and happy life. In March 2000, Kristen was hired by the San Diego County Medical Examiner's Office as a toxicologist. Toxicologist analyzes body fluids to detect controlled substances. Gregory was working in the biotechnology industry at the time. Kristen quickly grew bored with her monotonous life and began seeking excitement elsewhere. She found an opportunity with a new colleague, Michael Robertson, who had been appointed as the department head. He was married, but that didn't stop a sudden infatuation between them. They couldn't keep their relationship secret for long. Greg found numerous letters exchanged between the secret lovers. The marital relationship deteriorated, but Gregory still hoped to save the marriage, knowing his wife's weaknesses and trying as hard as ever to save her. This time, Kristen didn't want to be saved. She demanded a divorce. On the morning of Monday, November 6, 2000, Kristen was getting ready for work as usual. Greg was ill and stayed home. Kristen was very worried about her husband. In the days following their separation talk, he had been lethargic and unusually calm. She informed his workplace of her husband's illness. She also visited him during her lunch break. Greg was asleep. At 9:22 p.m. that same day, Christine called emergency services to report that her husband, Greg, was not breathing. He had most likely committed suicide because he was home alone. The woman cried into the phone and did not listen to the dispatcher's instructions to examine the body and possibly administer first aid. Police officers and paramedics arriving on the scene at 10:19 p.m. pronounced Gregory de Villiers dead. He was lying on the bedroom floor with his torso exposed, surrounded by scattered rose petals. The room examination suggested that Greg most likely consumed a lethal dose of several controlled substances. Empty vials of powerful painkillers were scattered around and torn wedding photos were found on his bed. During the interrogation, Kristen stated that she had informed her husband of their separation the previous evening. Just 17 months after the wedding, she regretted getting married. She felt she had rushed into it. Greg was too clingy, and she wanted to distance herself. Greg's death was ruled a suicide. The cause of death was strong sedative drugs. Kristen signed the cremation papers. However, Gregory's family and friends refused to believe in such a sudden suicide. None of them noticed any changes in his character or mood. He had not shared his marital problems with anyone. Greg was so opposed to controlled substances that he would never have taken them. Soon, the relatives managed to stop the cremation and insisted on an independent autopsy. The family's persistence allowed for the consideration of a homicide scenario. Soon, toxicological tests revealed that Gregory's body contained an extremely high amount of fentanyl, a pain reliever 150 times stronger than morphine, along with lesser amounts of clonazepam and trace amounts of oxycodone, known as hillbilly heroin. Investigators speculated that, under the strong influence of clonazepam and other detected drugs, someone else administered the lethal dose of fentanyl to Gregory. Kristen became the prime suspect, as fentanyl is not an over-the-counter medication, and she had ample knowledge and access to such drugs. Upon arrival for interrogation at the police station, Kristen's emaciated, unattractive appearance and her doping behavior indicated her drug dependency. This was confirmed by her own statements on the day of Gregory's death. Kristen was inconsistent in her accounts. Initially, Kristen told paramedics that Gregory had not taken any medication, but later she changed her statement, suggesting he might have taken oxycodone. At the hospital, Kristen told a nurse that Gregory might have overdosed on oxycodone. Oxycodone is similar in effect to codeine-based drugs. It can not only relieve pain, but also induce a sense of euphoria. It depresses the respiratory center, and without timely assistance, its use can be fatal. The police considered the possibility that Gregory died from an accidental overdose of cold medicine and oxycodone. In conversations with Kristen, they also learned that Gregory was very upset about their failing marriage, leading Kristen to tell the police that he ended his own life. This was another investigative avenue they explored. On November 8th, a colleague of Kristen's, Russ Lowe, called the police. He informed them about Kristen's affair with her boss. This information shifted the course of the police investigation. Evidence of Kristen's connection with her boss, Dr. Robertson, was found. The evidence included passionate emails they exchanged, as well as computer files and professional articles revealing Dr. Robertson's specialized knowledge of fentanyl. The criminal puzzle was coming together perfectly. It was suspected that Gregory became a threat to the lovers, as he knew that Kristen, with her access to the lab and controlled substances, was secretly using them, and Michael was covering for her. It was a premeditated crime. The challenge for the investigators was to prove it. During interrogation, Michael Robertson told detectives that he was aware of his lover's drug dependency. At that time, no charges were brought against the couple. They were both dismissed from their jobs for violating several rules during the investigation. Serious trouble for Kristen began in January when police raided her home, finding traces of drugs and paraphernalia. She was arrested for the first time but was later released on bail. The investigation progressed as new information emerged. This included Kristen's diary. During its initial examination, investigators hypothesized that it was written by Kristen not for herself, but for an external reader as a means of covering up and affirming her innocence while crafting the appearance of Gregory's perfect self-inflicted demise. On the day of her husband's death, she bought a rose in revealing lingerie actions inconsistent with her distressed demeanor. Medical examination indicated that Gregory was unconscious for at least 6 hours before his passing, and his death could have occurred an hour or an hour and a half before it was confirmed. Additionally, a bruise around a needle injection site on the young man's arm was found, its purpose and executor unexplained. At Kristen's workplace, a shortage of the drug that led to Gregory's demise, as well as other controlled substances, was discovered. Police believed Kristen poisoned Gregory, administering fentanyl without his knowledge. The prosecution built its case on toxicological and medical data. With enough circumstantial evidence, Christine was arrested on June 25, 2001, and charged with first-degree murder. After spending 6 months in custody, she was released on bail. The first trial soon commenced. The prosecution's main theory was the motive for the homicide. They argued that she terminated Gregory because he threatened to tarnish her good girl reputation by revealing her renewed drug use and affair with Michael Robertson. The prosecution claimed Kristen poisoned Gregory with fentanyl. The court heard that fentanyl is a powerful synthetic opioid, 80 times stronger than morphine. It was suggested that she first tried to end his life with clonazepam, but when that failed, she administered fentanyl. They also argued that she then staged the bedroom to look like Gregory ended his own life, tearing pages from her diary and placing rose petals and a wedding photo around his body. The court heard that Kristen, with a degree in biochemistry, used her knowledge of drugs and chemistry to terminate Gregory. The prosecution also claimed that Kristen hoped to convince her colleagues in the medical examiner's office that Gregory's death was self-inflicted, hiding information about the fentanyl. However, before Gregory's autopsy could be conducted, she was transferred to another lab, and the attempt to substitute toxicological research was unsuccessful. The prosecution presented Kristen's day on November 6th. Early in the morning, she called Gregory's employer to report his absence, then went to work. Her colleagues testified that about an hour after she arrived at work, around 9 a.m., she was seen crying in Michael's office. The apartment building manager where Kristen and Gregory lived reported seeing her return home at 12:10 p.m. At 12:41 p.m., she went to a local grocery store and purchased several items, including a single red rose. Credit card statements confirm this fact. Hours before Gregory's demise, she made multiple calls to Michael. Dr. Brian Blackburn, the San Diego County medical examiner who conducted Gregory's autopsy, testified that Gregory had been deceased for at least an hour before the paramedics arrived. He informed the court that Gregory developed early bronchial pneumonia. This condition arises when secretions, normally expelled through breathing, accumulate in the lungs, because a person is either unconscious or not breathing deeply enough. Dr. Blackburn also informed the court that Gregory's bladder contained a significant amount of urine, which would have been very uncomfortable had he been conscious. This led Dr. Blackburn to conclude that Gregory was breathing poorly for approximately 6 to 12 hours before his death. A person in an unconscious state would not be able to sprinkle rose petals over themselves. Dr. Blackburn showed that the level of clonazepam found in Gregory's blood was not at an overdose level and was not lethal. Dr. Theodore Stanley testified on behalf of the prosecution. He demonstrated that fentanyl is a potent and fast-acting pain reliever with a serious side effect that can lead to a person's respiratory arrest. Dr. Stanley stated that the speed at which fentanyl begins to act depends on the method of its administration. The peak effect occurs about 16 hours after applying a transdermal patch, 20 to 30 minutes after oral ingestion, 15 to 20 minutes after intramuscular injection, and within 5 minutes after intravenous injection. Dr. Stanley informed the court that fentanyl is usually not administered orally because the liver destroys about 65% of it. So only 35% enters the bloodstream. When asked to explain how fentanyl entered Gregory's system, neither Dr. Blackburn nor Dr. Stanley could provide a definitive opinion. Dr. Stanley showed that various concentration levels in Gregory's body, along with data indicating that Gregory was unconscious and breathing shallowly for several hours before his death, suggest that fentanyl was likely administered to Gregory multiple times. The prosecution could not confidently tell the jury how Kristen poisoned Gregory, but there were indications that she might have applied fentanyl patches to his arm while he was asleep. The disappearance of 15 patches from the laboratory where Kristen formerly worked supported this theory as a possibility. The defense asserted Kristen's innocence, acknowledging that fentanyl was the cause of Gregory's death, but claimed he self-administered it, intentionally causing his own demise due to despair over family issues. Kristen testified in court, describing waking up on the morning of November 6th to find Gregory distraught. She called his employer at 7:42 a.m. to report his illness and that he wouldn't be coming to work. She told the court she went to work but returned to the apartment to check on Gregory, having lunch with him afternoon. Christine's testimony. I asked Gregory why he was so upset that morning. He replied that he wasn't feeling well and had taken some oxycodone and clonazepam. He planned to stay home and sleep. I left for work around 2:30 in the afternoon during my lunch break. I came home to check on Gregory. We had lunch. I then went back to work. I got home around 8 o'clock in the evening. Gregory was lying on the bed. I thought he was asleep. I took a bath. When I came out, I tried to wake him up. He was cold. I called the emergency services. The prosecutor cross-examined Kristen, calling her explanation strange. She admitted to lying in the past and about her drug use. He told the court that fentanyl was the perfect poison because it's hard to detect, which she knew well from her job. Medical testimony based on autopsy and toxicological findings proved that Gregory was unconscious for about 6-8 hours, meaning Kristen couldn't have had lunch with her husband that day. The defense claimed that although Dr. Blackburn showed the clonazepam level in Gregory's blood wasn't lethal, taking oxycodone, an opioid, and clonazepam, a benzodiazepine, together could create a synergistic effect, making them more potent. They suggested Gregory might have unknowingly taken the drugs himself. How fentanyl was administered and why high levels were found in his system remained unexplained. After 8 hours of deliberation, the jury found Kristen guilty of first-degree homicide and special circumstances homicide due to the use of poison. She was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Kristen maintained her innocence and appealed the verdict. The appellate court heard that errors were made by her own defense team. Her lawyers admitted fentanyl caused the death, but failed to test autopsy samples for fentanyl metabolites. This test could have determined whether Gregory swallowed fentanyl, or if the fentanyl found in the samples was a result of laboratory contamination after his death. If fentanyl had been detected only in the samples and never in Gregory's body, the prosecution's theory that fentanyl caused his death would have been incorrect. The appellate court heard that there was a break in the chain of custody regarding the samples. They were placed in a cardboard box with each container marked as a sample from Gregory's body, but the containers weren't sealed. They were supposed to be delivered to the sheriff's office for immediate transfer to an external lab, but the person supposed to receive the samples was absent. So the box remained at the medical examiner's office for about 36 hours before being delivered to the sheriff's forensic lab. The appellate court's argument was that anyone with a key to the medical examiner's office building had access to the samples. Fentanyl could have been added to the samples posthumously. Believed there was a motive to tamper with the samples and frame her for the crime due to various personal relationships and tensions among the staff. Indeed, Kristen argued in the appellate court that on November 8, 2000, Michael informed one of the toxicologists that he had examined a sample of Gregory's stomach contents. The three-judge panel of the 9th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals concluded that Kristen's lawyers erred in not contesting the prosecution's claim that her husband died from a fentanyl overdose. They stated that her legal team should have tested the autopsy samples for fentanyl metabolites rather than just admitting he died in such a manner. However, they did not overturn the verdict, but sent the case back to federal court to determine if this defense error could have altered the trial's outcome. After this decision, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that federal courts must adhere to the state court's decision when considering such appeals. Based on this ruling, the appellate court voted against holding a hearing on Kristen's case. Her appeal was denied, and she remains in custody. Michael Robertson was implicated as an accomplice in Kristen's trial. Authorities discreetly filed a criminal conspiracy complaint and issued a sealed warrant for the arrest of Michael Robertson, the former boss and lover of convicted perpetrator Kristen Rossum. Robertson, who lives freely and works as a forensic toxicology consultant in Australia since Rossum's husband's demise in 2000, could be arrested and held on $100,000 bail if he ever returns to the United States. Gregory's family filed a lawsuit accusing the county of negligence that allowed Kristen to steal a lethal dose of drugs from the medical examiner's office undetected. In 2006, a U.S. court awarded them $147 million in civil damages. In a case that continues to captivate the nation, Rossum, a former toxicologist at the county medical examiner's office, was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole in February 2003 for stealing drugs from the lab and using them to poison her husband, Gregory de Villiers, staging a suicide scene in their apartment, scattering his body with red rose petals. Christine Jessup was born on November 29, 1974, in the small Canadian town of Queensville. It was a quiet and peaceful place located not far from a picturesque lake. With a population of only about 600 people, Queensville was considered very safe and many residents knew each other well. Christine lived there with her parents and brother, who was 5 years older than her. She loved spending time outside with friends, riding her bike and playing baseball. Christine also had a great love for animals. Once, a bat flew into her room, and unlike her family, she wasn't scared at all. Instead, she said she wanted to keep it as a pet. On October 3, 1984, when Christine was 9 years old, she woke up early as usual and started getting ready for school. Her brother had a toothache, so their mother planned to take him to the dentist in Toronto. This meant that after school, Christine would be home alone until they returned. Despite her age, had stayed home unsupervised many times before. Her parents weren't too worried, as she was very independent and could take care of herself. Before leaving school that day, Christine agreed to meet her best friend after they both got home. She then took the school bus, which dropped her off just a few hundred yards from her house. A few minutes later, Christine's friend arrived at the park where they had planned to meet and began waiting for her. But as time passed, there was still no sign of Christine. Her friend waited a bit longer, then decided to go home. She tried calling Christine, but no one answered. Meanwhile, Christine's mom and brother returned home. The mom quickly realized that her daughter wasn't there, even though it was clear she had come home after school. Her backpack was in her room, and the mail from the mailbox was in the hallway. She also noticed a few strange things. Christine's bike was laying outside, and its kickstand was damaged. Christine loved that bike and always took good care of it, so it was surprising that she would just leave it outside like that. Christine's jacket was also hanging on a high hook in the hallway, a place she clearly couldn't reach on her own. But despite all of this, her mom wasn't initially worried. She thought Christine had just gone out to play, like she had many times before, and decided to wait for her to come back. About an hour later, as it started to get dark outside, her mom began to worry. Even though Christine was independent, she always let her parents know where she was going. Her mom started calling the parents of all of Christine's friends, hoping she was with one of them. But each time, she was told that no one had seen Christine since school. When her mom called Christine's best friend, the girl said they had planned to meet in the park, but Christine never showed up. Realizing that none of her friends had seen Christine, the mother and her son headed out to search the streets. Given the small size of their town, they quickly checked all the places Christine liked to spend time, but she was nowhere to be found. By around 7 p.m., with no sign of her and still no word, the mother decided it was time to call the police. For the local police department, cases like this weren't all that uncommon. Usually, they involved kids who either lost track of time while playing or ran off after a fight with their parents. In most of these situations, the kids were found quickly, without the need for a full investigation. This time, the police organized a search and asked locals for help. Dozens quickly responded and went out to look for Christine. The police also found out that Christine had visited a small store located between her house and the park where she was supposed to meet her friend. She bought some gum, but where she went after that remained a mystery. There were no surveillance cameras back then, so the officers couldn't piece together an exact timeline. They believed she had gone to the store just minutes after getting home from school. The search continued through the night, but they were unable to find Christine. The next day, even more people joined the search efforts, and the police began receiving various tips. However, none of them proved useful. Most reports were of people seeing some girl on the street or in a passing car, but no one was sure it was Christine, and they also couldn't provide any additional details. In the following days, the police began to suspect they were dealing with an abduction. There was little chance Chelsea could go unnoticed when every resident in their small town knew about her disappearance. Her mother was also certain that Christine would never run away from home. Despite this, the police still couldn't locate Christine. They searched her house, but due to their lack of experience, they did it quite unprofessionally. They looked through some of her belongings without dusting for fingerprints. Plus, they allowed neighbors and family friends to visit the house before conducting a proper examination, potentially compromising any evidence. It's worth noting that at the time of Christine's disappearance, her father was in jail. Just a few weeks earlier, he had received a small sentence for a minor fraud. And on the day Christine went missing, her mother and brother had visited him after the dentist appointment. When it became clear that Christine was likely abducted, her father was released from jail to be with his family, and he immediately joined the search for his daughter. The search continued for several weeks, but they were unable to find Christine or any clues that could shed light on her disappearance. The search area expanded to cover the fields and forests surrounding the town, but still nothing turned up. This went on for 3 months until December 31st. While everyone else was getting ready to celebrate the new year, Christine's family had no reason to celebrate. They still held on to hope that she was alive, but that hope was fading. On that day, a man from the town of Sunderland, 35 miles from Queensville, went out to look for his runaway dog. Walking through the wooded area behind his house, he noticed what looked like a small pile of trash and went closer. To his horror, he discovered a human body and immediately returned home to call the police. When officers arrived at the scene, they quickly identified the deceased, even though the body was in an advanced state of decomposition. Lying next to it was a recorder with a piece of paper labeled Christine Jessup. The recorder had been given to Christine at school on the day she disappeared. Officers immediately suspected foul play. Part of her clothing, including her pants and underwear, was found next to the body, while her other clothes were still on her. The body was sent to medical examiners, and the Queensville police reclassified the case as a homicide. Christine had multiple stab wounds, which were determined to be the cause of death, along with numerous abrasions. Experts concluded that she had been assaulted and found foreign biological material on her underwear. However, since DNA analysis wasn't available at the time, this evidence couldn't be used to identify the perpetrator. Investigators believe that Christine was killed elsewhere and then transported to the location where her body was found. They considered it odd that the killer drove 35 miles to leave her body near another town, especially with so many fields and forests around Queensville. Detectives theorized that the killer might have had some connection to Sunderland and chose that spot because he was familiar with it. They were also nearly certain that the perpetrator lived in Queensville and knew Christine, as all signs suggested she might have willingly gone with him or gotten into his car. Investigators repeatedly asked Christine's parents if they had any suspects in mind, but her mother always said she couldn't think of anyone in particular. The police interviewed nearly every resident of the town, investigated several individuals with criminal histories, and followed up on various tips, but they couldn't connect any of them to the crime. This continued until February 14th, when detectives returned to speak with Christine's mother again. They asked her once more if she could think of anyone who seemed suspicious, and this time she remembered something odd. The Moran's family lived next door and were well respected in the town. The head of the family owned a small business and was known for being able to fix almost anything. The residents of Queensville often sought his help. He was well regarded. He had 6 adult children who helped run the business. One of them, 25-year-old Guy Paul Moran, lived with his parents, and Christine's mother remembered a few strange things about him. Guy Paul hadn't participated in the search for Christine even though almost the entire town had joined the efforts for weeks. And after Christine's body was found, he didn't attend her funeral, despite being the family's closest neighbor. She added that Guy Paul was quiet and reserved. He had a few friends and a girlfriend, but unlike the rest of his family, he kept to himself. He was also passionate about playing the clarinet. This detail caught the detectives' attention as Christine had a recorder with her at the time of the abduction. They speculated that Guy Paul might have used music to engage Christine in conversation and lure her away. Moreover, Christine would have known him as he had lived just a few yards from their home all her life. Detectives went to speak with him and asked how well he knew Christine. Guy Paul said they had hardly ever spoken except for one time when her dog ran away and he helped her catch it. When asked where he was on the day Christine disappeared, Guy Paul said he was at work 30 miles away until about 3:30 p.m. He then drove to the store, stopped at a gas station, and got home around 5 p.m. Finally, the detective asked what he thought about Christine. He replied that she was a typical sweet child, but then added an odd remark, but sometimes they grew up to be corrupt. This struck the police as very suspicious, so they began verifying his alibi. Detectives checked his work schedule and found that he finished his shift at exactly 3:32 p.m. That meant even if he had driven straight to Christine's house, he wouldn't have arrived before her mother got home. Further checks confirmed that he had indeed stopped at a grocery store and a gas station, which took about half an hour. His family also confirmed that he arrived home around 5 p.m. and went to bed shortly after because he was tired from work. Based on all this, it simply seemed he didn't have enough time to abduct Christine. However, investigators considered that his family might have been mistaken about when he got home or even covering for him. Detectives asked to search his car and found several fabric fibers in the trunk, which were sent to the lab. Experts soon came to the conclusion that these fibers matched the sweater Christine was wearing the day she disappeared. Several hairs found on Christine's body were also believed to belong to Moran. However, in those days, experts could only visually compare hair samples and suggest similarities or obvious differences like color. Finally, the police consulted an FBI profiler who created a rough profile of the killer based on all available information. The profiler suggested that the suspect was a male from Queensville, aged 19 to 26, with a criminal record for crimes like arson or voyeurism. The profiler provided other characteristics, but detectives focused only on those that matched Moran. He had no criminal record or a bad reputation, so he fit less than half of the profile's criteria. But the police were already convinced Moran was the killer, and on April 22nd, they decided to arrest him. He denied any involvement in the crime and was placed in jail awaiting trial. Christine's parents were shocked to learn that their closest neighbor could commit such a crime. However, the detective's main problem was Christine's mother's statement about the exact time she returned home, for 10 p.m. She was confident about this because she checked the clock as soon as she entered the kitchen. According to the investigators, Moran couldn't have reached their house from his workplace before 4:10 p.m. and would have needed at least another 15 to 20 minutes. So, they kept asking the woman if she was sure about the time or if she might be mistaken. They insisted that Paul was the killer, and only her testimony about the time prevented them from holding Moran accountable. Eventually, the woman assumed that she might have arrived a little later, and that was enough for the police. During the trial, the prosecution attempted to portray Moran as a strange loner whose behavior raised concerns among the other town residents. They also insisted that he had enough time to abduct Christine, as her mother arrived home later than she initially stated. Regarding Guy Paul's family members who confirmed his alibi, a psychologist brought in by the prosecution claimed they all showed signs of covering for him. A key moment at the trial was the testimony of an undercover officer who had been placed in Moran's cell while he awaited trial. According to the officer, Moran mentioned specific details about the crime, such as the cause of death. However, this information had been reported in the newspapers, so Moran wasn't revealing anything new. He also said to his cellmate that his favorite movie was The Shining and responded to some of his questions with quotes from the film. Although Moran maintained his innocence, the undercover officer's testimony had a significant impact on the trial. Combined with the prosecution's efforts to portray him as a strange and dangerous individual, it further solidified the negative image of Guy Paul in the eyes of the jury. But despite all of this, the prosecution's evidence was deemed questionable, and ultimately, the jury did not find it sufficient for a conviction. Moran was found not guilty and released from the courtroom. The prosecution immediately announced plans to appeal, insisting that they still believed in Moran's guilt. Christine's family was once again devastated. They faced the reality of living just yards away from the man they believed was responsible for their daughter's murder. Her father added that they had been living in hell since her death, and now that hell would go on. Queensville residents were also unhappy with the verdict. Many people believed Guy Paul was the killer and did not want him living among them. When he returned home, someone repeatedly filled their mailbox with threatening letters, and some people even threw various objects at their house. Meanwhile, the prosecution worked on their appeal. They argued that the judge in the first trial hadn't clearly explained the concept of reasonable doubt to the jury, and that was enough for a higher court to schedule a new trial. It began in 1991, several years after the murder. During the preparations, the public learned a few interesting facts. It was revealed that the expert who matched the fabric fibers from Moran's car to the victim's sweater had worn a sweater of the same color and material during the comparison. However, by the time of the second trial, much of the evidence she worked with had simply disappeared, including the fabric fibers and several hairs found on the victim's body or clothing. But that wasn't all. Several of Christine's bones and a cigarette butt found near her body were also missing. It turned out that this cigarette butt had never been added to the case materials, possibly because Moran never smoked. Despite all these alarming issues, the new trial was on its way. This time, the prosecution's main theory was that Moran saw the recorder in Christine's hands when she came back from school, took out his clarinet, and started playing. Hearing the music, Christine approached his car, and Moran forced her inside, drove her to an unknown location, and killed her. Although this theory was admittedly weak, in July 1992, the jury reached a unanimous decision. They found Guy Paul guilty of murder, and he was sentenced to life in prison. But this time, public opinion shifted dramatically. Initially, the media portrayed Moran as a strange and dangerous loner, but after learning about all the investigators' mistakes, the narrative changed completely. The media began to suggest that Moran might be innocent and a victim of sheer incompetence. After the verdict, a group of concerned citizens band together to challenge the court's decision. In light of this pressure, Moran's lawyer filed an appeal for a new trial, and Moran was released from prison on bail. Such a move was quite rare, but the widespread public outcry played a crucial role. But there were significant challenges. The bail was set at around $500,000, forcing Moran's parents to mortgage their home. This was their only option to raise that amount of money. The lawyer requested a DNA analysis of the victim's underwear, which still contained a biological sample. Previous attempts to analyze it had been unsuccessful due to the limited technology of the time. However, by the mid-90s, advances in forensic science allowed experts to extract a DNA profile from the semen found on the fabric. The results conclusively showed that the DNA did not match Guy Paul's. This revelation sparked outrage across Canada. Morin had spent a total of 1.5 years in prison and went through several years of trials, so his life was basically ruined. All of this was due to the actions of police officers who focused on framing him rather than seeking the truth. In January 1995, 10 years after Christine's body was discovered, all charges against Morin were dropped, and he was declared a free man. He later sued the authorities and was awarded $1.2 million. Some investigators who had fabricated evidence against him faced legal consequences or lost their jobs. This case also led to some of the most significant reforms in Canada's legal system aimed at preventing such miscarriages of justice in the future. After Morin's release, authorities decided to reopen the investigation into Christine's murder, forming a new team of detectives. With the DNA sample of the real killer in hand, they focused on collecting samples from anyone who could have potentially committed the crime. They gathered DNA from several hundred men, but there was no match. Since then, the case has seen little progress. It was handed over to the cold case unit, which reviewed it from time to time, but they also couldn't find new suspects. A significant challenge was that the original team of detectives not only lost some evidence, but also failed to conduct a thorough investigation at the time. They were so convinced that Guy Paul was the perpetrator that they didn't even consider other potential suspects. Canadian media continued to cover the case, and after one specific publication in a major news outlet, journalists received several interesting leads. One man claimed his father had confessed to Christine's murder on his deathbed, while others pointed to individuals with questionable reputations who lived in Queensville at the time. The journalists passed all this information to the police, but none of the suspects could be definitively linked to the murder. In 2019, 35 years after the murder, the case was reopened again, this time with a new detective assigned to it. With only the perpetrator's DNA sample in his hands, he decided to try a relatively new method, genetic genealogy. Since there were no laboratories in Canada specializing in such complex and innovative work, the detective had to contact a company in the United States and secure funding from his boss. Eventually, his request was approved and the experts began searching for the criminal's relatives using publicly available DNA databases. They identified several individuals who were distant relatives of the DNA sample's owner, but investigating their family trees could have taken years. The experts then decided to cross-reference information about all these distant relatives, which allowed them to narrow down their search. Ultimately, they concluded that the police would need to examine the family trees of around 400 people to find the DNA sample's owner. With all this data, the detective reached out to a colleague in Canada with extensive experience in DNA analysis. The colleague agreed to assist with the investigation and began reconstructing the family trees of those individuals. He decided not to share any details with the detective to prevent bias or the possibility of misleading him, while considering the potential involvement of anyone who might come up as a suspect. The specialist and his colleagues worked on this task for 8 months, methodically studying various family trees until they focused on one in particular. The older one of this tree was a man born in 1804. The experts carefully examined hundreds of his descendants. In October 2020, they identified one specific family and finally narrowed it down to a single name that fit all the criteria of the most likely killer, Calvin Hoover. When they shared this information with the detective, he did not recognize the name. Hoover had not appeared in any case files or in the thousands of leads gathered over 3 decades. The detective began to investigate this individual and soon was met with a shocking surprise. It turned out that Hoover was one of Christine's parents' closest friends. At the time of the murder, Calvin Hoover was 28 years old and lived in Queensville with his wife and children. Christine's parents had been friends with his family for a long time, and Hoover was even listed as their emergency contact. Moreover, just a few days before the tragedy, Christine's mother had visited them. During that visit, she told Hoover's wife that she would be going to see her husband in prison with her son after a dental appointment, but she wouldn't be bringing Christine because she was too young for such a place. This meant that Hoover's wife was aware that Christine would be home alone on a specific day and at a specific time, and Hoover himself, who was also at home, could have overheard this. Christine also knew Hoover well and would have had no hesitation getting into his car or going with him, as he was a close friend of her parents. The detective then wondered why Hoover's name hadn't come up in the case files if he was so close to the family. Upon further investigation, he uncovered another interesting fact. After the body was found, the police had spoken to Hoover's wife, who mentioned that she wasn't at home at the time of Christine's disappearance. However, she added that her husband was at home looking after their small children. Apparently, the police were satisfied with his wife's account and accepted it as an alibi for Hoover without bothering to question the man himself. This meant that Hoover had the opportunity to commit the crime and the detective only needed to confirm his guilt. But there was another big issue. Hoover had died in 2015 after struggling with some serious health problems. The detective, who still needed a direct DNA sample from Hoover, began to consider his options. Cases of such deaths were not always investigated thoroughly, and even if the body had been exhumed, there might not have been any biological samples left after 5 years. However, he got lucky. When he contacted the medical experts who had examined Hoover's body, they informed him that they still had 2 vials of his blood. The samples were promptly sent to the lab, and experts extracted a DNA profile from the blood. When they compared it to the killer's profile, they found a complete match. Hoover was indeed the one who was responsible for Christine's death. Christine's parents were shocked by this news, as they had never suspected that their close friend could be the killer all these years. They were also frustrated that he had lived his life with a family and children without facing any consequences for his actions. Hoover's relatives were also stunned when the police informed them of his involvement in Christine's murder. His wife said she had never even considered that her husband could be connected to the case in any way. Paul Moran told reporters that the discovery of the real killer changed nothing for him. He spent about 10 years between prison and courtrooms, and after all the charges were dropped, many people continued to believe he was the murderer. He added that he lived in constant fear for all those years, a fear that still haunts him to this day. He stated that this case not only destroyed Christine's life, but also his own. On July 31, 1999, 17-year-old high school seniors and best friends J.B. Beasley and Tracy Hallett began their journey from their hometown of Dothan, Alabama. They were headed towards a birthday party for J.B. in Headland, Alabama, but the girls ended up getting lost along the way. In a phone call to her mother from Ozark around 11:30 p.m., Tracy informed her mom that they were heading back home. However, neither girl would ever make it home. Their lifeless bodies would be found the next day in the trunk of their car, raising the long-debated question of what might have happened to them. Did it have something to do with the party? Or did the girls run into trouble on the road heading back from Ozark? Located in southeast Alabama near the Florida border, Ozark is known as the home of Fort Rucker. Situated in the heart of Dale County, it's a typical charming southern town, home to nearly 15,000 people. It's a nice place for both raising a family and spending retirement years. However, the town was not the sort of place to hit the headlines until the gruesome double homicide of 2 high school seniors in 1999, which baffled the community for years to come. J.B. Hilton Green Beasley was born on July 31, 1981, to parents Cheryl and Hilton Lanier Beasley in Troy, Alabama. After her parents separated, she moved to Dothan with her mother in 1984. She was adored by her mother, as well as her stepfather, Joey Bagnoni, whom her mother married after a few years. She grew up in a nice home in Dothan, along with her 4 sisters. JB grew up to be a very outgoing girl who was involved in various activities, including cheerleading, dance, piano, and swimming. She even modeled for several agencies, along with her sisters. Besides all of her hobbies, she loved hanging out with her friends and family. It was in high school where JB met her fellow cheerleader Tracy Hallett, and the two did not take long to become best friends. Tracy Jean Hallett was born on March 3, 1982, to parents Carolyn and Robert Hallett. Unfortunately, her father, who worked in the Dothan Police Department, died when Tracy was only 5 years old. Her mother later remarried a man named Mike Roberts, who helped raise Tracy along with her mother. Unlike JB, Tracy was a bit shy but never hesitated to put people before herself. She was also very protective of her 2 brothers, who were much younger than her. Even at a young age, she was a responsible older sister. Tracy also attended Northview High School and regularly received good grades and was a cheerleader alongside JB. As both girls were blossoming into their adulthood, JB and Tracy were oblivious to their dreadful fate, which would strip them of all their future hopes and dreams. On July 31st, 1999, at around 10:15 p.m., JB and Tracy left Dothan in JB's black 1993 Mazda 929 to attend a birthday party organized in JB's honor in Headland, just a few miles north. However, the young girls, being unfamiliar with the roads leading to their destination, soon found themselves in trouble. Within a few minutes of starting their journey from their hometown, they got lost. Around 10:30 p.m., JB and Tracy stopped at a BP gas station at the intersection of routes 173 and 431 in Headland in search of directions. Using a payphone at that gas station, they called their friends to get better directions to the party. After the call, the girls kept driving to reach their destination but instead ended up in Ozark, Alabama, about 24 miles northwest of Headland. Realizing they still did not understand the directions to the party, at 11:30 p.m., the girls stopped at the Big Little store. Although the store was already closed by then, Tracy called her mother from the store's payphone. She informed her of how they got lost and ended up in Ozark, and that they were now planning to come back home. At the same time, a woman named Marilyn Merritt and her daughter stopped at the gas station to buy a soda. The girls then asked her for directions back to Dothan. Marilyn tried to explain the way as well as she could, and the young girls seemed to understand. Marilyn would later say that she noticed that the girls looked nice and polite with a clean and tidy car. Marilyn remembered seeing the girls pulling out of the parking lot and turning right just as Marilyn had directed. Although nothing seemed amiss at the time, J.B. Beasley and Tracy Hallett never made it home. The following morning, August 1st, 1999, at around 8 a.m., Tracy's mother called the police to report her daughter missing. It did not take police long to find their first clue regarding the girls' whereabouts. Later that day, after Tracy was reported missing, police successfully located JB's car, which had been parked on Herring Avenue in Ozark. The most bizarre thing was, despite having filled the gas tank the day before, the tank was almost empty. The car was muddy, the driver's side window was partially down, yet the doors were locked. However, police could not find any signs of a forced entry into the vehicle. Inside the car, JB's driver's license was lying on the dash. The purses of both girls were still inside the car, along with their cash. The only known missing item was JB's car keys. However, there was no sign of either of the girls. A palm print was recovered from the trunk lid of the locked trunk, which gave the police a foreboding feeling that something was horribly wrong. Assessing the scene, investigators theorized that the locked trunk could provide them with significant clues, but without the keys, they could not open the trunk. It took them 6 long hours to discover that they could open the trunk of the car with the help of an interior latch without needing a trunk key or a locksmith. Upon opening the trunk, police made a grisly discovery. The lifeless bodies of the 2 girls were stuffed inside. Both girls were fully clothed, but their pants were soiled from the waist down. Both girls had been shot once in the head, Tracy in the temple, and JB in the right cheek. Tracy had a 9mm shell casing on her leg, scratches on her arm, and her jeans had thorn briars on them. JB's clothes, on the other hand, were muddy and dirty, especially her newly purchased shoes. Although authorities concluded that the teenagers were killed execution style, they had most likely been killed inside of the trunk. As the families were informed about the heart-wrenching discovery, authorities formally started their homicide investigation. Although investigators were considering robbery as a possible motive during the initial phase of the investigation, it was quickly ruled out after confirming that not only the girls' purses, but also their jewelry, money, and credit cards remained inside the car. Autopsies later confirmed that there were no traces of alcohol or drugs in their system. The report also suggested that the girls had been sexually assaulted prior to their demise. This basically ruled out the possibility of the crime being sexually motivated. However, more than 2 months later, the state crime lab issued a report indicating that there were traces of unknown semen on JB's bra, panties, and skin. The palm print recovered from the lid of the trunk also remained unidentified. With no matches in the system and no one to compare their evidence against, authorities were left without much to go on. As word of a double murder of 2 teen girls spread like wildfire, authorities were no closer to zeroing in on a suspect. A reward was also put out in an attempt to gather information regarding the murder, but it did not uncover any new leads. However, authorities soon got an unexpected breakthrough. On September 1st, exactly 1 month after the bodies of JB and Tracy were found, a longtime Ozark resident, 28-year-old Johnny William Barentine, walked into the Ozark Police Department to tell a bizarre story. He claimed that he had been a witness to the high-profile double homicide of the Dothan teenagers. Barentine told police that on the night of the murders, around the same time Tracy Hallett had called her mother from the payphone at the Big Little store, he went out to buy milk for his 2-year-old son. He claimed that while he was out, he had witnessed the horrendous act. He returned home at 1 a.m., visibly upset, and told his wife that he'd been hit by a black truck near Herring Road. In the days following JB and Tracy's murder, when he shared the information with some of his friends, they convinced him that he should go to the police with this information, as it could be linked to the murders of Tracy and JB, which would not only help police crack the case but could also get him the reward as well. Disturbingly, in the 4-hour interview with Ozark Police, Barentine changed his story 6 times. According to then Ozark Police Chief Tony R. Spivey, Barentine initially said that on the night of the killings, he had seen a black truck speeding away from the area where the girls were found. But as the interview continued, his story kept evolving and changing. Finally, he claimed that he'd picked up a tattooed man he didn't know and the two drove by the Big Little store. He further claimed that the man to whom he'd given a ride got into a car with 2 girls, whom Barentine identified as the deceased Dothan teenagers. He said they ended up on Herring Avenue, where the man forced the girls out of the car. A struggle occurred between the man and the girls as they were trying to get away. After placing them in the trunk, Barentine said, he saw something in that man's hand moments before hearing 2 gunshots. And when the man returned, Barentine again gave him a ride from the scene and then went home. In another version, Barentine confessed to investigators that he knew the man he'd picked up and given a ride to and identified him to be his neighbor. Alarmingly, Barentine himself lived less than a mile from where police discovered the bodies. Police did not buy his story, naming him the prime suspect in the murder of J.B. Beasley and Tracy Hallett. Ozark police arrested Johnny Barentine on the spot, charging him with 2 counts of capital murder. But there were several problems with his accounts. Barentine never mentioned sexual activity that would account for the semen found on J.B.'s clothing and body. Besides, the neighbor he implicated had an alibi for the evening. Several people noted that he looked startled and like he had just awoken from a deep sleep in his mugshot. Just after arrest, Barentine immediately admitted that he had fabricated the whole story in order to collect the reward money. However, police at the time believed they had arrested the right person. In the preliminary hearing on September 21st, Alabama Bureau of Investigation agent Charles Huddleston testified that Barentine was able to describe the girls' clothing and other items consistent with the crime, suggesting he was there at the scene. From the time of his arrest, Barentine was held without bond in the Dale County Jail in Ozark. In an October 18th bond hearing, Barentine denied he was involved in the killings, confessing to the judge that he never picked up a tattooed man and didn't see anything the night of the murders. He said that he simply went to the BP at about 11 p.m. to get milk for his little boy, and later fabricated the whole story to claim the reward money. However, he was denied bond and sent back to jail. Even during this turbulent time, Barentine's family members never stopped supporting him. They even gave interviews to the media professing his innocence, saying he was incapable of hurting anyone. Barentine's lawyer, Bill Kimmons, also maintained that his client was not responsible for the double murders in any way or form. He further stated that the 4 hours of continued interrogation took a toll on Barentine, who had wrapped himself in this mess of a lie. During police questioning, he was never told that he could go to the bathroom or was free to leave whenever he wanted. Barentine's defense also pointed out the fact that Barentine only finished the 7th grade and a portion of the 8th grade. He said his client was in special education classes, indicating his inability to plan this heinous crime. Barentine was finally released from jail on December 17, 1999, after it was revealed that Barentine's DNA did not match that from the semen found on JB's body and clothing. In January 2000, a Dale County grand jury declined to indict Barentine and cleared him as a suspect in this double murder. After Johnny Barentine was cleared of suspicion, the investigation endured a setback. The methods employed by investigators were also criticized. There began to be mutterings that the Ozark police were incapable of handling the case. However, police still had some potential suspects on their radar. One of the most viable suspects was a man from Michigan who was at a party the night of the murders near where JB's car was later found. Investigators discovered that the man, who was not publicly named, left town within days of the murders. Investigators have even traveled to Michigan 3 times to interview him. He could not account for 3 or 4 hours of his time on the night of the murders and later made some suspicious statements to people. However, the police declined to elaborate on these alleged statements. As it turned out, he was also later ruled out by DNA. One other significant lead police were chasing during the initial phase of the investigation was the driver of a small white pickup truck. A video surveillance camera inside the Big Little store caught a grainy, poor quality image of what appeared to be a small white pickup truck at the gas pumps at the same time JB and Tracy were at the payphone calling Tracy's mother. No digital trail could be traced though, as there was no record of a gas purchase at the pump at that time. The video neither showed anyone getting out of the truck, nor did it show the driver clearly. After releasing a photo of the truck to the media a month into the investigation, police urged the public to come forward with information. Unfortunately, both the driver and the truck vanished into thin air as the lead faded away. The last lead for the investigators was a man from Mississippi. Police said the man, who was extradited from Jones County, had been arrested there on an outstanding warrant for possession of drug paraphernalia issued in Ozark. The man had been staying with relatives in Ozark, but left 2 days after the murders. According to Spivey, investigators wanted to question him in connection with the case. However, no significant information came out in light of this lead. Without any evidence, investigators were forced to let him go. In March of 2000, a woman called police and said she heard screams and 2 gunshots near Highway 123 South, just inside the city limits on the night of July 31st, 1999. When asked why she did not come forward earlier, she claimed she was scared to get involved. Based on her description, police thoroughly searched the area and discovered a 9mm bullet, the same type used to kill the girls. But the brand name of the bullet did not match the brand of bullet shell casing found on Tracy's body. Furthermore, the unspent bullet had no markings that would help with forensic comparison to other evidence in the case. Again, another dead end for investigators. Although several leads over the years proved to lead nowhere, investigators never lost hope in the search for a DNA match. As the heartbroken families of JB and Tracy tried to get on with their lives, the case turned cold. Then years later, another twist in the case added another layer to the thrilling mystery. After remaining cold for years, 2015 would mark a bombshell allegation in the murder case of JB Beasley and Tracy Hallett. Rena Crum, a sworn Ozark Auxiliary police officer, came forward and openly accused an Ozark police officer of murdering JB Beasley and Tracy Hallett and others of covering it up. Rena alleged that on the night of July 31st, 1999, a police officer for Ozark Police pulled over JB Beasley, demanding to know the whereabouts of some cassette tapes that contained recorded conversations. According to Rena, these tapes could have incriminated Ozark police officers regarding the illegal business of cocaine distribution and profits. The incident escalated into the murders of 2 innocent teens, she further alleged. Rena claimed that she'd been threatened by multiple law enforcement officials who had knowledge of the murderer's identity and covered it up by getting rid of evidence. Rena named 3 cops, Gary Butch Whittington, Rex Tipton, and Eddie Henderson, accusing them of harassing and threatening her. She went as far as to say that then Police Chief Tony Spivey, who headed the original investigation, had also helped cover it up. However, she shied away from revealing the name of the police officer who she claimed had actually committed the murders. Renowned American journalist and newspaper editor John B. Carroll wrote an article saying that he believed the officer in question presumed the 2 girls intended to use these tapes in a court case that was scheduled for August 2, 1999, less than 48 hours after they were murdered. The tapes were to be entered as evidence into that case. In this article, Carol also stated that Rena was severely beaten with a baseball bat after coming forward, which stopped her from naming the actual killer. The law enforcement officials Rena accused had all denied having any involvement in the murders of J.B. Beasley and Tracy Hallett. Without any physical evidence, none of them were ever formally named as a suspect in the case. Regardless of that, the allegations blew up on numerous true crime websites and social media, leading to a defamation lawsuit. On January 29, 2016, Keith Coffin, Rex Tipton, Tony Spivey, Eddie Henderson, and Gary Butch Whittington, all Ozark, Alabama, police officials, filed a lawsuit against Rena Crum, John B. Carroll, and Dean Matthews for libel, slander, and defamation of character. That case was dismissed in 2018. In May 2016, Rena Crum received a suspended sentence and a $250 fine after being convicted for harassing J.B. Beasley's sister. Over the years, authorities investigated many theories. They interviewed hundreds of people and took DNA samples from several suspects, but to no avail. It would take 20 years and the innovation of new DNA technologies before police could ever hand a suspect. In March 2019, investigators sent the DNA found on JB's body and clothes to the Virginia-based Parabon Nanolabs, which specializes in DNA phenotyping and genomics using public genealogy databases. After analyzing the DNA, the lab finally made a connection to a suspect, Coley McCraney. 45-year-old Coley Lewis McCraney was never on the radar of investigators in the brutal 1999 murders of J.B. Beasley and Tracy Hallett until DNA implicated him in the crime. McCraney, who was an Alabama native, graduated from Carroll High School in Ozark in 1992, where he was an athlete as well as the president of the library club. After that, he joined the U.S. Air Force and served there from 1993 to 1997. He was married in 1992, but separated from his first wife in 1994 and later divorced. According to the reports of Dothan Eagle at the time, McCraney's ex-wife filed a complaint with the Air Force in 1994, stating that McCraney had assaulted her. McCraney remarried in 2001 and had children with his second wife. Other than failing to pay child support in 1998, McCraney had no criminal record in the past 20 years or so. He'd been working as a trucker all of his life and had worked for several trucking companies in Alabama over the years. In recent years, he co-founded a church and worked as a bishop there. At the time of the killings, he was around 26 and living on Lisenby Drive in Ozark, about 1 mile away from where the bodies of J.B. Beasley and Tracy Hallett were found in 1999. 2 decades after the Northview High School seniors J.B. Beasley and Tracy Hallett were found, Coley McCraney was arrested after a traffic stop in Daleville, Alabama on March 19, 2019. In the interview with police after he was taken into custody, McCraney said he did not know the girls. Investigators did not clarify any motive for the murder. The news of his arrest was a great shock to the Ozark community and the Ozark police chief, Marlos Walker, who went to school with McCraney, as it seemed that the many twisted strands in this Athens-like case were finally all being tied together. There was to be one more revelation. The now 53-year-old Rena Crum, who previously accused the Ozark Police Department of covering up the murder, recanted her allegations as she testified during a hearing for McCraney in August 2022. McCraney, now 49, is facing 2 counts of capital murder charges for the shooting deaths of J.B. Beasley and Tracy Hallett. He now sits behind bars in Dale County Jail as of the time of this writing. His bond has been denied, pending his trial. The news of finally apprehending the killer was a relief to the families of both girls. However, reliving all the haunting memories through the trial and hearings is another painful journey still to come. We can only hope that the families can heal through a sense of peace that their daughters are finally getting justice more than 2 decades later. Do you believe McCraney is responsible for the murders? So what was the motive? Do you find any validity in the police cover-up claims? Tanya Van Cuylenborg was born on March 7, 1969 in Victoria, Canada. She had loving parents and an older brother she was very close to. From a young age, Tanya loved animals and even considered becoming a veterinarian someday. She also wanted to travel and explore the world. In high school, She went to Paris with her best friend, and that trip made her dream of traveling even stronger. Shortly before graduating high school, when she was 18, Tanya met a boy named Jay Cook. They went to the same school, but Jay was 2 years older. They met through a mutual friend after he had graduated, and soon they began dating. Even though Tanya wanted to be a veterinarian, she decided to take some time before going to college so she could travel. After finishing high school, she got a job at a cafe to save money for these plans, and she also worked as a dog walker. Jay also didn't go to college after high school. Instead, he helped his father with their small family business installing heating systems. In November 1987, Jay's father received an order, but the local suppliers didn't have one of the key parts in stock. The nearest place to buy it was Seattle in Washington state. Jay's father decided it would be quicker and cheaper to get the part himself rather than order it for delivery. However, he was swamped with work and knew he couldn't fit the trip into his schedule. So he asked his son to go to Seattle instead of him, and Jay agreed. Jay wanted to help his father with the business, but he was also excited for another reason. He decided to invite Tanya, knowing she would likely enjoy the trip. At that time, they had been dating for about 6 months, but their relationship wasn't very serious. Jay hoped that the trip would change that and bring them closer. As he expected, Tanya agreed right away. They planned to leave Victoria in the morning, reach Seattle by evening, and returned the next day. Jay's father gave him his van and money to book a hotel room for the night. However, Jay and Tanya decided to save that money and just sleep in the van. Jay's father also gave him a check for $700 to buy the part and a few $100s for other expenses. Despite Seattle being relatively close to Victoria, the couple had to take 2 ferries, first to get into the US and then to cross the bay near Seattle. On the morning of November 18th, the couple got into the van and headed to the first ferry, which would take them to Port Angeles. Their parents expected them to return home the next day in the afternoon, but Tanya and Jay never showed up. Their families began to worry almost immediately, knowing the ferry schedule and realizing that if the couple had taken the ferry, they should have been home by now. However, the parents considered the possibility that Tanya and Jay might have simply decided to explore and enjoy the beautiful sights along the way, causing them to miss the ferry in Port Angeles. As time passed and there was still no sign of them, Tanya's parents called Jay's parents. By the afternoon, they were seriously concerned that something bad had happened. Despite their worries, the family held on to hope that the couple had just decided to extend their trip and continued to wait. Jay and Tanya did not return home by the end of the day, and the next morning their parents went to the police station to file a missing persons report. However, the local police decided there wasn't enough reason to conduct a full search. Tanya was 18 and Jay was 20. There was no direct evidence that they had been harmed or were victims of a crime, so the police assumed the couple had just gone off on an adventure and told their parents to wait a few days. Naturally, they weren't satisfied with this response. The officers refused to start the search. By that time, Tanya and Jay's parents were completely certain that they wouldn't have just decided to extend their trip for several days. Jay was supposed to do an important job for his father's business, and he had never been so irresponsible before, and if they had indeed decided to extend their trip, they would have at least culled their families from a payphone, which were plentiful along their route. Eventually, Tanya's father decided to start the search on his own. First, he and Jay's parents found out that their children never picked up the part in Seattle. The supplier said he had waited for them for several hours, but no one showed up. Next, Tanya's father drove along the route to Seattle, but this didn't yield any results. He found no trace of Tanya, Jay, or their van. Undeterred, he contacted a private company and rented a helicopter with a pilot to survey the area along their route from the air. However, this also led to nothing. Most of the area was covered with dense forests, making it difficult to spot anything. After that, Tanya's father made flyers with information about their disappearance and went to Seattle to post them on the streets. This went on for several days. The families of the missing couple did everything they could to find them, and the local police department finally started taking the case seriously. However, they still believed that Tanya and Jay were just spending time together somewhere and would eventually come home. As a result, they only contacted their colleagues in Seattle, providing a description of the van and information about Tanya and Jay, asking to notify them if anyone spotted them. On November 24th, 5 days after the disappearance, a man went for a walk in the woods near a small town about 90 miles north of Seattle. While walking along the road near an embankment leading into the forest, he noticed something unusual under a tree below. When he took a closer look, he realized it was a human body and immediately called the police. Officers arrived at the scene and discovered the body of a young woman. Her clothes were partially missing, hands were tied, and there was a gunshot wound on her head. Investigators quickly determined that the victim had been killed elsewhere. As there was almost no blood near the body, there was no ID on the victim, so the police checked the list of missing women in the area. They quickly concluded that the victim matched the description of Tanya von Keilenborg and contacted her father. He went to the morgue and confirmed that the deceased was indeed his daughter. Detectives began their investigation, trying to establish all the details of what had happened. They learned that Tanya had been traveling with Jay, whose whereabouts were still unknown. Jay's van was also missing, leading investigators to consider his possible involvement. Jay's family refused to believe he could have done something like this. They insisted that he had never shown signs of aggression and that he loved Tanya. He also did not own a firearm and would not have been able to purchase one easily. While the police were trying to locate him, they got another call. A bartender from a town called Bellingham, about 18 miles from where the body was found, went outside and saw a wallet and keys on the ground. When he opened the wallet, he found an ID with the name Tanya van Keilenborg. At first, he didn't call the police. Instead, he took everything back to the bar, thinking the owner might return for them. But after seeing a news report about Tanya's murder on TV, he immediately called 911. Detectives searched the area around the bar and found several plastic zip ties, identical to those used to bind Tanya's hands under the back porch. They also discovered rubber gloves and a half-empty box of bullets. But that wasn't all. One of the officers noticed a van parked nearby, and the police quickly determined that it was the same vehicle Tanya and Jay had traveled in. Inside the van, there was utter chaos. Everything was scattered and broken, but investigators managed to find several important clues. There were numerous receipts that could help reconstruct Tanya and Jay's route, as well as a ferry ticket. This indicated that the couple had indeed made it to Seattle, and something horrible happened to them there. Detectives also noticed that Tanya's camera, which she had taken on the trip, was missing from the van. Since it wasn't found near her body either, they speculated that the killer might have taken it. The interior of the van was covered in blood. Forensic experts collected these samples and sent them to the lab, hoping that this evidence would bring them closer to solving the case. At that time, DNA analysis was just starting to be used in criminology, but it had already helped solve several cases. The lab in Seattle conducted the analysis and found 3 blood samples: Tanya's, Jay's, and an unknown man's. Since the FBI's DNA database did not exist yet, it was impossible to identify the third person without a direct comparison. Nevertheless, detectives realized that Jay was likely not involved in the murder and stopped considering him as the main suspect. They now faced other questions. Was he still alive, and where was he? Unfortunately, it didn't take long to find the answer. On November 26th, a group of friends went hunting just a few dozen miles from Seattle. While walking near a bridge over a small river, they saw a human body in the bushes and reported it to the police. Investigators quickly identified the deceased as Jay Cook. His body showed numerous bruises, and the cause of death appeared to be strangulation. Given the brutality of this crime, detectives even considered that the perpetrator might have known Jay and had some personal motives. They also theorized that Jay had been killed first since his body was found closer to Seattle. The perpetrator then drove Tanya in the van almost to the Canadian border, killed her, and left her body in a wooded area. Medical experts also found traces of semen on her body, and DNA analysis revealed that it belonged to the same man whose blood was found in the van. However, his identity remained unknown. At the same time, investigators were trying to reconstruct the couple's route, and the receipts found in the van helped them establish an approximate timeline. After Tanya and Jay took the ferry from Victoria to Port Angeles, they stopped at a store to buy some food. Then they headed towards Seattle, but Jay apparently missed the turn for the shortest route. This was supported by a receipt from a store in the small town of Hoodsport and the testimony of the store clerk, who saw a young couple matching their description and remembered they asked for directions to the ferry crossing. The clerk also shared an interesting observation. She thought that a man in a brown raincoat was following the couple. He entered the store shortly after them and left right after they did, but she didn't see where the man went next. The next receipt showed detectives that Tanya and Jay had visited a store in the small town of Allen. After that, they reached the ferry near Seattle and bought a ticket. Several witnesses saw them near this location, but detectives couldn't track their movements beyond that point. Investigators began checking various individuals in Seattle who had previous convictions for violent crimes, trying to find suspects, but these efforts yielded no results. Despite having the killer's DNA, the police had no idea how to identify the perpetrator. They suspected this person had committed serious crimes before, as it was hard to believe an amateur could pull off such an elaborate crime. It seemed likely he had followed the couple for a while and managed to abduct them once they reached Seattle. Investigators thought he might have gained their trust by asking for a ride and at some point used a gun to force them to comply with his demands. They also thought that the killer had deliberately left Tanya's belongings and the rubber gloves in a visible place to taunt the police. Perhaps the killer was trying to say that it was useless to search for his fingerprints since he wore gloves and they wouldn't be able to catch him. It's worth mentioning that forensic experts found several fingerprints on the van that did not belong to Tony or Jay. However, the police doubted they belonged to the killer, given that he likely wore gloves. These prints were not in any databases, so they did not bring investigators any closer to catching the perpetrator. For the next few weeks, detectives continued to search for new leads or witnesses and checked various suspects, but none of these efforts yielded results. This continued until December, about a month after the murders, when something unexpected happened. Tanya and Jay's family started receiving letters and postcards from someone claiming to be the killer. In these messages, the sender confessed to the crimes, mocked the victims' families, and said the police would never catch him. Investigators tried to trace the sender, but this was extremely difficult in those days. All they could determine was which cities the letters were sent from. But this information did not help identify the perpetrator. The letters continued to arrive on a regular basis, often during holidays, which investigators believed was the sender's way of causing the families even more pain. Police also found that the letters were sent from different cities and states, indicating that the sender traveled around the country. However, they weren't entirely sure that the sender was the killer. In high-profile cases, it's not uncommon for people to torment the victims' families with fake letters claiming to be from the perpetrator. Unfortunately, fake letters from supposed perpetrators are a common thing. Since then, there was no significant progress in the case for many years. Detectives continued to investigate potential suspects and did not rule out the involvement of a serial killer. This theory was supported by the fact that two other couples had been abducted in the same part of the state in recent years, although the police found the connection between these cases tenuous. The following years, investigators caught several serial killers operating in the area, but none were linked to the murders of Tanya and Jay. In 2003, the case was reopened and detectives entered the perpetrator's DNA sample into the FBI database, but no matches were found. Despite this, they continued to believe that the perpetrator must have had a lengthy criminal history, but either had not been caught by the police or had been arrested before DNA sampling became mandatory. In 2010, something else happened. This case was featured on a popular national TV program, resulting in numerous fresh tips. One caller suggested that he might know the identity of the person who sent the letters to the victims' families. This lead pointed to a 78-year-old man from Seattle, and the police began investigating him. It turned out that this man had traveled extensively around the country during those years, and the location of his trips matched the cities from which the letters were sent. Detectives concluded that he was indeed the author of these letters, but had no connection to the actual murders. This individual clearly suffered from severe mental health issues, and his DNA did not match the blood and semen samples from the crime scenes. This confirmed that the letters were written not by the real perpetrator, but by a completely unrelated person. The case remained cold for several more years. In 2018, detectives learned about Parabon, a company offering to create composite sketches of individuals based on their DNA samples. Given the lack of any other leads, investigators decided to try this method. Parabon experts created estimated sketches of the killer at different ages, and the police distributed these images to the media, hoping someone might recognize the man. However, it led nowhere. Despite this, the investigators refused to give up and decided to try another method, genetic genealogy. Parabon experts uploaded the killer's DNA sample to public databases and began searching for any distant relatives of the perpetrator. They identified a possible second cousin of the killer and started tracing her family tree. They were searching for a man who lived in Seattle or its vicinity in 1987 and matched all the criteria, including age. With the help of his cousin, they eventually identified their suspect, a 55-year-old man named William Talbot. He lived in a Seattle suburb and worked as a truck driver. Before they could arrest him, police needed to confirm that the killer's DNA matched his. They surveilled William for a couple of days and eventually retrieved a coffee cup he had discarded. The saliva sample from the cup provided a DNA profile that was a perfect match. In mid-May 2018, 30 years after the murders, investigators finally arrested William. He denied any involvement and the case went to court. The trial began in 2019 and the defense attorneys tried to challenge the primary evidence, the DNA. They argued that the semen on Tanya's body could have resulted from consensual intercourse. They also pointed out that the prosecution had no other evidence directly linking William to Jay's murder. However, the prosecutor had a strong counterargument. As we remember, back in 1987, experts found fingerprints on the fan that did not match Tanya or Jay, nor did they match anyone in the database at the time. Now, experts compared these fingerprints to William's, and they were a match. Another crucial piece of evidence came from William's friend. He testified that he saw a brown van outside William's house in 1987, which clearly didn't belong to him. This suggested that William might have driven the van to his house, although it was unclear whether this was before or after the murders. William also lived only a few miles from where Jay's body was found, indicating he was familiar with the area. None of William's relatives attended the trial, but they did share quite a bit with the investigators. They described William as always being very aggressive, and other family members were genuinely afraid of him. Because of this, most had cut off contact with him after he had moved out. When they learned about the charges against him, none were surprised that William could have committed such crimes. The prosecution's theory was that William had asked Tanya and Jay for a ride to Seattle under some pretext. Once they arrived in the city at night, he used a gun to force them to drive to a remote area. He then killed them at different locations, discarded Tanya's belongings and the van in another town, and remained off the police radar for the next 30 years. Without a confession, it was impossible to establish more details, but with such substantial evidence, no one doubted William's guilt. The trial ended in June 2019, and William was found guilty of the double murder. He received 2 life sentences without the possibility of parole. Notably, this was the first case where genetic genealogy led to a conviction. However, an unexpected problem arose after the trial. William's lawyers appealed the conviction, arguing that the jury had been biased against the defendant, which they claimed violated his constitutional rights and made the jurors unfit to serve. This led to a judge overturning the conviction in 2021, granting William the right to a retrial. However, in 2022, a higher court reversed this decision, upholding the original conviction. As for William's potential involvement in other crimes, there is still no clarity. He had previous convictions for minor and medium offenses, but had never been charged with murder. Investigators still believe William may be linked to other unsolved cases because the murder of Tanya and Jay did not seem like the work of an amateur. The way he executed the crime and evaded justice for decades indicated he might have killed before. But we may never learn the truth. For the Hallback family, a reminder that nightmares can filter into reality. For Teresa Hallback, October 31st, 2005 was another day at the office. As a freelance photographer working for Auto Trader magazine at the time, she received a call to shoot a few photos at the Abray's Auto Salvage. she was never seen again. First reported as a missing person on November 3, 2005, a large-scale search began for Teresa. On the afternoon of November 5, 2005, her Toyota RAV4 SUV was found partially concealed in Avery's salvage yard. Investigators later discovered blood in the vehicle. Charred bone fragments and teeth were also found in a burn pit on the same property. Her car keys were in the room of the property owner, Stephen Avery. Born on March 22, 1980, Teresa was one of 5 siblings. Her parents, Richard and Karen, raised her on the family dairy farm. When she was 8 years old, her father sadly passed away. Karen eventually remarried Richard's brother Thomas, and together they raised their blended family. Teresa was an outdoorsy girl who aspired to work for National Geographic as a photojournalist. Friends described her as having an uncanny ability to make everyone feel welcomed. She was dedicated to her studies, making summa cum laude with a degree in photography. After graduating from the University of Wisconsin-Green Bay, Teresa continued to work with Pierce Photography, whom she interned with during her college days. She started her own business, Photography by Teresa, and operated out of the Pierce studio. She traveled extensively, and to supplement her income, she took on freelance jobs for Auto Trader magazine, taking pictures of vehicles that were put up for sale. It was this job that led to her untimely death. All the evidence found pointed to one person, Stephen Avery. Avery had contacted Teresa to set up an appointment to take pictures of his sister's minivan. According to records, she was last seen at 2:30 p.m. that afternoon. This was later confirmed by Stephen's nephew, Bobby, who told police he saw the car enter the salvage yard. Avery was initially charged with a weapons violation as a convicted felon. On November 11, 2005, he was formally charged with the murder of Teresa, kidnapping, sexual assault, and mutilation of a corpse. The blood found in the SUV proved a positive match for Avery's. A set of car keys belonging to Teresa found in Avery's room. All the while, Avery maintained his innocence, alleging the police were trying to frame him. He was in the middle of a civil lawsuit with Manitowoc County for $36 million. Stephen Avery, born July 9, 1962, is a Manitowoc County native raised in Wisconsin alongside his 2 brothers, Charles and Earl, and sister Barbara by parents Dolores and Alan. He dropped out of high school with reports suggesting he had an IQ of 70. Stephen was no stranger to the law. In 1981, he served 10 months in jail following the burglary of a bar. A year later, he pleaded guilty to animal cruelty after pouring gasoline on this pet cat and tossing it into a bonfire. For this, he served another 9 months. In 1985, he threatened his cousin Sharon Morris by forcing her off the road and thereafter pointing a gun at her. He later alleged that he wanted her to stop spreading rumors. She'd filed a report alleging that he exposed himself on several occasions and was meeting in the front yard. Although he received a 6-year sentence for his crime, he was granted bail and released. However, it was a case of mistaken identity that hadn't locked away for nearly 2 decades. Penny Bjornston reported that she'd been walking along a beach near 2 Rivers when she was attacked and assaulted on July 29, 1985. Police believe the description she gave had a striking resemblance to Avery. She went on to choose his photo during an interview with police and later picked him out during a suspect lineup. He was arrested and charged with the attack on Bjornston. A state-appointed forensic official claimed that a hair found on Avery's shirt was consistent with the victim's. This evidence led to his conviction in December 1985. All this despite a staggering 16 witness testimonies and a time-stamped receipt to prove his whereabouts at the time of the assault. Stephen was convicted of rape and attempted murder and sentenced to 32 years in prison. Avery maintained his innocence and appealed in both 1987 and 1996. Both appeals were denied by the higher court. In 2001, though, Stephen made contact with the Wisconsin Innocence Project. The organization took on the case, and in 2002, Stephen was exonerated after DNA evidence proved he was innocent. It was later learned that another man, Gregory Allen, committed the crime and did, in fact, confess to it in 1995. Deputies allege that Sheriff Deputy Thomas Kokorek received a call and said, "We already have the right guy. Don't concern yourself with it." Alan and Steve bore a striking resemblance. Alan also committed a similar crime in the same area that Bjørnsten was attacked and was under police surveillance, but he was not considered a suspect. Alan was not even called up as a suspect in the Leeton. After 18 years, Stephen walked out a free man on September 11, 2003. He then went to file a civil lawsuit against former Sheriff Thomas Corcoran and former District Attorney Dennis Vogel to the tune of $36 million. His freedom wouldn't last long. When Teresa was reported missing, searches were conducted in the salvage yard. This was the place she had last been seen, as confirmed by Stephen's nephew, Bobby Gassi. Stephen claimed that he'd spoken to Teresa when she came by to take the photos, and then she left. Apart from the bone fragments, SUV, car keys, and blood found in the car, a bullet with Teresa's DNA was discovered in the garage. While incarcerated for Teresa's murder, Stephen's lawsuit was settled in February 2006, and he was paid a mere $400,000. While in jail, Stephen's younger nephew, Brendan Dassey, was also questioned in relation to the murder. Brendan, who was 16 years old at the time of the murder, was interrogated by police without parental supervision or a lawyer being present. Brendan confessed to investigators that he and Stephen first assaulted Teresa before murdering her. They then burned her body to destroy evidence. I go down to put it up aside, tear it up, pull it, cut it where. I did it. He was charged in March 2006 as an accessory to the murder. He later recanted his statement, claiming that he'd been coerced by detectives. Brendan was charged with the same crimes as Stephen, although there was no physical evidence linking him to the crime scene. Stephen was convicted in March 2007 and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Later that same year, Brendan too was found guilty and given a life sentence with the possibility of parole in 2048. But there was not to be a cut and dry solution to the murder. The conviction sparked controversy. It was a sensational case. Stephen was the first of the Innocent Project's 174 exonerated convicts to be charged with a violent crime after being released. This caught the interest of aspiring filmmakers Laura Ricciardi and Moira Dimos. Making a Murderer premiered on Netflix in 2015 and created a media maelstrom. The documentary, which took 10 years to research and produce, profiled the case of Steven Avery. The series chronicles the case timeline beginning with Stephen's wrongful conviction in 1985 and subsequent exoneration, civil lawsuit against the men at Toa County, and the arrest of Stephen and Brendan in regard to the murder of Teresa Halbach. It received both praise and criticism from critics and those directly involved with Teresa's case. The story caused on an international level has driven to division and public opinion. A petition to have Stephen and Brendan pardoned was drawn up and sent to the White House. It garnered over 128,000 signatures, but still failed to make any impact. The White House stated, as the convictions were made in a state court, the president had no authority to pardon either defendant. There are those who firmly support the innocence of Stephen and Brendan. These include his immediate family, who have supported him and also pray for the real killer of Teresa to be found. Sandy Greenman, Stephen's ex-fiancée, is one such person. Greenman has been his avid supporter, going as far as to start a Facebook page to garner support and give exposure to the case. She described him as a model inmate. Greenman stated that people take a perverse pleasure in tainting Stephen's name. People like to say Steven Avery has been violent all his life, which is not true, she said. Most notably, though, was the support offered by Kim Kardashian. The socialite has been using her influence to advocate for a fair justice system. Having come across the case on a social media site, her interest was piqued. Although she's made appeals to the governor, even her level of influence has no sway. However, she hasn't given up and hopes to seek justice for both Stephen and Brendan. The other half feels Stephen is where he belongs. On that side of the coin is Jody Stachowski, another ex-fiancée. Jody initially pledged her support in Stephen's innocence during the documentary. Afterwards, she alleged that she had lied and it was all an act. Jody went on to explain to Nancy Grayson in an interview that he threatened to kill her and her family. He alleged that he wanted revenge on all women after his life was wrongfully stolen from him. Stephen is the one person I can't trust. He's a monster, she said. The show also ignited a debate regarding the perspective covered by the documentary. For the supporters of Stephen and Brandon, they feel the points most significant to the trial were highlighted. Dean Strang, one of Stephen's attorneys, agreed that the documentary covered enough to give the public a chance to judge for themselves. He disagreed that the series was subjective. As for the relatives of Teresa, they say the show saddened them. The Hallbacks stated the show sought to entertain and seek profit from their loss. Teresa's aunt, Kay Giordana, and cousin-in-law, Jeremy Fournier, both stated that the show was one-sided. Former Calumet County District Attorney Ken Krantz alleges he was not given a chance to tell his side of the story. The filmmakers denied this and claim that he refused to give an interview. In an interview with People magazine, Krantz alleges the documentary has left out key pieces of evidence. These include Stephen using a fake name when calling Teresa. DNA belonging to Stephen was found on the SUV's hood latch, and a ballistics report showed that the bullet found in the garage was fired from a rifle owned by Stephen. Krantz further alleges that prior to her murder, Teresa had once before made a trip to the Avery residence. When Stephen answered the door with only a towel on, she said she wouldn't go back because she was scared of him. In response to criticism from Krantz and other officials, the filmmakers said they'd given prosecutors the opportunity to answer questions. They believed that the documentary was a fair representation of the case and covered the most consequential evidence given during the trial. The documentary had its desired effect. It poked holes into the narrative of Stephen Brendan's case by exposing allegations of police and prosecutorial misconduct, evidence tampering, and witness coercion. At the outset, Stephen called out the police for trying to frame him. This to avoid the county paying out the $36 million lawsuit he filed. Stephen believed his lawsuit would be undermined if he was convicted of another violent crime. To avoid a conflict of interest, Manitowoc County gave neighboring Calumet County authority over the handling of the case. Part of the deal, however, was that Calumet could use resources which included personnel from Manitowoc. The key in Stephen's room was found by a Manitowoc sheriff's deputy after several searches of the property. Another allegation made was regarding the blood evidence found in the car. Stephen and his defense team believe it was blood used from his prior conviction. Given credence to this scenario were the claims made by the defense. According to the Avery defense team, the vial containing Stephen's blood had been tapered with and a puncture hole was visible on the stopper. The prosecution combated this claim by testing the blood for a preservative not found in fresh human blood and found none. Avery's defense team brought in an expert witness who stated it was not possible to tell if the negative result meant there was none of the preservative present or the topology to test itself was inconclusive. The documentary shone a spotlight on the men who have interrogation with regard to Brendan Dassey. Dassey was just 16 years old during the interrogation. Firstly, he was interviewed without the supervision of a lawyer or parent. It's understood that both he and his mother consented to the interrogation. But what piqued the interest of many was that Brendan had an IQ of 73, classifying him as intellectually challenged. Many have argued that his intellectual disability left him open to suggestion, particularly when it was shown that the re-technique of interrogation was used. The re-technique has been criticized for producing hybrids of false confessions, especially from juveniles and the mentally impaired. The technique is used to make the suspect comfortable and eventually confess to crimes through familiarity with the interrogators. The interrogator then proceeds to tell the suspect that the evidence shows that the suspect did commit the crime. Dassey allegedly agrees with the interrogators during the interviews, but later recants at his confession. He accused his first defense team of collaborating with the prosecution to get him to confess. He's also claimed the coercion was used to elicit a confession from them. Both Stephen and Brendan have appealed their convictions, but have been denied innumerable times and remain in prison. The defense teams of both men have exhausted their efforts in trying to get retrials on both men's charges. Following the making a murder documentary and the public outcry regarding Stephen and Brendan's innocence, significant new developments have occurred in both their legal teams. Professors Lauren I. Ryder and Stephen Dryson of the Northwestern University Center on Wrongful Convictions of Youth are representing Brendan. They too began with numerous appeals and have come up against many hurdles, but have refused to give up just yet. Meanwhile, Stephen's appointment of Kathleen Zellner has shaken up the case and given further hits to the prosecution's claims. His previous lawyers, Deems Trang and Jerry Buting, have taken their newfound fame and gone on tour to promote and bring attention to the case of Stephen Avery. Zellner, considered a trailblazing trial lawyer, has been responsible for overturning 19 wrongful convictions. Her dogged determination and careful analysis of cases has seen her uncover missing evidence that helped exonerate her clients. Most recently notable, she was a consultant for Johnny Depp and his defense team during his trial. Zellner hit the ground running once she was appointed to Stephen's defense team and firmly believes her client is innocent. One of the first things she put to rest was the alleged confession of Joseph Evans Jr. Evans alleged he was responsible for killing Teresa and trying to frame Stephen. Zellner stated that it was a not-so-subtle attempt at publicity. Previously, Evans played snitch and allegedly wrote a 9-page letter to media outlets, claiming he heard Stephen confess to the murder. This time, though, it seems he wanted in on a portion of reward money to make his life in prison more comfortable. However, his claim is not gaining the traction he expected. In August 2016, Zellner filed a motion demanding new scientific testing be done. Willing to pay for the extensive testing, Zellner intended to use this evidence to prove that Stephen had been framed. The theory was that 3 different burn pits showed evidence of human remains being burned. A particularly significant find was thought of a human pelvic bone fragment, a bone that was given to the hull box as part of Teresa's remains. This action, claims Zellner, was proof that Teresa's remains were planted in Stephen's burrowing pit. The defense, however, didn't get the opportunity to test these bones as they were not disclosed to them. This was a Brady violation according to Zellner, meaning that evidence which could have helped exonerate Stephen was not disclosed in the proper manner with regards to the criminal case. Crucial evidence was just out of their reach. Zellner remained relentless in her pursuit for justice. She approached the case with a new angle, one that could potentially point to a new suspect in the case. Being unable to test the bone fragments, Zellner opted for forensic testing of the Dassey family computer. What she found on it was damning. Pornographic images of women in various stages of torture, violent images and videos depicting women as victims. All these images were allegedly accessed at times when Bobby Dassey was at home. Furthermore, Zellner pointed out that Barbara, Bobby, and Brendan's mother, along with Stephen's sister and her husband, Stott Todick, were trying to get rid of evidence that could implicate Bobby. The forensic team were able to download 2,449 pages of data from the computer to a CD-ROM to present as part of the motion for a retrial. On it were all the searches, videos, and photos accessed by Bobby. Bobby is the older brother of Brendan and the nephew of Stephen. He was also the key eyewitness for the prosecution at Stephen's trial. He alleged that he last saw Teresa going to his uncle's house, and when he returned from hunting that afternoon, did not see her or the car again. Added to these claims are the allegations of his half-brother, Brad Dassey. Brad is alleged to have said he believes his uncle is innocent. He also made claims that his stepmother, Barb, and Stephen's brother-in-law, Scott, wiped the computer, deleting all pornographic material. Allegedly, Barb has filed a harassment suit against Brad, following a conversation they had about tracing deleted files from a computer, which some believe is, in part, to ensure Brad remains silent about his knowledge. For Bobby, though, the final nail in this coffin could be the evidence that exonerates Stephen and, in turn, Brendan. An eyewitness has come forward claiming to have seen Bobby being assisted by a much older man pushing Teresa's SUV back into the salvage yard. Thomas Sawinski stated in a sworn affidavit that he drove by Bobby and the other man while en route to deliver newspapers. When he passed the duo a second time, Bobby allegedly stepped out in front of his car to stop him. Thomas swerved to avoid him and continued on his morning route. He said that Bobby's eyes showed he was not pleased to see him there. Following the discovery of the SUV, Thomas realized the significance of the find and contacted police. He told them everything he'd seen that morning, and their response was, "We already know who did it." He provided his details, but he'd never heard back from them. For Zellner, this provides a contradiction to the prosecution's key witness. If proven true, which he's confident about, Bobby's testimony would be false. Zellner believes the rejection of all the crucial evidence in favor of Stephen denied him a fair chance to prove his innocence years ago. The newly filed motion is still with the appeals court and is awaiting an opinion or decision to be read over in November 2022. Stephen Avery continues to maintain his innocence. Kathleen Zellner, in her own words, says she represents the wrongfully convicted and added, "If you lie to her, she will find you out." Could Stephen be the scapegoat to a bigger conspiracy? Is this all a conspiracy to discredit Stephen's claim of improper police procedure? Or was there a monster truly hiding within Stephen all these years? Please let us know your thoughts in the comment section below. Robin Cornell was born on November 30th, 1978 in Florida. She had an older sister and a loving mother, Jan, who raised the girls on her own since their father was not actively involved in their lives. When Robin was 10, they moved to a town called Cape Coral. Jan got a job at a local hospital and found a home just a few minutes walk from work. Her older daughter had gone off to study and moved out, so it was just Jan and her younger daughter living together. Robin really liked this town. She made friends right away at her new school, joined a few sports teams, and quickly settled into her new environment. In her free time, Robin loved exploring nature with her friends, but most of all, she loved animals. Once, she found an injured bird, took it home, and nursed it back to health until it could fly again. Jan was also happy with the move. She had found a good job and met a man named Donald, and they started dating. Since the birth of her daughters, had devoted all her time to caring for them and working, so she was glad to finally have a chance to build her own personal life. At the hospital, Jan also met a woman named Lisa, and over time, they became best friends. In early May 1990, Jan suggested Lisa move in with them as it was difficult for Lisa to afford renting a place on her own. Jan was also happy to share the rent, and they had plenty of space. Their complex consisted of 2-story townhouses, and there was a spare room for Lisa. Eventually, Lisa moved in. She immediately got along with Robin, who was 11 at the time, and even agreed to babysit her when Jan was at work. On the evening of May 9th, a week after Lisa moved in with him, Jan planned to visit Donald to watch a game together. At first, she thought about canceling these plans because she felt uneasy asking Lisa to watch Robin for the entire evening. But Lisa reassured her that it was no trouble at all and she would be happy to spend time with her. So, Jan went to Donald's house, leaving Robin with Lisa. She planned to return in a few hours as she had to work an early shift at the hospital the next morning. However, she accidentally fell asleep while watching TV. Jan woke up around 3 a.m., got ready, and drove back home. When she approached her front door, she was surprised to find it locked on both locks. This was strange because she had told Lisa that she only had the key to the top lock. As she tried to unlock the door, heard footsteps inside and thought her friend was coming to let her in. But the footsteps quickly faded, so she knocked on the door several times. When no one answered, Jan decided to go around the back of the house to try entering through the sliding door. When Jan reached the back, she saw the sliding door was slightly open. Given that it was 4 a.m., the house was dark, and no one responded to her knocks, she became seriously worried. She tried to calm herself, thinking that Lisa might have forgotten to close the door when letting out her cats. But when Jan entered the house and walked into the kitchen, her worry only grew. Family photos of Robin and her older daughter were neatly arranged on an ironing board. These photos always hung on the living room wall, so Jan was baffled. She couldn't think of any reason why Lisa or Robin would take them down and place them like that. Moreover, the house was in disarray. Many items were scattered and broken, suggesting that something terrible had happened. Jan went upstairs to her daughter's room and was met with a heartbreaking sight. Robin was laying face down on the floor beside her bed, covered in bruises, with some of her clothing pulled down. Jan rushed to her daughter and immediately realized she was dead because her body was cold. Despite this, Jan was in shock and couldn't accept what was happening. She called an ambulance and tried to save Robin, even though deep down, she knew it was too late. As the ambulance was on its way, several neighbors were awakened by Jan's loud cries. She was overwhelmed with grief, calling for help and trying to get the attention of other complex residents. The police were first to arrive at the scene. They went upstairs to Robin's room and confirmed that she was dead. But that wasn't all. In another room, officers found the body of 32-year-old Lisa on the bed. She also had visible bruises, and both bodies were handed over to medical examiners for further examination. Detectives began their investigation and quickly found the first clues. There were several cigarette butts in the house that didn't belong to either Lisa or January. On the nightstand in Jan's bedroom, police found a set of car keys for a Toyota, which could fit a wide range of models from the 1980s. It seemed the perpetrator had either accidentally left them at the scene or did so intentionally for some reason. Detectives also concluded that the perpetrator had taken a shower after the murders to wash off the blood as it was still wet. The killer had also left his socks in the bedroom, but the police couldn't figure out why. With Jan's help, they discovered that several items were missing from the house. Lisa's driver's license, her credit cards, a checkbook, and a watch she had planned to give to her boyfriend. Notably, the watch had an engraved message from Lisa to her boyfriend, expressing her love. The selection of stolen items seemed strange to the police. The watch wasn't particularly valuable and wouldn't fetch much if resold, and the personal engraving would make it traceable. It would also be easy to track ATM withdrawals made with the stolen credit cards. So, detectives weren't quite sure why someone who committed a double murder would take these items. Regarding the photos of Robin laid out on the ironing board, detectives speculated that the perpetrator might have left this as a message either for Jan or the police. Local investigators immediately requested help from the state police, as their resources were clearly not enough for such a complex case. Forensic experts arrived at the scene and began examining the house using modern tools to find any clues. First, they determined that the perpetrator had entered the house through a bedroom window on the first floor by cutting part of the protective screen. Next, they examined Robin's bed and found some biological material on the sheets, which was sent to the lab for analysis. Although DNA testing was already in use at the time, the detectives had to wait quite a while for the results. Meanwhile, medical examiners studied the victims' bodies and determined that the cause of death for both Lisa and Robin was asphyxiation. According to the experts, the perpetrator inflicted multiple blows on them and then killed his victims using pillows. They also established that both victims had been assaulted and extracted the perpetrator's biological material from Robin's body, which was immediately sent to the lab. Experts concluded that the perpetrator had likely committed the assault after the murders. A male hair was also found on Lisa's body and was sent for analysis. While waiting for the DNA test results, the police began searching for possible suspects. They quickly got their first serious lead. Jan mentioned that for the past 3 nights she had been woken up by strange noises. She would wake up to the sound of the gate in her yard creaking and even thought someone was opening the sliding back door. However, it was dark outside, and she couldn't see if anyone was near her house. On the morning of May 9th, when it was already light out, she woke up and saw a man standing outside her window. He smiled and then disappeared from view. Jan was frightened but decided not to call the police. She didn't get a good look at the man's face and thought he might be someone from the complex as the townhouses were connected to each other. Detectives immediately began checking Jan's neighbors, not only in their complex but also in the nearby area. They investigated all the men, their alibis on the night of the murders, and requested DNA samples. Through this process, they identified 19 individuals who could have possibly committed the crime. Later, this list was narrowed down to 10 names, but the police couldn't confirm the involvement of any of them. When experts extracted DNA samples from the semen found on Robin's body, as well as from the sheet on her bed and pillow, they determined that all 3 samples belonged to the same man. However, there was no match in the FBI database and the samples did not match those provided by some of the neighbors. Not all neighbors agreed to voluntarily provide their genetic material, and soon the detectives began focusing on one of these individuals. After interviewing other neighbors, they learned that this man had been repeatedly seen peeping into windows, though he had never been formally charged. Their suspicions grew when this individual suddenly moved to another state shortly after the murders. The police investigated his potential involvement and even traveled to Missouri to speak with him, but they couldn't link him to the case. When they showed Jan a photo of this man, she said he did resemble the person she saw outside her window, but his connection to the murders remained unclear. One of the residents also reported seeing an unfamiliar car at the complex territory the day before the murders. She said the car was slowly driving between the houses and a man in a red cap was behind the wheel, but the police were unable to track him down. Detectives also attempted to check all owners of Toyota cars that matched the models for the keys found in Jan's room, but this investigation did not yield any results either. Given that the perpetrator took many of Lisa's personal items, including the watch she intended to give her boyfriend, investigators considered the possibility that the murders were committed by someone who knew her well and had personal motives. They investigated her boyfriend and tried to find any ex-partners, but no evidence linked any of them to the crime. As a result, the case stalled for months. The police continued working on it, examining new suspects and comparing their DNA with the perpetrator's sample, but each lead turned into a dead end. Jan repeatedly appealed to the public, asking for any information that might help the police identify the killer. She was also puzzled by the fact that none of her neighbors heard anything that night, even though investigators believe the murderer must have made a lot of noise. The murders of Robin and Lisa were covered on national television, which brought in hundreds of tips, but none of them led to a breakthrough. About a year after the murders, the police identified a new suspect. A 27-year-old man living in the same area confessed to killing 3 different people within a few years. He also stated that if he wasn't put in jail for the rest of his life, he would kill again. Detectives working on Lisa and Robin's case investigated him, but he was found to be unrelated to their murders. Since then, there had been no progress in the case for many years. Jan occasionally gave interviews to local media, expressing hope that one day the killer would be brought to justice. The police also stated that they had not abandoned the investigation, but they simply had no new leads. In 2005, 15 years after the murders, the case was reopened. This time, the police department allocated funding for one detective to work exclusively on the case for 6 months. However, despite all the hard work, the detective was unable to get any closer to finding the perpetrator. In the following years, there were no breakthroughs in the case. But in August 2016, everything unexpectedly changed. Police from a neighboring town located just about 6 miles from Jan's complex arrested a 54-year-old man who had attacked his adult son with an air rifle. Although the son wasn't seriously injured, a law required the suspect to provide a DNA sample for their database. Once his DNA profile was in the system, detectives working on Lisa and Robin's case received the long-awaited match. The man's DNA was a perfect match with the 3 semen samples from the crime scene. The man's name was Joseph Ziller. Investigators immediately requested a direct DNA sample from him so experts could compare it directly with the 3 semen samples, which were still stored in the evidence warehouse. Since he was already in custody, his permission wasn't required, and the sample was quickly sent to the lab. After conducting the analysis, they confirmed a complete match, establishing that the semen from Robin's body in bed belonged to him. Joseph, who was 28 at the time of the murders, had a lengthy criminal record, mostly consisting of minor offenses. Police discovered that just 2 months after Lisa and Robin's deaths, he was arrested for selling stolen items and carrying an illegal firearm. He was sentenced to a short prison term, but at that time, the law did not require DNA samples to be taken from individuals convicted of those kinds of offenses. Joseph had never been a suspect in the case and had not even been mentioned in the case materials. At the time of the murders, he lived in a neighboring town and detectives were simply unaware of his existence. Shortly after receiving a match, Joseph was arrested. The prosecution announced their intention to seek the death penalty. Joseph denied his guilt, so he was placed in jail awaiting trial. Given that his life was on the line, the preparation for the trial took several years. It began on May 8, 2023, almost exactly 33 years after the murders. With multiple DNA samples tying him to the crime scene and the body of one of the victims, Joseph had little chance of avoiding punishment. And the trial was expected to proceed without any difficulties. However, no one expected how Joseph would behave. His actions and statements in court drew the attention of millions across the country. The prosecution presented its evidence, primarily based on the 3 DNA samples. The prosecutor argued that the death penalty was fully justified in this case. According to him, Joseph's actions were deliberate and he had plenty of time to change his mind. Instead, he methodically killed 2 victims, assaulted them, took some items from the house, laid out Robin's photos on the ironing board, and even took a shower. Joseph showed no signs of remorse. Since his arrest, he had nearly 7 years to confess and alleviate the suffering of the victims' families, who had been waiting for the trial to begin. But Joseph continued to maintain his innocence. When it was the turn of Joseph's lawyer to speak, he understandably could not present any significant evidence proving his client's innocence or contest the match of the 3 DNA samples. Instead, he argued that Joseph simply had no motive, suggesting that someone else committed the crime. The lawyer also claimed that based on the existing evidence, the killer must have known Jan and was trying to harm her. When Joseph took the stand, he put on quite a show. He repeatedly screamed at the jurors, the prosecutor, and even his own lawyers, hurling insults and flipping them off. When asked how his DNA ended up on Robin's bedsheet and pillow, he suddenly claimed that he had slept with her mother a few months before the incident. He added that he wasn't responsible for her not washing her bedding for months and called her a pig. Jan, who had to listen to all of this, stated that she had never seen this man before his arrest and certainly never brought him into her home. The prosecution called an expert who explained that the semen traces were clearly fresh with documented evidence to support this claim. If they had indeed been on the fabric for several months, it would have been obvious during the initial examination. Moreover, one of the samples was found in Robin's body, which completely contradicted the defendant's version. In response, Joseph hurled more insults at Jan, ignoring his lawyer's pleas to behave properly. They tried to explain that his behavior was only helping the prosecution's case, but he refused to listen. Ultimately, it took the jury only 5 hours to deliver their verdict. They found Joseph guilty of the murders, leaving the court to decide his punishment. Joseph's behavior during the sentencing phase was also quite surprising, but more on that later. After the guilty verdict, Joseph's lawyers tried to convince the court to drop the death penalty. They pointed out that Joseph had a difficult childhood with a very strict father. They also argued that Joseph suffered from mental disorders and should not be sentenced to such a severe punishment. Additionally, the defense claimed that Joseph had lost his memory in 1998 due to a motorcycle accident. However, experts who had assessed Joseph's condition over an extended period found no evidence to support these claims. In their opinion, Joseph was fully aware of his actions, capable of planning them in advance and eligible for the death penalty. In late June 2023, was brought into the courtroom for sentencing. As he walked to his seat, he beckoned his lawyer over and leaned in to say something, but instead unexpectedly elbowed his own defense attorney in the head, leading security to restrain him. Despite this dramatic turn, the lawyer chose not to press charges and continued to defend Joseph, although he couldn't protect him from the death penalty which the judge imposed. Was subsequently taken to prison, where he remains to this day. Jan, along with Lisa's relatives, thanked everyone involved for bringing closure to the case. Despite Joseph never admitting guilt, his involvement in the murders left no doubt, and both victims finally achieved justice. It's worth mentioning that in February 2024, police arrested Joseph's 32-year-old son for possessing illegal materials involving minors, and now he is potentially facing prison time. He might even end up in the same prison where his father awaits execution. The deaths of Diane and Alan Johnson shocked the peaceful community to its core. On September 2, 2003, the Blaine County Sheriff's Office received a distressing 911 call from King Richards. According to Kim, her neighbor's 16-year-old daughter, Sarah Johnson, had come running to her door screaming that her parents, 52-year-old Diane and 46-year-old Alan Scott Johnson, had been murdered. Officers and first responders were dispatched to the scene immediately. When law enforcement officials arrived, they entered the house and found a gruesome scene before them. In the bed, they found Diane with a gunshot to her head. She appeared to have been killed while she slept. The walls and the ceiling near the headboard were splattered with blood, and a fragment of skull was on the floor. On the floor next to Diane's side of the bed was the body of her husband, Alan. He was clad only in a towel, and blood was pooling beneath him. At first glance, investigators believed it was an opening shut case. It appeared to have been a case of murder-suicide. But as they looked closer at the crime scene, their opinion quickly changed. Investigators could hear the sound of water running and followed the blood trail back to the ensuite bathroom. The shower was left on. When officers turned the water faucet off, they saw blood splatter and a distinct bullet hole on the shower wall. Investigators began searching the house for more clues. On the bedroom floor was what investigators believed was the murder weapon, a .264 caliber Winston rifle. At the foot of the bed in which Diane lay dead were 2 kitchen knives. Another knife was found on their son Matt's bed. The clues at the scene puzzled investigators. There was no sign of forced entry, as it was noted that the Johnsons didn't lock the doors, a fact that only those close to the family would know. The house hadn't been ransacked, as one would expect from a possible robbery gone wrong. Officers at the scene questioned Sarah as to what she remembered before she ran to her neighbor's house for help. She explained to investigators that she'd been asleep when she heard a gunshot. She ran to her parents' bedroom and called out for her mother, and that was when she heard a second gunshot. Without hesitation, Sarah ran to her neighbor's house for help. She didn't see the intruder. The statement was corroborated by the neighbor who called 911, Kim Richards. On the property was a guest house which had been rented out to a close friend of Alan's, 45-year-old Mel Spiegel. Investigators entered the house and found a rather incriminating piece of evidence on the bed: the scope belonging to the same rifle found at the crime scene. However, Mel was nowhere to be found. His convenient disappearance had made him a possible person of interest for investigators. The entire property was sealed off on the orders of lead investigator Sergeant Walt Femling. He also told officers to stop the waste disposal truck from removing any trash cans from the property. The theory was that Mel may have had an altercation with Alan and Diane and killed them in the heat of the moment. As they worked through this theory, Renchick's team searched through the trash cans and discovered even more evidence. Inside, they found a pink bathrobe that had been bundled up. Once crime scene technicians opened the bathrobe, they found a latex glove, single brown leather glove that matched the one found in the Johnsons' bedroom, and ammunition for a .25 caliber gun. All the evidence was tied and sent off for DNA testing while investigators developed their own scenario. It was now becoming clear to investigators that whomever killed the couple knew about the unlocked doors and the day the trash was removed. It was possible the killer threw the evidence in the trash before fleeing the scene. It was time to call in Mel Spiegel. Hours after the double homicide, sheriff's deputies received news that Mel Spiegel had been found in Boise, Idaho. Mel agreed to speak with investigators and met them at the police station in Boise. Investigators asked Mel about his whereabouts that morning. Mel said he spent the weekend with his family and was planning to return to Bellevue in a week. Investigators contacted Mel's family members, who confirmed his alibi. Mel was asked about his relationship with Alan and Diane. He told officers that he'd been renting the guest house from the couple for years, and he showed a very good and close relationship with them. When asked about the rifle used in the murders, admitted that it did belong to him. However, he said it had been locked away in his closet before he left for Boise over the weekend. Investigators then asked Mel about anyone he believed that may have made enemies with the couple. Mel revealed that Alan and Diane were starting to grow worried about their daughter, Sarah. She'd started dating and thanking the old boy named Bruno Santos. From what Mel had heard, Bruno was living in the country illegally and selling drugs to make a living. It was a bit of a stretch for investigators, but now urged them to speak to other family members. Investigators did just that and started to put together a picture of the Johnson family. Alan and Diane met in the early 1980s. Diane had been in a relationship before meeting Alan and had a toddler son named Matt. The pair married in 1983, and Alan adopted Matt as his own son. They moved into a beautiful home in the quiet city of Bellevue, Idaho, and in making 87, welcomed their daughter Sarah Marie Johnson into the world on January 25, 1987. Alan was the co-owner of a landscaping firm in Bellevue, and Diane worked as a tax collector. Together, they'd made a beautiful home for their 2 children and were, by all accounts, a loving family. The couple were also well known in their community, as Alan was an avid trap shooter, common pastime for many in the community. In 2003, their family life had seemed harmonious to outsiders. Matt, who was 22 years old at the time, was away studying at the University of Idaho in Moscow, Idaho. Sarah had also been doing well at school and was part of her school's volleyball team. She was also the apple of Alan's eye. But investigators were about to uncover the family tensions that had started arising in the previous few months. Having cleared mail was a possible suspect. Investigators now took his advice and returned to Bellevue to speak with family members. As expected, everyone knew the Johnsons to be a happy and loving family. Investigators interviewed their son, Matt, who had returned from the university, as well as Diane's sister and brother-in-law, Linda and Jim Faveld. All three said that the family life appeared to be happy and normal. That was until Sarah met Bruno Santos. Matt, Linda, and Jim all agreed that Sarah dating Bruno had become a major point of contention in the family. Over the few months leading up to the murder, tensions had gotten worse within the household. But being a teenager, Sarah naturally rebelled against her parents. Even when her parents forbid Sarah from seeing Bruno again, she continued to defy them. However, Jim revealed information to the investigators that could possibly have given Bruno a reason to murder Diane and Alan. Days before the murders, Alan and Diane had discovered that Sarah had been lying about spending the night at a female friend's house. Sarah had spent the night with Bruno instead. Alan called Jim and told him what happened. Alan then asked Jim to come with him to confront Bruno. Jim told investigators that Alan was furious and threatened to report Bruno to police for assaulting Sarah as she was underage. The two men then left with Sarah. A charge of such a serious nature could spell deportation for Bruno. After listening to what Jim had revealed, investigators believed that this was motive enough for Bruno to eliminate the Johnsons. It was time to speak to Bruno Santos. County police were familiar with Bruno Santos. He was a high school dropout and had been involved in a few minor drug-related crimes. When he was taken in for questioning, he became confrontational with investigators. During his interview, he was arrogant and hard to deal with, according to investigators. He then told investigators that he proposed to Sarah and that she'd accepted. Investigators believe that he'd said this to prove that he loved Sarah and wouldn't have done anything to jeopardize their relationship. When investigators asked him about his whereabouts on the morning of the murders, Bruno said that he was asleep on the couch at his home. He told officers to contact his mother, who confirmed that she'd been at home with him. For investigators, this was still not a strong alibi. When investigators asked Bruno about Alwyn and Diane, his attitude towards the Johnsons was obvious. He wasn't a fan of the couple. Back at the Johnsons' house, forensic teams were collecting evidence from the entire home. They'd used a UV light to comb through every part of the house for possible blood evidence that could indicate an escape route taken by the killer. While searching Sarah's room, they found blood splatter and bone fragments on a wall in Sarah's room. This discovery only added to the mystery of the shooting. The blood and bone were sent to the lab for testing. This discovery had investigators questioning if Sarah was being honest about what she really saw that morning. The search of the room led investigators to even more evidence. A single brown leather glove, the same one that was found bundled up in the trash. A key to the guest house and unspent .264 caliber shells were also found in Sarah's room. On one of the unspent shells was tissue matter, possibly transferred from the glove when the killer tried to hide evidence. This too was sent to forensics for testing. Investigators now believe that Bruno may have killed Sarah's parents and went to her to help him get rid of the evidence. Investigators served Bruno and his mother with a search warrant to collect evidence from the house. All the clothes he worn that day, including his shoes, were taken in for testing. His fingerprints were also taken to test against any found of the crime scene. Bruno was taken to the hospital where a DNA sample was taken for testing. Hair clippings and hand scrapings were also collected for evidence. Bruno was announced as the prime suspect in the murders of Alan and Diane Johnson. However, investigators were about to receive information that was going to take the investigation in a completely unexpected direction. Having thoroughly tested the clothes and shoes taken from Bruno, forensic experts couldn't find any trace of blood belonging to either Diane or Alan. At the actual crime scene, there were no traces of DNA, hairs, or fingerprints found anywhere near the bodies of Alan or Diane, nor was there any physical evidence that placed Bruno in the couple's room. The tests done on the gloves and bathrobe also came back with a negative result. Investigators were stumped. They were sure that Bruno had the most reason to kill both Alan and Diane. However, the complete lack of physical evidence that should have placed Bruno at the scene suggested he was telling them the truth. Bruno was eventually eliminated as a suspect in the case. As they looked at the case closely, their minds started to shift to someone else. Investigators began questioning Sarah's family and friends more intentionally about her home and personal life. They come to discover that Sarah had been prescribed antidepressants and that her relationship with her parents was rocky at best. Family members said that they brushed off her behaviors being normal for a teenager. Sarah, they believed, was at the age when most children start to become rebellious and push against their parents, but Linda, Sarah's aunt, started to grow suspicious with her niece's behavior. She told investigators that Sarah was not going through the normal grieving process. Linda said that Sarah showed more interest in returning to school and her friends than taking in to deal with the loss of both of her parents. Investigators then turned to some of Sarah's friends and asked them about her behavior since the death of her parents. They all agreed that Sarah was acting indifferent to the murders. They also told investigators that she seemed more interested in getting her nails painted. The one thing that stood out for them, though, was Sarah being more concerned for Bruno since his arrest. It was odd to them that Sarah was concerned rather than angry with her parents' alleged killer. Investigators didn't want to believe whether thoughts were taking them, as it was too horrible to imagine. But they had no choice except to look into Sarah as a possible suspect. The Johnsons' home was still an active crime scene, and now investigators were treating Sarah's room as a second area of interest. Investigators of the scene were now questioning how the blood splatter had reached that far. A Dunn expert was called to the house to take a closer look at the spatter pattern. After analyzing the direction from Alan and Diane's room to Sarah's, the gun expert concluded that both bedroom doors were open at the time of the shooting. Investigators had also called plumbers to the scene after clogging was reported in one of the bathroom toilets. The source of the clog appeared to be a shower cap. Investigators decided to interview Linda, Matt, and Mel Spiegel regarding some of the evidence they discovered. Matt and Linda both identified the pink bathrobe as belonging to Sarah. Mill confirmed that Sarah had a key to the guest house and often helped him clean up the place. He also told investigators that Sarah was aware of the gun that was kept in the closet. Investigators now needed to be able to link Sarah to all the evidence. But that was going to prove difficult, as eyewitnesses on the morning of the murders said that Sarah didn't have any traces of blood on her when she ran to a neighbor's house begging for help. This was also confirmed by forensics experts who used a luminol to test for any blood splatter on Sarah's clothes and found nothing at all. Investigators issued a warrant to confiscate and test the clothes Sarah had been wearing in the morning. Meanwhile, investigators wanted to speak to Sarah again and see if her story had changed since they'd last spoke to her. Investigators once again called Sarah in for an interview. She'd been staying with her aunt and uncle. Small inconsistencies were noted in Sarah's story. Overall, investigators found that her story had changed at least 5 different times. In some explanations, she said she was asleep and woke up to the sound of a gunshot. In another, she said she'd been awake when she heard the first gunshot. Another time, she told investigators that she was still in her room when she heard the second gunshot, but once again changed her story and said she was outside her parents' bedroom when the second shot was fired. Sarah also had a hard time to remember if her parents' room door was open or closed at the time of the shooting. Investigators remained calm when questioning Sarah to avoid her picking up on their suspicions. They'd already been made aware that both bedroom doors were open, and that was the only explanation for the blood splatter on Sarah's bedroom wall. Sarah was asked to submit a DNA sample, hair samples, and hand scrapings as part of the investigation to clear her name. These were all sent for testing to the lab. The pajama top and bottom that Sarah was using on the morning of the murders were sent to the lab to be tested by forensic specialist Rod Englert. Under a high-powered microscope, Englert found no traces of blood on the front of the robe. However, on the back of the garment, he found patterns of high-velocity blood splatter. He also found blue cotton fibers and green specks of paint on the inside of the robe that matched the shirt worn by Sarah that morning. But the smoking gun moment was yet to come. Lab results had also confirmed that Sarah's DNA was found on the inner lining of the latex glove and gun residue on both pairs of the brown leather glove. The blood found on the gloves and robe belonged to both Alan and Diane. This was more than enough for investigators to arrest and charge Sarah with the double homicide of Alan and Diane Johnson. On October 29, 2003, Sarah Johnson was arrested for the murders of her parents, Pelin and Diane Johnson. She was held without bail at the Blaine County Jail awaiting trial. The story of a teenage girl murdering her parents made headlines nationally and became a media sensation. Investigators and prosecutors had to develop a plausible argument that showed Sarah was motivated and capable of committing such a heinous crime. Relying on statements from family members and friends of both Sarah and her parents, they started to put together a twisted tale of a teenager in the throes of passion. Since Sarah had started dating Bruno, her parents had disapproved of the relationship. As a result, Sarah started to sneak around behind her parents' backs and acted out as any normal teenager would. However, the trigger for Sarah happened a few days before the murders. She'd lied to her parents about staying with a friend when, in fact, she was staying with Bruno. Her father's threats to have Bruno charged with assault and deported to Mexico pushed Sarah over the edge. Investigators and prosecutors believe that this was the moment Sarah had concocted the plan to get rid of her parents and live a happy life with Bruno. Being a fan of true crime and murder mysteries, Sarah believed that she had the perfect plot in place. On the morning of the murders, she got up and went to the guest house to retrieve the rifle. She then put on latex gloves, leather gloves, a shower cap to avoid blood splatter on her hair, and her bathrobe backwards to avoid any blood touching her clothes. Sarah then went to her parents' room when she heard her father get into the shower. She shot Diane in the head while she slept. Sarah then heard her father, Alan, call out and open the bathroom door and shot him in the chest. After committing the murders, she placed knives in the bedrooms to stage the scene as if an intruder killed her pants. She then bundled up the evidence and threw it away in the trash, knowing the waste disposal company would pick up the evidence before investigators could find it. However, that didn't go to plan. Added to that, she didn't take into account the evidence that would be found in her room and the shower cap that had gotten lodged in the plumbing system. The evidence against Sarah was glaring, and it was time to go to trial. In February 2005, 2 years after her parents' murders, her defense team argued that Sarah was innocent and that her parents were murdered by an intruder. The prosecution were ready with their argument. They presented the court with the physical evidence found at the crime scene and testimonies from family and friends that showed Sarah's behavior was strange since her parents were both killed. Most damning of all was the testimony of Bruno Santos, who not only wanted to clear himself of the murder at the trial, but provided the jury with evidence of Sarah's state of mind before the murders. Bruno testified that he and Sarah had agreed to get married, and Sarah had even told them that they could live in a big beautiful house and be happy with just each other. Bruno also told the court that Sarah always spoke about how much she hated her dad and talked about shooting him. After 5 weeks of testimonies, proof of evidence, and crime scene explanations, the jury had come to a decision on March 16, 2005. Sarah, aged 18, was found guilty of 2 counts of first-degree murder. She was sentenced to life in prison without parole to the Pocatello Women's Correctional Center in Idaho. Sarah has since made several appeals to have her life sentence reduced. However, all her appeals have been denied, and she still remains in custody. Following Sarah's sentencing, the remaining family members have spoken out publicly about their feelings towards Sarah and her actions. The deaths of Alan and Diane have devastated their family entirely. The majority feel that Sarah was at fault and deserve the punishment she received. Sarah's brother, Matt, believed that Sarah showed no remorse for murdering their parents. He said that if she were ever given a second chance, she'd do a better job with the murders to avoid being caught. Pat Dishman, Diane's mother, spoke to Sarah during her sentencing hearing. She told her granddaughter that they still loved her, but that her actions had devastated their entire family. Owen's sister, Lynn Morell, said that Sarah was spoiled and rotten, and was capable of murdering another person if she was ever released. She asked the judge to consider never releasing her from prison. Today's case was one of a truly twisted and disturbing nature. To be capable of murdering one's own parents proved that Sarah Johnson only thought about herself and not of the devastation she caused for her brother and family. While they're left behind to pick up the pieces, Sarah remains behind bars for her senseless crime. Melissa Tremblay was born on March 1, 1977 in Lawrence, Massachusetts. When she was just a month old, her biological parents gave her up for adoption, and she was adopted by Jeanette and Robert Tremblay. Melissa grew up in the nearby town of Salem, New Hampshire. She was a very energetic child who loved fashion, singing, and had a passion for reading from a young age. Melissa had many friends at school, spent a lot of time at the Boys and Girls Club of America. When she was 9, her adoptive parents divorced, and her father hasn't been involved in her life since. Sometime later, her mother started dating another man named Robert, but he didn't live with them. On September 11, 1988, when she was 11, her mother took Melissa to Lawrence, where she was supposed to meet Robert. They often spent time at a local bar, and Jeanette frequently took Melissa along because she had no one to leave her with. Usually, her mom would let Melissa play outside since she got bored sitting with them. Jeanette always told her not to go far, so Melissa spent time on the nearby streets. Because her mom went to this bar quite often, Melissa made friends with other kids in the area and would occasionally play with them. That day, Melissa spent most of her time outside, checking in with her mother now and then. During one of these visits, the bartender made her some popcorn. Melissa said she'd come back for it soon and left, but she never returned to the bar. Around 4 p.m., her mother started to worry since Melissa had been gone for a while. She went outside and checked her car, but Melissa was nowhere to be found. She and Robert began searching for her, going street by street, but they couldn't find Melissa. They searched the area for several hours, and around 9 p.m., Jeanette decided to call the police. Officers immediately joined the search, but they also couldn't find any traces of her. By then, it was already dark. It made their task much more difficult, but the police continued searching for Melissa late into the night. They also considered the possibility that she might have run away, but her mother insisted that Melissa was afraid of the dark and didn't like being alone, so she would never have run off. The next day, Melissa's whereabouts were still unknown. The search continued. This went on until about 3 p.m. when a railroad worker called the police. He had been conducting a routine inspection of an old rail yard just a few hundred yards from the bar. The yard was quite large, with up to 8 tracks in its widest section, although some of them hadn't been used in a long time. There were a lot of empty boxcars, and between 2 of them, the worker noticed something unusual. When he got closer, he realized it was a human body and immediately called the police. Detectives arrived at the scene and quickly identified the body as Melissa Tremblay. Aside from the fact that she had been reported missing since the previous morning, there was a card with her name from the Boys and Girls Club in a purse found near the body. Melissa's body was lying on tracks that were still in use, and one of her legs had been severed. The detectives believed this likely happened due to a passing train, since the section of track was still active. However, they immediately doubted that this was the cause of death. The lead detective noticed several details that contradicted this theory. Melissa's purse, containing the card with her name, was found almost 20 yards from the body. This seemed strange as it was unlikely that a train accident could have thrown the purse so far. The detective also noticed a large number of footprints and drops of blood near the purse. This led him to suspect that Melissa might have been attacked there, and only then her body was moved to the tracks. The assailant might have hoped to make it look like she died in a train accident. Another factor pointing to foul play was the location itself. The old rail yard, with its numerous empty boxcars, was a known hangout for homeless individuals and those looking for secluded spots to use illegal substances. So the detectives considered the possibility that some of them might have attacked Melissa. Her body was sent to medical examiners, while the police began searching for clues. Since no useful evidence was found at the scene where Melissa was discovered, investigators focused on finding witnesses to piece together the timeline of events. First, they spoke with an employee of the railroad company. He mentioned that the day before the body was found, he saw a girl fitting Melissa's description near the tracks. He told her to leave immediately because it was unsafe for children to be there, and she left the area. Next, the police found a woman living not far from the bar. She said she had known Melissa for several months because her children had become friends with Melissa, and she often visited their house. On that day, Melissa had come over to invite her children to play, but the woman told her they were grounded and couldn't go out, so Melissa left alone. Investigators soon found another witness who provided the first significant lead. He reported seeing a girl resembling Melissa standing next to a van at an intersection near the rail yard, talking to the driver. The witness described this man as rather large, unkempt, around 30 years old, with dark hair and a large beard. The van was brown, old, and rusty. The police considered that this man might be connected to the murder, and started searching for similar vehicles. Meanwhile, the medical examiners finished their report and confirmed that the train was not the cause of death. Melissa's body had numerous bruises and 3 fatal stab wounds. No signs of sample assault were found, and there were no foreign biological samples on her body or clothing. The experts determined that the stab wounds were inflicted with the left hand, suggesting that the perpetrator was likely left-handed. The case was reclassified as a homicide, and detectives focused on finding the killer. However, they still had only one lead: the description of the van seen near Melissa shortly before she disappeared. The police concentrated on finding similar vehicles in the area, but repeatedly hit dead ends. The challenge was that even if they found the right van, linking its owner to the murder would be nearly impossible without a confession. The DNA analysis was not yet in use, and there were no additional pieces of evidence, like Melissa's belongings or fingerprints, likely to be found in the van. The police also kept trying to find new witnesses. They interviewed several hundred residents in the area, but this effort yielded no results. Detectives continued searching for the van and other clues for several months, but the case eventually went cold. Melissa's murder received significant media coverage, and many people began blaming her mother for what happened. They were outraged that Jeanette let her 11-year-old daughter wander the streets alone, especially near such a dangerous place as a rail yard. What infuriated them even more was that while Melissa roamed the streets for hours unattended, her mother was drinking in a bar. Rumors began spreading in the newspapers that Jeanette had developed a drinking problem after her divorce and was struggling with her parental responsibilities. People also started blaming social services for failing Melissa by not intervening in the situation. Amid all these accusations, Jeanette refused to speak with media or answer their questions. When reporters reached out to Child Protective Services, they stated they were aware of the family's complicated situation and had tried to take some measures, but revoking Jeanette's parental rights had never been considered. Since then, there had been no progress in the case. Police repeatedly reviewed it and examined potential suspects, but this yielded no results. In 2000, 12 years after the murder, investigators identified their first potential suspect, Tommy Lynn Sells. He confessed to 22 murders, and investigators in Melissa's case found that many details of his crime closely matched those of her murder. Moreover, Tommy resembled the van driver seen with the girl, and he often spent nights in empty boxcars while traveling across various states. Detectives began investigating his possible involvement in Melissa's murder, but they eventually concluded that he was unlikely to be responsible. They couldn't find any evidence placing Tommy near Lawrence at that time. Instead, they determined he was probably in another state. The case remained cold for several more years until 2013, when detectives unexpectedly obtained a new lead. They arrested a man from Lawrence for an unrelated case, and during questioning, he suddenly claimed to know some details about Melissa Tremblay's murder. The man said that in 1988, when he was just 13, he used to steal cars for a living. He spent a lot of time on the streets looking for suitable vehicles, and on the day Melissa disappeared, he saw a girl resembling her. She was sitting on the steps of that same bar, and next to her was a man named Mike. The witness knew Mike, but his family had warned him to stay away from that man because of his questionable reputation. The boy walked past them, and about 10 minutes later, on his way back, he saw the girl leaving the bar with Mike. At some point, another man, whom the witness didn't recognize, approached them, and the three of them continued walking together. The police asked the witness why he had remained silent for 25 years. He replied that at the time, he didn't want any unnecessary contact with the police. However, when he learned about Melissa's murder and realized he might have seen her, he asked his brother if he should tell someone, but he advised him to stay quiet. However, the detectives immediately found a serious contradiction in the story. According to the witness, he saw the girl on the bar steps when it was already dark outside, but Melissa was reported missing around 4 p.m. when it was still daylight. Given that all the bar patrons and staff were aware of her disappearance and her mother had been searching for her for hours, the detectives found it highly unlikely that Melissa could have been right outside the bar without being noticed. The police considered the possibility that the witness had either seen a different girl or his account was inaccurate. Despite this, they investigated Mike for potential involvement, but made no progress. Nevertheless, the witness's story brought renewed attention to the old case, and in 2014 it was reopened. By then, DNA analysis was widely used, and the police hoped that experts could find some new clues by re-examining all the available evidence. They examined Melissa's clothing and other items but found no foreign DNA. However, there was something else among the evidence. Samples taken from under Melissa's nails, collected in case she had scratched her attacker. The experts analyzed these samples and indeed found traces of foreign skin, which were promptly sent to the lab. But there was a new problem. Experts were able to extract a DNA profile of an unknown male, but it was only partial. It wasn't enough to get a match in the database, but the investigators were determined not to give up. Sometime later, they reached out to a company specializing in genetic genealogy. The company analyzed the sample and began searching for potential matches in available databases. This was a challenging task because they had to work with a partial profile, which made it impossible to identify the person with absolute certainty. Nevertheless, through meticulous work, they managed to find a possible distant relative of the sample's owner in the databases. This led them to a specific family with the last name, McClendon. Detectives began investigating the members of this family, trying to determine who might have committed the crime. This process took several years due to the primary challenge, the lack of a complete DNA profile to definitively prove the guilt of any family member. Therefore, investigators carefully examined who among them could have been in Lawrence in 1988, matched all the criteria like age and so on. Eventually, they focused on two brothers, one of whom was Marvin McClendon. Marvin lived in Alabama, but investigators discovered that in the late 80s, he lived just 20 minutes away from Lawrence and worked as a carpenter. Digging into Marvin's past, they learned that he frequently visited a church located just a few hundred yards from the bar where Melissa was last seen. Marvin had also worked as a prison guard for about 30 years, but with breaks, one of which occurred in 1988. The intriguing findings didn't stop there. Police found that Marvin owned an old brown van during those years, which he used for work. Despite this, Marvin had no criminal record. Aside from numerous traffic fines for not wearing a seatbelt, he had been married twice, but both wives had left him. He had 2 sons from his first marriage, but was not actively involved in their lives. Finally, Marvin was left-handed, unlike all his close male relatives. While detectives were investigating this suspect, Melissa's mother passed away in 2015 at the age of 70. She had struggled with a severe illness for a long time and never out who killed her daughter. After gathering all the information on Marvin and checking his other relatives, detectives concluded that he was the most likely perpetrator. In 2021, they went to Alabama to question him about that time in the late 80s. Eventually, they brought up the murder of Melissa Tremblay, and Marvin claimed he had nothing to do with it. When told that DNA from one of his close relatives was found on the victim, Marvin suggested that the killer might be his brother. That same year, Marvin voluntarily provided his DNA sample, but experts still couldn't establish a complete match. The partial profile from under Melissa's nails only indicated that Marvin was either closely related to the killer or was the killer himself. However, investigators who had already examined all his close male relatives knew that none of them could have committed the crime, leaving Marvin as the prime suspect. They also understood that without a full DNA match, it would be extremely challenging for the prosecution to secure a conviction. As a result, they spent another year trying to find any additional clues. Detectives also checked Mike, the man whom the 13-year-old boy claimed to have seen with a girl resembling Melissa on the bar steps. After obtaining his DNA sample, Experts determined that it didn't match the skin particles found under the victim's nails, ruling him out. As a suspect, they visited Marvin several times, asking him various questions, and in April 2022, they finally decided to arrest him. Despite his continued claims of innocence, Marvin allegedly made a suspicious remark during his arrest. He told one of the officers, "At least I got to enjoy 20 years of my pension." Marvin, who was 74 years old at the time, was sent to jail awaiting trial. The judge had to place him under constant protection because other inmates quickly learned about his charges and the fact that he had worked as a prison guard. Without conclusive evidence, the prosecution relied on a process of elimination. DNA from someone in Marvin's family was found under the victim's nails, but none of his close relatives had the opportunity to commit the crime. As for distant relatives, a match with their DNA would be less evident and experts could easily see the difference. They also pointed out that in 1988, Marvin frequently visited a church on the same street as the bar, owned a similar van, and matched the description given by a witness who saw a girl near his vehicle. The trial began in December 2022. Marvin's lawyer immediately focused on the lack of a complete DNA profile of the perpetrator, claiming that without it, his client's guilt couldn't be confirmed. The defense then called two experts. One was a forensic specialist who testified that, based on crime scene photos, she couldn't confirm that the killer was indeed left-handed. The other was a genetics expert who argued that a partial DNA match with one family doesn't rule out the possibility of it belonging to distant relatives, as any person can have hundreds or thousands of them. Marvin declined to testify in his defense, and by the end of December, the jury began their deliberations. It took them almost a week, and December 27th, they reported being unable to reach a unanimous decision. Some jurors felt that without a complete DNA profile, they couldn't definitively convict Marvin, leading the judge to declare a mistrial. In early 2024, the prosecution announced plans for a retrial set to begin on September 30th, 2024. Until then, Marvin will remain in jail. Considering that he is 76 years old now, suffering from multiple health issues, there's a possibility he might not survive until the end of the new trial. If the court fails to convict him again, Marvin could be released, leaving Melissa's murder unresolved, and we may never learn the truth. The teenage years are the most challenging of all the stages of growing up. Not a child anymore, but not yet an adult. This time can be characterized by the body undergoing a massive hormonal overhaul, further complicating this transitional period. Yesterday's obedient child becomes unstable and prone to rebellion. A teenager's worldview is a picture of contrasts consisting of black and white tones. The prevailing color in the teen's judgments and actions largely depends on their environment. The story we're about to discuss occurred in Medicine Hat in the southeast of Alberta, Canada. Incomprehensible cruelty and betrayal befell the Richardson family. Their tragedy gained national attention, and once again, the Gothic subculture came under fire. In town, the Richardson family was considered exemplary. Deborah and Mark, along with their children, 8-year-old Tyler and 12-year-old Jasmine, lived in a beautiful and cozy place. Like all Canadians, they were very hospitable and sociable. Their home was often filled with guests, and the atmosphere was built on principles of love and respect. Everything was going well until the eldest daughter entered puberty. The once calm girl changed beyond recognition. First and foremost, Jasmine's character changed. She became bold and frivolous. Conflicts between her and her parents began to occur, and her academic performance dropped. Secondly, her preferences in music and clothing transformed. Whereas she previously enjoyed modern pop, she now took an interest in heavy rock. Bright colors and clothing were replaced by shades of gray and black, and her dressing style became provocative. Jasmine wanted to appeal to boys, so she began to emphasize her rounded shapes. Her interaction with former friends noticeably decreased. She began to spend more time alone in front of her computer screen. The door to her room was often closed. With the introduction of the internet at home, she became interested in Gothic themes, dark poetry, criminal psychology, and human anatomy. Miss Richardson even identified herself as a witch, preaching the Wiccan religion. For this purpose, she visited various websites of similar nature, where she found a circle of friends who shared her interests. "Welcome to my tragic world" was the greeting on her social media page. It seemed like a typical adolescence, spiced with excessive dramatism and mysticism. However, the girl became more and more detached from her family. In her profile, she listed a fictitious name and age of 15. She liked older interlocutors, wanting to match them. Her parents tried to support their daughter during this difficult period, suggesting spending time together. They looked for common ground and activities. However, she found this uninteresting. Jasmine considered her younger brother to be an annoying nuisance. Thus, she spoke to him less and less. Yet she could spend hours on end at the computer talking to strangers. Deborah and Mark understood that this state was temporary. She would grow up and become wiser. Therefore, they were quite tolerant of her new hobbies. One day, Jasmine told them she would like to go to a concert of a punk rock band. Her parents agreed. If only they knew what this outing would lead to. Early in 2006, Jasmine Richardson went to a concert of a local youth band, pursuing her own interests, knowing he would be there. Jeremy Steinke, the boy who had been stirring her heart for months, was also fascinated by Gothic culture. They met on a vampire enthusiasts website where they occasionally communicated. Jeremy portrayed himself as a 300-year-old werewolf thirsting for blood. To prove it, he wore a vial of blood around his neck, though it was unclear whether the fluid was of human or animal origin. Nonetheless, the boy clearly considered himself special, which Jasmine found very appealing. Meeting at the concert, the young people grew even fonder of each other. Eventually, Steinke asked her out, and she joyfully accepted. All would be fine, except Jeremy was 23 years old. The couple knew her parents would disapprove of their relationship, so they kept it a secret. Moreover, his troubled past would hardly endear him to them. The young man was poor and lived in a trailer with his mother and sister. His relationship with his mother was strained due to her excessive drinking. Jeremy had endured her constant stream of volatile partners who often beat him in their drunken rages. As a result, by the age of 13, he was struggling academically and had a fragile psyche. Once, unable to bear such a life, Steinke attempted to hang himself but was fortunately stopped in time. Afterward, doctors diagnosed him with depression and hyperactivity. Bullied at school, he decided to stop attending. Over time, Jeremy fancied himself immortal and began frequenting websites of similar themes. His online profile was filled with topics like pain, self-harm, blood, and razor blades. No one knew about the couple's forbidden relationship except their friends, who found their love, to say the least, peculiar. Their communication would have remained a secret had the Richardsons not started monitoring their daughter's excessive internet use. Deborah and Mark discovered Jasmine was corresponding with strangers, alarming them as any parent would. Therefore, they decided to remove the computer from the girl's reach. Moreover, they were shocked to learn she had fallen for an adult man with dubious interests. His very nickname, Soul Eater, spoke volumes. Thus, Jasmine and Jeremy's relationship became forbidden. To help their daughter break free from this destructive relationship, Deborah and Mark sought a psychologist's help. They sincerely believed that counseling would benefit their parent-child relationship. To their delight, it did. Jasmine showed compliance and seemed to be returning to a normal life, promising that it was all in the past. She got her computer back. This became the Richardsons' last fateful decision, leading to their demise. Saturday, April 22, 2006. Preparing for bed, Mrs. Richardson heard a noise in the basement. Rats again, she thought. Descending, she turned on the light and saw a person in a ski mask. He stood opposite her, looking at her. Startled, she screamed. The stranger rushed at her, covering her mouth. His efforts were in vain. Deborah struggled and screamed louder. He stepped back, drew a knife, and stabbed her in the chest, then again and again. Hearing his wife's screams, Mark rushed down, grabbing the first thing he could find, a screwdriver. He had been fixing an outlet that day and by sheer chance left a tool out. Entering the basement, he was met with a horrific scene. His wife lying in a pool of blood and someone standing next to her. Mark immediately attacked the intruder but received a stab wound to the stomach. followed by more stabs. As the searing pain subsided and his eyes began to close, Mr. Richardson quietly asked, "Why?" "Because your daughter wished it," the attacker replied. Upstairs, Tyler was the only one left. The boy sat on his bed in his pajamas, too frightened to move. The approaching footsteps grew louder, and the bedroom door opened. A few days before the murder, Jasmine was overjoyed. Her parents believed in her remorse, meaning they could now communicate again. Mobile phones were just becoming popular at that time, so the computer remained the only means of communication. As soon as Miss Richardson regained internet access, she immediately wrote to Jeremy. "It all starts with them disappearing and ends with us staying together," she told him. During the days when the young lady was visiting the psychologist, a terrible plan had formed in her head. It solidified over several days of punishment. Surprisingly, Steinke found it enticing but added that everything needed to be done creatively and with attention to detail. The couple understood that they could not be together as long as the Richardsons were alive. Later, Jasmine's friends recalled how often she spoke about her parents, particularly how much they annoyed her. Therefore, she wanted to end their lives. However, no one took Jasmine's words seriously. Saturday, April 22, 2006. Garrett headed across the street to his friend Tyler's house. The boy wanted to play. The weather was nice outside, despite being chilly. Such was the spring that year. When Garrett approached the house, he noticed the blinds were still closed. No one answered his knock on the door. Strange, he thought. The Richardsons should be home. Their car is parked in the driveway. Hoping to see someone, the child curiously peeked into the living room window but saw no one. Then, Garrett decided to walk around to the back of the basement, where he often played with Tyler. Peeking through the window, he saw something strange on the floor. It appeared to be two silhouettes in a pool of blood. The boy informed his mother. Skeptical, she decided to check on the family across the street. They approached the house together. Garrett pointed to the window he had looked through earlier. The woman looked in and recoiled in horror. She immediately called emergency services. Something happened at the Richardsons. They seemed to be lying on the basement floor, all in blood, the neighbor reported. The police arrived promptly. Breaking down the front door, they descended to where Garrett and his mother had seen something. Entering the dark basement, the officers had difficulty recognizing the people lying on the ground. Their bodies were mutilated and bloodied, but there was no doubt. It was Mark and Deborah Richardson, and they were deceased. Blood was everywhere, on the floor, walls, even the ceiling. A bloody mess. No other way to describe what was before them. Later, the police searched the house. In the upstairs children's room, they found a small child. The boy lay in bed among toys, splattered with blood, with visible knife wounds. The child's throat had been deeply cut. Medicine Hat had never seen such horror. One officer said, "It will take me decades to forget what I saw today." After the house was searched, the police realized one family member was missing. The Richardsons' eldest daughter was gone. Officers worried she might be in danger. Everything indicated the attack occurred in the basement and the child's room. The rest of the house was undisturbed, and at first glance, nothing was missing. The state of the body suggested the crime occurred the previous night. Apparently, the perpetrator broke into the house and attacked the boy and his parents. Then what happened to Jasmine? And where was she? The police began to construct theories about what had happened. Perhaps by some stroke of luck, the girl was somewhere outside the home, safe. Or the perpetrator had abducted her and was now harming her. Or maybe a ransom demand from relatives would come with time. However, as time passed, there were no clear answers. Soon detectives turned to the media requesting help in the search for the missing girl. They hoped Jasmine would make contact or someone would provide valuable information. Meanwhile, the investigation into the crime continued. Investigators interviewed relatives, friends, and colleagues about all aspects of the slain family's life. Did they have any adversaries or enemies capable of such a heinous act? However, the more the investigation progressed, the clearer it became. There was no reason to wish death upon anyone in the Richardson family. They were truly wonderful people, faithful spouses, and loving parents, except for the eldest daughter. Officers learned that the girl had been causing quite a bit of trouble lately. Therefore, the tone of media announcements changed. This time, the investigation wanted to locate a person of interest. It was entirely possible that the girl knew details about the crime, or she might have been involved in it. Considering the suspect's age, the media could no longer publish her real name, as per Canadian law. Thus, news agencies began to refer to Jasmine Richardson as JR. After it became known about her relationship with Jeremy Steinke, the couple was declared wanted. Initially, the search for the young lovers began among their friends and acquaintances, thinking they might be hiding out with them. However, this lead proved to be a dead end for the police, but they did uncover something intriguing. A few hours after the crime, the young couple was spotted at a restaurant and at a party hosted by an acquaintance. Someone from their circle of friends mentioned that Jasmine appeared unchanged. There was no indication she had been abducted or was in a state of shock. She was drinking and having fun. When friends asked how they managed to escape from her parents, Jasmine laughed. "Jeremy and I just took care of them." "Yes," the boy agreed. "I carved them up like fish." The party guests laughed, thinking it a grim joke, unaware that the statement was true. The involvement in the crime was also confirmed by a comic found in Jasmine's school locker, where she detailed how she would deal with each of her family members, with her boyfriend as her accomplice. Photos of the suspects were distributed widely. It was only a matter of time before a citizen would step forward with information about their whereabouts. Soon enough, information came in. The couple was spotted in the community of Leeton, Saskatchewan, approximately 130 kilometers from Medicine Hat. Caught off guard, Jasmine Richardson and Jeremy Steinke were found sleeping peacefully in a pickup truck. Without resistance, they were taken to the police station. Naturally, the couple was interrogated separately, starting with Jasmine. She shared that she was deeply in love with Steinke, and he reciprocated her feelings. However, the difference in age and social status was a barrier between them. According to Jasmine, the Richardsons would never have accepted their relationship. Therefore, Jeremy committed the ultimate act of love. He ended her parents' lives, providing them the chance to be together. When detectives asked if Jasmine was involved in the crime, she said, "I wasn't home when the crimes occurred. I didn't know about what had happened. After I found out, I accepted it. I loved Jeremy very much, so I ran away with him." Detectives needed to determine who was the main instigator. Since breaking the suspects proved difficult, the investigation used a cunning strategy. They placed an informant in the cell with Jeremy, who skillfully extracted details that contradicted Jasmine's statements. Jeremy confessed to the informant that the plan to end her parents' lives was Jasmine's idea. Initially, he was not supportive, but agreed after they discovered the forbidden love and took away her computer. "I took care of Deborah and Mark Richardson, and Jasmine took care of her younger brother herself. She literally begged me to leave Tyler for her, though I was glad to settle scores with all of them," Jeremy cruelly revealed. After this confession, investigators confronted Miss Richardson with the recording. She had no choice but to confess to everything, admitting she stabbed her younger brother out of mercy, not wanting to leave him an orphan. Later, the couple shared their social media profiles and passwords with the investigation, which began to examine their correspondence. They had sent each other thousands of messages confirming Jeremy's statements. Jasmine indeed conceived the plan on her own. Steinke wrote that Jasmine was the only person who supported and approved of his tastes, replacing the society he felt alienated from. Fearing he would lose her, he helped realize the dreadful idea. "I want to slit their throats. They will regret what they have done, especially when I make sure they're gone. They'll pay for the insults. Finally, there will be silence. Their blood will be the payment." Jeremy supported his beloved. His friends also reported that just a few hours before the attack, they watched the 1994 film Natural Born Killers, which portrays a couple committing 9 heinous murders. This story inspired their friend, who said he wanted to enact a similar plan with his girlfriend. "I think it's the best love story of all time," Steinke said. With sufficient evidence at hand, the suspects were charged with 3 counts of homicide. The detectives pieced together the confessions of the accused witness testimonies, and other case evidence to form a clear picture of the crime. Before the act, Jeremy was intoxicated. Jasmine led him into the house and guided him to the basement, where he attacked her mother. Deborah was the first to die, suffering 12 stab wounds across her body. The deepest wound pierced her chest, reaching 12 centimeters deep and striking her heart. In a rage, Jeremy mercilessly continued his assault on Mark, who sustained 24 wounds, 9 of which were in the back. Like his wife, the family patriarch bled out on the basement floor. Tyler Richardson was the last to die. While Steinke was dealing with the parents downstairs, Jasmine inflicted 5 stab wounds on her younger brother upstairs. After Jeremy finished, he went upstairs to help his girlfriend with the child, coldly slashing the boy's throat. Afterward, Jeremy went home to wash off the blood while Jasmine caught a taxi to a restaurant where the couple had agreed to meet. After discussing the night's events, they headed to a party. A friend of Jeremy's, Casey Lancaster, helped them dispose of the evidence and reach Saskatchewan. Words fail to describe the horror they created. The couple embarked on their murderous spree with such ease and nonchalance as if driven by some otherworldly force. It is shocking that during interrogations and their time in custody, not a word of regret or remorse was uttered for their actions. While detained, they wrote letters to each other calling themselves legends and immortals. In one letter, Steinke proposed to Richardson, who joyfully accepted. Then, unexpectedly, their mad love began to fade like last year's snow. During the trial, they shifted the blame onto each other. In June 2007, Jasmine Richardson was the first to stand trial. She pleaded not guilty, claiming to have been in a zombie-like state and unable to act while Jeremy was killing her family. She also claimed she only wounded her younger brother, and it was Steinke who delivered the fatal blow. Jasmine insisted that their discussions about ending her parents' lives were purely hypothetical, but they appealed to Jeremy so much that he compelled her to turn them into reality. Under 3 counts of homicide, Miss Richardson was sentenced to just 10 years in prison, thanks to the nuances of Canadian juvenile criminal justice law, which states that individuals under 14 cannot be sentenced to more than 10 years of imprisonment. The sentence was aimed more at rehabilitating and restoring the girl's psyche than punishing her. In 2008, Jeremy Steinke's trial commenced. He insisted he had no initial intention of ending the lives of his girlfriend's parents. However, once discovered in the basement, he felt compelled to attack. He claimed he did not harm Tyler, suggesting Jasmine was responsible while he merely watched from the doorway. The defense argued that Jasmine had intentionally seduced him, wishing for him to free her from her parents' strict control. Some friends testified that Jeremy had sought their help with the act, driven by his fear of losing Jasmine to the extent of being willing to do anything. The lawyers also requested the charges be reduced to manslaughter, arguing Steinke was under the influence of substances at the time of the act. Steinke's inconsistencies emerged when asked by the prosecution why he committed the act. He replied, "When you find your other half, you do whatever it takes for them." Throughout the trial, he remained indifferent to the proceedings, but broke down when Jacqueline May, his mother, testified in his defense. She admitted to bearing significant guilt for his upbringing, as he was often attacked by her partners, subjected to beatings and rejection. Steinke was found guilty on 3 counts of first-degree homicide, receiving 3 life sentences. He would be eligible for parole no earlier than 25 years later, in 2033. Charges of complicity in the act against Casey Lancaster were dropped. In Medicine Hat Court, she was found guilty of obstruction of justice, sentenced to a year of house arrest, and prohibited from consuming drugs and alcohol. While in custody, Jeremy Steinke changed his name to Jackson May. Jasmine Richardson's 10-year sentence included 4 years in a psychiatric facility where she was diagnosed with conduct disorder and oppositional defiant disorder, indicative of a refusal to follow rules and socially unacceptable behavior, typically more associated with children than adults. This underscored her psychological immaturity and instability during her relationship with Steinke. In her final years under conditional community supervision and attending special programs, medical professionals reported her genuine remorse. After serving her full sentence, she was released in 2016. Apparently, Jasmine Richardson lives in Canada under an assumed name. Her true identity is still protected from media disclosure. Her return sparked significant public debate, with some arguing she deserved a second chance while others believed she warranted a harsher penalty. Nonetheless, the residents of Medicine Hat would prefer not to have Ms. Richardson as their neighbor again, given the brutality of her crime. Whether Jasmine has truly changed after spending her formative years in detention remains to be seen. Time will tell. Shannon Dale Verhaeghe was born June 15, 1996. She disappeared just days before her first birthday. Her mother, Rachel Timmerman, was allegedly sexually assaulted by Marvin Charles Gabriel 2 weeks after she gave birth to Shannon in 1996 in Cedar Springs, Michigan. On the night of August 7, 1996, 18-year-old Rachel left a party with then 43-year-old Marvin, family friend, and two other men. After stopping in a field, Marvin ordered the other two men out of the car and then drove off with Rachel. Marvin then attacked her and sexually assaulted her. According to Rachel's family, the incident had a horrible effect on her both physically and mentally and led to her having difficulties trusting others. Rachel, though terrified of Marvin's retaliation, reported the attack to law enforcement the next day. 2 months later, he was charged in the crime, but authorities couldn't locate and arrest him until January 1998, about a year and a half later. He was then released on bail after 2 weeks. Wayne Davis, one of the men forced out of the car the night Rachel was assaulted, disappeared in February 1997, just days after Marvin was released from custody. Wayne had planned to testify on Rachel's behalf at the upcoming trial. In the months following the assault, Rachel attempted to turn her life around. She began focusing her time on her baby daughter, Shannon, her family, and her work at a local restaurant. She had sent Shannon to live with her paternal grandparents as she began repairing her family relationships during May 1997. She planned to move into her father's home with Shannon during the summer. She took Shannon to her father's residence during the weekend of June 3, 1997, to prepare for the change of custody. However, as the date for the preliminary hearing came closer, Rachel worried about having to testify against Marvin. She told her parents that he had threatened her several times. She also said that she was having recurring nightmares about him and believed that he would kill her. Her father told her that he would help her with the trial. However, according to her parents, on June 3, 1997, Rachel seemed happy. She told her father that she was going on a date with a man and that the man told her to bring Shannon along. This was the last time they were seen, which was just 3 days before she was scheduled to testify under oath against Marvin. Rachel's father received a letter from Rachel or someone posing as her the day after her disappearance. It stated that she planned to elope with an unidentified man and would be in contact with her family in about 2 weeks. 11 days after her disappearance, the prosecutor received a letter that was postmarked from Little Rock, Arkansas. The letter said that Rachel had tried to have intercourse with Marvin, but when he refused, she made up the assault allegation. The prosecutor did not believe that Rachel wrote the letter and believed Rachel was in danger. The same day, Rachel's father also received a letter postmarked from Little Rock. The letter, also allegedly written by Rachel, said that she and Shannon were fine and that she would call him soon. However, he never received that call. Family members grew very concerned and suspicious as Rachel apparently had no plans to marry anyone or travel anywhere. Sadly, 2 weeks later, her body was discovered in Oxford Lake in Manistee National Forest on July 5, 1997, over 1 month after she and Shannon were last seen. Oxford Lake is approximately 70 miles north of Grand Rapids, Michigan. Was no sign of Shannon at the scene, and the child has never been seen again. Authorities theorized that whoever kidnapped Rachel forced her to write the letters on June 3rd. After dumping Rachel into the lake, the killer then mailed the letters. From the beginning, there was one obvious suspect, Marvin Gabriel. Authorities went to his residence and found cinder blocks on his property that matched those found tied to Rachel's body. Authorities believe that Marvin killed Rachel to prevent her from testifying against him at trial. Rachel's brother told authorities that Marvin threatened to murder his sister if she testified against him. Investigators determined that Marvin was in Wago County, and the Cedar Springs area prior to Rachel and Shannon's disappearance in June 1997. Authorities believe that Rachel's friend, John Weeks, was the unidentified man who picked her and Shannon up from her father's residence prior to their disappearances. He was also an acquaintance of Marvin. John also vanished in June 1997 and has never been located. Authorities brought the FBI to investigate the bizarre case. They discovered that Marvin was using the alias of Robert Allen. An investigation was launched into Marvin's background. Authorities discovered that he was collecting Social Security checks under the name Robert Allen in 1997. Allen was a mentally disabled transient from Grand Rapids and had been missing for some time. Marvin was arrested and convicted of Social Security fraud in July 1998 and was sentenced to 5 years in federal prison. He was charged with Rachel's murder in March 2001. Authorities dredged Oxford Lake in May 2001 to recover possible evidence against Marvin, but nothing was located. Authorities stated that keys found in his residence fit the locks placed on Rachel's body. They admitted that the locks, chain, and handcuffs found with Rachel had not been checked for fingerprints. Prints were not found on the duct tape which covered her face. Marvin was convicted of Rachel's murder in early March 2002 and sentenced to death shortly thereafter. His death sentence was overturned on a technicality in 2011, but this was reversed and the sentence reinstated in 2013. The appeals court ruled it was virtually undisputed that Marvin had killed Shannon as well as her mother. While in jail awaiting trial for Rachel's murder, Marvin gave a map of Oxford Lake to another prisoner which he had written the following: "Body of 3, 1 found." Wayne Davis's body was found in a lake less than a mile behind Marvin's parents' home, 5 years to the day after Rachel's was located. Authorities believe Marvin was responsible for his murder, but he hasn't been charged in that case. John Weeks, Robert Allen, and Shannon Verhaeghe have never been found. Marvin Gabriel is currently on death row. Foul play is suspected in all the disappearances due to the circumstances involved, and as of today, this case remains unsolved. Brittany Ann Beers was born on August 1st, 1991 and lived in Sturgis, Michigan with her mother Tina Stetler and her uncle James Allen Beers. On September 16, 1997, at the age of 6, she was playing outside of her family's residence at Village Manor Apartments. At 7:30 p.m., she went outside to ride her bicycle and her mother left to run errands at approximately 8:30 p.m. and saw her daughter riding her bicycle around the neighborhood at that time. Brittany's half-brother told authorities that a few minutes after their mother left, he saw his sister sitting on a bench. A witness told investigators that he saw Brittany talking to an unidentified male driving a red or brown mid-sized vehicle shortly thereafter. Brittany walked over to the witness and told him that she made a new friend. Tina returned home at approximately 9:05 p.m. and asked Brittany's brother to find her. The authorities were summoned when she could not be located. Brittany's bicycle was discovered abandoned shortly after she was last seen. Also, a bloodhound was able to track Brittany's scent to the parking lot of a nearby convenience store, frequently used by interstate truckers, but the scent stopped there. Sketches of the unidentified man seen speaking to Brittany were distributed through the area in the days following her disappearance. It is not known if the man is connected to her case. He was in his late 20s or early 30s with short dark hair and a thick mustache and was driving either a mid-sized red car or a brown Renault. Police are still looking for the man. He is not being caught a suspect, but a witness whom they would like to question. Rumors about the family started to circulate through the streets and neighbors spoke of neglect and abuse in the household. Several people noted that Brittany was often spotted playing outside on her own and once told a neighbor that her mother would lock her out of the house if she was bad. Months after Brittany's disappearance, her 13-year-old brother and 3-year-old sister were removed from the home by the court after allegations of child physical and sexual abuse and neglect. Brittany's father Raymond Beers, his brother James Beers, and Kevin Folsom, the father of one of her half-brothers, were allegedly involved in the abuse of the children. Folsom was imprisoned for molesting Brittany, but he was released in 2008. At some point after Brittany went missing, her mother had a termination petition hearing in which she volunteered to give up her parental rights. She admitted that she just didn't have the accommodation or finance to take care of her 2 remaining children. The last photograph of Brittany was taken the day before she disappeared. There was a stark change in her appearance, with all her hair having been chopped off. She had said that her Uncle James chopped her hair because he said she wasn't taking care of it. In 2015, police named Daniel Furlong as a person of interest in Brittany's abduction. He abducted, sexually assaulted, and killed 11-year-old Jodi Parak in 2007. The case was not solved until 2015 after Furlong abducted a 10-year-old girl who subsequently escaped from him. After he became a suspect in the child's abduction, he provided a DNA sample which linked him to Jodi's murder. He subsequently confessed to the murder, pled guilty, and was sentenced to life in prison. He stated he had picked Jodi at random. Daniel Furlong bears a striking resemblance to the sketch of the man seen with Brittany prior to her disappearance. His known crimes were like Brittany's disappearance, and Jodi closely resembled her. He has maintained his innocence in her case, but remains one of the few persons of interest, and as of today, this case remains unsolved. Kelly Marie Brownlee was 17 years old in 1982. She was staying with her boyfriend Mark Graves and his family in their apartment in Walled Lake, Michigan. She had moved out of her family's home in West Bloomfield, Michigan, after telling friends that her stepfather, Paul Brownlee, abused her. Her friends stated that they had seen bruises on Kelly's body before she vanished. On May 20th, 1982, she and her boyfriend Mark Graves took the bus together to their high school. Kelly skipped her classes that day and hitchhiked to the 12 Oaks Mall in Novi, Michigan, where she applied for jobs at several stores. Kelly was seen around 11 a.m. by a friend's mother who offered her a ride, but she declined and said she wanted to place more applications before going home. It's unclear if she was returning to the Graves or the Brownlees' residence, but she had listed the Brownlee address on all of her applications. This was the last confirmed sighting of Kelly. 4 years before Kelly's disappearance in 1997, her stepfather Paul Brownlee had pled guilty to fourth-degree criminal sexual misconduct when Kelly's older sister Kim filed charges against him. Kim then moved to California, where the girl's biological father resided. Kelly remained in Michigan, where she had a good relationship with their mother Loretta. Kelly had occasionally moved out of the family's home due to problems with Paul. Loretta stated that Kelly was planning to move back to West Bloomfield once Paul left the residence. However, Loretta did not divorce Paul until 1985, 3 years after Kelly disappeared. But there were apparently ongoing discussions about the plan at the time. Her boyfriend Mark Graves reported Kelly missing when she did not return to either residence or call him by 9 p.m. A search was initiated soon after, but little evidence was located. Graves was ruled out as a suspect early in the investigation. Speculation began to center around the stepfather Paul Brownlee, who claimed that he was visiting his father-in-law's grave and going to the gym on the day Kelly disappeared. Paul also claimed he had not been abusive to Kelly and even placed a $1,000 reward for anyone who had information regarding her disappearance. Authorities had no evidence that Paul did anything to Kelly other than possibly abuse her. He keeps insisting he has nothing to do with her disappearance and even goes as far as handing over what he calls leads in the case to authorities in West Bloomfield. Strangely, he has continued to refuse any kind of an official interview by police even though he claims he's innocent. In 1991, he brought a Jacobson's catalog to detectives, showing them a photo of a girl modeling a bathing suit. He told them he thought it was Kelly and gave the detectives the number to the advertising people at Jacobson's. However, the girl in the picture was around 12 years old and Kelly would have been 26. In July 1982, Paul would finally agree to a police interview, but it would get them nowhere, and he would once again state his innocence. He retained an attorney and refused to submit to a polygraph test the same month. Having little evidence to implicate Paul, other than rumors of abuse towards Kelly, investigators began to look elsewhere for clues. They suspected that counterfeiting operator James Mitchell DeBartolabin may have had a connection to Kelly's case. DeBartolabin's residence was searched by United States Secret Service agents in November 1983 in Northern Virginia. Investigators would find numerous journals, audio tapes, and photos of various women being forced to do acts against their will. He was suspected of attacking and murdering many women as well as conducting his counterfeiting ring. He also apparently had a thing for brunette female hitchhikers. Kelly was a brunette and often used hitchhiking as a method of transportation. Photos were given to Loretta for purposes of attempting to identify Kelly, but there was not a connection. DeBarda Laban has since been ruled out as a suspect in Kelly's case. He did not cooperate with authorities in their investigation of another young brunette's disappearance, Judith Chartier from Massachusetts, and remains a suspect in that case. Surprisingly, in 2018, authorities announced that Arthur Nelson Ream was a possible suspect in Kelly's case. And in the disappearances of Cynthia Kuhn, Kimberly King, Kim Laro, and Nadine Odell. He was convicted of sexual assault in the 1970s, and in 1986 he murdered Cindy Zarzicki, a 13-year-old girl who was dating his son. He confessed to the murder of Cindy in 2008 and led authorities to her body, which was buried in a shallow grave 30 miles from Detroit, Michigan. While in prison, Ream reportedly told cellmates he was a serial killer with 4 to 6 victims. In May 2018, police began digging at the same property where Cindy had been buried, expecting to find the bodies of other missing girls there. However, after a week, no human remains were located and the digging stopped. Another search was conducted in 2019 as police believed their bodies would be found somewhere on the north side of the Clinton River, south of 23 Mile Road and North Avenue, but nothing was found there either. As of today, Kelly Brownlee has never been found and her case remains unsolved. Mindy Arnett gave birth to her daughter, Jersey Arnett, on January 31, 2002. 5 weeks later, according to a neglect case filed with the Ingham County Circuit Court, Child Protective Services received an anonymous complaint that Mindy was mentally unstable, abused drugs, and neglected her daughter. Court records show that Mindy once said she wished she never gave birth to Jersey. In March, she threatened her and her baby's life. The next day, Mindy was taken to Washtenaw County Community Mental Health and temporarily lost custody of Jersey. Mindy's sister in Flint, Michigan received temporary custody of the baby. Mindy was living with her parents in Stockbridge, Michigan during this time. She was taking psychiatric medication, attending weekly parenting classes, and making progress towards regaining custody of her daughter, and was visiting her frequently. But at 6:30 p.m. on August 14th, Mindy's sister and her husband left Mindy along with Jersey at their home while the couple went out to dinner. When they returned, both were missing. At 2 a.m. the next morning on August 15th, Mindy's 1992 Honda Civic Del Sol was found parked midspan on the Mackinac Bridge, about 200 feet above the Straits of Mackinac. State police behavioral scientists reviewed the woman's background and said she's the type who could have jumped. A motorist reported seeing a vehicle matching Mindy's parked in the northbound passing lane about an hour before she disappeared. A woman was out of the vehicle and was reaching inside a rear door where the infant's seat was located. Mindy later drove north to the toll booth area, turned around and drove to the south end of the span, got off at an exit, briefly entered Interstate 75, then returned and again drove northbound on the bridge. Mindy's purse, her keys, a diaper bag, and a half-empty baby bottle were also in the car. With the previous threats to kill herself and her daughter, and with an attempt on her own life early in 2002, authorities believe Mindy jumped off the Mackinac Bridge with 6-month-old Jersey. An extensive search of the Straits of Mackinac turned up no signs of them, and their bodies have never been found. As of today, this case remains unsolved. DeJuan Christian Sims was born October 29, 1990. His mother, Duanna Wiggins, previously Duanna Harris, told authorities that her son disappeared while shopping with her at the Wonderland Mall in Livonia, Michigan on December 11, 1994. Duanna stated her son was walking along the corridor between the Target store and the main area of the shopping mall with her when he suddenly vanished at approximately 2:30 p.m. Investigators administered 2 polygraph tests to Duanna shortly after Duanna disappeared, and she failed both. Authorities stated that they did not believe her story and thought Duanna was never at the Wonderland Mall with his mother the day he disappeared. No witnesses saw him there, and he didn't show up on the tapes from the mall's 12 surveillance cameras either. Witnesses did see Duanna arrive at the mall alone at 3:30 p.m., an hour after she says DeJuan disappeared. In the days after he went missing, His mother said she felt like she was being treated as a suspect. Duana has maintained her innocence and said in 1995 that she was in therapy to deal with her son's disappearance. She has never been charged in connection with Duan's case due to lack of evidence, and no suspects have been identified. Her mother said Duana was emotionally devastated by her son's disappearance and would have never hurt her child. He had a life insurance policy taken out by his grandmother, but his grandmother said it was for Duan's college education and his mother didn't even know about it. Duan's father passed a polygraph in his son's disappearance and isn't considered a suspect, and also said he believed Duana was a good mother. In the years following Duan's disappearance, his mother moved to Durham, North Carolina. 25 years after his disappearance in December of 2019, a man came forward claiming he believed he could be that missing child. She asked him things that only she and her son would know about Duan, like his birth date and some birthmarks he had as a child. The man was unable to answer her questions. Police said the man also suggested that him and Duana meet each other at a police station, but she was not comfortable with that. The man gave his DNA to Livonia police to be tested, and it was not a match. Sadly, Duana passed away in 2020, and as of today, this case remains unsolved. Case of Yvonne Baldelli, a hellish love story on a heavenly island. Sometimes the search for paradise on Earth can lead one straight into a real-life hell from which escape is impossible. However, it's only fair to note that a significant factor in this journey is who accompanies you in search of this paradise. Choosing a companion should always be done with the utmost care and caution. Yet sometimes even the person who seems closest and dearest can turn into a true, merciless monster. The tale of Yvonne Baldelli and Brian Brimmager began like something out of a fairy tale. Yvonne thought she had found true love, for which she was ready to run to the ends of the earth. However, from the very beginning, her relationship raised concerns among Yvonne's family, who disapproved of her partner. Unfortunately, the family's worries were not unfounded. This complex case started in 2011, when a happy and in love Yvonne left with her beloved for a tropical island. As it turned out, she was heading straight towards her own demise. Only several years later, disfigured fragments of her body were discovered in the swamp, bagged alongside the remains of her cherished pets. Yvonne's family exerted considerable effort to achieve justice, efforts that cost another family member their life. Who was Yvonne Baldelli? Yvonne Olivia Baldelli Mayfold was born on June 30, 1969, in a small town in the southern part of sunny California. She was the third and youngest child of Marjorie and James Fold, growing up alongside her older brother Michael and sister Michelle, with whom she shared a particularly close bond from childhood. When Yvonne was 13, her mother passed away after a long illness. A year later, her father remarried to Lillian Faust, and the grown children developed wonderful relationships with their stepmother, a kind and caring woman who loved her husband's children as her own. Yvonne received a solid education and explored several career paths, but her main passion was always fashion design, and she dreamed of turning her hobby into a profitable business. However, luck never seemed to be on her side when it came to her personal life. She was married twice, but both marriages ended in separation. Additionally, a surgery she underwent in her youth, followed by complications, left Yvonne unable to have children. After divorcing her second husband, Kevin Baldelli, in 2007, Yvonne lived alone in her small apartment with her beloved dog, whom she affectionately called her child. She remained in constant contact with her father and sister, calling them almost daily, and making an effort to see her family at least once a month. Meeting Brian and the love triangle. In 2009, as Yvonne was preparing to celebrate her 40th birthday, she met a Marine named Brian Brimmager. At that time, he was legally married and raising a young son with his wife. Despite this, Brian was open to having an affair and shared with his mistress how unhappy he was in his marriage, claiming he had unfiled for divorce solely because of his child, whom he didn't want to distress. Baldelli fell for this fit and handsome man at first sight and believed every word he said. Having experienced the pain of a loveless marriage herself and knowing how hard it can be to leave such a relationship, she didn't rush her partner, believing that the presence of a child was indeed the main obstacle. However, Brian wasn't as straightforward and sincere as he appeared. From a young age, his attractive looks had made him very popular with the opposite sex. He was accustomed to juggling multiple relationships simultaneously and expertly deceived the women who fell for him, promising each one marriage, a family, and eternal love. It soon came to light that the married Brimmager was not only seeing Yvonne, but also had another mistress. This other woman was Christine Verhoeven, a stunning blonde with extensive connections. She was an analyst at the White House and had made a remarkable career during George W. Bush Jr. administration. When Yvonne discovered the existence of another rival, she decided to confront the issue head-on and was ready to fight for the man she loved. Gathering her courage, she called her lover's wife to inform her that Brian was cheating on her with not just one, but two women. This revelation sparked a major scandal, forcing Brian to make a difficult choice. Eventually, he chose Yvonne, though it's possible she pressured him into making this decision. A few months later, Brian officially divorced his wife and moved in with his new love interest. At that time, he was still serving in the Marines, but had been contemplating ending his military career for a while. The couple seemed genuinely happy, but Yvonne's relatives remained wary of her new partner, doubting the sincerity of his feelings. Moving to a tropical paradise. In the summer of 2011, Brian began to talk about radically changing his life, leaving the service, moving away from the bustling city, and settling down on the tropical island. Yvonne shared his sentiments, supported him in everything, and was ready to follow him wherever and whenever he decided. She believed she had met the most important man in her life and adored him. By September of the same year, the decision was final. The couple chose to move to Panama and settle on the small island of Coronero, a place that could truly be called a paradise. Yvonne informed her family just before leaving, so they had no chance to persuade her to reconsider. Yvonne sold her apartment, quit her job, and started packing for the journey. She took only a few bikinis, shorts, tank tops, and her sewing machine, hoping to fulfill her dream of opening a small boutique to create and sell custom outfits to tourists on the new island. In early September, Brian, Yvonne, and her beloved little dog flew to Panama. They spent a couple of days in the country's capital before taking a ferry to Coronero Island, where they rented a house right on the ocean front. The climate was hot and humid with little temperature variation, attracting a steady flow of tourists throughout the year, primarily diving and surfing enthusiasts. The island was just 1 square kilometer, so one could leisurely walk around it in about an hour. All the infrastructure was located along the coast, while the interior was dense jungle and swampy areas teeming with venomous snakes, spiders, and other wildlife, making it unsafe to venture into. Brian, who had been an excellent guitar player since his youth, brought his instrument with the intention of starting a musical career on the island, performing in entertainment venues. Within a week after moving, he had made connections with several local bar owners, and one of them happily offered him a job. He played in the evenings, entertaining the crowd, but his appreciative audience often bought him drinks as a compliment, leading him to drink heavily almost daily. Yvonne's business also developed very slowly with weak sales and virtually no profit. However, she didn't lose heart. She started working at one of the bars and even adopted a second dog she found on the island and decided to keep. She communicated with her sister, Michelle Valenzuela, almost daily, sharing everything. But her messages became increasingly shorter and more somber, which worried her family. The first few months on the island seemed like paradise to the couple. Yvonne hoped that Brian would propose and they would have a romantic wedding ceremony on the ocean shore. But time passed. Brian didn't rush into marriage, and their relationship rapidly deteriorated. The mysterious disappearance. In early December, stopped receiving messages from Yvonne, which raised her concerns significantly. Then, on December 14, 2011, Brian unexpectedly called Michelle, inquiring when he could stop by to pick up his SUV, which he had left in her garage before heading to Panama. This call and question caught Michelle off guard. It meant Brian had returned to the US and wanted to retrieve his vehicle. But where was Yvonne? Why hadn't she come back or even called? In response, Brian claimed he had explained everything in an email sent a few days earlier. He also mentioned that his now ex-girlfriend had supposedly sent her a message explaining the situation. Michelle checked her messages but found nothing, so she turned to her email. Indeed, there were 2 unread messages, one from her sister and one from her boyfriend. In his message, Brian stated that Yvonne had left him, running off with a new lover to Costa Rica. The other message, supposedly from Yvonne, claimed she had left Brian upon discovering his infidelity and learning that another woman had given birth to his child. It concluded with her saying she had met another man and gone to Costa Rica with him. The other woman turned out to be Brian's old friend, Christine Verhoeven, with whom he had been involved all along, and who was pregnant with his child when he and Yvonne flew to Panama. At first glance, everything seemed plausible and logical, especially since Yvonne couldn't have children. The news that her partner had fathered a child with someone else could have been devastating for her. However, Yvonne wasn't known for impulsive actions, and she would have certainly called her sister to discuss such significant changes in her life. Moreover, the tone of the supposed message from Yvonne was somewhat odd and unlike her previous communications, which raised further suspicions. When Michelle tried to determine her sister's current whereabouts, she couldn't get any concrete information. Calls went unanswered, and the messages that came through were brief and detached, saying things like, "I'm okay. I need some time. I'm not ready to talk about this." Michelle suggested that Brian should join her in filing a missing persons report. Brian appeared nervous but insisted it wasn't necessary, claiming Yvonne was fine, capable of taking care of herself, and would decide when to come home on her own. Despite Brian's reluctance even to discuss the matter and his hasty departure after picking up his vehicle, a message from Yvonne's phone soon arrived, stating she planned to return home in January for their father's birthday. This message provided Michelle with some relief, and she decided to wait a few more weeks, hoping Yvonne would return as indicated in the message. Search efforts and surprising discoveries. By mid-January, not only had Yvonne not returned home, but she also hadn't called even once during that time, and her messages had completely stopped. Moreover, Michelle was shocked to learn that Brian had gotten married to the mother of his child, Christine Verhoeven, right before the new year, which seemed very odd since he had parted ways with his former girlfriend just a few weeks before the celebration. Concerned, Michelle finally went to the police and reported her sister missing, suspecting that Yvonne had not gone to Costa Rica. An official inquiry sent to Panama confirmed her fears. It was definitively established that Yvonne Baldelli had not left the country. Valenzuela then turned to her cousin, a programmer, to help trace the IP address from which Yvonne's messages were sent, determining their actual origin. It turned out the emails, supposedly sent by Ivan from Costa Rica in December, were actually sent from Dana Point, California, where Brian was located. The same IP address was used for an email sent by Brian himself. With the situation becoming increasingly alarming, Michelle hurriedly informed the police about her discovery. Valenzuela reached out to the FBI and the State Department, sharing her suspicions that Brian had harmed her sister in Panama, and then continued to send messages from her phone and email, pretending to be her for about a month. However, there was not enough solid evidence at the time to arrest him, so law enforcement could only interview him and continue gathering proof of his guilt. It was revealed that Brian had proposed to Christine while still in Panama with Yvonne. He promised Verhoeven that he would soon return. They would get married and raise their daughter together. Moreover, Christine was unaware that her child's father had gone to the island with another woman, as he had told her he was there on business. The family's own investigation. 2 months after the woman's disappearance, her sister and niece personally flew to Panama. There, they sought the expertise of Don Winner, a former U.S. intelligence officer turned investigator, specializing in locating missing U.S. citizens. They shared the story of Yvonne's disappearance and the version of events provided by Brian. Winner, after listening to them, immediately expressed concern that the chances of Yvonne being alive were slim. With vast experience in such investigations and leveraging his connections, Winner decided to put pressure on the Panamanian government and publicize the case, turning the disappearance of an American woman into international news. A press conference was also organized with the participation of Yvonne's family members. Later, Yvonne's father, stepmother, brother, and several other relatives and close friends arrived in Panama to join the search and assist the investigation. Together, they went to the tropical island of Caramaro, combing it thoroughly, yet they found no trace of Baldelli. Their search efforts were hampered by dense undergrowth and swampy marshes teeming with wildlife. In addition, the family questioned the island's residents about how well they knew Brian and Yvonne and what they could say about them. It turned out that the couple had recently been heavily indulging in alcoholic beverages and were frequently involved in loud disputes, unconcerned about those around them. Almost daily, they were seen in bars drinking alcohol and having heated arguments. Furthermore, people began to notice bruises and scratches on Yvonne's face and body. She almost never took off her sunglasses, seemingly to hide the bruises under her eyes. The landlord of the house the couple had rented confirmed that neighbors regularly complained about the noise, screams, and cursing coming from their residence. Simultaneously, FBI agents brought a special team of divers to the island to scour the waters around it for any potential evidence or remains of the missing woman. Unfortunately, these searches did not yield any success. The prime suspect and the first solid evidence. From the outset, Ryan was the prime suspect in the case, but there was nothing concrete to charge him with. He denied any involvement, consistently retouting the same story about his ex-partner running off with another man. It wasn't until September 21, 2012, that Brimmager was finally interrogated, and a search was conducted in his home. At the time, his wife Christine was at work, while Brian was unemployed, staying at home with their child and indulging in his favorite pastime, playing golf. Initially, he appeared confident, repeating that Yvonne had left him after finding out about his child with another woman. However, he became visibly nervous when the police mentioned that the last messages sent in Yvonne's name came from his area and expressed interest in examining the laptop found on his table. The seized laptop turned out to belong to Yvonne, with messages sent from it after she supposedly fled. A photo of the missing woman with a bruise under her eye was found on the computer, as well as a screenshot of a conversation from November, where Brian and Christine discussed their ongoing affair and shared daughter, presumably how Baldelli learned about them. Moreover, the laptop's search history from November 26, 2011, contained queries such as how to clean blood and how to remove blood from a mattress. These pieces of evidence were significant, but circumstantial, since neither a body nor a mattress with blood stains was found. The fact that Brian had been sending messages pretending to be Yvonne didn't definitively prove him guilty. Soon, Don Winner discovered that before leaving Panama, Brimmager had sold a machete he owned. In an online conversation with a potential buyer, he joked that he had used the weapon just once to finish off a stripper. The joke was macabre, prompting authorities to track down the new owner of the machete and seize the blade for examination, which initially revealed nothing conclusive. The long-awaited arrest. The police overlooked another crucial detail, Yvonne's bank card, which Brian used after her disappearance. To add credibility to his story, before returning to the States, he decided to make a trip to Costa Rica and use the missing woman's card a couple of times, creating the illusion that she had indeed fled to that country. He paid for his tickets in cash and withdrew money from different locations in San Jose, draining the card before discarding it. However, Brimmager failed to consider that he was captured on surveillance cameras at the ATMs. It wasn't until July 2013, a year and a half after the woman's disappearance, that her relatives, armed with all the evidence gathered by the police, FBI agents, and Don Winner, finally managed to secure Brian's arrest. Initially, he was detained on charges of making false statements and obstructing the investigation, as there was nothing more substantial to charge him with at that time. By then, he had become a father for the second time. Christine had given birth to a son just a week before his arrest. Authorities attempted to engage the suspect in a candid conversation, offering him a chance to confess to the crime and disclose the location of the body, but Brian consistently denied any wrongdoing. His lawyer also insisted on the absence of a body or direct evidence proving Ivan's demise and Brian's involvement in it. The gruesome discovery in the swamp. Just 2 months after Brimmager's arrest, a significant breakthrough occurred in the case. On the island of Caranero, a worker taking a shortcut wandered into the swampy underbrush and spotted an army backpack barely visible above the waters, driven by curiosity and hoping to find something valuable or useful inside. He looked in the bag, only to recoil in horror at the sight of a human skull staring back at him. He immediately reported his find to the police, and responding officers took the backpack for examination. Inside were fragments of a human body along with the remains of 2 small dogs. The remains had been chopped up, placed in the bag, and discarded in a location where it was assumed they would never be found. DNA testing confirmed that the human remains belonged to Yvonne, although limbs were missing. Mythologists also determined that she had been brutally beaten before her demise, with a broken nose, cheekbone, and several missing teeth. The demise of the dogs was probably orchestrated to lend credence to the narrative, as it seemed implausible that she would willingly leave behind her cherished pets on the island, suggesting a scenario where they were eliminated and laid to rest alongside their owner. When the chop marks found on the victim's bones were matched with the blade of the machete, there was no doubt. The body had been dismembered using this weapon, as each blade has its own signature, akin to a person's fingerprints. With this evidence, Brian was formally charged with murder, dismemberment, and concealing a crime. The trial and verdict. In early 2014, Michelle Valenzuela was diagnosed with an advanced stage of aggressive cancer. She had been so consumed by the investigation into her sister's case that she neglected her deteriorating health, postponing visits to the doctor. After undergoing intensive treatment for about 6 months and realizing it was in vain, she decided to dedicate the last months of her life to seeking justice for her sister. In September 2014, when doctors told Michelle she had only a few weeks left, she declared that although she was losing her battle with the disease, she would continue to fight for her sister until her last breath. Choosing to make her testimony in front of Brian, she detailed everything she knew and submitted all their correspondence with Yvonne to the court. She meticulously described Brian's actions after her sister's disappearance and then fainted from weakness. Michelle passed away 3 days later. The prosecution argued that on the evening of November 26th, following another argument with Yvonne, when she discovered Brian's communications with Christine, Brian, in a fit of rage and under the influence of alcohol, assaulted Yvonne and then fatally stabbed her. He then dismembered her body in the bathtub using the machete, also using it to take the live Yvonne's beloved dogs, and placed the remains in his military backpack. The limbs that didn't fit in the bag were dumped in the ocean, dropped off a rocky cliff early in the morning along with the blood-stained mattress. Brian carried the backpack deep into the island and submerged it in a swamp. For the next few weeks, he continued living in the same coastal house, meticulously erasing any evidence of the crime. He told everyone on the island a story about his flighty girlfriend leaving him for a new lover, a story that sounded convincing enough that locals sympathized with Brian. And he even managed to find a new girlfriend, Nicole Powell, who comforted him for a few weeks until his departure to the U.S. However, at the trial, Nicole testified against Brian, accusing him of lying and cruelty. Faced with irrefutable evidence, Brian was forced to admit his guilt, but insisted that it was self-defense, claiming Yvonne had first attacked him with a knife, which he then used against her. He claimed all subsequent actions were carried out in the state of shock, asserting he didn't remember dismembering and packing the body, taking the lives of the dogs, and so forth. However, his internet searches and attempts to eliminate evidence spoke to his full awareness and attempts to fabricate a story to justify Yvonne's absence. In the spring of 2016, Brian was found guilty of manslaughter and sentenced to only 26 years in prison with the possibility of parole in 2035. His service in the Marines was considered during sentencing, allowing him to avoid a life sentence. Lastly, Brian's wife, Christine Verhoeven, stated she still believed in her husband's innocence and would support him no matter what. On October 22, 1997, Levi Frady arrived home from school on the school bus around 3:30 p.m. He then called his mother, Marilyn, at work and told her he was going to a friend's house. His mother told him to be back home by 6:30 p.m. Levi got on his red bicycle with his backpack on and started the less than a mile journey to his friend's house. Once he was there, He and his friend rode their bikes over to another boy's home where they jumped on the trampoline. But they had to leave because the boy was going to dinner with his family. And so Levi and his friend rode over to another boy's home, and Levi went in to use their phone. Levi called home at 6:38 p.m. His mother was in the bathtub, and so his twin sister Lacey answered the phone. It had already gotten dark outside, and Levi was scared to come home. But his sister told him his mother wanted him straight home. So Levi did as he was told. He would leave his friend's house about 6:45 p.m., but he decided to take a different path home. Levi was scared of some dogs on his normal route on Pickle Slime Road and decided to go down Little Mill Road to avoid them. Little Mill Road is a well-traveled road between Highway 306 and 369 around 6:50 p.m. A resident in the area reported seeing him pedaling away with a small black dog following close behind him. A few minutes later, a woman drove past a man between 35 and 60 years old with grayish-black or brown hair that appeared scraggly and unkempt. The woman was lost and attempted to ask the man for directions. Strangely, the man did not respond to her and quickly walked off into the woods. By 7 p.m., his mother got very worried and called the friend's house to find out what happened to Levi, but they never answered. Marilyn and Lacey then left home in search of Levi. They returned home and continued making phone calls to Levi's friends, searching for answers. At 2 a.m. the next morning, his mom once again left to go search for Levi. Around 7 a.m., his bicycle was seen by residents heading to work, but they did not think much of it. During this time, Levi's grandfather and other relatives were out looking for him as well. They found his bicycle in a ditch and brought it back to his house. At this point, around 8 a.m., his mother reported him missing to Forsyth County Sheriff's Office. Law enforcement would begin their search around the Little Mill Road area where Levi was last seen but turned up nothing. Sadly, 6 hours after Levi was reported missing, his body was found by hunters partially submerged in a water-filled ditch in the Dawson Forest Game Management Area in Dawson County, over 20 miles from where he was last seen. An autopsy revealed that Levi had been shot 3 times. Residents helped the police draw up composite sketches of 2 possible witnesses. One sketch was of the man walking along Little Mill Road. The second sketch was from the hunter from Dawson Forest. That was interviewed that night and gave a description of a man dressed in a dress shirt and a tire, which seemed out of place in Dawson Forest. He also gave a description of a small blue Toyota truck with a white camper shell seen in the area close to the crime scene around 10 a.m. that morning. The case has gone cold over the years, but investigators with the GBI say leads keep coming in and they have received a number of tips. Investigators say there was no sexual assault, no robbery, and no apparent motive other than the suspect may have had intentions of a sexual assault, but was unable to for whatever reason. The only thing good to come out of this case was the creation of Levi's Call for Missing Children, Georgia's version of the Amber Alert in honor of Levi Frady. It was designed to inform the public quickly when a confirmed abduction has occurred. No suspects have ever been arrested in Levi's case, and as of today, it remains unsolved. Hannah Truelove was found deceased on August 24, 2012, when she was only 16 years old. When her mother, Mona Harris, returned home from work on August 23, 2012, she noticed her daughter was not there. Mona saw a male tossed on the couch, which meant Hannah was home at some point. They lived in apartments that were gated on Dawsonville Highway in Gainesville, Georgia. She didn't think much of this and decided to take a nap. When she awoke a while later, her daughter still wasn't home and panic began to ensue. She then called her ex-husband and Hannah's father, Jeff Truelove, and asked if she was with him. Jeff informed her she wasn't, and so Mona started to call Hannah's friends, but they hadn't seen her either. She would then contact the Hall County Police Department and report her daughter missing. Hannah was last seen with friends in the common area of the Lake Lanier Club Apartments around 7:30 p.m. on the 23rd, where she and her mother lived. Law enforcement would begin searching the area around the apartments, but a major storm was on its way, forcing them to end the search early. The storm would drop 3 inches of rain that night. The next day, on August 24, 2012, a man walking his dog, would find her body behind the Lake Lanier Club apartments in a heavily wooded area about a quarter-mile from her apartment. Due to the rain, the night Hannah disappeared, her body had been submerged in water for a period of time, and so a lot of trace evidence and blood evidence were washed away. The results from the autopsy were withheld from the public, but they did state that she had been stabbed multiple times. A witness told investigators that the night of Hannah's disappearance, a silver car with 3 unidentified male teens had pulled into the apartment complex. A male subject exited the vehicle and walked around a tree line out of sight of the witness. When the male subject returned about 10 minutes later, Hannah was seen walking about 10 to 15 steps behind the teen. The witness saw them walk across the parking lot and behind a building near the area where she was found dead. While that teen remains a person of interest, witnesses saw her alive after that, so it is very unlikely she was murdered at that time. Another silver car was seen in the area with a man in it, and the GBI put out a statement that they were looking for a 1990s to early 2000s 4-door Chevrolet or Dodge, possibly light silver in color with front-end damage. As of today, this person has never been identified. Her father would tell the police that a fellow student at Hannah's school had been harassing her, and she was scared to ride the school bus. Her father believes the student may have threatened her in the past. Some people believe her Twitter account might have held some possible clues, because on August 12, 2012, she tweeted, "I got me an ugly-ass stalker." And on August 18th, she tweeted, "So scared right now." And on August 19th, she tweeted, "Every time we talk, I feel sick." It is not clear who the tweets were directed at, but investigators feel it was just Hannah venting on Twitter and there was never a legitimate threat. Even though investigators had many possible leads to start, the case is run cold and as of today remains unsolved. On May 17, 1990, 18-year-old Rhonda Sue Coleman was 2 weeks away from graduating Jeff Davis High School in Hazelhurst, Georgia. That night, part of the graduating class gathered to decorate a graduation banner to put up at school. After the banner decorating party, Rhonda and a few other students went to a nearby convenience store. Rhonda's friends would later tell police that a little after 10 p.m., Rhonda said she had to leave to get home to her 10:30 p.m. curfew. She said she was going to go through the nearby Hardee's drive-thru, then make the 3-mile drive home. That same night, one of Rhonda's classmates, Layla Marshall, couldn't make it to the banner decorating festivities because of her work schedule. When she got off work, she stopped at her boyfriend's house before driving home. Rhonda lived only 2 miles from Layla's house. Around 10:30 p.m. on her drive from her boyfriend's house to her own, she passed a car that was pulled over on a dirt road with its lights on. She quickly realized that the car belonged to Rhonda, and so she turned around to see if she was okay. When Layla got out of her car, she saw that Rhonda's car was still running, the lights were on, and that the driver's door was open. However, Rhonda was nowhere to be found. Layla turned off the engine and went back to her boyfriend's house to call police. She stated she and her boyfriend returned to the car to wait for the police. Meanwhile, Rhonda's parents, Milton and Gail Coleman, were worried about their daughter, who is now late for her curfew. Rhonda's dad, Milton, said his daughter was almost never late coming home, and if she was, she would always call ahead of time. Around 11 p.m., Milton decided to drive around to see if he could find Rhonda. After waiting for about 30 minutes at Rhonda's car with no sign of the police, Layla and her boyfriend went back to the boyfriend's house to call again and then returned to Rhonda's car. Police arrived at Rhonda's car around 11:40 p.m. over an hour later. While out driving to look for Rhonda, her father Milton came across the police at the scene of Rhonda's car. Police found Rhonda's purse inside her car and found footprints leading from her car towards the tire tracks of another vehicle. The tire marks indicated that another vehicle, other than Layla's, had pulled over on the side of the road that night. 3 days later, on May 20th, 1990, Rhonda's body was found by a hunter about 15 miles from where her car had been found. It was in a rural, wooded area in Montgomery County, Georgia, off a country road. Rhonda's body was fully clothed and she had been burned. Investigators explained Rhonda's cause of death is undetermined because of the state of her body, which made it difficult to find her exact cause of death. Said that everyone who saw Rhonda on her last night alive is a person of interest, but no arrests have been made in the case. Rhonda was planning to attend Georgia Southern University to become a pediatric nurse. Her parents received her honorary diploma at Jeff Davis High School just 2 weeks after she was found. As of today, this case remains unsolved. Timothy James Guy was born August 8, 1968, and was nicknamed Tim. He moved to Forsyth County, Georgia from his family's home in Snellville, Georgia shortly before he disappeared in February 1987 at the age of 18. Tim is described as a naive person with a mild learning disability. He worked as a stable hand and also lived at the Sleepy Fox Farm, a horse ranch in Forsyth County, about 25 miles from his family's home. The farm has since been demolished and built over with a residential establishment. His fellow workers last saw Tim at approximately 9:30 p.m. on February 6th as he was preparing to return to his parents' home in Snailville for the weekend. According to the head foreman at the farm, Philip Klinger, he was accompanied by an unidentified white male known only as Jeff. Philip said Jeff and Tim entered the vehicle and drove away, and they were never seen again. Philip is described as a tyrant. He has an extensive criminal history but has since passed away. Tim's family stated that he never arrived in Snailville the previous weekend and filed a missing persons report with authorities. It is strongly believed that Jeff never existed and that Philip made up the story. Not long after Tim disappeared, a man named Tom stated he had found out that Tim was killed and his body put in a tree shredder and his remains were dumped into the Chattahoochee River. Many people believe that Philip murdered Tim and made up the story about the man named Jeff. Philip's daughter Dawn has sent many Facebook messages bragging about her father killing him. She has made several statements that Tim will never be found. It is reported that the farm was a cover-up for drug activity and that Tim may have witnessed illegal activity on the farm and was murdered as a result. Tim's father was watching the farm after he disappeared and witnessed Philip walking away from 2 rock crushers located a half a mile from the farm. His family just wants his body so they can lay him to rest, but sadly, as of today, this case remains unsolved. Joshua Scott Adams was born on August 8, 1987. He was athletic and enjoyed fishing and riding four-wheelers and lived in Jackson County, Georgia. He worked with his father and brother with the family business. On May 20, 2013, 25-year-old Joshua left home in his white 2009 Chevrolet Malibu. And later that day, he cashed a check for $400 that he had stolen from his parents. Hours later, his car was found abandoned in a pasture next to a pond where he often fished on his family's land on Brockton Loop Road. His cell phone, wallet, ID, and $25 in cash were inside the car along with the keys. The next day, his shoes were found on the banks of the pond a few hundred yards from where the car had been found. Police searched the area with cadaver dogs and even drained the lake but found no other evidence. His cell phone records show that he called the same man 5 times on the day of his disappearance. However, the man denied having spoken to him and refused to cooperate with the investigation. Another man admitted to speaking to Josh at 9 a.m., but he would not say what their conversation was about. 2 weeks before he went missing, Joshua completed a 6-week drug rehabilitation program in Battle Creek, Michigan. His family stated he had no history of leaving home without warning, and they think he may have started using drugs again prior to his disappearance. Investigators have interviewed numerous people about Joshua's case. Sadly, not long after Joshua's disappearance, his mother passed away and Joshua's sister Shannon says that a broken heart led to that. There have been many rumors circulating this case and is being investigated as a homicide, but as of today, this case remains unsolved. On May 2, 2009 in Wausau, Wisconsin, USA, a terrible crime took place. An 18-year-old girl named Brianna Marie Schneller was the victim. For the small town, such an event was shocking, particularly since the girl's death was the result of actions executed with unimaginable cruelty. However, more shocking than the crime itself was the motive behind it. Brianna had a vibrant personality, loved Mexican cuisine, music, and dancing, and she was fond of roller coasters. She was very diligent and performed well academically. She was the top student at Everest High School in Washington, said Craig and Lori Schneller, her parents. She had a trip planned to Tennessee that summer. The young lady was the only one in the state of Wisconsin who had made it through the qualifying rounds of a competition held by a renowned national nonprofit organization for students in professional and technical fields where she was to present her project. Brianna aspired to pursue higher education in restaurant management and dreamed of someday starting her own business in the food service industry. Therefore, she worked part-time at the El Moscow restaurant in Rib Mountain to earn money and gain the necessary experience and skills. Friends, colleagues, and even patrons described her as a kind and responsive person. She was just a month away from significant milestones in her life. She was about to graduate from school and marry her beloved 22-year-old Sebastian Ramirez. Initially, her parents objected to their relationship and the age difference. In their view, their daughter had matured too quickly. However, after getting to know the young man better, they trusted him. It was evident that he genuinely loved Brianna and had serious intentions regarding their future together. The couple moved in together, renting an apartment on 12th Avenue in Wausau along with Sebastian's 19-year-old brother, Hugo. Outwardly, it seemed that the trio got along well and lived peacefully. Many envied their friendship. The brothers supported Brianna's interests, as they also worked at a restaurant called El Tequila Salsa in the same area. It is possible that one work day was when Sebastian and Brianna met each other. In any case, no one expected that a horrific tragedy could disrupt the plans and dreams of the two lovers. The morning of May 2nd, 2009 began as usual. Sebastian was the first to rise in the house. He didn't want to wake the girl sweetly sleeping beside him. It was a day off and she didn't need to rush to school. While the young man was in the shower, Brianna woke up. They exchanged sweet greetings and discussed their plans for the day. Meanwhile, Sebastian tried to wake up Hugo, who had come home in the early morning and had clearly overdone it at a party the night before. After that, Sebastian left for work, which was only a 5-10-minute walk away. His younger brother followed soon after. The girl stayed home alone. She exchanged messages with her mother and then got on with her tasks. That day, Hugo felt restless. He had a headache from too much drinking and regretted overindulging. Struggling to focus, he decided to swap lunch breaks with a colleague, and at 1:20 p.m., he headed home to catch some sleep. When he entered the apartment, nothing seemed unusual at first. However, as he walked further, he noticed a disorder in his brother's and his girlfriend's room. For some reason, Brianna was lying on the floor. Hugo rushed to her and asked what happened, but she did not respond. He didn't immediately notice the blood. The young man moved the towel that had been covering her face and screamed. She was unrecognizably disfigured. He grabbed the phone to call the emergency services, but his hands were shaking and his mind was foggy. Nevertheless, he knew he had to act, and he ran to his neighbor's apartment, a floor below. Through tears, young Ramirez tried to explain what had happened and asked the woman to call for help. At 1:30 p.m., the emergency services received a call. Despite it being a Saturday, the day was far from peaceful. Unfortunately, incidents often occur on days when people are supposed to relax. The woman on the other end of the line reported that she was calling on behalf of a neighbor. He had asked her to summon emergency medical services for his brother's girlfriend. The unfortunate woman lay on the floor with cuts on her body and a disfigured face showing no signs of life. Police and paramedics were dispatched to the address immediately. The parking lot of the apartment building was crowded, but one individual stood out from the crowd and approached them. It was Hugo Ramirez. He led the officers to the apartment. The young man could barely speak, so he simply pointed out the shocking scene. At the center of it all lay Brianna, her body bearing deep wounds. Stab wounds were evident on her chest, neck, and wrist. The officers asked the young man to leave the room while forensic specialists began their examination. One speculated that the victim had been lying there for some time, as the blood scattered everywhere had already started to dry. It was clear she had fought back, as evidenced by the defensive cuts on her arms. However, the assailant had overpowered her. The crime scene was rife with evidence. The first thing the forensic team noticed was a bloody iron lying on the floor, broken with some pieces scattered nearby. It appeared that the criminal had used it to strike her face. 2 knives lay in the bathroom sink, one missing its sharp tip. Blood was found on the soap, leading investigators to speculate that the criminal had used it to wash their hands. But the bloodied shoe print left on the carpet drew more attention. Overall, the examination of the dwelling revealed several curious details. There appeared to be no signs of forced entry, suggesting that the victim knew the wrongdoer or that he had some way of gaining entry to the apartment. Another notable detail was the scattered bills ranging from $1 to $20, amounting to a substantial sum. Hugo explained that these were tips they had accumulated at work, so much so that they were just placed anywhere. At first glance, nothing seemed to be missing from the apartment. Everything pointed to the fact that Brianna was the target of the attack, not robbery. This was confirmed by the broken knife tip found in her body. What kind of force was necessary to break a knife? Who could harbor such feelings towards a young woman? And most importantly, what could have been the cause of such unprecedented cruelty and aggression? Eager to shed light on the matter, law enforcement officers were keen to speak with the girl's relatives and close friends, especially as they needed to convey the dreadful news. In the police department's office, Craig and Lori Schneller awaited news. They had heard that something terrible had occurred at the home where their daughter lived, but unfortunately, they had been unable to contact her. With heavy hearts, they went to the police station seeking answers. The officers had to confirm the parents' worst fears were indeed true. There was no greater sorrow for parents than to endure the loss of a child. The devastating news split the Schnellers' life into before and after. Authorities provided photographs of Brianna for identification. The process was a mere formality, as her identity was already established, but protocol required it. Due to the horrific injuries, not all photographs taken at the scene were shown to the family. Only those that showed part of her face were displayed. Once confirmed, the Schnellers could hardly believe what had happened. After consulting with a psychologist, Craig and Lori were able to answer a series of questions. They were eager to assist the investigation and catch the person responsible, so they provided as much information about their daughter's life as possible. The parents insisted that she had no known enemies or ill-wishers, at least to their knowledge. It was also revealed that Brianna's mother was the last person she had communicated with. That morning, Lori had taken Brianna's car to the auto repair shop and had messaged her daughter around 10 a.m. to inform her. Brianna had responded. This means that the tragic incident occurred after she spoke with her mother and before Hugo's arrival, establishing a timeline for the events. The police launched a comprehensive investigation. The first to be invited for an interview by the detectives were the Rodriguez brothers, Sebastian and Hugo, who were questioned separately. The fiancé of the victim, Sebastian, reported that he woke up at 9:15 in the morning, had a brief conversation with Brianna while getting ready for work, and then woke his brother. By 10:15, he was already at the restaurant. He learned about the incident after receiving a phone call. Hugo's account matched, stating he left the house about 10-15 minutes after Sebastian. He returned home at 1:20 p.m. because he was feeling unwell and wanted to rest. However, his illness and fatigue vanished when he discovered Brianna lifeless. After that, everything seemed like a blur. He explained that he was so stunned that he couldn't think straight on how to react properly. His mind shut down and his hands trembled, leaving him to run to a neighbor and ask for help. The Ramirez brothers were credible and their distress appeared genuine. However, the police had often encountered convincing performances before, so they needed solid proof of their innocence. It was entirely possible that one of them was the perpetrator, and the other was covering for him. Therefore, detectives inquired about their relationships with each other. Sebastian declared his love for Brianna and his anticipation for their upcoming wedding. Hugo was asked if he had any grievances against his brother's girlfriend or if they had quarreled, to which he responded negatively. He also clarified that despite her attractiveness and charm, he had no intentions toward her because he valued their good relationship and would never interfere with Sebastian's happiness. Brianna was like a sister to him. The interrogations lasted for hours, yet neither brother aroused any suspicion. After taking DNA samples from the young men, they were allowed to return home. To confirm or refute the Ramirez brothers' alibis, detectives interviewed employees of El Tequila Salsa restaurant and reviewed the establishment's surveillance footage. Sebastian and Hugo's accounts were corroborated. The theory of a domestic-related crime was dismissed. Then who was the murderer of this innocent young woman? Could there be a predator in the city? Perhaps he had been watching Brianna earlier and had learned much about her. Maybe on a day when she was alone, he executed his criminal intent. The investigation continued. By this point, the autopsy results had come in, confirming the initial suspicions of the police. The sequence of the crime was reconstructed as follows. Brianna first sustained a blunt force injury to the head, likely with an iron. Then the perpetrator cut her throat, followed by multiple stab wounds to her body. The ferocity and relentlessness of the attack were evidenced by the number of wounds, which were so numerous that even experts couldn't tally them. At least 2 of these injuries were immediately fatal. The young woman fought fiercely for her life, as indicated by the foreign DNA found under her nails. Later developments revealed that earlier statements claiming nothing was missing from the home were incorrect. The victim's phone had disappeared. Sebastian discovered the loss and promptly informed the detectives. This piece of information became a critical lead, as once the police received this new clue, they began searching for the mobile device. Rihanna's cell phone provider reported that her phone was still active and provided its location. It turned out that the phone had been nearby all along, specifically within the premises of the restaurant where Sebastian and Hugo worked. The investigation grew more complex with the brothers' undeniable alibi, and one of them reporting the missing phone against the backdrop of suspicious coincidences. Detectives urgently traveled to the specified location, but upon arrival, they found that the coordinates led to the parking lot of a shopping center housing the restaurant. It appeared the sought-after item was in one of the trash bins. After a brief search, a plastic takeout bag with the logo of El Tequila Salsa was found inside a container. Within the bag were the girl's phone, 2 mismatched gloves, and a pair of women's underwear. One of the gloves was stained with blood. This unexpected discovery shifted the narrative, as theories about a predator and a crime driven by intimate motives began to gain traction. The bag and its contents were sent to the laboratory for further examination, potentially still holding fingerprints or DNA from the perpetrator. When shown a photo of the contents, Sebastian recognized his girlfriend's underwear. The investigation proceeded with numerous interrogations of the restaurant staff. On May 5th, everyone was asked to provide DNA samples and undergo examinations for any scratches or injuries. Additionally, both the external and internal surveillance footage of the building and neighboring establishments was thoroughly reviewed. The police had a considerable task ahead of them to determine who had disposed of the bag. Initially, a kitchen worker attracted attention because he was notably late for work, arriving when Brianna was already lifeless. However, the young man had a malabar. He had been stopped for speeding on his way to the restaurant. Nonetheless, reviewing the surveillance footage proved invaluable to the investigation. Another individual, the 24-year-old kitchen manager Raul Ponce, became a person of interest. On the day of the crime, he left the building at 10:18 a.m. wearing a brown hoodie and returned at 10:53 a.m. without it. During questioning, he was asked about his whereabouts and intentions. Raul explained that he had gone to pick up his friend Luciano, a dishwasher at the restaurant. Interestingly, Luciano lived in the same building as Brianna, Sebastian, and Hugo. When asked how long his errand took, he said about 20 minutes, but there was a problem with the timeline. What happened in the remaining 15 minutes? Raul refused to explain. Meanwhile, Luciano confirmed Raul's story, saying they did not stop anywhere on their way to work. However, the 15-minute discrepancy continued to trouble the detectives, and Raul's behavior raised questions. He had cuts on his hands, which he attributed to working with knives. Raul was clearly suspicious, but there wasn't enough evidence for his detention. By May 9th, it was established that on May 2nd, at 1:16 p.m., a single employee exited the back door of El Tequila Salsa, and at the same time, only one person approached the trash bins. Identifying the suspect took little time. When his name was announced, the investigative team was not surprised. It was not Sebastian or Hugo Ramirez, as initially thought, but the suspect Raul Ponce. When a search warrant was obtained for his home, curious details about the manager's life emerged. Under the mattress of his bed were found 4 pairs of women's underwear, several adult videos, along with a brown hoodie and a glove resembling the one found in the trash bin. On the same day, Raul's DNA samples were sent for comparison with those found on the plastic bag. A strand of female hair found on his clothing was also analyzed. Everything pointed to the victim, Vriana. It was just a matter of matching the test results. Raul was arrested on suspicion of first-degree murder. When it became known that the alleged perpetrator had been found, Sebastian couldn't believe his ears. He never thought his colleague capable of such cruelty. The main question that troubled him was, why did he do it? They hardly knew Brianna and had only seen her in passing. Raul had always seemed like a kind and cheerful guy, someone who wouldn't hurt a fly. But the answer was found. The trial of Raul Pons Rocha took place in 2011. Despite the lengthy investigation, Pons Rocha never admitted guilt and consistently denied any involvement in the crime. However, the prosecution presented compelling evidence. The defendant's DNA was found on all key pieces of evidence: the iron, the knives, the plastic bag and its contents, and under Brianna's fingernails. Additionally, a shoe print found on the carpet at the crime scene matched the size and pattern of the suspect's shoes. The investigation painted a clear picture of the events. On May 2, 2009, Raul arrived at work at 9 a.m. en route to the restaurant. He passed the victim's house, a place that had long piqued his interest. Not seeing her car, he assumed she was out and saw it as an opportune moment to enter her apartment and take what he desired. The accused had a peculiar habit of collecting women's underwear, the evidence of which was found under his mattress. After the Rodriguez brothers arrived at work, Raul left the restaurant under the guise of picking up Luciano. Instead of signaling his friend immediately upon arrival, he entered the victim's apartment. He easily unlocked the door and entered. It appears he went into Brianna's room and began rummaging through her belongings. He was likely caught off guard at that moment. Otherwise, he could have excused his unexpected presence by claiming he was looking for one of the brothers and that the door had been opened. Realizing the absurdity of the situation and fearing recognition, he struck her with the first object he could find, an iron. He then slashed her throat with a knife, followed by inflicting multiple injuries. The investigation concluded that the process of taking her life seemed to gratify him, as evidenced by the excessive number of wounds inflicted on the poor victim. It also noted that Raul used multiple knives during the attack. Afterwards, the culprit tried to cover his tracks by washing his hands and removing his jacket, as he still had to meet Luciano and drive him to the restaurant. He then resumed work as if nothing had happened, which was captured on the kitchen's video recordings. When many staff took their lunch breaks, he seized the moment to dispose of the bag containing the evidence in a trash bin. Shortly before the trial, Raul stated that he indeed met with Brianna, but did not end her life. However, he suspected who might have done it and named a former restaurant employee. According to the defendant, he saw this acquaintance at Brianna's house on the day her life was tragically ended, thus confirming that he indeed entered the Ramirez apartment. However, when he left, Sergio stayed with Brianna, apparently having an argument. The defendant's statement raised additional questions and investigations. The information he provided was subject to verification. Moreover, the individual he mentioned was abroad. Nonetheless, authorities managed to contact Sergio. He even appeared at the trial to testify his non-involvement and refute Raul's slander. The young man easily proved that he was not in the country on the day of the crime. Weeks before, he had left to care for his gravely ill father in Mexico. Apparently, the defendant hoped that contact with Sergio would not be established, thereby sowing a seed of doubt among the jurors. However, his plan failed. The defendant merely emphasized that he had no qualms about falsely accusing an innocent person of a heinous crime. It was clear that he felt no remorse for his actions. During the trial, Brianna's relatives, as well as Sebastian and Hugo, were present. The young men struggled to contain their emotions, prompting officers to repeatedly call for calm. Ultimately, Raul Pons Rocha was found guilty of the crime against Brianna Schneller, as well as burglary. He was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. He is serving his sentence at a correctional institution in Walpoin, Wisconsin. Following the verdict, the victim's father stated that his daughter's case had become personal for many involved, as they all have families and children. He shared that he has not parted with a Father's Day card Brianna gave him, cherishing every memory of her. Greg Schneller confessed that Brianna's death broke his heart, and he lost faith. No information about Sebastian Ramirez is available. It is only to be hoped that he has closed this tragic chapter of his life with a sense of completeness and has been able to move forward. One day, his brother Hugo appeared on a television show discussing the ordeal they endured. Raul's actions were fatal for Brianna. He not only ended the life of a beautiful young woman, but also devastated the hearts of her family. Things could have been different if the young man had not chosen to cover his tracks. He might have gotten away with clumsy explanations and apologies to the girl. At most, it would have ended with a confrontation between him and the Rodriguez brothers. It is unlikely the victim would have reported him to the police. And even then, the incident could have been resolved with minimal harm. Doreen Ann Marfio was born July 7, 1955 as Doreen Dobson. In 1976, she met Stephen Marfio and the two married in 1978 and settled in Johnston, Rhode Island on Hartford Avenue. Doreen was the purchasing editor at the Rhode Island School of Design. In October of 1989, she abruptly quit her job saying that she wanted a change. According to Stephen, she began behaving erratically and at some point she seemed on the edge of a nervous breakdown, but she refused to tell him what the problem was. On March 29, 1990, she didn't make her usual call to her mother, and when Stephen came home, Doreen was not there. She would never show back up, and he would wait 2 days before declaring her missing, and only after her mother threatened him to do it. When asked about her, he claimed that she had taken only a week's worth of clothes in a suitcase and had only $600 with her and did not take any of the $50,000 in the joint bank account. She left behind her curlers, toothbrush, pet cats, and 1984 Ford Tempo. She also left no note explaining where she may have gone. On the day of Doreen's disappearance, Stephen strangely took a 70-minute lunch break from work. His lunch breaks were usually only 20 to 30 minutes long. He claims he went home, ate lunch with Doreen, and went back to work. And when he returned home at 4 p.m. that day, she was gone. At the time of her disappearance, he suspected she was having an affair and had hired 2 separate private detectives to follow her for 11 months. However, there is no evidence that Doreen was actually being unfaithful, and suspiciously, he never hired the private detectives to look for her after she disappeared. Investigators do not believe Doreen left of her own accord and believe that Stephen possibly murdered her. Her family says she was close to them and would never have left without contacting them. In June 1990, 3 months after she went missing, police received 2 letters. The first one stated that Stephen had strangled Doreen on the couch and dumped her body in a pond in Providence, Rhode Island. The second letter accused Doreen of having affairs with some of her co-workers, men which the letter identified by name. Both letters were typed on a typewriter from Stephen's mother's house, and authorities believe Stephen wrote them, although the letters referred to him in the third person. Police could find no evidence of an affair with any co-workers, and Franz said that she would never even consider cheating on Stephen with someone from work. Interestingly, some of the names listed were of elderly or retired co-workers, making it more likely that the letter was merely written to defame her. When the police confronted Stephen about the letters, he hired an attorney and stopped cooperating in the investigation. In 1999, 9 years after Doreen's disappearance, Stephen told his family members he was going on vacation to straighten out his life. Shortly after he returned, he shot and killed his ex-girlfriend Laura Vincent and seriously wounded her new boyfriend. He then drove to a secluded reservoir in Connecticut and committed suicide. He left a note for his mother which referred to his feelings of guilt about Doreen's disappearance, but did not say what happened to her. Stephen was never charged in connection with his wife's disappearance, but investigators believe he was responsible. A search of the area near where Stephen committed suicide turned up no trace of her remains, and as of today, she has never been found and the case remains unsolved. Brian Dylan Neisenfeld grew up in New Jersey and was an honors student in high school. After high school, he would attend Roger Williams University in Bristol, Rhode Island. He is described as an introvert that enjoys reading, writing poetry, and listening to music. In January of 1997, 18-year-old Brian was beginning his second semester studying architecture. The architecture program was tough and he didn't do well his first semester, and he was also very homesick. He told his dad he was changing his major and assured him that he would do better the next semester. On January 31st, 1997, Brian received a threatening phone call from a former student at the college who said that he could get on campus and get him. The call scared Brian, so he called his father, Steve, at 12:30 a.m. and asked him to come to the university. His father told him to call campus security, and when he did, they told him to change his phone number. His advisor went to Brian's room and he refused to give the name of the caller. 7 days later, on February 6, 1997, Brian would go missing. Surprisingly, Brian's parents were not notified that he was missing until February 12th, almost a week after he disappeared. Later, Brian's mother received a mysterious call from an unknown woman who claimed that the administrator of the university and 2 faculty members were withholding information about the case. But then the phone line went dead. The university denied this claim and authorities found no evidence the college officials were not forthcoming. 6 months later, on Labor Day weekend 1997, a woman and her daughter were walking along Hog Island in Narragansett Bay near campus when they discovered a shoe on the shore. When they looked in the shoe, they found part of a foot inside. DNA tests showed that the foot, along with a shin bone found nearby, belonged to Weil. They couldn't find any other remains. They do believe Brian is deceased, but they cannot determine what exactly happened. To some believe that Brian may have accidentally fallen into the river from the water's edge, or may have been distraught over personal problems or troubles in school and jumped from Mount Hope Bridge. The bridge is near Hog Island and is about 285 foot high, and Brian often spent time there writing poetry. However, his family and friends do not believe that he could have died accidentally or committed suicide and believe he was murdered. They also believe he may have been killed by the same person that was threatening him through the phone calls that occurred in the weeks before his disappearance. Josh Cohen later admitted to making the threatening phone calls. He was a friend of Brian's during his first semester, but the two had a falling out prior to Brian's disappearance. Josh said they were just made as a joke and that Brian had often made similar calls to him. His family believes that the former student was involved in Brian's disappearance and death, but the police do not believe he was involved. While Brian's parents do not believe the suicide theory, they do think it is possible that he may have accidentally fallen from the bridge. However, they lean toward believing their son was murdered and that Josh Cohen knows more than he is saying. Upset by the response at the university when his son vanished, Stephen Neisenfeld convinced the state representative to introduce legislation in Congress known as Brian's Law to require colleges and universities to notify parents if their children are missing for 24 hours. As of today, Brian has never been found and this case remains unsolved. Wendy Lee Madden was born March 6, 1968. On March 11, 1991, Wendy was just 5 days shy of turning 23. She was the youngest of 3 children and had a rough childhood. In 1991, she had recently moved from Woonsocket, Rhode Island to live with her mother at 53 Cross Street in Central Falls. It was a cold, frigid night when Wendy left her mother and boyfriend at their home to walk a couple minutes away to Store 24, now called ABC Liquors, to buy some cigarettes. It is believed she made it to the store and on her way home, she was seen talking to people closer to her house at 11:15 p.m. She was known for hanging out with an older and rough crowd. While she had no criminal record, she was allegedly dabbling in drugs and illegal activity. Later into the night, when she didn't show back up, her boyfriend and mother assumed she had gone to a friend's house like she often did. 2 days later, on March 13th in Pawtucket, Rhode Island, behind a small local bar called Jan's Place, a neighbor in the area would find her body. She had been strangled and sexually assaulted, but her official autopsy results have never been released to the public. Wendy had been known to occasionally hang out at that particular bar and may have been there on the night she went missing. Her case is still in active investigation. And the detective on her case now has a Facebook page dedicated to solving Wendy's case. Police have a person of interest, but the name of this person has not been released to the public. Donald Joseph Connell was born on October 31st, 1958, and was nicknamed Donnie. In 1977, he graduated from the Rhode Island Middletown High School. He was very athletic and a very good baseball and basketball player. After school, he would join the U.S. Marine Corps just as his father had done before him. On December 2nd, 1986, in Newport, Rhode Island, 28-year-old Donnie left his parents' house at 6 Record Street and began walking to meet his sister who was on her way home. He was going to meet her at her place, which was only 1 street away. However, when she arrived, Donnie was nowhere to be found, and it is unknown if he ever even made it. Donnie was reported missing by his father 10 days later on December 12, 1986. Because he was an adult, law enforcement did not thoroughly investigate his disappearance as being foul play. At the time, missing persons were not broadcast or published in media as widely as they are now, and there was no major search for him. There was not even a newspaper article about his disappearance. His family and the Newport police detectives are still trying to obtain his medical and dental records, but are having a tough time. Donnie isn't on the Doe network yet, and that's due to the U.S. government not getting his medical records sent to his family for whatever reason. There are very few details available, and as of today, he has never been found and the case remains unsolved. Wojciech Fodali was born August 31st, 1986 in Poland and grew up in Wilbraham, Massachusetts. He later moved to Rhode Island and attended the University of Rhode Island. In 2008, he graduated from the university with a bachelor's degree in international business. 6 months after he graduated on December 6, 2008, 22-year-old Wojciech went to a bar called Charlie O's and then attended a party at a friend's home in the West Bay at 70 block of East Shore Road in Narragansett and stayed overnight. The group was awakened sometime after 5 a.m. to the sight of Wojciech standing naked, hitting himself with a metal pole from the bed frame and saying, "Trust me." However, they were unable to get the pole from him, and he eventually calmed down and his friends returned back to sleep. When his friends woke up the next afternoon, Wojciech was gone and the clothing he'd worn the night before was neatly folded on the floor. He also left his sneakers, car keys, cell phone, Massachusetts driver's license, debit card, and $86 in cash. Wojciech was seen twice after he left his friend's home. The first sighting was by some neighbors who saw a naked man that resembled him sitting on a dock at 8:30 a.m. Later, a book was found left open to a section that read, "One with the Sea." The second sighting happened 2 hours later when a passerby saw him running towards a marsh, still nude, near Galilee Escape Road on the grounds of the 120-acre Galilee Bird Sanctuary. However, neither of these sightings have ever been confirmed to be him. Police canines searched the cove and nearby marsh but found nothing. His friends stated he seemed depressed and despondent prior to his disappearance and was acting oddly the last time they saw him. But his mother, Anna, spoke to him 3 days before he disappeared and stated that she didn't notice anything wrong. His roommates stated he had become interested in nature and very into religion, and had spent a great deal of time reading the Bible in the days before his disappearance. He began underdressing for the cold weather and would walk around outside with no shoes on. He talked about trying a simpler life and even mentioned possibly going on a bread and water diet. Wojciech suffered from ADHD and anxiety and took medication to help, but his friends said he abruptly stopped taking them prior to his disappearance. Temperatures outside on the day Wojciech disappeared was about 30 degrees, and he could not have survived long without his clothes. The day before he vanished, he was stopped by police on Newport's Cliff Walk. He wasn't wearing any shoes, and the police stated that he was inappropriately dressed for the weather and distraught. Around 3 a.m. on the morning he was reported missing for an unknown reason. Police made a well-being check on one of his friends, Burton Wilkins, who was renting the home on East Shore Road. They noted that Wojciech was present at the home at the time. Little did they know they'd soon be looking for him. Strangely, about a year after he disappeared, his mother received a phone call from someone with a childlike voice asking for Wojciech. The call was traced to a woman in Puerto Rico. As more time passed, His mother found a post-it note in her kitchen with the following writing on it. His name was even spelled wrong on the post-it note. A handwriting analysis was brought in, but the results were inconclusive. It was just another curious lead that led nowhere. His mother believes that he is still alive. Sadly, she lost her oldest son to an overdose a few years before Wojciech went missing. As of today, he has never been found and the case remains unsolved. Nancy Lagerquist on the night of Sunday, July 1st, 1990, Nancy Lagerquist, an icky 7-year-old resident at Riverside Healthcare Center, was last seen alive. At around 3:30 a.m., a care worker witnessed the elderly woman sound asleep in her bed. She was not distressed and appeared peaceful. The care worker closed her bedroom door and moved on to the next room. Nancy had been a resident at Riverside since December of 1988. Born in Hamilton, Montana in 1902, she graduated high school at the age of 18 and spent much of her life working as an executive secretary. Nancy was an active member of the Missoula Business and Professional Women's Club prior to her retirement. She never married, had no children, and had little in the way of relatives at the time of her death. Those family members, a sister, 2 nieces and 3 nephews, didn't live near the care home. By all accounts, lived an ordinary life in the care home. She was unable to walk, and so she required around-the-clock assistance. There was nothing about her background to suggest there was a target on her back at the time of her death. At 4:30 a.m., 1 hour after Nancy was checked on at Riverside on July 1st, a worker checked on her room once more. This time, however, the alarm was raised. The 87-year-old was gone. The 5 employees on shift scattered across the building in an attempt to locate the elderly woman. But there was no sign of her. 11 minutes later, at 4:41 a.m., the police were alerted to Nancy's disappearance. Law enforcement promptly arrived on the scene, accompanied by search and rescue teams. They carried out an extensive search of the home and the surrounding area. The residence was located along the Clark Fork River, and boats manned by police officers were dispatched along the water. At 6:30 a.m., the search was called off. Authorities had found Monsi dead near the riverbank, about 30 minutes downstream from Riverside. She had been murdered in a manner that was described by police as ritualistic. The circumstances of her death were violent, stemming from sexual assault with an object. Her body was then dumped into the water. To investigators working on the case, it soon became apparent that they would have their work cut out for them. The fact that Nancy's body had been put in the water had washed away any traces of forensic evidence, and her diaper has never been located. The police have never put forward a theory about the weapon used in the murder, and it too has never been found. Detectives soon theorized the culprit had entered and exited through Nancy's bedroom window, which faced the river as the screen had been cut. However, the perpetrator had managed not to leave behind any evidence on the window or cell or in the rest of the bedroom. Furthermore, none of the alarms had gone off at any of the home's entrances and all were in working order. It's unclear if the home was dusted for prints, but given the amount of staff, residents, and guests coming and going from the home, it would have been a very arduous task if it had. The only lead in the case was a man seen by a member of staff at around 4 a.m. walking through the tar park of the neighboring Missoula Athletic Club, away from the river and towards East Broadway Street. He is described as being white between the ages of 30 and 40 and weighing around 180 to 200 pounds. He has light brown, collar-length hair, a mustache and brown-rimmed glasses, and was wearing an untucked white and brown striped t-shirts, tan button front shorts, and white tennis shoes with white socks. His t-shirt was longer at the back than the front. This man was never considered a suspect, but was wanted for questioning. However, it's unclear if he ever made contact with the police or was even identified by them. Reportedly, the description led to the police becoming inundated with reports. Due to Nazi's minimal family ties, a family connection was quickly ruled out, after which the authorities turned their attention to staff members. Staff at the care home would be familiar with its layout and its security measures and would know who was best to target. Investigators felt that the murder could well be an inside job and homed in on one male staff member in particular. He was eventually cleared of being involved, but left the care home less than a month later. It is unclear why he left. After ruling out the staff member, the police began to look at the possibility that the crime was the work of an outsider. They noted that security focused on the doors to the home, not the windows, and speculated that Nancy was picked because she was in a room facing onto the river and was not targeted for any reason more specific than that. They interviewed a man named James Bailey on multiple occasions, but eventually dropped in as a suspect. Eventually, detectives looked back at the witness statements they'd collected regarding any other potentially suspicious acts in the home. One nurse had drawn their attention to the demise of an 86-year-old woman named Bertha Scott, an Alzheimer's sufferer who was discovered dead in her bed on May 2, 1990. She was put into restraints at night to stop her from wandering off, and because she'd suffered from heart disease, her death was assumed to be from natural causes. Neither the staff nor her family felt her demise was suspicious, except for the one nurse who had noted a bruise on Bertha's neck. She was buried without autopsy. Around the time of Bertha's death, the care home staff had also noticed that there had been some tampering with the windows of the physical therapy room, although nothing ever really came of this. On the back of the nurse's comments, the police decided to exhume Bertha's body and double-check her cause of death. Her family was shocked when the police announced that she had actually been raped before being strangled to death. Bertha's life was rather different from Nancy's. She had been born in Pennsylvania in 1904 and was married 20 years later. She had moved to Missoula just 2 years before her death so that she could be closer to one of her surviving children. 4 of her 6 children had died before her, though she was succeeded by a vast number of grandchildren. During Bertha's medical examination, it was discovered that semen had been left behind. Although a sample was collected, it was too degraded to produce a DNA profile which would help the police find her killer. From here, both cases grew cold. In 1992, a man of another care home was arrested for sexually assaulting one of the residents. However, he was in prison at the time of the murders. The police also suspected Lloyd Chase Allen of being involved that same year, but he too was behind bars when the crimes were committed. In 2002, the Missoulian reported that several of the care home residents had spoken of a man who roamed the halls at night, but staff had never been sure if he was real or not, because the residents' memories and testimony were often unreliable. It's possible this man was real, and that there are more cases like Bertha's where residents were killed, but it was deemed that they had died from natural causes. However, without DNA evidence, a confession, or further investigation, it seems likely we will never see this case solved. Tara Baker was born on January 20th, 1977, in East Point, Georgia. Her parents divorced when she was young, and sometime later her mother remarried. Tara had 2 brothers and a sister, making her the oldest of 4. From a very young age, Tara showed a keen interest in the legal system and wanted to become either a lawyer or a judge. She would hold trials with her stuffed animals, make legal contracts with her relatives, and often write letters to various politicians. Once, she even wrote to the President of the United States and complained that his speech had interrupted her favorite TV show. After graduating high school, she attended Georgia College. She graduated early in just 3 years, earning 2 bachelor's degrees. In 1999, Tara enrolled at the University of Georgia to complete her education. This university was one of the top law schools in the country and was located in a small town called Athens, just a few hours' drive from her parents' home. So it was the perfect choice for Tara. She didn't want to live in a dorm again after college, so she decided to rent off-campus housing instead. She chose a house split into 3 separate rooms for rent. 2 other university students rented the other rooms, one of whom Tara knew well from college. For some time, Tara worked at a prestigious law firm in downtown Athens, which allowed her not only to cover rent and other expenses, but also to gain valuable experience in her future profession. In January 2001, when Tara was 23 and in her second year, she spent a lot of time studying at the university library. The evening of January 18th was no exception. She, along with her friend, went to the library and spent several hours there. Her friend left for home around 7:30 p.m., while Tara decided to stay longer. At approximately 9:46 p.m., she called her friend from the library to check if she had gotten home safely. Tara also mentioned that she planned to head home in a few minutes. The next day, around 6 p.m., her mother, Virginia Baker, received a phone call. At first, she thought someone was playing a prank on her because the caller identified themselves as a detective and asked if her daughter had ever been arrested, as they needed her fingerprints. Thinking it was a joke, Virginia hung up, but then she decided to call the Athens police station. To her surprise, they confirmed that she had indeed spoken to a real detective and informed her that there had been a fire at Tara's house. Still not fully understanding what was going on, Virginia asked to speak to her daughter. The detective replied that they couldn't find her and that an unidentified body had been found in the house, which was why they needed Tara's fingerprints. The detective further explained that they had only been able to locate one of Tara's roommates, who was not home at the time of the fire. The whereabouts of the other roommate and Tara were still unknown, and investigators believed that the body might belong to one of them. Virginia then asked to describe the room where the body was found. The detective's response left her speechless. They said that the room was filled with antique stuff, and Tara had been collecting such items for years. Tara's family immediately drove to Athens, hoping it was all just a misunderstanding and that Tara was okay. When they arrived at the police station, they were kept waiting for a long time without any information. Several hours later, a detective finally informed them that the body found in the house belonged to Tara and that she had been murdered, not killed in the fire. The detective then said he was too tired to answer their questions. Before leaving, he added that Tara had left them a gift. Under her nails, experts had found fragments of the perpetrator's skin, which might help identify him. Tara's relatives, shocked by the news of her murder, were left in confusion and despair. Despite their pleas for more information, the police did not provide any further details. The family desperately tried to get some answers, but detectives continued to refuse to share any information with them. Since then, the local police department has never contacted the family, and Tara's relatives had to beg for any information by calling and visiting the station over and over again. They eventually managed to piece together some of what had happened. Around 11 a.m. on January 19th, firefighters were called to Tara's address. After extinguishing the fire, they found a body inside, later identified as Tara Baker. Medical experts concluded that Tara had been murdered. Her body showed signs of strangulation and stab wounds, and she had likely been assaulted. The fire had started after her death, leading investigators to believe that the perpetrator set it to destroy evidence. However, Tara's parents were never able to get the police to show them the medical examiner's report or provide detailed information about the murder. Tara's family also learned that many pieces of evidence might have been destroyed by the firefighters, which is not uncommon in such cases. Their primary goal was to extinguish the blaze and potentially rescue any survivors, and they couldn't have known that there was a murder victim inside. The family also discovered that the investigators likely didn't secure the house after finding the body, allowing anyone to approach or even enter the crime scene. As Tara's relatives gathered these pieces of information, they not only encountered the police's reluctance to keep them informed about the investigation, but also faced constant rudeness and unprofessionalism. At one point, they even started recording their conversations with the police and filed complaints against the local investigators. But this led nowhere. They eventually decided to conduct their own investigation and reached out to a well-known criminologist who agreed to help them. However, the local police department agreed to show him the case materials only on the condition that he would not share any information or findings with anyone outside the investigation, including Tara's relatives. The family hadn't been able to obtain Tara's death certificate for 10 years. It was only after writing to the state governor that they finally received the document. But even then, the detailed cause of death was not listed. It simply stated multiple injuries. Despite all this, the police did continue their investigation, although there were many questionable moments in their actions, which we'll discuss a bit later. When firefighters extinguished the blaze and discovered Tara's body, they called the police. Realizing it was a murder, investigators searched for evidence at the crime scene, but the room was severely damaged by fire and water. As the family later found out, some surviving items were never examined for fingerprints. The police were able to determine that Tara's laptop was missing from her room. Considering it was 2001, the laptop was quite a bulky piece of tech, yet no other valuable items were taken. This raised doubts about the robbery gone wrong motive. There were no signs of forced entry, leading investigators to believe that Tara might have known her killer and let them involuntarily. Although the fire and firefighting efforts had damaged the crime scene so much that it was difficult to be certain. Both of Tara's roommates were out of town that evening, so she was home alone. Establishing the time of death was challenging, so medical experts estimated a time frame from 10 p.m., when Tara left the library, to 11 a.m., when neighbors called the fire department. The crime likely occurred closer to the morning hours since the fire didn't need much time to spread. The police also found witnesses who saw a middle-aged white man running down the street that morning. He was only wearing a t-shirt and jeans, which was odd given the fact it was winter. They soon found out about a phone call to Tara's university a few days before the murder. The university had a number for requesting student information, like phone numbers, which was used by students themselves or faculty. A man, sounding heavily intoxicated, called and asked for Tara Baker's phone number. He only managed to write it correctly on the 8th attempt. While this was highly suspicious, the man's identity was never determined. At the time of her murder, Tara had a boyfriend who became a person of interest from the very beginning. He provided an alibi that was confirmed, yet the police were reluctant to remove him from their list of suspects. Even after verifying his alibi, they treated him with suspicion, calling him and his parents in the middle of the night and demanding that he come to the station in another city to provide additional biological samples, answer questions, or undergo a polygraph test. It's worth mentioning that it was Tara's boyfriend who had to identify her. He lived in another city and came to Athens immediately upon hearing about the fire. Although Tara's parents were already in town, the police asked the boyfriend to identify her. They brought him directly to the house, but he wasn't allowed inside. Instead, a police officer went in, took a photograph of the body, and showed it to him on the camera screen. Shocked, he said he couldn't be sure if it was Tara. He then mentioned that he had given her earrings, and if he saw them, he could be certain. The officer went back inside, removed the earrings from the body, and showed them to him. Only after that did the boyfriend confirm they belonged to Tara. The police soon focused their attention on another individual, a student who attended the same classes as Tara and had a troubling reputation. Several female students came forward, saying that he repeatedly asked various girls out on dates and often didn't take no for an answer. He had also asked Tara out multiple times, even though she had been telling him that she had a boyfriend. Some girls also mentioned that this person scared them with his creepy behavior and made them feel uncomfortable. Detectives began to investigate him, but they couldn't find any evidence linking him to the crime. At one point, they even asked Tara's friend to keep an eye on him, which was a quite controversial move, but it led nowhere. Another suspect was an attorney who worked at the same company as Tara. Talking to her colleagues, investigators found out that shortly before the murder, the man began acting quite strangely. In their company, there was a close-knit group of employees who socialized outside of work pretty often. At some point, this attorney suddenly quit their group. Moreover, just a few days before the incident, he told Tara that he wouldn't be able to attend her birthday celebration, which was scheduled for the day after the murder. On the morning of January 19th, before the fire started, one of Tara's colleagues decided to try and convince him to come to the celebration since Tara considered him a good friend and she was hurt by his sudden decision. The colleague went to his office, but he wasn't there. Considering that his workday had already begun, this was strange. He had always been present at the office in the mornings, but on that particular day it wasn't the case. The colleague also checked his work schedule, thinking he might have meetings, but it was empty. He didn't show up that day, but the next day he went to another colleague's house and behaved quite strangely. Many people who knew him suspected that he regularly used illicit substances, which could have explained his behavior. But there was more. The colleague noticed several fresh scratches on his neck. As we remember, skin particles from the perpetrator were found under Tara's nails, which meant that she had probably scratched her attacker. The attorney claimed he was scratched by a cat and denied any involvement in Tara's murder. However, when asked who he thought committed the crime, he acted quite oddly. He started shouting that it was her father, but provided no explanation to support this claim. Another weird thing was that the attorney suddenly resigned just a few months after the murder and left the state. It's unknown whether the police compared his DNA with the samples found under the victim's nails. Moreover, for all these years, there has been no information about whether these samples were even examined. Like with all other parts of the investigation, detectives didn't share any information, not even with Tara's relatives. The police later found out that the attorney was secretly dating 2 female colleagues from the company, despite being married. This could have explained his strange behavior and absence from work without apparent reasons. Both of these women also claimed they were sure he was using illegal substances. The police weren't able to find any evidence linking him to the murder, and eventually they stopped considering him a suspect. Detectives also looked into the employees of the maintenance company associated with the house where Tara rented a room. They had spare keys, which could have explained the absence of signs of forced entry, but they couldn't find any leads there either. Since then, there had been no significant progress in the case. The police continued to search for new suspects and witnesses while keeping most details of the investigation secret, insisting that releasing such information could harm their efforts. Over time, they received several more potential leads. One witness reported seeing an African-American man outside Tara's house a few hours before the fire. Another mentioned seeing blood on a university classmate's notebook shortly after the murder. Police investigated both leads, but they didn't lead anywhere. Tara's parents raised $27,000 and offered it as a reward for any information that could help solve the case. Over the years, almost all detectives working on the case changed. The new team continued their efforts to crack the case, but there were no new breakthroughs. The main issue was the lack of evidence, as the fire and the firefighters' actions destroyed almost everything inside Tara's room that could have been of interest to the investigation. In 2020, 19 years after Tara's murder, a podcast emerged shedding light on her case. Alongside Tara's family and other people involved in the case, this podcast gathered all available information about the crime, sparking a new wave of interest. The police department also took notice of the podcast, leading to increased communication between the new detectives and Tara's family. Thanks to that, the police began working on the case more thoroughly, but there was still no progress. The podcast episodes dedicated to Tara aired for 2 years, significantly impacting the fate of the case. It became one of the reasons why Georgia's government came up with a bill aimed at reducing the number of unsolved cases in the state. This bill was named after Tara and another young woman from Georgia, whose murder remained unsolved. 18-year-old Rhonda Coleman was found dead in 1990, and her killer has not been found to this day. Even though Rhonda's murder was clearly unrelated to Tara's death, it was decided to name this initiative the Coleman-Baker Bill. In 2023, the bill unanimously passed, and the governor of Georgia came to Athens to sign it in the presence of the families of both victims. The law aimed to establish an unsolved cases unit within the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. It also empowered the family of the victims to request the police to review unsolved cases, re-examine evidence, and take other steps to solve them. As soon as the law was signed in 2023, such a unit was established, specifically focusing on Tara's murder. Detectives reviewed all available information and began examining the few pieces of evidence utilizing modern DNA analysis tools. This went on for several months until May 13, 2024, when the police called a press conference. After 23 years since the murder, they announced that the perpetrator had finally been arrested. The culprit turned out to be a 48-year-old man named Edric Faust. During the conference, investigators didn't disclose how exactly they identified the suspect, only mentioning that modern DNA analysis tools and other biological evidence played a crucial role. They refrained from revealing all details to avoid compromising the ongoing legal proceedings, and only at trial would they disclose what evidence they have against Faust. In Faust's arrest documents, among other charges, he was accused of assaulting the victim, so his biological material could have matched the DNA sample from Tara's body. As we also recall, traces of the assailant's skin were found under the victim's nails, and it's possible that modern tools allowed experts to extract the killer's DNA from it. As for Faust, he likely should have been in the FBI database for a long time due to his extensive criminal record, including numerous arrests for various offenses. At the time of Tara's murder, He was 25 and living in the same city. However, police stated they couldn't find any evidence indicating the suspect knew the victim, suggesting Faust might have broken into her home or convinced her to let him in under some pretext. Detectives also revealed that Faust had never been a suspect in the case and only came under their radar a few days before his arrest, thanks to innovative DNA analysis methods. At the moment, Faust remains in jail awaiting trial, and only during the process will we learn what evidence the police were able to find against him. Apparently, detectives did obtain indisputable DNA evidence, as Faust was denied bail. They have no doubt that Faust is responsible for Tara's murder, so her case is officially closed. Tara's family, who fought for the truth for 23 years, finally learned what happened to her and thanked the new team of detectives for bringing closure to the case. As for Rhonda Coleman, the other woman after whom the law was named, her case remains unsolved. However, her family can now hope that detectives will discover new evidence and hold the culprit accountable, as it happened in Tara's case. 19-year-old Grishana Logan lived in Toledo, in an apartment on the 2400 block of Robin Hood Avenue. She worked as an exotic dancer, but had plans to move to Texas and attend college. Sadly, she would never get a chance to follow her dreams. On April 15, 2000, her body was found inside her apartment. She had been assaulted and strangled. Investigators collected DNA evidence belonging to an unknown man from the crime scene. The next day, on April 16th, Grishana's boyfriend was arrested in connection to the case. The DNA found ruled him out as a suspect, however, and he was let go. Despite DNA being able to rule people out, it was not advanced enough to identify the suspect, and the case went cold. Recently, investigators reopened the case and made use of genetic genealogy to finally make progress. A DNA profile could be created from the suspect. Cody's did not deliver any matches, so the DNA was submitted to public DNA databases. On January 4, 2021, the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation notified the Toledo Police and the Lucas County Prosecutor's Office that a match had finally been made for the DNA found at the crime scene back in 2000. It matched the DNA of Kenneth Marshall, who lived in Hammond, Indiana. Not only did his DNA show that he was responsible for what happened to Grishana, but it also linked him to 2 different sexual assault cases. Marshall was arrested on January 15th by the Hammond police. Lucas County Cold Case Task Force members interviewed him after his arrest. He was then taken to Ohio and booked into the Lucas County Jail on January 25th. 4 days later, on January 29th, Marshall appeared for an arraignment by video, and his bond was set at $1.3 million. 60-year-old Starlet Bell, who now lives in Texas, remembers April 15, 2000, like it was just yesterday. She was at work as a nurse in Toledo when she learned one of her nieces, Grishana, had lost her life. My other niece called me, and she is screaming at the top of her lungs. At the same time, I hear on the TV, a young lady's life was taken, and then the name came across the screen, Bell said. Her life was cut short at the worst time because she was so excited about her new start, coming to Texas and going to college. It was all taken away from her. Starlet believes that Marshall knew Grishana because of the work she did as an exotic dancer. I actually believe he followed her from there. I didn't believe it was random at all. I heard rumors about her being afraid of a guy who really matched Marshall's description. When I saw his picture, I actually said to my sister, "That looks like the guy she used to describe." Bell said that Grishana is at peace now, and it is time her family got peace as well. They never gave up hope for answers and hope that Marshall gets life in prison if convicted. Joanne Howell was a talented singer in Australia and was well known in the country in the 1970s. By 2007, 51-year-old Joanne worked as a secretary for a security company. She lived in an apartment in Newstown, Melbourne, with an ex-boyfriend she had broken up with. On April 21st, Joanne's body was found inside her apartment. She had been beaten and strangled. Despite paramedics' efforts to save her, she passed away at the scene. Neighbors came forward and said that on the day they heard a lot of arguing between Joanne and her ex-boyfriend. His name is Paul Charlton and he was 52 years old at the time. On the day her life was taken, Joanne told him that he had 4 weeks to move out. He was interviewed by investigators and said that he left the apartment to take the dog for a walk. When he returned, he saw what happened to Joanne and called the police. To investigators, it definitely seemed that Paul was responsible for what happened to Joanne, but they needed more evidence. A witness came forward claiming that they saw a man acting strangely in the vicinity of Joanne's apartment around the time her life was taken. A medical examiner determined that Joanne passed away at roughly 9 p.m. Charlton called the police after 11 p.m. This meant that he would have had to be out walking the dog for more than 2 hours, which is not impossible but a bit unlikely. Despite an extensive investigation, investigators did not get useful leads and the case went cold. In December of 2020, investigators appealed for more information from the public and said that they are close to having solved it. Then in January of 2021, Paul Charlton was arrested at his home and taken into custody. Detective Inspector Tim Tay said this: "Police haven't forgotten about Joanne, and the community shouldn't either. If you know anything, now is absolutely the time to come forward. We are appealing to anyone who may have overheard any conversation with any person indicating who is responsible for what happened to Joanne." In June of 2021, he was released on bail, as he apparently does not pose a risk to the community. The media tried to question Charlton, but he lashed out at them and swung his walking stick around, posing no risk to the community, of course. Investigators have not fully explained why they arrested him after all these years, but have said that in 2020 they put listening devices in the home of Charlton, and things he said played a role in them arresting him. Charlton is now awaiting trial, where investigators believe that they have enough to get a conviction. Diana Diallo was born in 1959 in a quiet suburb of Los Angeles called Tustin. Her dad was in the military and her mom worked at a small clothing factory. When Diana was 19, she met a guy named Kevin Green. She was at a bar with her friend when some men started bothering them. One was being too pushy, so Kevin decided to step in. After he made the guy go away, Diana offered to buy him a drink to say thanks. A few days later, they went on a date, and things moved pretty fast from there. At the time, Kevin was already married, but he and his wife were in the process of getting divorced. Meanwhile, he and Diana moved in together and she got pregnant. As soon as Kevin's divorce was finalized, they got married the same day, eagerly awaiting the birth of their daughter. They rented an apartment in a small complex in Tustin. Kevin served in the Marines, working as a helicopter mechanic at the nearby base. Diana used to work with her mom at the clothing factory, but as her pregnancy progressed, she chose to stay at home and prepare for the arrival of her daughter. By the end of September 1979, Diana was 9.5 months pregnant, and she was due to go to the hospital any day now. On the evening of September 30th, after watching a movie together, Diana and her husband got into an argument. The stress of impending parenthood had been weighing on both of them, so they'd been fighting quite a bit lately. Kevin decided to take a drive to a nearby fast food joint to clear his head and also avoid making the whole situation even worse. About 40 minutes later, a local police department received a chilling call. It was Kevin. He said that someone had shot his wife and she needed an ambulance as soon as possible. At that time, a patrol car was nearby, and officers quickly arrived at the scene. Upon entering the apartment, they found Diana lying on the bed in her bedroom, covered in blood, seemingly from a head wound resembling a gunshot. The bedroom wall was also splattered with blood. Diana showed signs of life, trying to breathe, so the officers started performing first aid while they waited for the ambulance. They also asked Kevin to leave the room, as they were still unsure of what had happened. The medics soon arrived and carefully moved Diana into the ambulance. At first, they also thought she had a gunshot wound, but quickly realized it wasn't the case. The wound appeared to be caused by blunt force trauma. Kevin wanted to go with his wife, but the police didn't allow him to. They needed to take his statement, and at that moment, they were considering all possible scenarios, including his involvement in the attack. Kevin was clearly in shock and seemed to struggle to comprehend the officer's words. He even attempted to get into the ambulance, so they had to stop him. As it drove away, he began to regain his composure and finally told the police what had happened that night. Kevin explained that he and his wife had an argument, so he decided to go to a fast food joint to get burgers and clear his head. When he left the apartment, he realized he had left his keys inside but chose not to go back for them. He simply shut the door and headed to his car. Kevin also mentioned that not far from their apartment complex, he saw a van with its back door open and there was an African-American man walking back and forth to it. Given that it was around 2 a.m., Kevin found it a bit unusual. He drove to his favorite fast food place, but there was a long line, so he went to another one of the same chain a few miles away. He bought some burgers and headed home, which took about 40 minutes. When he got to the front door, Kevin found it wide open. He rushed inside and heard strange sounds, like someone snoring. Upon entering the bedroom, he saw Diana covered in blood, struggling to breathe, and immediately called the police. Some parts of Kevin's story immediately raised questions. For example, his decision to go for burgers in the middle of the night seemed odd. The whole trip also took him about 40 minutes, which was quite long, considering that all the restaurants were close to his home. Nevertheless, officers inspected the fast food bag and the food was still warm. The receipt contained the restaurant's address and the time of purchase, corroborating his account. Based on this, the police allowed Kevin to go to the hospital, but first they had asked him to provide a blood sample. DNA analysis wasn't available at the time, but experts could compare the blood traces found at the crime scene with Kevin's blood type. When Diana arrived at the hospital, doctors confirmed that the wound on her head wasn't from a gunshot. Most likely, the assailant used a small but heavy object, like a piece of wood, and inflicted a series of blows. At the hospital, Diana slipped into a coma. Doctors worked tirelessly for several hours to save both the woman and her unborn child. They eventually managed to stabilize Diana's condition, but she still needed surgery. Meanwhile, investigators requested medical experts to establish whether Diana had been sexually assaulted. Besides being standard procedure, Diana's positioning upon discovery prompted the officers to consider that possibility. The experts soon confirmed this version, discovering traces of semen on her body. However, there were a few complications. Kevin had informed detectives that they had been intimate a few hours before the argument that night, and DNA analysis was not yet available at that time. So even with a biological sample from the perpetrator, little could be done. Kevin and Diana's relatives spent the entire night at the hospital, hoping Diana and her baby could survive the attack. However, by morning, something unexpected happened. One of the monitors detected a sharp deterioration in the baby's condition, and despite the extensive efforts of the doctors, the girl didn't survive. As for Diana, medics performed surgery immediately after the baby's death, and her condition was stabilized. She remained in a coma, but her chances of survival were now considered high. However, doctors didn't expect her to return to a normal life after such serious trauma. Meanwhile, detectives worked tirelessly to track down the perpetrator who attacked Diana. After her baby passed away, the case was classified as a homicide and the local police department put all their resources into it. Despite the fact that Kevin provided an alibi, detectives didn't rush to rule him out as a suspect. His story raised numerous questions. He had an argument with his wife just hours before the attack, left the front door unlocked, and was absent for an extended period for a supposed quick trip to the fast food joint. His claim of seeing a suspicious man near the house in the middle of the night also seemed too convenient. But there was no evidence against Kevin. Moreover, the police already had another suspect. About a year before these events, crimes with a similar modus operandi had started happening in Tustin and its surrounding areas. In December 1978, an unknown perpetrator broke into the apartment of a 17-year-old girl, struck her with a piece of wood, and sexually assaulted her, resulting in her death. For months later, the same happened to a 21-year-old woman. Someone broke into her home and struck her with a piece of wood. She didn't survive either. In July 1979, the unknown perpetrator entered another woman's apartment and did the same to her, but she managed to survive. However, the victim spent several weeks in a coma due to her injuries, and her subsequent testimony didn't bring detectives closer to finding the attacker. In September 1979, less than a month before Diana's attack, the same happened to a 31-year-old woman who died the next day. Her son provided investigators with a description of the assailant, but the man still couldn't be identified. All these crimes shared striking similarities, just like the attack on Diana. Police were almost certain that they were dealing with a serial killer, and all their efforts were focused on catching this individual. He had already gotten a nickname, the Bedroom Basher. Considering that the perpetrator was committing his crimes with short intervals and operating in a relatively small suburban area of Los Angeles, detectives believed that he could strike again very soon. They decided to reach out to the public through the media and warn all women who lived alone, especially those in lower floor apartments, as they were apparently the preferred targets of the suspected serial killer. This sparked a wave of panic. Women began clearing store shelves of any means of protection, signing up for self-defense courses, and staying with friends and relatives, trying to safeguard themselves from the dangerous criminal. Police also began patrolling the streets at nightfall. Detectives interviewed anyone who could have had any connection to these crimes, and soon they received their first leads. Several neighbors of the victims reported seeing a suspicious white man with dark, thick hair near their houses. Although this description was quite superficial, police located several matching men, investigated them, but it led nowhere. A week after Diana's attack, doctors informed her loved ones that she had finally regained consciousness. But there was a serious problem. Diana couldn't speak or remember anything, and according to the doctors, her brain needed some time to recover, functioning at the level of a 6-year-old child. Around the same time, another attack happened in Tustin. An unknown assailant broke into the apartment of a 24-year-old woman, struck her several times with a piece of wood, and sexually assaulted her. Tragically, the victim died and the police once again failed to catch the culprit. Diana spent several more days in the hospital and her mind began to gradually return to normal. However, she had almost completely lost her memory and still couldn't recall even her parents. Doctors said her memory might eventually return, but warned her family not to recount anything to her, and to allow her to remember everything on her own. Once her life-threatening condition passed, she was discharged from the hospital and her family took her home. Since Kevin needed to work on the military base to pay the bills, they moved in with Diana's parents, who could care for her around the clock. 2 weeks later, another tragic attack occurred in the city with a similar modus operandi, and this time, the unknown assailant killed a 17-year-old girl. After being discharged from the hospital, Diana started attending physiotherapy, and her condition gradually improved. She still couldn't speak or remember what happened to her, but everything suddenly changed 6 weeks after the attack. During a physiotherapy session, the therapist brought up the attack and asked if Diana still couldn't remember who did it to her. To the doctor's surprise, Diana suddenly nodded and pointed to her wedding ring. When Diana's mother came to pick her up, the doctor told her about this and the mother asked her daughter, "Was it Kevin who attacked you?" And Diana nodded. Right after that, her mother took her to the police station where she spoke with the lead detective. He asked Diana a few more questions and she confirmed that she suddenly remembered the moment of the attack and the perpetrator was none other than her husband. For the detective, this completely changed the course of the case. He and his team were almost certain that Diana was attacked by the same serial criminal responsible for the other similar attacks. But now, the detective faced several questions. Could Kevin be the bedroom basher? He lived in the same area where the attacks happened, and even matched the description provided by several witnesses who saw a white man with dark hair. Or, did Kevin decide to get rid of his wife by disguising himself as the active killer? Considering that all the actions of the bedroom basher were almost identical each single time, it wouldn't have been difficult. The detective thought that if he arrested Kevin now, his involvement in other crimes might never be proven, and Kevin himself could flee as soon as he realized he was caught. So he made a difficult decision. He asked Diana and her mother to pretend that Diana still remembered nothing and to return home to Kevin. This was obviously a huge challenge for both of them, but they agreed nonetheless. Investigators put Kevin under surveillance and closely monitored all his movements, hoping to eventually link him to other attacks. Police spoke with Kevin's friends to learn more about the suspect, and they quickly found out something interesting. Those who knew him well said that his relationship with Diana was quite tense. The couple argued frequently, a fact also confirmed by neighbors who often heard their screams. According to friends, Kevin regularly complained to them that Diana refused to be intimate with him in the final months of her pregnancy. Yet, Kevin had described his relationship with Diana to detectives as nearly perfect. But besides that, detectives couldn't gather any additional useful information. Kevin behaved quite normally. He went to work and came back home without lingering anywhere else, and didn't raise any suspicions. The police also received results from the lab revealing an interesting discovery. Besides the attacker's semen, they found skin particles with blood under Diana's nails. Specialists matched the blood type of the attacker to Kevin's blood sample, and it matched. It meant that Kevin had the same blood type as the person who attacked Diana. Based on this information, detectives came up with the most likely version of what had happened on that fateful night. Kevin indeed bought burgers at a fast food joint a few miles from home. The time on the receipt and cashier's words confirmed his presence. So detectives believed he could have attacked Diana before leaving home, then quickly went to the fast food restaurant to create an alibi, explaining the extended 40-minute trip. Regarding motive, detectives theorized that Diana's refusal to engage in intimacy served as the trigger. Despite Kevin's claim that they had had sex hours before the incident, he frequently complained to friends about Diana's reluctance for months. Given the severity of the attack, detectives believe this was Kevin's breaking point. The police re-interviewed Diana, who confirmed she vividly remembered the attack and Kevin was indeed the one who assaulted her. During the conversation, her mother said they could no longer pretend and live under the same roof as Kevin. After that, detectives decided to arrest him and proceed with legal action. Kevin was taken into custody while he was at a store to avoid risking Diana's family and conducting the arrest at their home. Kevin refused to admit guilt, insisting that everything happened exactly as he had told them. Preparation for the trial took 10 months. During this time, Diana's physical condition gradually improved. She could speak again, although not without difficulty. Diana was also examined by several doctors, who came to a unanimous conclusion that her brain had sufficiently recovered, and she was a reliable witness. Diana testified in court, confirming that the person who attacked her that night was indeed her husband. Kevin's defense insisted on his innocence, trying to use the fast food alibi, but it wasn't enough against the victim's testimony. In November 1980, Kevin was found guilty of killing his child and assaulting his wife. He was sentenced to 15 years to life in prison. Regarding Kevin's possible involvement in other murders and assaults, detectives noticed something interesting. Before Kevin's arrest, 2 more similar crimes occurred in their county, but both victims survived. They still hadn't been able to identify the attacker, so his identity remained unknown. But after Kevin's arrest, the attacks suddenly stopped. Before that, the bedroom basher committed his crimes quite frequently, sometimes with only a few weeks between them. But once Kevin was arrested, there were no more similar crimes at all. Right after the sentencing, Diana filed for divorce, and Kevin didn't try to object to it. Since then, Diana continued to work on her recovery, but it was quite challenging considering the injuries she sustained. Her brain almost returned to normal, but some problems remained with her forever. She partially lost her hearing and vision and still struggled to speak. As for Kevin, he continued to insist on his innocence for years. His time in prison wasn't easy. Other inmates repeatedly attacked him for killing a child, and Kevin ended up in the hospital multiple times. When he had the opportunity to apply for parole, the commission denied it, and over the following years, he received 3 more denials. The main reason for these decisions was that Kevin had never admitted his guilt, which was seen as a lack of remorse. When DNA analysis became widely utilized in forensics, Kevin attempted to request analysis of the existing samples in comparison with his DNA, but this request was rejected due to the fact that he didn't have enough money to pay for the analysis. This went on until 1996, when the police department reopened the investigation into a series of attacks allegedly committed by the bedroom basher. Throughout this time, semen samples taken from the victims were stored in the laboratory. Now, detectives had the opportunity not only to determine if one person was behind all these crimes, but also possibly to identify them. Kevin remained the prime suspect, but when experts obtained the DNA profile of the perpetrator and added it to the database, there was an unexpected twist. All these samples matched another man named Gerald Parker. Parker was arrested in the same year as Kevin. He assaulted a 13-year-old girl in Tustin and was caught shortly after. At the time, detectives did not link this crime to the series of attacks because they had a different pattern. While the bedroom basher targeted victims late at night in their apartments, Parker abducted the girl on the street. Since then, he had been serving his sentence in prison and was set to be released in just a few days. After investigators obtained DNA matches for Parker in all the unsolved cases, they also remembered the attack on Diana. Although this crime was considered solved, detectives still considered its connection to the other similar cases highly likely. Now they understood that Kevin definitely wasn't the serial killer, leaving them with just one question. Did he really attack his wife? Interestingly, during those years, Parker served at the same military base as Kevin and also owned a dark-colored van. As we recall, on the very first day, Kevin told the police that he saw an African-American man in front of their house, walking near a dark van. This made detectives wonder, what if Parker was behind the attack on Diana? The local prosecutor visited Kevin in prison and informed him of the progress in the investigation of the bedroom basher murder series. He then asked Kevin to provide a direct sample of his DNA for analysis. Kevin, who had been trying to do this for years, immediately agreed. While experts conducted the analysis, detectives went to see Parker in prison. At that point, they hadn't yet charged him with a series of attacks because they needed time to prepare such a complex case. Nevertheless, the police decided to talk to the suspect, hoping he might give them a confession. Parker began to deny his involvement in the series of crimes, so detectives shifted the conversation to the attack on Diana. Before questioning him, they reviewed Parker's case and found something interesting. After his arrest for assaulting the girl, he told the police that military service was the best thing that had ever happened to him. Detectives decided to use this to their advantage and questioned how he could let another soldier take the blame for his crime. They continued pressing Parker, appealing to his loyalty to the military, until he suddenly said that another person was indeed serving time for the murder he committed. He continued, admitting that on that night, he did indeed drive to Kevin's house in his van. His plan was to roam the neighborhood, peering into ground floor windows, as he had done many times before, looking for his next victim. But this time, he heard screams from Kevin and Diana's apartment, and a man came out onto the street. Parker noticed that he didn't lock the door, waited for a few minutes, then entered the apartment and assaulted Diana. He also said that he didn't know her husband since they had different duties on the military base. Parker also confessed to the other crimes, admitting to 6 murders and 3 non-lethal attacks. After the police obtained confessions, DNA results proved Parker's involvement and Kevin's innocence. The prosecutor promised to overturn his sentence as soon as possible, and a few days later, Kevin walked free after spending 16 years behind bars. The twist in this case caused a widespread outcry. It wasn't just because an innocent man spent nearly half his life for someone else's crime, but also because it took so long for the police to establish the real killer's identity. However, that wasn't the last twist in this case. When Kevin was released, the state of California agreed to pay him $10,000, which was a relatively small amount of money even for those times. Several years later, he got an additional compensation of $100 for each day spent in prison, totaling $620,000. But the story didn't end there. Despite Kevin's full exoneration, Diana refused to believe in his innocence. Up until that point, she had claimed Kevin was the only one who attacked her. However, after biological material from her body matched Parker's DNA, she came up with a new version. Diana claimed that on that night, Kevin attacked and assaulted her before leaving, and then Parker entered the apartment and did the same to her. Parker himself repeatedly stated that when he entered the apartment, the woman was simply lying on the bed, without any visible injuries or signs of distress. He also claimed that he was the one who struck her on the head. Diana's family proposed another theory, suggesting that Kevin might have asked Parker to commit the crime, which is why he left the house that night, leaving the door open. But Parker continued to insist that he didn't know Kevin. There were numerous people on the military base, many of whom didn't know each other personally. Besides, such a version would imply that Kevin should have known Parker was the serial killer to ask him something like that, which he vehemently denied. Kevin also denied any connection with Parker, insisting he would never harm Diana, let alone their unborn daughter. He maintained that he left the door unlocked simply because he didn't want to return for the keys right after the argument with his wife. He also added that he still blames himself for that decision. Diana insists on her version of events to this day, and there could be a simple explanation for that. The trauma she endured as a result of the attack had a profound impact on her brain. When she emerged from the coma, doctors warned all her relatives not to tell her of what had happened. The reason was that at the time, her brain could accept any information as true and she would believe such memories to be accurate and real. It's worth noting that even at the time of Kevin's release, 16 years after the incident, she continued to experience serious difficulties. For example, Diana struggled to process fast speech, indicating that the consequences of the trauma had an irreparable impact on her brain. It cannot be ruled out that the trauma is the primary reason for her conviction of Kevin's involvement. As for Parker, in 1999 he was sentenced to death, but this sentence has never been carried out. After many years of waiting in prison, California imposed a moratorium on executions, so Parker continues to serve his sentence behind bars to this day. 15-year-old Farrah Carter lived in Broward County, Florida with her family in 2002. They had recently started renting on Southwest 27th Street. On May 22nd, Farrah was home alone. Later in the day, her mother and sisters entered the home. They made a gruesome discovery. Large pools of blood covered the tile floor and the wall of the family room. A chair was knocked over, a glass jar shattered on the floor, and a couch had been pushed across the room against the window and blinds. In Vera's bedroom, her family found her body. She had multiple stab wounds. Investigators found a shoe print inside the house and also an ATP tour hat that did not belong to anyone in the family. A man across the street told investigators he saw Vera talking to a man at the front door on the morning her life was taken. The man wore a hat similar to the one found inside the house. He tried to make his way inside but he gave up and left. It was then believed that the same man later made his way into the house successfully. A $1,000 reward for information was issued and flyers were sent out around town. Investigators also tested items they had collected for evidence, but were unable to make any DNA matches. The case soon went cold. In 2019, investigators decided to make use of genetic genealogy. They submitted the items they had collected into public DNA databases. This time they found a match. It led them to 56-year-old Joseph Pollard. He had a long history of violence against women. In the summer of 2004, just 2 years after he took Farrah's life, he was sentenced to life in prison for an unrelated crime involving kidnapping and burglary. Before that crime, he was involved in a lot more crimes but never spent a long time in prison. In May of 2002, he was a free man on probation when he made his way to Farrah's home to end their life. He is currently serving his life sentence at a Taylor Correctional Institution. Farrah's family appreciated the fact that the case is now resolved, but the development that not is their decades-old pain. 17-year-old Nancy Noga lived in Saraville, New Jersey in 1999. She attended Saraville High School. On January 7th, Nancy went to work at a rag shop store in a nearby town of Old Bridge, New Jersey. When she did not make it back home, her family got worried and called the police. They sent out flyers and immediately went searching. 5 days later, at approximately 9 in the morning, Nancy's body was found in a wooded area behind a Minimal Plaza shopping center in Ernst and Road. She was found wearing a purple Arizona jacket, a dark Phoenix sweater, blue jeans, black and white platform sneakers, and carrying a purple backpack. DNA from an unknown man was collected at a crime scene. An autopsy revealed that Nancy passed away due to blunt force trauma. Nancy's friends described her as a nice, outgoing girl who was friendly and helpful. She had plans to enter the military after high school and later attend college. When her body was found, it shocked the blue-collar community. Fear quickly spread, especially among girls in town who were afraid to walk alone at night. For more than 2 decades, investigators worked the case, but got no closer to catching the suspect. It was only recently that investigators made use of genetic genealogy that progress could be made. In September of 2021, Middlesex County Prosecutor Yolanda Sycone and Cerebral Police Chief John Zabrowski announced to the public that the case is now closed. 49-year-old Bruce Zemanski was arrested at his home in Barnecut, New Jersey, in connection to the case. His DNA matched the DNA found at a crime scene. He is currently being held at a Middlesex County Adult Correction Center awaiting trial. Joan Zabrowski had this to say. Lisa Valdez was born on September 6, 1961 in San Francisco, California. She had a brother and a loving mother, although their father wasn't involved in their lives. Despite this, Lisa was exceptionally close to her mother, and they almost never argued. Everyone who knew them always marveled at how perfect their relationship seemed. In her teenage years, Lisa took up dancing, and it became one of her greatest passions. She also had a keen interest in modern technology, getting into the IT field when it was still in its infancy. For instance, she started using email when most of her friends hadn't even heard of it. This interest in technology shaped her future career. After college, Lisa got a job as a software analyst in San Francisco. Sometime later, her mother used her savings to buy Lisa an apartment in a prestigious neighborhood. It was a small studio, but the complex was located on a hill offering a beautiful view of the city. Lisa lived in this apartment alone, moving up in her career and spending as much time as possible with her family. She also didn't give up dancing, going to dance practice every week with her best friend. On May 16, 1998, when Lisa was 36, she invited her mother and some family friends over for the evening. After the guests left, her mother helped with the dishes and headed home. Before she left, Lisa promised to call her the next day, but she never called. First, her mom figured she was just busy. Lisa was supposed to go to dance practice that day, so her mom decided to wait. But the whole day went by without hearing from Lisa. The next day, she tried calling Lisa herself, but there was no answer. The mother kept trying to reach her daughter, but Lisa never picked up. On the fourth day, Monday, Lisa's colleagues called her mother and informed her that Lisa hadn't shown up for work and wasn't answering their calls. This was very unusual because Lisa was very responsible and had never missed work without notice. Worried, her mother decided to go to Lisa's apartment complex to check on her, but as soon as she arrived, she saw police tape around the building. There were many officers present, and she asked them what was happening. The police explained that just a few hours earlier, residents had complained to the manager about a strange smell coming from one of the apartments. When the manager went to check, he found the door unlocked. He opened it and immediately saw a body on the floor, then called the police. The officers quickly identified the deceased as Lisa. She was partially undressed and her body showed clear signs of trauma, indicating it was a murder. Based on the state of decomposition, they estimated she had been dead for several days. The police also suspected she had been assaulted as her underwear was found next to her body. The room was covered in blood stains, both on the floor and on the bed. The TV was on and the air conditioner was set to 78 degrees. The apartment was also in disarray, but detectives later discovered that this was normal for Lisa, who wasn't meticulous about keeping things tidy. There were no signs of a robbery. All her valuables, including jewelry, were left in plain sight. The only things missing were her keys and a gym bag. Another odd detail was that the attacker had cut off some of Lisa's long hair and taken it with them. Combined with numerous injuries on her body, this suggested strong personal motives. Detectives speculated that the killer might have known Lisa and, for some reasons, hated her. Supporting the idea that Lisa knew her attacker was the fact that there were no signs of forced entry. Plus, Lisa's apartment complex was fenced and you needed either a key or to be let in by a resident. The police started interviewing residents of the complex, hoping someone had seen the attacker, and they quickly found their first lead. One of Lisa's neighbors mentioned that 2 days earlier, after returning from vacation, he noticed part of the metal frame of his front door was bent and there was a faint blood stain on the door. He reported it to the manager, but they decided not to involve the police since it was clear no one had broken into his apartment. Detectives were almost certain the same person who killed Lisa was responsible for this incident, but the motives behind the actions were unclear. Perhaps the killer tried to break into the neighbor's apartment and was caught by Lisa, leading to her murder. According to another theory, the attempt to break into the neighbor's apartment might have occurred after Lisa's murder, which seemed odd. Detectives talked to the housekeeper who cleaned Lisa's apartment every week. 2 days before they found Lisa's body, she used her key to enter the complex and tried to open Lisa's door, but it was blocked from the inside. She peeked through the crack and saw a partially undressed woman on the floor and heard a man's voice. Assuming she was interrupting something private, she left right away. The police believe Lisa was already dead by then, and the man's voice belonged to her killer, who was still in the apartment. The housekeeper also mentioned a curious detail. She thought she saw a black bag with a zipper near the body, but she wasn't sure since she only glanced inside for a second. Notably, there was an untouched envelope with cash taped to the inside of Lisa's apartment door. This money was meant for the housekeeper, as Lisa always left it the day before her scheduled visit, since she wouldn't be home. The presence of the envelope indicated that Lisa was likely attacked after her mother left, between midnight and early morning hours, as this was when she would have left the money. This theory was soon confirmed by the neighbors living on the floor below. They reported hearing noises from above that night, sounding like thumps, followed by someone coming down the stairs, though they didn't see who it was. While medical experts examined Lisa's body, detectives continued searching her apartment for clues. They soon noticed something unusual. The toilet seat was up, which was odd for a woman living alone. Forensic experts examined it and found a partial fingerprint that didn't belong to Lisa. The police collected fingerprints from all of Lisa's acquaintances and relatives, who might have been in her apartment, but none matched. This led detectives to believe the fingerprint might belong to the killer. The medical experts soon finished their report, giving a new lead. Lisa's body had over 20 stab wounds, but because of the decomposition, they couldn't tell if she had been sexually assaulted. However, they found defensive wounds on her body, indicating that Lisa tried to fight off her attacker. The experts also found skin particles under her nails, likely from the killer, and sent them to the lab for analysis. Meanwhile, forensic experts examined evidence from the apartment and found a crucial clue. One of the pillowcases had numerous blood stains, but analysis revealed that not all the blood belonged to Lisa. Some stains were different, so the pillowcase was sent to the lab for further examination. Investigators theorized that the killer might have accidentally injured himself while stabbing Lisa, which was common in such cases, since a knife can easily slip. This theory was supported by another finding. Inside the toilet, they discovered 2 bandages from a first aid kit, which the killer might have used to stop his bleeding. He also could have left his fingerprints on the toilet seat while throwing away the bandages. DNA analysis showed that the blood on the pillowcase belonged to an unknown man, not in the FBI database. The skin particles from under Lisa's nails also matched this man, as did the blood stain on her neighbor's door. Although there were no matches in the DNA database, detectives now had the killer's DNA profile. They began comparing it with samples from suspects in their system who had committed crimes in Lisa's area and also started looking closely at her acquaintances. Lisa's mother revealed that Lisa had been dating a man named Albert Quito, and they were supposed to go on a date the day after the murder. However, Quito had canceled it just a few days prior. Detectives brought Quito in for questioning, and they immediately noticed a large cut on his hand. They suspected that the killer might have injured his hand while stabbing Lisa, and this is common in such attacks. This immediately made Kettle a suspect, but he denied any involvement in the murder. The detectives took his fingerprints and DNA samples and sent them to the lab for comparison. To their surprise, none of it matched. The blood on the pillowcase and the skin particles from under Lisa's nails clearly belonged to someone else. Investigators continued searching for other possible suspects and decided to listen to the messages on Lisa's answering machine left in the days leading up to the murder. They compiled a list of 40 callers, but one strange message stood out to them. Just a few hours before the murder, while Lisa still had guests at her home, a man called her, but she didn't pick up. So he left a rather unusual message. You know how it goes, Takeda. Hey Lisa, are you home? The police played this message for Lisa's friend, who immediately recognized the voice as belonging to a colleague of Lisa's named Albert Robinson. He had repeatedly expressed romantic feelings for Lisa, but she wasn't interested in a relationship with him. They continued to interact at work and in the company of mutual acquaintances, and Lisa considered him a friend. Several days after the murder, during the victim's family's memorial service, something else happened. Robinson showed up and gave a speech that puzzled everyone present. He claimed that he and Lisa were deeply in love, planning to get married and start a family. Lisa's friends and her mother stated that Robinson's words were completely untrue. Lisa had told them that Robinson had shown interest in her, but she had no romantic feelings for him. Lisa's mother also stressed their close relationship, saying that Lisa wouldn't hide such plans from her. Robinson was brought in for questioning, where he denied any involvement in the murder. He said he loved Lisa and claimed he would never harm her. However, he refused to provide his DNA sample and fingerprints to the police. All of this pointed towards Robinson as the main suspect, and detectives kept searching for any new leads. If Robinson was truly obsessed with Lisa and she didn't feel the same way, it could have driven him to commit such an act. The brutality of the crime strongly suggested personal motives, and the fact that the killer had cut off some of her hair and taken it with him could be connected to his obsession. Detectives eventually were able to obtain a search warrant for his house, where they found something truly unusual. There were dozens of Lisa's photos everywhere, further indicating Robinson's obsession. However, Robinson continued to deny his involvement in the murder. This time, he provided his fingerprints and DNA sample. Detectives were almost certain he was the killer, but they were surprised when the lab results showed no match with the samples found at the victim's apartment. As a result, Robinson was removed from the list of suspects, and the police continued to search for new leads. Despite their efforts, the detectives repeatedly hit dead ends, and the case remained unsolved for years. Investigators repeatedly sought updates on the comparison of the killer's DNA sample and fingerprints with databases, hoping that he would surface for some other crimes, but it never happened. Initially, police found it strange that someone who committed such a brutal crime wasn't in the databases, as they doubted it was his first serious offense. Over the following years, police continued to check for matches in the databases, but they always came up empty. Lisa's mother gave interviews on television multiple times, urging anyone with information to come forward, but detectives still couldn't find any new leads. In 2010, detectives learned that the FBI had started using a new DNA technology to compare the suspects' samples with individuals in the database to locate their relatives. Unlike genetic genealogy, which emerged several years later, this method only worked with close relatives. For example, experts could find the father or a brother of the DNA owner in the database. With no other leads, in 2011, police requested such a comparison and began waiting. On September 2nd, the lead detective received a call from the FBI with two pieces of news, good and bad. They stated they wouldn't perform the comparison with possible relatives in the database, but the reason was quite unexpected. Before conducting such a comparison, experts always retested the suspect's DNA sample, and this time, 13 years after the murder, it came back as a perfect match. The DNA from blood and skin particles found under Lisa's nails matched a sample from a 52-year-old man named Anthony Hughes, who had just recently entered the FBI database. The man had an extensive criminal history spanning decades, but none of his crimes required his DNA sample to be entered into the FBI database. With changes in laws, criminals in California were required to submit DNA samples regardless of the severity of the crime. And Anthony's sample ended up in the database after he was arrested for a simple shoplifting incident. His fingerprints were also entered into the databases, and they matched the fingerprint found on the toilet seat in Lisa's apartment. Experts even identified the specific finger that left the print pretty easily. Before arresting the man, detectives attempted to find any other evidence that could connect him to the crime. Here, they encountered a surprising turn of events. 13 years ago, the police listened to messages left for Lisa on her answering machine. However, they only reviewed calls made to her phone before the murder. Now, after all these years, detectives suddenly discovered that Anthony Hughes had called Lisa just a day after her death and left her a message. This content was quite ordinary and did not raise any suspicions. However, had the police investigated Anthony back then, they would have not only discovered his extensive criminal record, but also something else. Upon reviewing Lisa's belongings, detectives examined her address book and found Anthony's phone number, confirming that the victim knew him. After talking to Lisa's friends, the police learned that she had apparently dated Anthony for a while in high school, and now the detectives had everything they needed to question the man. At that time, he didn't have a fixed address, so they decided to proceed carefully to prevent the suspect from fleeing. They arrested him, saying that the police were investigating a series of robberies in San Francisco, and he surrendered without resistance. During the interrogation, detectives started by asking about a series of robberies before smoothly transitioning to Anthony's criminal record. Eventually, they asked if he knew Lisa Valdez. At first, he said no, but when they showed her photo, he admitted they knew each other from high school. Anthony also claimed he hadn't seen her since the late 80s. Over several hours, detectives questioned him about the relationship and whether he'd seen her recently. Finally, they confronted him about his DNA found in Lisa's apartment in '98. Anthony suddenly began crying and asked for a pen and paper. Thinking he was ready to confess, they handed it over. But to their surprise, the man started hitting himself with the pen. They had to restrain him while he continued crying and shouting that they were trying to frame him for a crime he didn't commit. After that, Anthony was charged with the murder, and detectives informed Lisa's relatives that her killer had finally been caught. However, they had to wait another 4 years before the trial began. In court, Anthony initially appeared confident, even arrogant, and smirked. But as the proceedings continued, he began showing up with a Bible in hand and a cross around his neck, which the detectives saw as an attempt to sway the jurors. His lawyer insisted Anthony couldn't physically have committed the murder. He had been diagnosed with a condition 5 years prior that weakened his muscles, making repetitive movements extremely difficult. The lawyer argued that Anthony wouldn't have been able to inflict over 20 stab wounds on the victim. But medical reports from the year of the murder showed that Anthony's condition was under control and treatment was effective. Moreover, the prosecution had much stronger evidence pointing directly to his presence in the victim's apartment. His skin was found under Lisa's nails, his blood on a pillowcase, and his fingerprint on the toilet seat. But despite all this, Anthony continued to insist he hadn't seen Lisa since the late 80s. The prosecution theorized that Anthony contacted Lisa and went to her home, where he attempted to engage in intimacy with her, but she refused. In a fit of rage, he then killed her, cut off a portion of her hair, and took it with him before fleeing the scene. In the end, the jury unanimously found him guilty of first-degree murder. However, there was a problem with convicting him of sexual assault. The prosecution believed Anthony had indeed assaulted the victim, but due to the extent of decomposition, there was no direct evidence to confirm it. The situation was further complicated when, before sentencing, Anthony challenged the assault charges, arguing that the 13-year delay in bringing charges violated his constitutional rights. As a result, the primary charges were reduced from first-degree murder to second-degree murder, resulting in a less severe punishment. Anthony eventually received a life sentence with the possibility of parole after just 16 years, in 2031, when he would be 72. Since then, Anthony has been serving his sentence in prison and continues to maintain his innocence. Lisa's relatives hope that his parole request will be denied, which is quite likely. Often, refusal to admit guilt is seen by the parole board as a lack of remorse, meaning the offender doesn't deserve to be released. 20-year-old Catherine Gennaro lived in Barrie, Ontario, Canada in 1994. She had a 2-year-old daughter named Dawn. On October 10th, Dawn was staying with her grandparents, Denora and Fernando Gennaro, in Toronto. Catherine was home alone. During the day, Catherine's friend knocked on the door. When they did not receive any answer, they made their way inside. In the basement of her home, her friends made a startling discovery. They found her lifeless body. She had been stabbed numerous times. The police began the investigation but turned the case over to the Ontario Provincial Police in 1999. After an extensive investigation that did not lead to any arrests, The Ontario Provincial Police then turned the case back over to the Barrie Police in 2012. Investigators said they collected hundreds of pieces of evidence and took hundreds of witness statements as part of the investigation over the years. It is important that every piece of information received is always closely examined. You never know which one holds the key detail you are searching for. Lead your team ultimately to the arrest of the person responsible, said case manager Detective Kevin Scales. In 2014, investigators announced that they had 2 men under surveillance who they believed had a connection to Catherine's case. Catherine's daughter Dawn also spoke at the press conference. She told the media how she first learned that her mother's life was taken. The episode was a reenactment of a young woman being stabbed in her apartment. As young as I was, I still remember being terrified and sad for this woman and sad for her family. Moments later, a picture of the real victim holding her child was put on the screen, and I realized at that moment that was my mother. I knew because it was the same picture that's in my living room to this day. I've never been able to get rid of the hurt and confusion that flooded my mind that 7 years later, in January of 2021, detectives arrested 58-year-old Robert Bruce McQueen in connection to the case. Peter Leon, Barrie Police spokesperson, said he was arrested yesterday morning without incident, operating a motor vehicle in the south end of the city of Barrie. I think he was surprised, as you can appreciate 26 years had passed. That's a lot of looking over your shoulder, wondering if today is the day. Well, yesterday was the day, Leon said of the arrest. Dawn said that the arrest had brought her closure. I wish my grandparents, Denora and Fernando De Niro, were alive to see this day. It has been revealed that Catherine and Robert knew each other, but the police did not elaborate further. They also didn't give a lot of information as to what led to the arrest of Robert, just that the arrest came following a tip they received in 2019. On January 21st, Robert made a brief appearance in a Barrie courtroom. He also faced his charges of driving while disqualified in August 2020. Not much is known about Robert, just that he lived and buried most of his life, worked in construction and other odd jobs, and was crazy over shows like CSI and Law and Order. Investigators are also looking into the possibility that Robert was involved in other crimes. In the early morning hours of October 20th, 1990, police in Mountain View, California responded to a fight. At the scene, they found 27-year-old Daryl O'Donnell suffering from a stab wound. He was immediately taken to the hospital but did not survive his injuries. Witnesses to the fight gave investigators a vague description of the suspect, but it did not lead to an arrest. At the crime scene, investigators found blood that did not belong to Daryl and most likely belonged to the man that fatally stabbed him. Recently, Sergeant Dave Fisher submitted that evidence to the county crime lab. A few weeks later, they had a name linked by DNA evidence. Officials at the Santa Clara County District Attorney's Office reviewed the case and the analysis. In late January of 2021, they signed off on closing the case. They named Sunnyvale resident John Snowgrass as the official suspect. Unfortunately, there will not be any arrests made as John passed away in 2006. Daryl's sister Lisa O'Donnell thanked Mountain View Police in a statement. "This brings a great sense of closure to me and my loved ones. It's just amazing to find out this news after so many years, and we are so thankful for answered prayers." Daryl had a God-given gift of entertaining and talking to people. She added, "He had a great sense of humor and just loved making people laugh. He just loved life and people loved being part of his life." Sergeant Dave Fisher, who had very important part to play in the case, being solved, now had this to say, "It always feels like there is one more chance, one more opportunity to try and solve a case. This is what we work towards every day in this unit. It is always a small comfort to be able to go and tell a family, finally." 60-year-old Jean Tuggy lived in Pine Grove Mills, Pennsylvania in 2016. She worked at a Wegmans food market. On January 21st, Jean's body was found in her home. She had been shot twice with a 9mm pistol. It was clear that she did not take her own life. Nothing was taken from the home and no evidence was left behind. The initial investigation did not deliver any real leads that could help solve the case. Recently, investigators found out some information and they could make progress. They learned that Jean had developed a friendship with one of her coworkers, Christopher Kowalski. He became romantically interested in her. Investigators also learned that at the time her life was taken, he owned a 9mm pistol. He sold it, moved to South Carolina. Investigators located the owner of the pistol, and after examination of the weapon, it was determined that the pistol was most likely the same one used to take Jean's life. Investigators then went to South Carolina to interview Kowalski. He immediately confessed and admitted he is responsible. He was then taken to Pennsylvania to be prosecuted. It had not been revealed yet why he did what he did. Pennsylvania Attorney General Josh Shapiro had this to say: "Thanks to the diligent efforts of the lawyers, investigators, and fellow members of law enforcement who never gave up on this case, the arrest of Christopher Kowalski is the first step towards putting him behind bars. The Tuggy family has waited too long for justice, but we hope this helps them heal." Kathy Martin was born on October 25, 1959 in Houston, Texas. She grew up in a loving family and was very close to her sister. In high school, Kathy met a boy named Mike, and a few years later they got married. The couple settled in a quiet suburb of Houston, and soon after their wedding, they had a daughter. 3 years later, Kathy became pregnant again, and in early 1987 they had a son. At that time, Kathy was 27 years old. After her second child was born, she spent all her time at home taking care of the kids. Mike worked at a small sign factory owned by Kathy's father, and the family had enough money to provide for their children. Kathy's parents also helped them financially, allowing her to dedicate all her time to the kids. On March 3, 1987, Kathy was at home with her children as usual, while Mike was at work. When his shift ended, decided to meet up with some friends and headed to a bar. Mike called his wife from a payphone, but she didn't answer. This was unusual, as Kathy rarely had the opportunity to leave the house, even for a few minutes. Mike tried calling her several more times, but still got no response. Worried, he called their neighbor, Tim, and asked him to check on Kathy. Tim went to their house and knocked on the door, but no one answered. Looking through the living room window, he saw that the TV was on, so he kept knocking, but there was no response. Tim started to worry that something might have happened to Kathy. Instead of going back home to call Mike or the police, he got in his car and drove around town looking for patrol officers. After driving for a few minutes, he spotted a police car and explained the situation to the officers, asking them to check on Kathy. When the police arrived at the house and got no answer to their knock, they tried the door handle and found it unlocked. Entering the house, they immediately discovered Kathy's daughter on the living room sofa. She was unconscious with visible signs of trauma, but still alive. The officers quickly called for an ambulance and continued to inspect the other rooms. In the bedroom, they found the younger child in his crib, safe and sound. But in another room, they were met with a horrifying sight. Kathy lay on the floor, covered in blood. She was naked. The police immediately determined that she was dead. Her hands were also tied with a lamp cord. The paramedics took Kathy's daughter to the hospital, and the investigators began examining the crime scene. Soon after, Kathy's father arrived at the house, but the police didn't reveal all the details of what had happened. Instead, they asked him to go to the hospital to be with his granddaughter when she woke up. He complied, and while he was waiting at the hospital, he learned about his daughter's death from a news report on the TV. Meanwhile, Mike arrived at the house, and the police immediately noticed something strange. Besides the fact that he showed up quite late, there were several stains on his shirt that looked like blood. The police asked him to hand over his clothes and answer their questions. Meanwhile, investigators made some interesting discoveries. First, they found many blood stains in the bathroom, indicating that the perpetrator had tried to clean up the crime scene. This suggested that the attacker had stayed in the house for some time instead of leaving immediately after the murder. Second, forensic experts found no signs of forced entry. All the windows and doors except the front door were locked. This indicated that Kathy either let the attacker in herself or they had a key. The police also noted another detail. All of Kathy's clothes were neatly folded on the floor next to her body. This not only suggested the possibility of sexual assault, but also seemed strange that the attacker had folded her clothes so carefully. The detectives assumed that the assailant might have threatened to harm her children if she screamed or refused to comply with his demands. Kathy might have agreed to do whatever they say, only to be killed afterward. Meanwhile, medics were fighting for Kathy's daughter's life. They determined that she had been severely beaten, likely with bare hands. After several hours in the hospital, she fell into a coma, and her chances of survival remained low. Medical experts examined Kathy's body and determined that she had received 16 stab wounds, primarily in the abdomen area. They also confirmed that she had been sexually assaulted and extracted biological material from the perpetrator. However, in those years, DNA analysis was not yet widely used in forensic science, so the experts could not extract a DNA profile from the semen. The best they could do was determine the perpetrator's blood type, so the biological material was sent to a lab. From the early hours of the investigation, the police began to focus their attention on the victim's husband. After noticing the suspicious stains on his shirt, they took his clothing for examination. Mike's behavior that evening also seemed strange. After work, he went out with friends, but instead of going home himself when he couldn't reach his wife, he asked a neighbor to check on her. Detectives had seen similar tactics before, where a husband committed the murder and created an alibi, such as going out with friends. Then he would ask someone else to check on his wife to avoid being the one to find the body and divert suspicion from himself. Mike's involvement would also explain the lack of forced entry. Investigators began looking into whether he had the opportunity to commit the murder before meeting his friends. The detectives soon discovered something else. Mike had a criminal history. Right after high school, he was arrested for selling drugs to an undercover cop. He was sentenced to 6 years in prison but served only 2 before being released on parole. Sometime later, he married Kathy. But despite this, police needed more evidence to charge him. They also started investigating the neighbor, Tim, whose behavior seemed odd. Instead of calling the police from his home, he drove around town looking for patrol officers. The detectives also examined Tim's car and made an interesting discovery. There were suspicious stains on the floor mats that looked like blood, so they were also sent to the lab. Investigators began to wonder whether Mike and Tim could have committed the crime together or if one of them acted alone. Meanwhile, medical experts finished their report and reached an intriguing conclusion. They determined that Kathy had died around 1 p.m., about 6 hours before she was found. This meant the detectives now had to investigate where the suspects were long before the evening and what they did after the murder. Mike and Tim both claimed they were at work, so the police began verifying their alibis. Meanwhile, 2 days after the murder, they received a call from the hospital. Kathy's daughter had suddenly come out of her coma. Her life was no longer in danger and investigators went to see her, hoping she could shed light on what had happened. But they quickly encountered a problem. The girl, who was only 4 years old at the time, had almost completely lost her memory of that day. All she could recall was a man with light hair entering their house. Both her father and Tim had dark hair, but the detectives didn't rush to rule them out as suspects. They considered the possibility that the girl's memory could be inaccurate due to the severe trauma she had suffered. They consulted with psychologists and asked them to work with the girl, hoping she might remember more details about the perpetrator. The detectives soon received a call from the lab, and there was another unexpected twist. The experts examined the evidence from the 2 suspects and found that the stains on the neighbor's car mats were machine oil and the stains on the husband's shirt were just paint. But that wasn't all. Numerous colleagues of Mike and Tim, who worked at different jobs, confirmed that they had been at their workplaces all day and hadn't left until the evening. This meant neither man had the opportunity to be at Kathy's house and commit the crime. Detectives asked them to undergo polygraph tests and the results showed no signs of deception in both cases. The police, who had been almost certain of the involvement of at least one of the 2 suspects, found themselves back at square one. They began considering other possible suspects who were familiar with the victim and could have got inside her house without difficulty. Detectives spoke with Kathy's relatives and friends, asking who they thought might have committed the crime, and soon they discovered something unexpected. Many of them, without any hesitation, named the same person, Greg. Greg was Kathy's brother-in-law, and her loved ones revealed that she had often complained about his behavior. According to Kathy, Greg openly flirted with her and had repeatedly tried to persuade the woman to engage in intimacy with him. Kathy also mentioned that Greg often made inappropriate comments about her stomach, and, as we know, most of the stab wounds were located in that area. The police also learned that Greg regularly used illegal substances and had a criminal history. Detectives began to focus on him and soon found their first potential lead. Forensic experts discovered a fingerprint in Kathy's house that matched Greg's, as well as a hair resembling his. However, there was a problem. Since Greg often visited Kathy and her husband, the fingerprint and hair could have been left there before the murderer. Kathy's parents stated that they believed he was the murderer. Her mother also shared an interesting observation. While she was at the hospital with her granddaughter, Greg came to visit them in the middle of the night. As soon as the girl saw him, she looked at her grandmother, and judging by the expression on her face, she was very frightened. After Greg left, the grandmother asked if he was the man who had come to their house, but the girl said she still couldn't remember. After hearing all of this, the detectives called Greg in for questioning. He denied any involvement in the murder and said he was with a friend at the time, who also had lengthy criminal history. In the middle of the interrogation, Greg said he needed to go to the parking lot to pay for additional time to avoid a ticket. However, the man never returned to the station. His wife, Kathy's sister, recounted that on that day, Greg dropped her off at work around 10:30 in the morning and picked her up at 2:30 p.m. So he had a 4-hour window that coincided with the time of the murder and provided him with the opportunity to kill Kathy. But despite all this, the police lacked any substantial evidence that could prove his involvement. As a last resort, they decided to analyze the semen sample taken from the victim's body, but in those years, experts could only determine the blood type of its owner. It would also require a large sample, and after conducting such a test, there would be very little biological material left for further examination. Nevertheless, the detectives decided to conduct this test, and the blood type of the sample's owner from Kathy's body matched Greg's blood type. However, this result also didn't prove his guilt, so investigators couldn't arrest him. They continued to search for other evidence, but they couldn't prove Greg's involvement. Eventually, the case hit a dead end. Kathy's family was convinced that Greg was the killer, but they couldn't do anything about it. Shelley, Kathy's sister, refused to believe that her husband did it and continued to live with him. In the following years, detectives revisited the case from time to time, hoping to find any new leads. In 1998, 11 years after the murder, they requested DNA analysis on the remaining semen sample. However, they faced another setback. Experts could only extract a partial DNA profile, which, when compared to Greg's DNA sample, yielded inconclusive results. The analysis showed that Greg belonged to the 2% of the population who could match the partial profile. Unable to arrest him based on this result, detectives once again called Greg in for questioning, telling him that the semen from the victim's body matched his DNA. To their surprise, Greg changed his initial statement, claiming that he had a consensual relationship with Kathy, and he indeed visited her on the day of the murder. But the man insisted that she was alive when he left. Detectives were obviously skeptical of Greg's sudden change in story. Such shifts are quite common in murder cases when suspects hear about DNA matches. Additionally, Kathy had complained about Greg's advances, feeling uncomfortable around him, so it was highly unlikely that she would have been in a secret relationship with him. But despite their suspicions, detectives knew they couldn't secure a conviction without a full DNA match. The local prosecutors reviewed the case and confirmed that obtaining a guilty verdict would be practically impossible, and the case once again went cold for several years. In 2002, detectives reopened the investigation and sought the help of forensic scientist Catherine Long, who was conducting groundbreaking DNA research at the time. She and her colleagues wanted to determine if genetic material from a perpetrator's hands could remain on the victim's body after strangulation, and if it could be extracted for analysis. To test this, Catherine and her colleagues simulated strangulation by squeezing each other's necks, then took samples from their hands and the neck area. The results were quite intriguing. Even brief interaction left behind enough skin particles for DNA analysis. The detectives working on Kathy's case became interested in their experiment, despite the fact that the victim had not been strangled. Re-examining her body years later was also not possible. Instead, they began reviewing all available evidence to see if the perpetrator could have come into contact with any other items. Their attention soon turned to the lamp cord used to bind Kathy's hands. It was evident that only the killer could have tightened it, as the victim herself simply could not have done so. The detectives handed over the cord to Catherine, who, along with her colleagues, began examining it. They first noted an important detail. The cord had been stored in a paper bag, allowing air to circulate and preventing moisture buildup, which could have compromised biological samples. Experts took swabs from the entire length of the cord, including the areas where traces of Kathy's blood remained. Upon analysis, they discovered 2 DNA profiles. The first, belonging to the victim, was expected, but the second profile perfectly matched Greg's DNA sample. That meant the detectives finally obtained strong evidence that Greg was the person who bound Kathy's hands, and therefore he was the killer. Shortly thereafter, 15 years after the murder, the man was finally arrested. During interrogation, he refused to admit his guilt, insisting that he had a romantic relationship with Kathy. The detectives obviously didn't believe him and, armed with the DNA evidence, decided to take the case to court. While awaiting trial, Greg was placed in prison. Sometime later, the detectives received an interesting call. His cellmate reached out to them, claiming that Greg had confessed to him. According to the cellmate, Greg boasted about assaulting and killing his wife's sister in detail. He said that on the day of the incident, Greg took illegal substances and went to Kathy's house. Once inside, he attempted to coerce her into an intimate encounter, but she resisted and demanded he leave. Greg then approached her daughter and inflicted a series of severe blows on her. After that, he told Kathy that if she didn't do everything he wanted, he would kill her son. Kathy, who had no other choice, agreed to protect her children. Greg tied her up, assaulted her and killed her, inflicting numerous stab wounds. He then washed the blood off himself in the bathroom and changed into her husband's clothes to avoid getting blood in his own car. The detectives had no doubt about the truthfulness of the cellmate's words, as he couldn't have possibly guessed so many key details even if he had read about the case in the news. Armed with the cellmate's testimony, the detectives confronted Greg, and this time he finally confessed. He admitted to killing Kathy and repeated everything he had told his cellmate. In 2004, he pleaded guilty before the judge and received a 45-year prison sentence. However, he only served 4 years and died of liver cancer at the age of 56. Kathy's husband, Mike, didn't live to see the killer's arrest. He passed away at the age of 45. Kathy's children and parents thanked the detectives for bringing the case to a close, even though it took 15 years. All this time, they were almost certain that Greg was the murderer and had to watch him continue to live with their second daughter, but couldn't do anything about it. On September 12, 1976, at 10:20 in the morning, the body of a woman was found wrapped in a white sheet. The location was in Woodland, Baltimore County in Maryland. She had been beaten, strangled, and sexually assaulted. It appeared as if she passed away at a different location and was then transported to the site of Dogwood Road near the back gate of a cemetery. A tattoo was found on the victim's right shoulder, possibly representing Jamaica Plain, Massachusetts. Because of the amount and quality of the dental care the victim had received while she was still alive, it was determined that she came from middle-class background. Examiners measured the victim and concluded that she weighed between 149 and 159 pounds and was 5 feet 6 with 5 feet 9 inches tall. She had dark brown to black shoulder-length hair with wavy texture and brown eyes. She also had a dark olive complexion. Investigators and medical examiners were unable to determine the exact race and ethnicity of the victim, but it was believed that she was most likely white. After the body was found, fingerprint and dental information were collected to establish her identity. The fingerprints were added to national databases, as well as the dental chart. Various investigations were subsequently conducted in the case, but everyone was unable to identify her. Their best guess was that she lived in either Massachusetts or New York. As she could not be identified, she was named the Woodlawn Jane Doe because of where she was found. Many missing women from across the United States have been eliminated, as possibly being the Woodlawn Jane Doe in the years since her body was found. In 2016, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children released a detail as she may have used the names Jasmine or Jazzy when alive. Many reconstructions were made of Woodland Jane Doe, hoping someone would recognize her and that she could be identified. Recently, Bode Technology and the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children started working together to finally identify the Jane Doe. They made use of genetic genealogy. On September 15, 2021, after DNA testing, detectives identified the Jane Doe as 16-year-old Margaret Fedorov. She was born in 1960 and went missing in late summer of 1975. Margaret lived in Alexandria, Virginia, and was a student at Hayfield Secondary School. She was reported missing by her family right after she disappeared. Sadly, it took 45 years for the connection to be made between the disappearance of Margaret and the discovery of the Woodlawn Jane Doe. The investigation continues into who is responsible for taking her life. In November of 2019, human remains were found in Caddo County, Oklahoma. Investigators were able to determine had belonged to a male, and the remains had been there for many years. The remains were sent to the University of North Texas Center of Human Identification. They have been able to solve a lot of cold cases in the last few years. The center managed to find relatives after John Doe. Investigators were then able to identify him after talking to his family and some more DNA testing. In August 2021, it was publicly announced that John Doe is Alvin Stark. He lived in Chickasha, Oklahoma. In May of 1988, Alvin planned to go fishing with family, but never showed up. His sister, Rebecca Fowler, had a Susie. I went over to his house, and his doors were locked. He wasn't there. I went back Saturday, and he still wasn't there. I went back Sunday, and the same thing. He never showed up to go fishing with my husband and never called. Rebecca then called the police to inform them that Alvin was missing. In the initial investigation, investigators identified a suspect, but I never charged the person with anything because I couldn't find Alvin's body. The suspect has since passed away. Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation Director Ricky Adams said this: "It is a good day when you can tell a family member that their loved one has been located. It doesn't bring Alvin Stark back, but does return him to his loved ones for a proper burial. This is why we do what we do and why we have a dedicated cold case unit. We want to put our expertise and technical capabilities to work for local agencies in an effort to solve their cold cases." In 1982, human remains were found in the woods of Stone Mountain, Gwinnett County in Georgia. At a scene, investigators found shoes, a blouse, and a nylon rope. It was determined that the remains belonged to a female, and it had been between 6 and 10 years since she passed away. Despite the investigators' best efforts, they were unable to identify the Jane Doe, and she remained unidentified for many years. Recently, in 2021, investigators made use of genetic genealogy to help identify her. They came across a woman by the name of Janice Adams, who they believed was the daughter of the Jane Doe. Investigators went to interview her and take another DNA sample. Finally, in September of 2021, the lab confirmed that Janice Adams is the daughter of the Jane Doe. Janice said as she last saw her mom, Marlene Standridge, when she and her sibling were just 2 years old. Marlene took her 2 children to Pittmont Park one day in the 1970s. Investigators believe she was kidnapped as Janice and her sibling were found alone in the park, and Marlene was nowhere to be found. Janice had always been told that her mom abandoned them because of her hippie lifestyle, but Janice refused to believe that. "It just never set well with me. I know moms don't do that. I just had something in the back of my mind. Like something just doesn't seem right about any of that." As bad as it was to find out what happened to her, it was also closure, and I needed that. Investigators are now working on finding the person that took Marlene's life. They consider James Willie Brown as a suspect. He committed similar crimes in the 1970s. He was executed many years ago, which will make it difficult proving that he is responsible for the crime, so investigators hope that the public can help. Acacia Patience Bishop was born October 29, 2001 to Casey and Adam. On May 25, 2003, Acacia was less than 2 years old when she was at her great-grandparents' home in Salt Lake City, Utah. Her parents were at a wedding rehearsal and asked her great-grandparents to babysit. Also at her great-grandparents' home was her 38-year-old grandmother, Kelly Laudmill. Kelly had chronic severe mental illness including paranoid schizophrenia with grandiose delusions, psychosis, and bipolar disorder, a history of drug abuse and violence. However, she was in denial of her mental illnesses and failed to comply with court-ordered treatments. She had also been very possessive over Acacia, and all these things caused a strained relationship with her daughter Casey, Acacia's mother. Kelly had taken Acacia without permission in the past and hid her in a man's apartment located in the basement of an apartment where she was staying. She had told Casey that Acacia was hers and she wasn't going to give her back. So on this day in May of 2003, Kelly was on supervised visitation with Acacia at Kelly's parents' home. Acacia's great-grandmother Linda was the supervisor for the visit. But when Linda left the room for a moment to return a vacuum cleaner, Kelly came inside from working in the yard and took a case. The next time they were seen was the next day in Idaho Falls, Idaho. They were close to the Broadway overpass and Greenbelt next to the Snake River, dangling their feet in the water. Soon after, Kelly, soaking wet, ran into a nearby hydroelectric plant near the overpass and told employees that she had dropped her baby into the river while they were dangling their feet off the bridge. The plant was immediately shut down so Acacia would not get sucked into its turbines. Divers searched the murky river for several days, but Acacia was not found. However, a pair of baby shoes and a doll were found on the riverbank. One of Kelly's shoes was also found on the bank. The other one was in the water. Authorities believe Acacia drowned in the Snake River and have classified her case as a homicide. They do not feel like Acacia accidentally fell into the river. The police believe she intentionally jumped in the water with Acacia in her arms in a murder-suicide attempt. She would eventually admit this to authorities and was charged with kidnapping and murdering. She stated that she believed the baby made it out of the water and is still alive somewhere. Kelly has a criminal record including drunk driving, threats with a dangerous weapon, disorderly conduct, domestic violence, drug possession, and she spent 2 months in jail for shooting an 11-year-old girl in the legs with a pellet gun and told police she enjoyed it. She was usually homeless and lived on the streets or her car. She was non-compliant with her medications and could not usually afford them. She was not taking her meds at the time she abducted Acacia. Acacia's parents state that Kelly is a non-habitual liar and hope that she is lying about what happened to Acacia in an effort to conceal her from the rest of the family, and hope that she passed Acacia over to one of her friends and plans to find her after she is released from prison. Ocasio's parents say Kelly has never had suicidal tendencies before and had never indicated that she might harm her. They also suggested her confession of murder was fabricated and that she might have been planning Ocasio's abduction for months. Investigated the possibility that Kelly gave or sold Ocasio. Ocasio's parents believe that she is still alive. Kelly sent them a letter from jail writing that Ocasio was alive and being cared for by others. She never referred to her in the past tense in her letters. They also point out that Kelly purchased diapers and milk for Acacia shortly before she allegedly drowned, which would not make sense if she had been planning to murder her. Acacia's mother and father are offering a reward for their daughter's return. They have issued a sketch of a man they think may be helping hide Acacia. The sketch was not made by a professional sketch artist and is not endorsed by the police. The man was allegedly seen checking Kelly and Acacia out of the Red Lion Hotel on May 26 prior to the incident. Police detectives do not think the man, if he exists, was involved in Acacia's disappearance and presumed death. Kelly was tried for kidnapping in federal court but was acquitted in 2005 due to insanity. The judge decided Kelly was delusional when she abducted Acacia and believed the baby was in an abusive situation and she had a duty to save her. Kelly was determined to be a danger to the community based on her mental illness, past criminal behavior, and history of violence and substance abuse. She was committed to a mental hospital for an indefinite period. She may be released from the hospital at a later date if psychiatrists determine she is no longer dangerous, but her prognosis is poor as she has repeatedly refused to follow through with treatment programs for her schizophrenia and does not believe she is mentally ill. It is unlikely that Kelly will ever be released from federal custody. Therefore, Idaho prosecutors dropped the murder and kidnapping charges against her. If she is ever released from the hospital, she may face the state charges again. Acacia has never been found, and as of today, this case remains unsolved. Joseph Michael Bushling was born on June 3, 1984, and nicknamed Joe. He was born and raised in California and moved with his family to Russellville, Arkansas in 2000. Joe joined the Army, where he eventually became an Army specialist and was deployed to South Korea. In May 2011, at the age of 26, he was assigned to Fort Collins, Colorado, and was stationed at the Army base in Dugway, Utah. He had recently divorced and lost his younger brother, Jeremy, to suicide in March 2010. He was looking forward to an upcoming reassignment to San Antonio, Texas. While in Utah, he worked as an emergency medical technician and ambulance driver at Dugway's medical clinic. On May 8, 2011, he left the English Village area early in the morning and drove out into the desert in a black Mitsubishi Lancer he had borrowed. At 7 p.m. that evening on May 8th, he called a friend in Dugway and left a message saying he had run out of gas and was on the west side of Granite Mountain. When he placed this call, it pinged off the Dugway base. He said he was going to try to walk back to the Dugway proving ground. He also said it was very cold and rainy and that he had lost his flip-flops and was having to use his shirt as footwear and desperately needed help. The Dugway proving ground where he was supposedly heading was established by President Franklin D. Roosevelt in 1942 to study chemical and biological warfare and covers nearly 800,000 acres in the desert along the Nevada border. Joe went missing on Mother's Day and has never been heard from again. 6 days later, the car he had been driving was found abandoned in a deep ravine off a gravel road in a very isolated area, about 60 miles from Dugway's main gate. Some of Joe's belongings were inside the vehicle, but the keys were missing and there weren't any clues to indicate his whereabouts. 2 days later, Joe's Arkansas Razorbacks hat was located in the desert 6 miles from the car and searchers found his flip-flops. The terrain where he disappeared is rough and desolate with lots of caves and cell phone reception is very poor. After his disappearance, the Army automatically classified him as a deserter, although his supervisor didn't believe he had actually deserted. His family doesn't think he left of his own accord either. They stated he was happy in the Army and was close to his parents. He had no history of mental illness and nothing was missing from his room. Authorities have ruled out suicide and foul play as possible explanations for Joe's disappearance. A death certificate was issued for him in August 2014, and the cause of death was given as exposure due to low temperatures and lack of protective clothing. His family held a memorial service for him, and because the Army had changed his status from a deserter to a deceased person, a 6-man honor guard was present at the service. Several searches of the rough and desolate desert and area caves have been searched and unmanned drones and helicopters have flown over looking for Joe, but nothing was ever found. His family has hopes that his body will be located one day and put to rest. However, as of today, he has never been found and this case remains unsolved. Nancy Perry Baird was born January 14, 1952. She had a 4-year-old son that lived with relatives and also had an ex-husband who lived in Wyoming. On July 4, 1975, 23-year-old Nancy was working at the Fina gas station at 1378 North Highway 89 in East Leeton, Utah. A police officer on patrol saw her working alone around 5:15 p.m. When the manager arrived 15 minutes later to take over her shift, she was no longer there and considered missing. There was no evidence of robbery and no indications of a struggle, but about $10 worth of gas from the station's pumps had not been paid for. Her car was found locked and parked in the parking lot where she had left it. Her car keys, purse containing her medications, and $167 cash from a recently cashed were found in the car. It's considered highly unlikely that she would have left of her own free will. Just before her disappearance, witnesses saw a truck at the gas station. It was never identified and it's unclear whether it had anything to do with her disappearance. Investigators questioned her ex-husband, but he had been out of state at the time she disappeared and passed polygraph exams. Authorities initially assumed that Nancy was one of the many victims of the serial killer Ted Bundy. Therefore, many people were not interviewed because the investigation focused on Bundy only. Bundy would confess to killing over 30 women and young girls in many states, including Utah, between 1973 and 1978, but he never confessed to Nancy's death. While he was attending law school in Salt Lake City in 1975, he specifically denied killing Nancy during his death row confessions. Also, her abduction doesn't fit the profile of his other crimes. For starters, Bundy never drove a truck, and Nancy was the only possible victim of his that was abducted from a gas station. Plus, he preferred dark-haired women, and Nancy was strawberry blind. As of late, a new theory has developed, and there are two other persons of interest in her case. One of whom wanted to date Nancy, drove a truck, and was later imprisoned for sex offenses and other crimes. He is still currently in prison, and due to COVID-19, investigators have been unable to interview him as of March 2021. There are no details available on the other person of interest, and investigators have not released the names of the two men. As of today, Nancy remains missing and the case unsolved. On October 11, 1969, a white male passenger entered a cab driven by Paul Stine near Union Square in San Francisco. The man requested to be driven to Presidio Heights. On the way there, the man fatally shot Stine. Witnesses immediately called the police and saw the man leaving the area after he wiped the cab down. Officers who responded to the call somehow received a wrong message about what the attacker looked like. This meant that he drove past and even talked to the perpetrator without him knowing it. The description of the man was very similar to the description given of the Zodiac. It was believed at first that it was just a robbery at an Escalated, but in 2 days after the crime, the San Francisco Chronicle received a new letter from a Zodiac where he claimed credit for ending Paul Stine's life. He sent them a torn section of Stine's shirt to prove it. As you can imagine, the case got quite a lot of media attention. Lots of documentaries have been made about it, and I'm sure all of you have heard of the case before. There have been lots of theories that there might be two different Zodiacs, or that the Zodiac committed a lot more crimes. In the years since the crimes, a lot of different men have been believed to be the Zodiac. If this video does well and you guys would like to see it, I could make a really long video going into more detail about the crimes the Zodiac committed, possible other crimes, and also the men who were believed to be the Zodiac. The main focus of this video is the card case team now claims that they have identified the Zodiac. They are a team of more than 40 former law enforcement investigators, journalists, and military intelligence officers, known as the Casebreakers. They have tackled other mysteries, such as the D.B. Cooper heist and the disappearance of Jimmy Hoffa. They now say that the Zodiac is Gary Francis Post, who passed away in 2018. They uncovered new forensic evidence and photos. One image shows scars on Gary's forehead and matches scars at a Zodiac ad. The team claims that in one of the Zodiac's notes, if you remove the letters in Gary's full name, you get an alternate message. They also say that the Zodiac took the life of Sherry Jo Bates in October 1966, a crime that the FBI has said the Zodiac is not responsible for a few years ago. Gary was an Air Force veteran, and he painted homes for more than 4 decades. Apparently, detectives found a yield print from a military-style boot at Zodiac crime scenes. A California woman who lived next door to Gary and his wife taught Fox News that she believes he is the Zodiac. According to her, he was abusive to his wife and shot his firearms several times a week. Even though you guys didn't ask for it, I will now be giving my opinion since I've heard everyone does these days. I think it is always a bit easy saying that a man who's not alive anymore committed the crimes. But on the other hand, the Zodiac is going to be in his 80s or 90s by now, so it's not too unexpected. Also, lots of different teams have claimed before that they know who the Zodiac is, but many were wrong. Harry's full name appearing in a Zodiac letter does not mean a lot in my opinion. The Zodiac could have written anyone's name. I really want to hear what you guys think. Is it solved or not really? Also, I know I left a lot of important information out. It is just that the main focus of this video was to talk about a possible identification now, so I just gave a summary. I hope you enjoyed the video, and if you did, I would really appreciate it if you would leave a like and subscribe if you haven't already. 22-year-old Christy Bryant lived in National City in San Diego, California. She came to the area to serve in a Marine Corps until medically retiring in 1972 as a result of a car accident. By 1974, she was working as a clerk at a 7-Eleven. On July 31st, Christy was working alone at a store on 702 Highland Avenue. During her shift, a customer went in and discovered Christy's body. The police were immediately called. Investigators found that Christy had been stabbed numerous times. They collected evidence from the crime scene. Investigators noted it was not just Christy's blood that was found at the crime scene, but also blood belonging to an unknown man. DNA testing was not available back then, so little could be done and the case went cold. In 2008, the suspect's blood was submitted to the San Diego County Sheriff's Department Crime Lab, but no matches could be made. Recently, investigators turned to genetic genealogy to help solve the case. The National City Police Department joined forces with the San Diego County District Attorney's Office. They got a genealogist to create a DNA profile and submit it to public DNA databases. It led them to 69-year-old Carlin Edward Cornett. He was found living in Las Vegas, Nevada. Cornett was arrested and taken into custody on September 14, 2021. He was booked into Las Vegas jail and will be extradited to San Diego to face the charges against him. Christy's sister Holly Bryant was just 20 years old when her sister's life was taken. Others to say, is a relief, but it's also unsettling because he's reliving so much of it. I do want him to pay for what he did, and I hope his family can accept it as well. Sergeant Mark Siegel, who was the lead detective on the case, said, "It never truly went cold. Detectives have always been looking at it, poking at it, evaluating it, reviewing, and seeing what can be done. We don't forget about it, and it is important that people know that the law enforcement agencies will do whatever they can to seek justice on both of the family." San Diego County District Attorney Summer Stephen, who played a very important part in solving the case, said, "We are committed to solving cold cases in collaboration with our law enforcement partners. Pursuing justice for families who lost their loved ones to violence is a priority for us. No matter how many years have gone by, we never give up and continuously use the latest in crime scene investigation techniques to hold criminals accountable." 77-year-old Alma Jones lived in Wake County, North Carolina in 1977. She was very well known in the community, with friends and family all over the neighborhood. On Christmas Day, her family came to visit. They made a startling discovery. Inside of Alma's home, they found her body. She had been assaulted, so investigators were able to retrieve DNA belonging to an unknown male from her body. Investigators questioned a lot of people, but was not able to get any useful information, and the case went cold. In 2011, the case was reopened when the case file was stumbled upon. Recently, with advances in DNA technology, investigators finally made progress. Using genetic genealogy, they were able to identify Paul Crowder as the man who took Alma's life. He lived just a few houses away from her. Crowder was not a suspect in the initial investigation, but he was questioned along with almost every other man who lived in the neighborhood at the time. Crowder passed away in 2015 at the age of 72. He had previously served time for an unrelated crime in Massachusetts. Investigators found one of his living family members and collected a DNA sample from them. After some more DNA testing, it was confirmed that he is indeed a person who took Alma's life. Raleigh Police Detective Jerry Fox said, "It was just a brutal crime. This case kind of stood out as one we really wanted to work on if we could. That question mark had been there for so many years. It is always a great feeling to be able to know and put a name with that person who is responsible for this crime. As technology continues to change and get better, I think that there's hope that we can solve many more cases just like this. I would love to solve the next one just as much as I loved solving this one, because they're all important. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the depths of unsolved mysteries. Cold cases not only challenge our understanding of the past, but also ignite our curiosity and determination for answers. Remember to subscribe to stay updated on our latest investigations. And if you have any information regarding the cases we've covered, don't hesitate to reach out. Together, we can shed light on the shadows of the past and bring closure to those who seek it. Until next time, stay vigilant, stay curious, and never stop seeking the truth.